Longting Federation Yunming, starred Dongjun Province Binjiang City. Binjiang City is a metropolis embraced by lush greenery. May sunlight pierced through the clouds falling upon the beast-taming sculpture before the teaching building of Qingsong No. For middle school. Inside classroom, one of the third-year middle school cohort, an air of restless anticipation hung heavy. Line up properly. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. The homeroom teacher by Yang's resonant voice echoed through the grounds, startling a few gray-feathered sparrows perched on the surrounding wall into flight. Over 30 students aged 14 or 15 shuffled out of the classroom to form a line, their faces alight with expectation and anxiety. Bai Yong adjusted his black-framed glasses, the lenses reflecting the blinding sunlight. Remember, his voice suddenly dropped low, carrying a note of gravity. The talents you acquire from awakening your beast-taming primordial book must not be revealed to others carelessly. Surely you don't want your talents to be stripped away one day by certain individuals using special abilities. Hell, by stop trying to scare us. From the back of the line came Zhang Quan's signature voice. Some of us might not even awaken a beast-taming primordial book at all, and you're already talking about talent stripping. That's putting the cart way before the horse. Huh? Zhang Quan, you brat, who are you pointing at? Wang Ming, sporting a crew cut, vigorously slapped Zhang Quan on the back, causing several boys around them to burst into laughter. Bai Yong frowned. These students, the worst class he had ever taught. His gaze swept over those grinning faces. As a veteran teacher with 20 years of experience, he understood all too well what the awakening ceremony meant for these children. Some would soar to great heights while others would plummet into the abyss. Bai Yong shook his head and checked the time. Suit yourselves. After awakening your beast-taming primordial book, you will begin your path as beast tamers. However, don't neglect your academic studies either. Otherwise, even if you awaken a beast-taming primordial book, you won't be able to get into a top-tier high school. Alright, prepare for awakening. Lin Xiaomon began awakening. Following the instructor's call, a petite girl stepped nervously through the pitch-black metal door. Behind the door lay a sealed space, known as the awakening chamber. It was said that ancient formations were arranged within, capable of stimulating the dormant beast-taming primordial book hidden within the human body. There were 3 awakening chambers in total. Watching their classmates file in one by one, the awakening ceremony was an absolute secret. Each person had to complete it alone, with even surveillance devices forbidden. This was Federation law. A beast tamer's talent information must be kept strictly confidential. The homeroom teacher by Yang's words had not been mere alarmism, because many talented beast tamers in the past, before they could grow, had their extraordinary abilities stolen from them by certain individuals through special methods. Some emerged with faces glowing red with excitement, an ancient primordial book floating beside them. Others had bloodshot eyes, their hands empty. Success or failure was plain to see. Huh, I knew I could do it. Zhang Quan suddenly burst out of the awakening chamber, an ancient primordial book floating beside him and crimson flames burning in his palm. See that? The talent I awakened is Flame Fury, a buff talent that enhances the power of fire attribute beast companions. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing sidelong glances from the surrounding students. A few of his lackeys immediately crowded around him with flattery, while more students showed envious expressions. Bai Yong's face darkened, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. That museum-worthy idiot Zhang Quan. He growled through gritted teeth. Every word I just said went in one ear and out the other. Bai Yong painfully massaged his temple. How did I ever produce such an arrogant, insufferable student? The line continued to move forward, until a name was called. Next, Su Ningyu. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat accelerate. The moment he stepped into the awakening chamber, the metallic door closed silently behind him. In the dim chamber, only the awakening stone platform at the center emitted a faint blue glow. Su Ningyu's fingertips tingled slightly. Whether from nervousness or the strange energy permeating the air, he could not tell. He walked to the awakening stone platform and placed both hands upon the awakening stone. 15 years had already passed since he came to this world. Memories of his previous life surged like a tide. Su Ningyu had never imagined that an ordinary logout would lead him to transmigrate into the game world of Divine Beast Sequence, becoming an orphan with no parents. What a pity about my pay-to-win dual-talented god-tier account and the fully unlocked ultimate divine beasts of the Ascension Sequence. Though regretful, Su Ningyu's fighting spirit reignited. Even without those cheats, his deep understanding of this game would allow him to forge a path to the heavens. The next second, the stone platform suddenly erupted with blinding light, and Su Ningyu felt something within him being awakened. A scorching power spread from his heart to the tips of his limbs, as if some long-dormant shackle had been completely shattered. Awakening successful. Before his eyes, 2 floating beast-taming primordial books suddenly appeared. The first was jet black as ink, ancient dark gold patterns coiling across its entire surface. The other book displayed an ordinary fluorescent glow completely incomparable to the book beside it. 2 books. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding wildly. When a beast tamer awakened, each person would condense only 1 beast-taming primordial book. This was an iron law. Yet at this moment 2 books hovered eerily before him. Before he could think further, a familiar electronic chime suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. Player Su Ningyu login detected, divine beast sequence initiated. Holy. Su Ningyu shuddered violently, his eyes bulging wide, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. This voice, this tone, this damn mechanical feel. Wasn't this the exact system notification sound from the game, divine beast sequence? That can't be right. Su Ningyu snapped back to his senses, fiercely pinching his own arm until he grimaced in pain. I've already transmigrated for 15 years, and you show up now, you golden finger cheat. In an instant, countless memories surged into his mind. 15 years. A full 15 years. Su Ningyu's nose stung with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. This transmigration was truly not something an ordinary person could endure, especially with the orphan setting from the very start. Su Ningyu fiercely clenched his fist, a flame of wild joy igniting in his eyes. His gaze swept toward the dark gold patterned beast taming primordial book, and an indescribable sense of familiarity welled up within him. These patterns, this aura, wasn't this the black gold beast taming primordial book from his game account? Could it be that everything from his game account had transmigrated along with him? If that were truly the case, the divine beasts of ascension. At this thought, Su Ningyu's fingers trembled with excitement, and he reached out without hesitation to touch the black gold book. The primordial book automatically opened, his holographic projection appearing on the left side, while on the right lines of dark gold glowing text scrolled forth: Beast Taming Primordial Book, host Su Ningyu Talents 1. Bloodline Index. By touch, one may examine a beast's bloodline potential, comprehend the countless evolutionary paths that exist between past and future, and discover the ascension sequence best suited to oneself. 2. Divine Concealment conceals all of one's secrets. Even gods cannot glimpse your true information. Su Ningyu sucked in a sharp breath, goosebumps rising all over his body. This talent, it's exactly the talent from my game. In this world, the evolution paths for beast tamers are extraordinarily complex. A single misstep could lead to the death of one's contracted beast, rendering all previous efforts meaningless. Yet Su Ningyu's Bloodline Catalogue talent allowed him to perceive every possible evolution path at a glance. It was nothing short of cheating. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within him. In his previous life, he had poured countless hours into the game Divine Beast Sequence, relying on the Bloodline Catalogue talent to nurture 9 ultimate beasts that embarked on the path to godhood. Those creatures were beings capable of shaking the very foundations of the world's rules. Wait, do I still have my beasts? At that moment, a critical realization struck him, and his heart began to pound violently. If even the Black Gold Beast Codex had crossed over with him, then wouldn't the 9 divine beasts he once contracted and nurtured also? Wouldn't that make him invincible right now? Driven by this thought, Su Ningyu could hardly wait to examine the Black Gold Beast Codex. However, the moment his consciousness focused on the beast page of the tome, an invisible resistance suddenly emerged. What's going on? Su Ningyu frowned deeply, tried again, and found the page still could not be opened. Ding. Level disparity too great. Player cannot view beast page. Ding. Unlock the first beast page. Host must become an iron rank beast tamer. The cold, emotionless system notification ruthlessly shattered his illusion. Damn it. Su Ningyu couldn't help cursing aloud. Level restriction. Only now did he realize that he was merely a newly awakened rookie beast tamer. The beasts in his previous life account, any single one could destroy heaven and earth. Yet the current him could not possibly control even one. I need to level up quickly. He clenched his teeth, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. These beasts were the foundation of his future standing in this world. Suppressing his urgency, Su Ningyu temporarily put away the Black Gold Beast Codex. Though unable to summon his beasts, he could clearly sense that the 2 talents bestowed by the Codex, Bloodline Catalogue and Divine Concealment, were already usable. Divine Concealment. With a mere thought, the aura of the Black Gold Beast Codex was instantly shrouded by an invisible barrier. Even someone standing right beside him would be completely unable to detect the Codex's existence. Hiding one's trump cards was the key to survival. He was still weak and must bide his time. After completing all this, Su Ningyu's gaze finally turned to another pale yellow Beast Codex. This should be the Beast Codex I awakened. Su Ningyu murmured to himself, reaching out to open it. Beast Codex hosts Su Ningyu talents. Taming Whip strikes the target with a whip to inflict pain. The pain transforms into submission marks, allowing spiritual control. The whipping has a chance to make the target willingly submit and accept the host's control. Air. Su Ningyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably upon seeing this talent. This talent of mine, why does it feel a bit improper? Just as Su Ningyu was lamenting the impropriety of this talent, a surge of energy within the pale yellow codex was about to erupt. Su Ningyu understood what this was and immediately activated the Divine Concealment talent to hide the impending phenomenon. Talent phenomenon. A manifestation that only appears for exceptionally outstanding talents. A talent capable of producing a phenomenon. Taming Whip is definitely not any simple talent either. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, every talent held its own value. No longer dwelling on the special nature of his talent, Su Ningyu directly flipped to the contract page of the codex. For a Beast Tamer talent was certainly important, but the number of contract slots was equally crucial. An ordinary Beast Tamer typically had only one contract slot upon awakening, and the number would increase gradually as their strength grew. And the number of contract slots directly determined how many beasts a Beast Tamer could control simultaneously. I wonder how many initial contract slots my Beast Codex has. Su Ningyu's gaze burned as he looked toward the contract page. The next second his pupils contracted sharply. The contract page clearly displayed 3 blank contract slots. 3. I have 3 contract slots right after awakening. Su Ningyu was truly shocked now. An ordinary Beast Tamer could only contract 1 beast before breaking through to Iron rank. Yet he had 3 contract slots right after awakening. This is getting interesting. A slow smile curved across Su Ningyu's lips. Truly delightful. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He understood his current situation better than anyone. An orphan with no parents, no background, and no one to rely on. If he revealed his heaven-defying talents too early, what awaited him would not be recruitment by major powers, but countless greedy eyes. Bai Yong was right. Cases of talents being stripped are commonplace in this world. The world never lacked geniuses, but how many of them ever reached the top? A dead genius was no genius at all. With this thought, he unhesitatingly activated divine concealment to hide the 2 extra contract slots, leaving only 1 visible. Good. Next is to contract my first beast and get into a top-tier beast taming high school. Su Ningyu set this goal firmly in his heart. Su Ningyu, your awakening is complete. Please exit the awakening chamber immediately. An impatient urging came from outside the door from his instructor. Clearly his prolonged stay inside had drawn attention. Su Ningyu composed his expression and pushed the door open. TSK tisk, Su Ningyu staying in there so long. Could it be you didn't awaken a Beast Codex and were secretly crying inside? The moment he stepped out, Zhang Quan's detestable voice reached him. This brainless youth stood with arms crossed, a schadenfreude grin on his face, surrounded by a few lackeys. Su Ningyu glanced at him briefly and paid no attention. Zhang Quan's hostility toward him had existed for a long time. As an orphan with striking looks and memories from a previous life, Su Ningyu had always managed to win his teacher's favor through excellent grades and a steady personality. Even quite a few girls regarded him differently. This made Zhang Quan, who came from a wealthy family, mad with jealousy. This left Su Ningyu quite puzzled. Why be jealous of me? Not being jealous of you is already quite generous of me. One could only say Zhang Quan was still too young to understand the benefits of having a good father. Seeing Su Ningyu stay in the awakening chamber so long, Zhang Quan was convinced that this model child had finally hit a major setback in life. Of course he had to twist the knife. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Seeing Su Ningyu remain silent, Zhang Quan grew even more smug, deliberately raising his voice. Looks like our handsome Su Ningyu didn't even awaken the most basic Beast Codex. Immediately whispers rippled through the surroundings, with many casting glances of either sympathy or schadenfreude. Bai Yong frowned, about to speak, when he saw Su Ningyu slowly raise his hand. A pale yellow Beast Codex materialized out of thin air, hovering quietly above his palm. The entire corridor fell silent instantly. Zhang Quan's smile froze on his face. Sorry to disappoint you. Su Ningyu's tone was calm. I was in there so long only because I was thinking about what type of initial beast to contract. Having said that, he put away the codex and walked straight past Zhang Quan, not sparing him a single extra glance. Zhang Quan stood rooted to the spot, his face alternating between green and white. He stared fixedly at Su Ningyu's retreating back, his mouth twisting. Su Ningyu, you bastard, you clearly awakened a Beast Codex, yet you had to put on that dead expression. What are you pretending? Humph, with my incredible talent, I will be the #1 in class in the future. Just you wait and see. Actually, Zhang Quan wasn't a bad person at heart, just a bit brainless with $1 billion to his name and annoyingly cheap in personality, loving to throw tantrums. The more you responded to this kind of person, the more they'd act up, so Su Ningyu simply ignored all of Zhang Quan's provocations. After his own awakening ceremony concluded, Su Ningyu returned to his class formation. Well done. I knew you'd definitely succeed in your awakening. A hearty voice came from behind, followed by a sturdy arm wrapping around Su Ningyu's neck. Su Ningyu didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Wei Lin, one of the few friends he had at school. Didn't the experts say that the smarter the person, the higher the chance of successfully awakening a Beast Taming Codex? Wei Lin grinned, mischievously nodding toward Zhang Quan's direction. Look at Zhang Quan, all worked up. His face went green. He really needs to learn some humility. Su Ningyu helplessly pushed Wei Lin's arm away and turned to look at the boy who stood half a head taller than him. Wei Lin had a sturdy build with dark skin, and when he smiled, he revealed a row of straight white teeth. Having grown up together in the orphanage, they had always looked out for one another at school. Their bond was solid. Given your smug expression, did you manage to awaken too? Su Ningyu raised an eyebrow. Wei Lin smirked, waved his right hand, and a deep blue Beast Taming Codex materialized in midair, hovering above his palm. You bet. The cover bore ancient patterns that emitted a faint blue luminescence. Now that we've awakened our Beast Taming Codices, the next step is forming a contract with our initial companion beast. Wei Lin tucked away his codex, his expression growing serious. This is absolutely crucial for becoming a trainee beast tamer. By the way, have you considered what type of beast you'd like to bond with? Su Ningyu pondered for a moment. I've thought about it, but for orphans like us the options are limited. We rely on the school's sponsorship to receive their provided beasts, which can secure our place in top high schools before the entrance exams. He spoke with calm composure, showing no sign of discouragement. After all, with the heaven-defying Bloodline Catalogue at his disposal, any beast he bonded with could be cultivated to extraordinary heights. So Su Ningyu felt no anxiety. Wei Lin, perceptive as ever, noticed his calm demeanor and leaned in curiously. You don't seem worried at all, do you? Did you awaken some incredible talent? He winked and lowered his voice. Tell me about it, man. I won't keep it from you either. I'll share mine. Su Ningyu glanced at him with a half-smile. That curious are you? Wei Lin nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Yeah. Noticing his friend's eager expression, Su Ningyu recalled the peculiar talent on his second Beast Taming Codex, and his lips curled upward involuntarily. Then, would you like to try my talent? The moment Su Ningyu finished speaking, Wei Lin's skin prickled with goosebumps, and he stumbled backward like a startled cat. A tuft of hair atop his head stood straight up like an antenna. This was his body's instinctive response to the danger perception talent he'd awakened alongside his codex. And no thanks. Wei Lin waved his hands frantically with a forced laugh. Talents are Beast Tamer's most important trump cards. I'd better not experiment. Keep yours hidden and don't be foolish like Zhang Quan. Wei Lin watched Su Ningyu, warily convinced that for that brief moment something terrifying had fixed its gaze upon him. Though he couldn't identify Su Ningyu's exact talent, his freshly awakened instincts screamed one warning: never experience it. Doing so would only bring misfortune. Seeing this, Su Ningyu chuckled softly and dropped the matter. Just as they chatted, suddenly a wave of startled exclamations erupted from the direction of the awakening chamber. Good heavens! A talent manifestation. At the commotion, both turned to see a girl with waist-length hair emerging from the awakening chamber. Unlike the other students, however, she was encircled by several translucent serpents woven from pure energy. The phantom snakes glided through the air, their scales catching a pale violet luminescence that made her seem almost ethereal. It's Ningyu. Wei Lin's eyes widened in shock. She actually awakened the beauty snake talent. Su Ningyu's thoughts drifted as memories from the beast taming sequence game surfaced in his mind. Beauty snake talent. He murmured, his gaze growing contemplative. Such a talent had appeared in the game as well. Its power lay in a natural affinity towards serpentine beasts, allowing effortless contracts with snake-type companions. Yet in the game, its most notorious bearer was the woman serpent queen, Qing'er, a name that struck dread into countless players. Su Ningyu recalled clearly that Qing'er served as the central antagonist in the third expansion Lament of the Snake Deity. Her narrative arc ranked among the most tragic in the entire game. Could this and Ningyu be connected to Qing'er in the future? The girl herself appeared visibly shaken by the sudden manifestation, standing frozen, with panic etched across her delicate features. Su Ningyu pushed such thoughts aside. He was not surprised by talent manifestations. Had he not employed divine concealment to suppress his twin codices, the resulting celestial anomalies would have been far more dramatic. But his classmates were in absolute awe, their gasps echoing through the corridor. They say anyone who triggers a talent manifestation will surely reach at least gold rank beast tamer status. And Ningyu's always had an exceptional aura, but I didn't expect her talent to be this extraordinary. With this manifestation, she'll definitely get direct admission to a top-tier high school. The homeroom teacher looked utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that a student in his class would produce such a profound talent manifestation. He had only just cautioned them against revealing their abilities, yet here was a student whose latent power had triggered a spontaneous phenomenon. Be quiet. Everyone return to your seats. Bai Yong commanded sternly, though his eyes kept drifting toward Ningyu. The energy serpents continued to coil around her. Soon the principal arrived in person upon receiving word. Upon spotting the energy serpents enveloping Ningyu, the elderly man's eyes brightened considerably. Excellent. Excellent. The principal's mustache quivered with excitement. Young lady, please accompany me to my office for further discussion. Amidst envious stares, Ningyu was escorted away by the principal himself. It was clear the school intended to provide her with the finest cultivation resources. I'm so envious. Wei Lin remarked, watching them depart, with unmistakable longing in his tone. Looks like Ningyu won't have to worry about her initial beast. The school will undoubtedly provide one. Su Ningyu offered a slight nod. For orphans like themselves, acquiring quality beasts was already challenging, typically leaving them to select from whatever limited resources the school could offer. However, a student displaying such extraordinary talent like Ningyu would naturally receive the school's full investment. As previously mentioned, exceptional gifts might unlock superior resources, but they would also attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If Ningyu is indeed the future queen of 10,000 serpents Qing, then she'll undoubtedly find herself targeted by schemers destined to walk the bloody path that awaits her. One day had passed since the awakening of his Beast Tamer Codex. Morning sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, and Ningyu sat at his desk, quietly listening to the instructor's lecture on companion beasts. From the moment you awakened the Beast Tamer Codex, you have officially embarked on the path of a beast tamer. The teacher adjusted his glasses and continued in a grave tone. The most crucial next step is contracting your initial companion beast. It will determine the starting point of your entire career as a beast tamer. He turned and wrote several large characters on the blackboard types of companion beasts suitable for novice beast tamers to contract. For those who have just awakened, companion beasts with gentle temperaments and stable growth are the optimal choice. Yet by this point the audience below had already descended into chaos. A handful of students in the front rows remained focused on the lecture, while those in the middle had begun to nod off, and the back rows were in full commotion, completely disregarding the teacher's increasingly grim expression. My father arranged everything for me long ago. Zhang Quan stretched out his legs with a self-satisfied air, showing off. My first companion beast will be a fire dog, and my family has specially hired a beast tamer who excels in the Flame Sun sequence. Envious gasps erupted from those around him. A fire dog? Is that really true? I heard they've discovered 2 additional evolution sequences for fire dogs, which has suddenly driven up the price of initial ones. I heard a premium fire dog cub costs at least $1 million these days. Zhang Quan, your dad isn't planning for you to follow the Flame Sun sequence evolution path, is he? A male student asked enviously. Zhang Quan lifted his chin proudly. Of course. With resources one should make the most of them. He deliberately raised his voice. Unlike some people who can only wait for the school to give away free companion beasts. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance towards Ningyu in the front row. The teacher at the podium finally lost his patience and slammed his hand down hard. Quiet. An instant silence fell over the classroom. Since some students think they already know everything, Zhang Quan, stand up. The teacher said coldly, why don't you answer a question? What is the scientific name for the fire dog's 3rd stage evolution in the Flame Sun sequence? And what problem is most likely to occur at this stage? Zhang Quan fell silent. It's Thermal Flame Hound, and the main problem at this stage is... His face flushed red as he stammered, unable to provide an answer. The teacher shot Zhang Quan an angry look before calling out Ningyu's name. Ningyu, you answer. It's Energy Surge. Ningyu replied, and all eyes turned to the speaker. Without looking up, Ningyu continued flipping through his copy of the basic companion beast encyclopedia. He then calmly added, the Flame Sun sequence as a sun deity sequence belongs to the high attack power and high burst path, but the energy is too uncontrollable. If the beast tamer's mental strength isn't strong enough, the fire dog is prone to losing control when evolving into its 3rd stage Thermal Flame Hound. After Ningyu finished speaking, the teacher's expression softened considerably. Excellent answer. It seems some students have done their preparation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's face immediately darkened with extreme displeasure. Ningyu closed the book and allowed the faintest trace of a smile to appear on his lips. After Zhang Quan sat down, he raged, impotently fuming to himself. As Zhang Quan passed by Ninyu's desk, he gave it a shove with his hip, knocking it askew. Ningyu, what an idiot. Such a big ass, and he still bumps into desks in such a wide aisle. Wei Lin cursed as he helped pick up Ninyu's books. Zhang Quan, I haven't even gone far yet. Ningyu merely shook his head and remained silent. Just then the class advisor Bai Yong strode into the classroom and tapped the podium. Quiet. Students who chose the school-sponsored companion beasts, be prepared. This afternoon we'll go to the school's beast garden to select your initial pets. This news sent the classroom into an uproar. What breed of companion beasts do you think the school has prepared this year? Probably the usual ones, silkworms, bouncy rabbits, and the like. Wei Lin nudged Ningyu with his elbow. Have you decided what you want to contract? Ningyu nodded, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. As a veteran employee who worked part-time at the school's beast garden, he knew more about every creature there than anyone else. Wei Lin suddenly caught on, his eyes widening. Wait a minute. You didn't go work at the beast garden just to prepare for contracting, did you? Ningyu rubbed his nose without denying it. Before awakening the Black Gold Codex, he had indeed spent considerable time studying each companion beast in the garden. Every day after school, he would secretly record their habits, feeding schedules, and growth patterns. This was not only about the upcoming high school entrance exam, but also determined whether he could gain admission to a top-tier high school. You kid. Wei Lin shook his head in amazement. You're truly calculating. Ningyu chuckled lightly. Now with the Bloodline Directory talent, he indeed felt less anxious and desperate than before. Even the most ordinary companion beasts could be transformed into something extraordinary under his hands. But years of habit kept him cautious. What about you? Ningyu asked Wei Lin in return. Have you set your sights on anything? Wei Lin spread his hands helplessly. With our circumstances, we don't have the luxury of choices. He scratched his head. That said, I prefer water attribute beasts. They suit my temperament better. Plus, I dream of ocean adventures which would allow me to follow the deep sea sequence of the sea god. Ningyu nodded. Having a preference is good enough. The two fell into comfortable silence, not needing to say more. Time passed swiftly, and by afternoon the students who had chosen school-provided companion beasts gathered at the beast garden behind the school. As a regular worker at the garden, Ningyu knew every inch of the place so well that he could navigate it blindfolded. He stood calmly in the queue, his gaze sweeping across the 5 large enclosures arranged neatly ahead. Class advisor Bai Yong and the garden supervisor were already waiting there. Quiet. Bai Yong clapped his hands. This time the school has prepared 5 species: silk moth, bellflower, bubble frog, bouncing rabbit, and sand dune mouse. The announcement drew groans from the crowd. No way. Even silk moths have become available for students. Honestly, it can't be helped. Silk moths can branch into countless evolution sequences, and you could even forge your own path. That's how you'd make a name for yourself. Yeah, right. I bet your ghost couldn't believe that either. At least last year there were iron shell turtles to choose from. We're finished. How are we supposed to compete with those rich kids using these beasts? How can we ever get into a top high school? Wei Lin looked bitterly resigned. Looks like I'll just have to pick from the bubble frogs. He turned to Ningyu. Given all this, you've got to tell me which one you're going with, right? Ningyu's gaze fell on the second enclosure. Floating inside were dozens of white, spherical, fluffy flowers swaying gently in the breeze and producing crisp tinkle sounds as they moved. These were the bellflowers, the companion beasts. Bellflower, he said softly. Bellflower. Wei Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. I thought you'd go for the bouncing rabbit. Indeed, among these 5 species, the bouncing rabbit was the most popular choice among common students thanks to its remarkable jumping ability and combat potential. Ningyu offered no explanation. Bai Yong cleared his throat. Although the school provides the contracted beasts uniformly according to tradition, students with outstanding grades can choose first. He finished speaking without any hesitation and directly called out, Ningyu, you go first. Wei Lin patted Ningyu's shoulder firmly. Go, go, go. Ningyu. No one in the line raised any objection. Ningyu had been at the top of the grade rankings for years, and the 5 types of contracted beasts provided by the school were all similar in basic aptitude, so no one felt unfairly treated. Ningyu didn't hesitate. He strode toward the bellflower area, his pace slightly quicker than usual. As he drew closer, a crisp and pleasant ding-ling sound drifted on the wind like a string of wind chimes gently swaying. The sound seemed to possess a magic that gradually calmed Ningyu's excited heart. This was precisely the bellflower's racial trait, soothing. The sound emitted by the bellflower could soothe the mind, calm emotions, and relieve stress. The teacher in charge of this area recognized the diligent student who often worked here and nodded kindly. Choose the one you fancy. Ningyu's gaze locked directly onto one of the basketball-sized bellflowers in the enclosure. The edges of its petals shimmered with faint golden patterns faintly visible in the sunlight. From a distance, the bellflower looked like a floating dandelion. Surprisingly, when that bellflower noticed Ningyu, it actively began to sway. The white ball-shaped fluffy flower emitted a pleasant wind chime sound as it swayed, as if greeting Ningyu. Compared to its stiff wind-tossed peers, it appeared especially lively and spirited. Little one, you still remember me, Ningyu said, crouching down and gently stroking the bellflower's body. When he touched it, his palm felt as if it were sinking into a fluffy ball. During his time tending the spirit beast garden, Ningyu had developed a considerable bond with this bellflower. The bellflower affectionately rubbed against his fingers. Ningyu smiled slightly and summoned his pale yellow Beast Tamer Codex. Light shimmered across the pale yellow cover, and it automatically flipped to a blank contract page. Contract with me, Ningyu said softly, gathering a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertip. I promise to show you a broader world. The bellflower did not hesitate for a moment. Its entire plant suddenly burst into a dazzling radiance, swirling and intertwining within the light, before transforming into a golden stream that vanished into Ningyu's Beast Tamer Codex. As the contract was completed, Ningyu's Beast Tamer Codex emitted a soft glow. On the contract page, a lifelike bellflower pattern slowly emerged. Beast Bellflower attribute grass strength black iron 1-star talent, soothing the sound it emits can soothe the mind, calm emotions, and relieve stress. Potential black iron maximum strength can break through to bronze 1-star skills 1. Sleep powder releases hypnotic pollen. Proficiency beginner. 2. Healing bell emits special sound waves to promote wound healing. Proficiency beginner. 3. Phantom clone creates a brief illusion to confuse enemies. Proficiency beginner. Just as Ningyu was carefully examining the contract information, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, player, on contracting your first beast. Rewards have been sent to your inventory. 1. Beast Tamer Training Manual X1 I records efficient cultivation methods for beast tamers. 2. Beast Awakening Potion X1 I can enhance a beast's potential. 3. Light Beam Skill Book X1 Basic Light Element Attack Skill. Just as I thought. A glint of sharp light flashed in Su Ningyu's eyes. Since the game system had come along with him, the reward mechanisms from the game should also be preserved. These rewards were precisely the novice gift pack for a player's first contract. Contract successful. He put away the codex without changing his expression, but a storm was brewing inside him. These 3 items were extremely precious in the early stages of the game, especially that bottle of awakening potion. In the current market, potions, or rare materials that enhance a beast's potential cost, at least 1,000,000 alliance coins, or are simply unavailable even at that price. With these I can quickly close the gap with those noble families' science. Su Ningyu calculated silently, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Back in the line, Wei Lin noticed the change in Su Ningyu's expression and leaned in to whisper, "How did it go?" "Contract smooth." Su Ningyu nodded and lightly patted the codex. "Very smooth." Wei Lin was about to ask more, but the teacher's voice interrupted them. "Next, Wei Lin." As he watched his friend head toward the bubble frog area, Su Ningyu shifted his attention back to the system rewards. The items rewarded by the system were all stored in his other Black Gold Codex. When a Beast Tamer's strength reached the gold level, they could open a storage space within the Beast Taming Codex. Those even stronger could even create a world within the Codex. In his past life in the game, his strength had reached the pinnacle, so of course, he had such a space. But now the space was pitifully small, and all the items he had stored there before had vanished. With a thought, he checked. 1. Beast Tamer Training Manual Starry Sky Breathing Technique. 2. Beast Awakening Potion and used. 3. Light Beam Skill Book learnable by beasts. I'll study them properly when I get back tonight. Su Ningyu decided inwardly. For now, the most important thing was to build a closer bond with the bellflower. He summoned the bellflower, and it floated beside him. Su Ningyu gently touched the bellflower with his fingertip, and with a thought, he activated the Bloodline Catalogue talent. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space. Before his eyes, countless twinkling lights appeared, each representing a possible evolution path. Bloodline Catalogue Bellflower, the first to unfold, was the evolution path known to all. The evolution path of the Forest Goddess Green Spirit Sequence, first sequence Bellflower Cluster, requires strength to reach Black Iron 9 stars and absorb high-grade Grass Element Energy Stones. Second sequence Healing Bellflower requires Bronze 9 stars strength and Healing Bell Skill Proficiency to reach Mastery. Ninth sequence String Chime Bellflower Fairy requires Elemental Dragon Spring Baptism, Devour Rainbow Butterfly Wings, and comprehend the laws of nature. As expected, Su Ningyu's eyes flashed with sharp light. The Bellflower's Green Spirit Sequence is the known evolution sequence, and the Discoverer only explored up to the 6th sequence, the Bellflower King. No one has gone further. If Su Ningyu followed the Green Spirit Sequence step by step, he could evolve it and walk the path to its end. But as his thoughts turned, 4 other completely different evolution paths unfolded in sequence. Sun God Blazing Sun Sequence, first sequence Sunlight Flower, requires mastering Light Beam and Spark skills evolve at noon, when strength is Black Iron 9 stars. Ninth sequence Radiance Flower Maiden requires meeting strength requirements, Devour Sun Essence, and comprehend the laws of light and fire. Moon God Fairy Sequence, first sequence Moonlight Flower, requires learning Moonlight and Charm Voice evolve on a full moon night. Ninth sequence Phantom Moon Flower Maiden requires absorbing Moon Essence and comprehend the laws of Phantom Moon. Abyss God Abyss Sequence, first sequence Dark Night Bellflower, requires evolving in a shadowy place, Devour Shadow Crystal. Ninth sequence Abyss Songstress requires falling into an abyss rift and comprehend the true essence of darkness. 4 completely different paths to godhood. Su Ningyu's breathing grew slightly rapid. Ordinary bellflowers currently only had the Forest God Green Spirit Sequence evolution path, yet in his Bloodline Catalogue, he possessed 4, and all of them were undiscovered ones. How could this not excite Su Ningyu? Bellflower seemed to sense its master's excitement, gently swaying and emitting a pleasant chime. Su Ningyu came back to his senses. It seems my choice was right. He gently stroked the petals and murmured, but which path to take still needs careful planning. Just as he was pondering, Wei Lin's voice came from behind. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I've finished my contract. Su Ningyu quickly collected his thoughts and turned around to see Wei Lin holding a completely azure bubble frog. At this moment, the ugly cute blue frog was puffing its cheeks and blowing bubbles. Not bad, Su Ningyu smiled. At the same time, he secretly decided to study thoroughly tonight how to maximize the use of bellflowers' 4 evolution paths. After all, in this world, a complete godhood sequence meant infinite possibilities. Su Ningyu finished contracting his beast and didn't stay there, but returned to the dormitory. Thinking about the next plans, Su Ningyu felt that his strength had become that of an apprentice beast tamer. As the contract ritual was completed, a surge of power from Bellflower would be fed back into Su Ningyu's body. This also allowed Su Ningyu to successfully enter the apprentice beast tamer rank, and his 5 senses became much sharper. Is this the feeling of being an apprentice beast tamer? Su Ningyu clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within his body. But then Su Ningyu's gaze fell on the hidden Black Gold Codex, and his brow slightly furrowed. But this strength is still not enough. To unlock the first beast I cultivated in my past life game, I need to at least reach the black iron level. In this world, a beast tamer's growth mainly had two paths. One was to gain feedback reinforcement through contracting beasts, and the other was to enhance oneself through cultivating techniques. For ordinary students, the former was the main method, but Su Ningyu was different. He possessed the system-rewarded stellar breathing method. This is the cultivation method that all players receive upon entering the beast sequence game. Su Ningyu recalled the settings from the game. This technique was known for absorbing stellar energy, being gentle, stable, and highly compatible, making it suitable for novice beast tamers to build a foundation. After mastering the basics, with each increase in proficiency, the cultivation speed would triple. Su Ningyu did not immediately start cultivating. Instead, he scanned the other two items in his space. 1. Beast Awakening Potion can enhance a beast's potential, perfect for Bellflower. 2. Beam Skill Book, a rare light attribute attack skill. With the beam skill, Bellflower will no longer be a mere support-type beast. Su Ningyu gently stroked Bellflower's petals and fell into deep thought. In this world, due to Bellflower's excellent soothing and healing abilities, they were mostly used in hospitals and other auxiliary places, resulting in very few beast tamers cultivating them as main combat beasts. This also made Bellflower's evolution paths extremely rare. Currently, only one path was known, the Green Spirit sequence. But my Bellflower is different. With the Bloodline Catalogue talent, I can know that it has 3 other evolution paths. His gaze wavered between the Sun God Blazing Sun sequence and the Moon God Fairy sequence. Sunlight Flower balanced offense and defense, the first stage of the Blazing Sun sequence, possessing both healing and powerful attack abilities. Moonlight Flower as a fairy sequence, more inclined towards support and control. As for the Abyss Shadow sequence, although its potential was enormous, the evolution conditions were too harsh. With current conditions, it was impossible to obtain the required resources, so Su Ningyu directly ignored it. He shouldn't aim too high. Choosing Sunlight Flower is more appropriate. Su Ningyu finally made his decision. It can retain healing and support abilities while gaining powerful attack methods, very suitable. However, evolution required Bellflower to reach Black Iron 9 stars, but it had just reached Black Iron 1 star. First enhance its potential, then learn the beam skill. Su Ningyu took out the system-rewarded potential enhancement potion and gently called, "Little Bell, come and drink this." "Show Bellflower tilted its flower, making a puzzled sound. But it completely trusted its master and absorbed the entire bottle of potion without hesitation. In an instant, Bellflower's entire body burst into dazzling fluorescence, the whole white flower cluster glowing softly, as if alive. Then the fluorescence slowly faded. Su Ningyu quickly opened the Beast Codex to check the data. Beast Bellflower strength Black Iron 3 stars, potential rating silver level, originally Black Iron level talents, soothing, enhanced healing, light, new skills, sleep powder, healing bell, phantom, clone beam, learning, directly skipping bronze level, reaching silver potential. Su Ningyu looked at Little Bell's data changes with surprise. This meant that Bellflower's growth ceiling had greatly increased, and its cultivation speed would also accelerate significantly. Moreover, due to the potential potion, its strength had also improved, successfully reaching Black Iron 3 stars. Not only that, Little Bell had also awakened a new talent, Healing Light. Healing Light, when using healing skills, the effect is increased by 30. "Show me." Bellflower happily circled around Su Ningyu, the golden light on its petals more dazzling than before. It seemed to sense its own changes and was extremely excited. "Great, next is to practice the beam skill." Su Ningyu patted the little one's petals, "But I need to find a secluded place." He looked up at the sky. The setting sun had already sunk. The training ground at night should be empty, perfect for practice. Moreover, this stellar breathing method was most effective when cultivated at night, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Let's go, Little Bell." Su Ningyu put away the codex. "Starting tonight, we'll be busy." Bellflower obediently landed on his shoulder, and the one and the flower walked towards the training ground. Su Ningyu, who had not slept all night, was now propping his chin, his eyelids constantly drooping. Last night's cultivation was not smooth. The stellar breathing method was harder to get started with than he imagined. No matter how he adjusted his breathing rhythm, he could not feel the so-called stellar energy. "Indeed, I can't just blindly cultivate. Cultivation must be done methodically." Su Ningyu rubbed his sore eyes and yawned. However, the gratifying thing was that Little Bell, after a whole night of practice, had successfully learned the beam skill, achieving basic proficiency. It had to be said, silver potential was indeed strong. Thinking of the little one's earnest practice under the moonlight, Su Ningyu couldn't help but curl a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Wei Lin's loud voice suddenly exploded in his ear. "The next practical class is about to start." Su Ningyu said, "Oh, got it." When the two arrived at the playground, many students had already gathered. Because of the awakening of the Beast Codex, the practical class was now conducted jointly by multiple classes. In the middle of the playground stood a burly instructor, his sharp eyes scanning all the students present. "Listen up," the instructor's loud voice echoed across the playground. "You have now contracted beasts and become apprentice beast tamers. But to get into a top-tier Beast Tamer high school, good grades in academic subjects are not enough. He patted the scoreboard beside him. In the midterm exam 1 month later, practical performance accounts for 70 of the bonus points. Wei Lin nudged Su Ningyu with her elbow. Look over there, that Zhang Quan guy is definitely trying to rely on practical performance for extra points. Wei Lin said with some envy. I heard his dad specially hired a private coach. As expected, Zhang Quan was nearby, rubbing his fists together in anticipation, with his little fire dog excitedly circling at his feet. Sensing Su Ningyu's gaze, Zhang Quan glared back provocatively, even deliberately flexing the muscles on his arm. Now we begin group battles. The teacher's voice rang out once more. First match, Su Ningyu versus Wang Hao. Hearing his name called, Su Ningyu instantly felt more alert. He took a deep breath and summoned his little bellflower. Compared to Su Ningyu's somewhat sluggish demeanor, the creature that had been cultivating through the night appeared remarkably spirited. Perhaps sensing Su Ningyu's fatigue, the healing bell suddenly chimed. Ting ting. The pleasant bells rang out, and a beam of light connected directly to Su Ningyu. Instantly, Su Ningyu's exhausted state from the late night vanished, and he perked up immediately. He looked at the floating bell. You there? I'm fine. The bell chirped softly. Hey, what hospital is this little flower from? Wang Hao laughed, summoning his own beast. A hopping rabbit. Knowing Su Ningyu's beast was merely a bellflower, Wang Hao was extremely overconfident, convinced he would win this match. After all, everyone knew a newly contracted bellflower lacked any combat skills, so he thought, little you should I hold back for you. Don't be so disgusting. Su Ningyu ignored the provocation and gently stroked the bell. Remember what we practiced last night. Relax. Match start. Hopping rabbit, since they don't need us to go easy, charge with full force. Wang Hao struck first. The massive rabbit's hind legs pushed off, launching toward them like a cannonball. Just as everyone believed the bellflower would be knocked away, without hesitation, Su Ningyu softly spoke, beam. The bellflower's body burst into a blinding sphere of white light, then condensed into a searing beam that struck the airborne hopping rabbit, which had no chance to dodge. Bang! The hopping rabbit fell to the ground, instantly wisps of green smoke rising from its body. The entire arena fell completely silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Was this really the bellflower they knew? That bellflower, which should have only possessed support abilities, had actually used the light element attack skill beam. This is impossible. Wang Hao stammered. How can a bellflower have an attack skill? Su Ningyu offered no explanation, merely calmly recalling the bell, which now shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Some students began discussing. Has this bellflower mutated? It actually possesses a light element skill. I truly envy Su Ningyu. How did he end up with a mutated bellflower? Yeah, Su Ningyu really got lucky. Zhang Quan scoffed from the sidelines. He would never admit that he had been envious of Su Ningyu just moments ago. The winner is Su Ningyu. The teacher's voice broke the silence. Next group, prepare. As he walked off the platform, Wei Lin grabbed Su Ningyu's arm. Spill it. Tell me the truth. What's going on with your bellflower? Su Ningyu simply smiled. Although he had defeated his opponent swiftly, the crowd likely assumed it was merely due to the bellflower's beam skill. However, as newly contracted companions, everyone's strength remained at Black Iron first star, while Su Ningyu's little bell had already reached Black Iron third star. Meanwhile, everyone speculated that Su Ningyu had stumbled upon a mutated bellflower. Even the combat instructor thought Su Ningyu was fortunate, though this was hardly anything particularly rare. Each year some lucky students happened to contract with mutated beast companions. The lessons continued. After the battles ended, Su Ningyu avoided the questions from other students. He took the little bell to a secluded corner of the training ground. Little bell, we need to grow stronger. Su Ningyu gazed intently at the bellflower. Chime. The bellflower responded cheerfully, its petals gently brushing against his fingers. At this moment, Su Ningyu was very clear about his goals. Enter a top-tier beast taming high school and rapidly increase his strength. Based on memories from his past life's game, there was still a considerable time before the official storyline of beast taming sequence began. Until then, he must become as strong as possible. Once the new era of beast taming begins. Su Ningyu gazed into the azure sky, his eyes deep. Various crises and opportunities will follow one after another. He remembered the turning point in the game, known as the Great Awakening era. Ancient secret realms would reappear, spatial rifts would open, legendary divine beasts would awaken. The entire world would undergo earth-shattering changes. To survive in the torrent of the future, one must possess sufficient strength. Though come to think of it, Su Ningyu suddenly wore an expression of longing. Now that I've reached the interstellar age, how could I not visit other planets? Yimeng Star, where Su Ningyu resided, was not Earth from his past life. Instead, it was one of the planets within the Longting Alliance star system. In the worldview of beast taming sequence, humanity had long entered the interstellar colonization era. Different exotic beasts inhabited various planets, and some planets were entirely ruled by powerful wild beasts. The little bell seemed to sense its master's yearning, swaying joyfully and emitting clear bell-like chimes. Alright, let's set a small goal first. Su Ningyu gathered his thoughts. 1. Cultivate the bellflower to black iron 4th star within a week. 2. Completely master the starlight breathing method. 3. Begin preparing in advance for its evolution into a sunflower. Su Ningyu had the little bell practice the skill phantom clone to improve its proficiency. Meanwhile, he attempted cultivation once more. This time he slowed his pace, no longer rushing toward results, but carefully feeling the flow of spiritual power within his body. Gradually, a cool energy began circulating through his meridians. Unlike the stagnation he had experienced the previous night, this time the spiritual power flowed with exceptional smoothness. Success! Su Ningyu exclaimed in delight. Indeed, some matters cannot be rushed. Otherwise the results would be exactly double what one expects. But just as Su Ningyu was happily celebrating, while Su Ningyu was focused on training, a sudden wave of amazed shouts erupted from the other end of the playground. He followed the sound and discovered Zhang Quan and Qingyi standing on the battle platform. That girl who had awakened the beauty snake talent. What caused the commotion was the beast Qingyi had summoned. A small snake with jade-green scales that shimmered like crystal in the sunlight and a diamond-shaped emerald gem embedded between its eyes. Baikang snake. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively paused his training. Such a beast was far beyond what ordinary students could obtain. Each one possessed a minimum potential of silver rank, making them rare specimens. Even more terrifying was their innate talent, emerald jade, which could gradually crystallize a poisoned person's body until it became as fragile as glass. Crystal snake. Su Ningyu whispered this epithet, both beautiful and cruel. He remembered that in the game such beasts could typically only be acquired by core members of great families. Su Ningyu was very clear about Qingyi's family background. There was absolutely no way she could afford such a precious beast. It seems the school is stepping up its efforts. He mused, touching his chin thoughtfully. On the battle platform, Zhang Quan's little fire dog already displayed a cowering posture. The Baikang snake rested elegantly on Qingyi's shoulder, its tongue flicking gently as the air grew thick with faint crystalline dust. The competition begins. Flame Pup use Flame Ball. Zhang Quan launched the first attack. The Flame Pup prepared by Zhang Quan's family was indeed quite impressive. Its entire body was black with flames burning only on its 4 paws, a characteristic trait of flame pups. Obeying its master's command, the Flame Pup gathered fire into a ball in its mouth. However, the Jitsong snake moved even faster. Its body flashed, leaving a trail of crystalline footprints on the ground as it circled directly behind the Flame Pup. With a flick of its tail, several tiny crystal scales shot into the Flame Pup's body. Official skill scale burst. Woo! The struck Flame Pup froze in place, the affected areas slowly beginning to crystallize. It was precisely the Jitsong snake's innate talent, jade green poison. Surrender, Qingyi said softly. If treatment is delayed, the Flame Pup will suffer permanent damage. Zhang Quan's face turned ashen, but seeing his beloved beast in pain, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand to concede. Medical staff immediately rushed onto the stage and administered a specialized antidote to the Flame Pup. The winner is Qingyi, the referee announced. Enthusiastic applause and excited chatter erupted from the audience. Su Ningyu also noticed that the principal and several school administrators had somehow appeared nearby, watching Qingyi's battle with satisfied smiles on their faces. My guess was correct. The Jitsong snake was indeed prepared by the school for her. Su Ningyu withdrew his gaze. The school truly intends to invest heavily in her cultivation. As for envy, not particularly. Su Ningyu glanced at the little bellflower beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. His partner beast may have seemed insignificant now, but with the bloodline directory in his possession, Little Bell possessed boundless potential. More importantly, he held game knowledge and a system that no one else knew about. Though the system dropped offline from time to time, Wei Lin approached, carrying his blue bubble frog. The little creature was puffing out its cheeks with a triumphantly smug expression. He had just finished a match against the sand dune rat. Though evenly matched in strength, he ultimately prevailed thanks to the water attribute's advantage over the ground attribute. Hey, did you see Qingyi's match? Wei Lin leaned over and lowered his voice. Her initial partner beast was actually a Jitsong snake. That's absurdly overpowered. The bubble frog in his arms croaked twice as if echoing its master's words. Su Ningyu nodded and continued grooming the petals of Little Bell. I saw it. She's indeed formidable. I heard the school specially prepared her for this. Wei Lin mysteriously glanced around. Rumor has it the administration plans to fully cultivate her to enter Beiqian High, the top beast taming academy in Dongjun. Hearing the words Beiqian High, Su Ningyu's hand paused slightly. This school was renowned throughout Yunmeng Star as an elite beast taming academy. Not only did it boast outstanding faculty, but it also held access privileges to several rare secret realms. Indeed, enviable. Su Ningyu smiled lightly, gently stroking Little Bell. Don't tell me you don't want to get into Beiqian. Wei Lin froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, you make it sound as simple as eating or drinking. He waved his arms dramatically. Even if you score full marks on the academic exams, the practical assessment accounts for 70% of the total score. For us commoner beast tamers. His words suddenly stopped, for he noticed the bellflower on Su Ningyu's shoulder was faintly glowing. Though dim, the radiance carried an inexplicable mystery. Wait. Wei Lin narrowed his eyes. Doesn't your bellflower look different from before? Su Ningyu smiled without answering, continuing to stroke Little Bell. Daily interaction with his partner Beast would increase their intimacy, a fact he understood well from the game. Certain special evolution sequences required reaching extremely high intimacy to trigger. Su Ningyu changed the subject. 70% practical weight. He murmured thoughtfully. That works in my favor. I'm naturally stronger in combat. Wei Lin rolled his eyes. Keep dreaming. Beichen's acceptance rate is below 5% every year. All the geniuses in Donjun are fighting tooth and nail to get in. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially. But seriously, if you actually make it, remember to pull your brother along. Su Ningyu couldn't help but laugh. So that's it. Giving up already. Who said I'm giving up? Wei Lin wiped his face and retorted defiantly. I'm just saying it's extremely difficult. Though. He suddenly lowered his voice, whispering mysteriously. I've heard that next month a batch of water spirit fruits will grow near Bisui Lake outside the city. Want to check it out tomorrow when we have the day off? If my bubble frog could eat one. Sure, it'll be good practice for Little Bell in the outskirts anyway. Wei Lin began talking to himself as Su Ningyu's gaze drifted unconsciously toward Qingyi in the distance. The young woman was surrounded by a group of school administrators, the Jitsong snake, coiled elegantly around her wrist, shimmering with dangerous, yet beautiful light in the sunlight. Beichen Hai, he murmured to himself. Indeed an excellent starting point. Little Bell seemed to sense her master's thoughts and gently nudged his cheek, golden patterns flowing across her petals with a mysterious luminescence. The dismissal bell rang, announcing the start of the weekend. Su Ningyu packed his school bag and returned alone to his rented room on the outskirts of the city. This modest room of less than 20 square meters, though humble, was affordable. He gently placed Little Bell in the flower pot on the windowsill, where it could catch the sunset's glow. Su Ningyu had instructed Little Bell to soak up more sunlight and absorb light energy. Perhaps she would then comprehend photosynthesis. The biggest problem with being an orphan is the lack of money. Su Ningyu slumped onto the worn sofa and sighed heavily. In the beast-taming world, increasing one's strength was nearly synonymous with burning money. High-quality beast food, evolution resources, skill instruction. None of these could be obtained without substantial alliance currency. Thinking of all the money he had spent in the beast sequence game in his past life, Su Ningyu felt a pang of regret. If I'd known I would transmigrate, I should have spent more back then. Tisk, even microtransactions can't be brought over, and the imported beast manual is restricted. He rubbed his temples and began contemplating ways to earn money. Become a sequence cultivator. The thought flashed through his mind. With his bloodline directory talent, he could indeed help others plan the optimal evolution paths for their partner beasts, and even discover entirely new evolution sequences. This profession could generate enormous wealth in the market. But he immediately dismissed the idea. I'm just a 15-year-old middle school student. Would anyone believe me? Those beast cultivation centers were not fools. They would not readily trust a mere youngster. Even if they did, wouldn't that place me in the most dangerous position? Forget it, improving Little Bell's strength is the priority. Su Ningyu opened his notebook and began to formulate a training plan. Since he had decided to let Little Bell follow the blazing sun sequence, the first evolution would be into a sunlight flower. Then the two essential skills, photosynthesis and spark, must be mastered as soon as possible. Photosynthesis, as a basic grass-type recovery skill, was not difficult to learn and comprehend. He had already started teaching Little Bell to sense the effect of light. As a grass-type plant, wasn't photosynthesis an innate ability? Of course, the photosynthesis Su Ningyu referred to was not the same as the skill photosynthesis. However, Su Ningyu did have a method to make Little Bell learn it immediately. As long as he was willing to spend money, he could find a grass-type beast-taming skill instructor in the city to teach the skill right away. In this world, a complete industrial chain had developed around beast-taming, and skill instructor was one of those professions. But the most sought-after profession was still the beast-taming sequence cultivator, a job that could discover and explore different sequences and evolution paths for beasts. However, this profession was also the most money-consuming. Su Ningyu shook his head and redirected his focus to learning skills. For now, he was considering having Little Bell learn skills. There's a solution for photosynthesis, but spark is troublesome. Su Ningyu frowned. This was a standard fire-type attack skill, and Little Bell was a pure grass-type beast. The elemental disadvantage made the learning difficulty multiply. Even if Su Ningyu found a fire-type skill instructor to teach the spark skill, he felt he would be thrown out. Teaching a pure grass-type beast a fire-type skill. Was that a joke? Little Bell seemed to sense its master's worry, gently floating over and rubbing its petals against his cheek. Don't worry, there's always a way. Su Ningyu smiled and stroked it. He took out an iron box from the drawer which contained all his savings from the past few months of part-time work. 3,200 alliance coins. This amount was not insignificant for an ordinary student, but when it came to beast taming training, it might not even cover the cost of a single skill lesson. Tomorrow I'll see if I can go to Bisui Lake to pick some water spirit fruits. Su Ningyu murmured, gazing at the night sky outside the window. A single water spirit fruit can sell for at least 100,000 alliance coins. He sighed and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Truly, lack of money can humble even a hero. After composing himself, Ningyu sat cross-legged in front of the window, preparing to cultivate the stellar breathing method. He always remembered that improving his own Beast Tamer rank was equally important. Without the beast from the Black Gold Codex by his side, now, he always felt a lack of security. Only by unlocking the first beast can I truly feel at ease. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu slowly closed his eyes, facing the brilliant starry sky outside the window. As his breathing gradually became deep and rhythmic, faint silver light particles began to emerge around him. These star-like spiritual energies slowly seeped into his skin, flowing through his meridians. The stellar breathing method was finally showing its effects. On the other side, Little Bell, which had been listless, was about to rest. As a plant-type beast, it was accustomed to entering a dormant state at night. But seeing its master cultivating under the night sky, it suddenly perked up. "Show me." Little Bell shook its petals as if making a decision. Imitating its master, it drifted to the other side of the windowsill, fully turning its flower toward the bright moon. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished to see. The moonlight seemed to be drawn by some force, forming a hazy halo around Little Bell. Ningyu was immersed in cultivation and did not notice Little Bell's transformation. But through the contract connection, he could sense the spiritual energy within the little creature growing at an astonishing rate. He slightly opened his eyes just in time to see Little Bell bathed in moonlight. What surprised him even more was that on the little creature's flower body, a faint crescent moon pattern was vaguely appearing. Could it be? A bold conjecture emerged in Ningyu's mind. When Ningyu summoned the Beast Taming Codex, he indeed found an additional skill in Little Bell's skill list. Moonlight restores one's own strength and enhances combat ability under the moonlight. Little Bell actually comprehended the moonlight skill on its own. That's incredible. This was an unexpected delight. It was worth noting that moonlight was one of the fairy-type skills, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend. Although he had already decided to let Little Bell follow the blazing sun sequence, having an extra powerful skill was always beneficial. Could it be because of the potential enhancement potion? He looked at Little Bell thoughtfully. It seemed that the effects of that potion were even more powerful than he had imagined. Encouraged, Ningyu closed his eyes again and focused even more intently on circulating the stellar breathing method. Thus the one person and one flower cultivated together under the moonlight. Silver starlight and pale golden moonbeams intertwined in the small room, forming a wondrous tableau. The night deepened, but the spiritual energy fluctuations in the rented room grew increasingly intense. The crescent moon mark on Little Bell's petals gradually became clearer, while on Ningyu's brow a star-like silver light point faintly emerged. On this ordinary night, the gears of fate were quietly turning. When dawn arrived, perhaps they would both welcome unexpected changes. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Ningyu slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and felt the spiritual energy flowing within him. After a night of cultivation, he could clearly perceive his own changes. The spiritual energy in his meridians was more abundant, and his five senses had become keener. The effects of the stellar breathing method are truly remarkable. Ningyu clenched his fist, feeling the increase in power. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the Black Iron rank within a week. If this cultivation speed were made public, probably no one would believe it. It was well known that ordinary students who reached the Black Iron rank by their first year of high school were already considered outstanding, let alone a novice like Ningyu, who had just awakened. Those who could become Black Iron Beast Tamers in their first year of high school were invariably from families with substantial assets. Of course, talent was also a prerequisite, and there were also those who were powerful in their own right. After washing up, Ningyu opened his phone to check the map. Bisui Lake was located 30 kilometers east of the city, the largest nature reserve in Dongjun City, home to various wild beasts and precious resources. Let's go. He summoned Little Bell, who floated energetically by his shoulder, the patterns on its petals more distinct than the previous day. Riding a shared bicycle through the city streets, Ningyu was drawn by the sights along the way. Huge electronic screens on the outer walls of high-rises cycled through various beast-taming advertisements and exciting battle highlights. Pedestrians on the roadside were accompanied by beasts of all shapes and sizes, from common bubble frogs to rare electric rats. Latest beast taming nutrient supplement: buy 2, get 1 free. Dongjun City Beast Taming Tournament, hot registration underway. The noisy cries of advertisements echoed from all sides. When passing by a beast taming supplies store, Ningyu couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at the premium evolution stones displayed in the window. The price tags, easily reaching 6 figures, prompted him to silently pedal faster. As he moved further away from the city center, the buildings grew sparser, and the air became fresher. In the distance, the outline of Bisui Lake could already be faintly seen, its surface shimmering with sparkling ripples under the morning sun. He recalled the insider information Wei Lin had shared with him. Water spirit fruits have appeared at Bisui Lake. Ningyu murmured to himself, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If he could find one and sell it, it would directly solve his urgent funding problem. Of course, water spirit fruits could also benefit Xiao Lingdong, potentially allowing it to learn some water attribute skills or enhance its water resistance. Just then, Xiao Lingdang suddenly raised its petals, alertly emitting a soft ding-ling sound. Su Ningyu followed its warning and looked in that direction, discovering several luxury cars parked on the path by the lake, their bodies emblazoned with the crests of certain clans. And not only that, there were also many students like Su Bai who were ready to take advantage of the situation. Looks like I arrived a bit late. Su Ningyu narrowed his eyes. Wei Lin spotted Su Ningyu from afar and immediately waved excitedly, calling out, "Over here! Over here!" Su Ningyu brought Xiao Lingdang over, and after glancing around lowered his voice to say, "It looks like we don't have much hope of obtaining water spirit fruits. Look at all these beast tamers around us. None of them are weaker than us." But Wei Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "I never said I had to find one. It's not bad to just come and join the fun." He suddenly pointed mysteriously in a certain direction. "See that student over there? I hear he's the eldest son of the Huiyuan Chai family. During his talent awakening a few days ago, the same exceptional phenomenon as in Qingyi appeared." "Oh." Su Ningyu followed Wei Lin's gaze. He saw a handsome young man standing alone by the lake, his white robes fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. His face was stern, radiating an aura that kept others at bay, and no one dared to approach within 3 meters. "That's strange," Su Ningyu frowned. "Don't the Chai family's generations-old contracts involve fire attribute beasts? And they all follow the yin-yang sequence. Why would they come here for water spirit fruits?" Wei Lin gave him a look of, "How could you not know this?" "Su Ningyu, that's exactly the key point. This guy awakened not their Chai family's talent, but a mutated talent from his mother's side, Cold Flame." Wei Lin lowered his voice, his eyes filled with envy. "I heard that after awakening his talent due to the Cold Flame ability, he instead formed a contract with an Ice Flame Wolf, a beast with both ice and fire attributes." Su Ningyu was taken aback. The Ice Flame Wolf was an extremely rare beast companion. Possessing both ice and fire attributes simultaneously, it was almost never seen throughout the entire Dongjun region. More importantly, this beast could perfectly match the Cold Flame talent. He must have come here hoping to obtain a water spirit fruit to enhance the Ice Flame Wolf's ice attributes. It seems the Chai family has spared no expense for this young master. Su Ningyu muttered, "I wonder where the water spirit fruits will appear. We can't just sit here waiting." Wei Lin rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "How about we check out the nearby forest first?" The danger precognition talent he awakened gave him an unusually keen sense of danger, which was also his confidence for daring to explore the wilderness. Although most untamed beasts in the wild were fierce, areas near the city had already been cleared by various factions. Unless a rare secret realm opened, dangerously powerful beasts were unlikely to appear. Su Ningyu nodded. He had always intended to bring Xiao Lingdang here to gain practical combat experience, and battling wild beasts was the best way to train. "Let's go." The two left the bustling crowd by the lake and headed deeper into the forest. Although most students had come for the water spirit fruits, there were also quite a few like them who seized the opportunity to hone their skills in the wilderness. After entering the forest, Su Ningyu suddenly stopped. He looked up at a massive weeping willow and broke off a flexible branch. The willow branch whistled through the air as he swung it in his hand. "What are you planning?" Wei Lin asked curiously. Su Ningyu smiled enigmatically. "Just trying something new." He still hadn't had the chance to use the whip and train talent from his manual, and today was the perfect opportunity to test it out. Light dimmed in the forest, and the damp air carried the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Xiao Lingdang hovered alertly ahead of Su Ningyu, its body trembling slightly, ready to respond to any sudden developments at a moment's notice. Wei Lin's signature ahog on his head stood up like an antenna from time to time. "Oh, there's a silkworm over there, perfect for my bubble frog to practice its skills. I'll head over first, and we'll meet back at the lake later." Seeing Su Ningyu want to train his bellflower, Wei Lin started getting competitive as well. Su Ningyu shook his head and smiled, then headed in the opposite direction, looking for a suitable opponent to test Xiao Lingdang against. Not long after walking, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. A grayish-brown claw rat emerged. The claw rat's strength ranged from black iron 1st star to black iron 3rd star, and its danger lay in its sharp claws. Its crimson eyes fixed hungrily on Su Ningyu now, and its razor-sharp claws carved deep grooves into the ground. "Just right. I'll use you for practice." Xiao Lingdang was eager to try, but Su Ningyu held it back. "Xiao Lingdong, let me handle this one. I'll call on you if I can't manage it." The beam of light Xiao Lingdang had gathered dissipated immediately. "Show me, all right." The claw rat seemed to sense it was being underestimated and let out agitated squeaks as its claws flashed with cold light, lunging towards Su Ningyu. A flicker of excitement crossed Su Ningyu's eyes. With a mental command, he activated the taming whip talent from his second manual. An energy ripple, visible only to Su Ningyu, flooded the willow branch, and with a flick of his wrist it lashed toward the claw rat like a serpentine strike. Smack! A crisp whip crack echoed through the air, and the claw rat let out an extraordinarily strange cry. To everyone's surprise, the once fierce beast froze mid-charge, confusion flashing across its eyes before it quickly recovered. But Su Ningyu's second strike had already descended. Crack! The willow branch rained down blows again and again across the claw rat's body. The claw rat's expression shifted from initial rage to bewilderment and somehow ended up with what looked like an eager, keep-going expression. When Su Ningyu noticed the whip marks crisscrossing the claw rat's body and saw its eager expression urging him to continue, his expression froze. Was this an attack or some kind of reward? Something was deeply wrong here, very wrong, and a chill ran down his spine. This talent is quite strange. Before him, the docile sharp claw rat lowered its head, its expression remarkably vivid on Su Ningyu's face. This once ferocious wild beast tamer was now rubbing its head against the tip of his shoe, its small eyes brimming with anticipation, as if saying, "Please strike me a few more times." The effect of this talent. Isn't it too absurd? Su Ningyu's eyelids twitched, and the willow branch in his hand nearly slipped. He had initially thought that Taming Lash was merely a perverse talent. With talents like Bloodline Catalogue and Divine Concealment, he considered Taming Lash a welcome addition. But he never expected its practical effect to be so astonishing. Just 2 lashes transformed this wild sharp claw rat into a docile little pet, and it had become quite improper. The talent's effect far exceeded Su Ningyu's imagination. Perhaps it's also because the sharp claw rat is too weak. If it were a powerful beast tamer, and it could be tamed with just 2 lashes like this talent would be even more formidable than I imagined. How was that possible? Squeak, squeak. The sharp claw rat, seeing Su Ningyu hesitate, grew anxious and spun in circles, even actively offering its back, looking as if it was begging for a whipping. Sharp claw rat, please continue to whip me. Su Ningyu. Xiao Lingdang floated nearby, its petals trembling slightly, as if struggling to suppress a laugh. Wei Lin, who had just made Bubble Frog take care of the silkworms, was initially delighted, but upon witnessing this scene, he was utterly dumbfounded. Especially the sight of the sharp claw rat begging for lashes, which left him gaping in astonishment. Wei Lin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Damn. Old Su, what kind of ability is this? Could it be your talent? Isn't this talent too perverse? Su Ningyu sighed helplessly. He didn't want this either. Then he lightly tapped the sharp claw rat's head with the willow branch. The little creature immediately squeaked with excitement, even rolling over to expose its belly, wearing a fawning expression that begged for more lashes. I originally just wanted to test the talent, but I never expected it to work like this on beast tamers. Su Ningyu rubbed his forehead. Now I'm even more curious about what effect it would have on a human. As Su Ningyu's words trailed off, Wei Lin noticed the look in his friend's eyes. His body stiffened instantly, and he leaped back 3 steps, hands crossed over his chest. Brothers are brothers, but don't use me as an experiment. A scene immediately flashed through Wei Lin's mind. Su Ningyu whipping him, and him pleading for Su Ningyu to hit harder. That image was simply too beautiful to contemplate. All my mind is so dirty, someone save me. Wei Lin, whoever becomes Su Ningyu's enemy is truly blessed. This brother's talent is practically a natural-born pervert. Wei Lin's Bubble Frog felt it could barely breathe. Bubble Frog, master my neck. Your embrace is too tight. Slap. What are you thinking? Su Ningyu's cold voice came. He felt that his image was being distorted by Wei Lin. Wei Lin, nothing. Ahem, let's deal with the immediate problem first. Su Ningyu quickly changed the subject. Perhaps the sharp claw rat's begging cries had gradually attracted the surrounding sharp claw rat swarm. Although the first one had been tamed into obedience, the remaining dozen or so still glared menacingly. Xiao Lingdong, prepare light beam. Su Ningyu gave the order, as he also needed to hone Xiao Lingdong's combat talent. Although everyone regarded Bellflower as a support, every support harbored a heart for dealing damage. His Xiao Lingdang was no exception. At the same time, Su Ningyu swung the willow branch, lashing out at another sharp claw rat that lunged at him. Slap. The talent activated. The same scene repeated. The afflicted sharp claw rat instantly became docile, clearly under the control of Taming Lash. It even began helping Su Ningyu intimidate the other members of its kind. This? Wei Lin watched in stunned amazement. Your talent is practically the nemesis of beast tamers. Whoever didn't obey, just 1 lash. Soon, under the combined efforts of the Taming Lash talent and Xiao Lingdong's light beam, the threat of the rat swarm was easily neutralized. What's more exaggerated was that now 5 or 6 sharp claw rats had become Su Ningyu's followers, trotting obediently behind him. Let's go continue deeper to explore. Su Ningyu flicked the willow branch, and the few sharp claw rats immediately looked up eagerly. With them leading the way, we might find something good. Wei Lin watched this scene and couldn't help muttering, I think your talent is even more terrifying than in Qingyi's beauty snake talent. Su Ningyu smiled without a word, his gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. He vaguely sensed that this field trip might yield unexpected gains. And Taming Lash, this seemingly frivolous talent, might become one of his greatest trump cards in the future. Wei Lin, if you want to act alone, we can split up here. Su Ningyu noticed the eager look in his friend's eyes and knew he wanted to train Bubble Frog independently. All right, see you later. Wei Lin readily agreed and headed down another path with Bubble Frog. Both tacitly refrained from obsessively searching for water spirit fruit. That thing was too rare. Rather than wasting time searching, it was better to make good use of this field training opportunity. After watching Wei Lin leave, Su Ningyu turned to Xiao Lingdang floating beside him. Now it's time to train you properly. He opened the Beast Taming Manual and carefully examined Xiao Lingdang's current skill list. 1. Sleep Powder, Control Skill 2. Healing Bell, Recovery Skill 3. Phantom Clone, Evasion Skill 4. Light Beam, the only attack skill 5. Moonlight, Recovery Skill. Light Beam is your only attack method. Its proficiency must be improved. This way you can hit your opponent faster and more accurately in battle. Su Ningyu said earnestly. Xiao Lingdang chill me. But in combat, merely attacking is not enough. Dodging is equally important. With that, he flicked the willow branch in his hand. The dozen or so sharp claw rats controlled by the talent immediately lined up, ready to spring into action. It seems this talent is really an educational tool. Su Ningyu's lips curled into a slight smile. He discovered another use for the Taming Lash talent. Not only did it make them obedient, but it also made them willingly cooperate with him and Xiao Lingdang in combat training. Su Ningyu held the willow branch, the corners of his mouth lifting. Xiao Lingdang suddenly sensed an unprecedented aura emanating from its master, a blend of severity and expectation. Xiao Lingdang, are you ready? Su Ningyu raised the willow branch, his eyes sharp as a blade. The upcoming training won't be easy. Su Ningyu's gaze gradually sharpened, his entire demeanor changing, as if he had transformed into a stern instructor. Xiao Lingdang floated in midair, suddenly feeling its petals tighten. Why had its master's eyes become so terrifying? But it wouldn't give up. Are you prepared to receive my strikes? Su Ningyu's lips curled into a dangerous arc, and the willow branch in his hand cracked against the ground with a slap. Chill me. Xiao Lingdang hastily assumed a battle stance. It suddenly realized that its usually gentle master, once in training mode, was like a completely different person. Seeing Bellflower ready, Su Ningyu turned his gaze toward the line of claw rats waiting on the other side. He raised his willow branch and gave it a gentle wave toward the rat swarm. Listen well. From now on you will attack Bellflower with all your might. But remember to hold your restraint. He added, those who perform well will receive rewards. With that, Su Ningyu waved his willow branch, the nature of the reward being quite obvious. Hearing Su Ningyu's words, the claw rats immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Claw rat, we love being whipped. We want to be whipped. They then turned their gaze in unison toward Bellflower floating in the air. Bellflower. An eerie sense of being targeted by a pervert washed over it. Bellflower suddenly felt a chill run down its back. Turning around, it saw the dreadful expression on its master's face. Prepare to accept my discipline. And its petals couldn't help but tremble. But before Bellflower could react, begin training. Su Ningyu barked. The first claw rat lunged at Bellflower with razor-sharp claws glinting coldly. Bellflower hastily dodged, simultaneously condensing a beam of golden light from its stamen. Beam. The golden energy strike hit the claw rat with precision, yet its power proved insufficient, merely causing the rat's movements to falter momentarily. Insufficient power. Again. Su Ningyu roared sternly, the willow branch cracking sharply through the air. Bellflower shuddered and immediately steeled its focus. This time it charged longer, and the beam shot forth noticeably thicker, driving the lunging claw rat backward several meters. Excellent. But the speed is too slow. Su Ningyu continued his relentless coaching. In actual combat, enemies will not grant you such prolonged charging time. The battle persisted. Under the assault of several claw rats, Bellflower employed Phantom Clone to evade. Thus, under Su Ningyu's fierce discipline and the claw rat's coordinated attacks, Bellflower's beam and Phantom Clone skills progressed at a visibly accelerating rate. The beam technique had evolved from requiring 3 seconds of charge to nearly instantaneous release. It had progressed from inflicting only minor burns to delivering strikes capable of killing a claw rat outright. The Phantom Clone ability had similarly expanded from 2 clones to 3. Rest for 5 minutes. After an hour of continuous training, Su Ningyu finally called a halt. Bellflower drifted onto his shoulder in utter exhaustion, its petals slightly wilted. Yet Su Ningyu could sense that through this intense practical combat training, the little one had reached a higher tier of mastery. Next we'll practice combining Phantom Clone with Beam. However, at this moment, due to prolonged skill usage, Bellflower's internal spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. Su Ningyu took out the pre-prepared energy nutrient solution to replenish Bellflower's energy. Watching the little one gulp it down in one draft, Su Ningyu felt a pang of sympathy, for the cost of purchasing such nutrient solutions was no small matter. Nevertheless, the effect of the nutrient solution was remarkably significant. After one bottle, Bellflower was full of vitality once more. Su Ningyu began to impart combat techniques and strategies to the little one. Remember, create phantom illusions during combat to confuse your opponent, then launch a surprise strike. Bellflower chirped softly. Though weary, its eyes shone with unwavering resolve. It understood its master acted for its own benefit. This intensity of training was precisely the optimal path to rapid growth. Watching Bellflower rally with renewed vigor, Su Ningyu nodded in satisfaction. He raised his willow branch once more and issued a command to the already restless claw rats. Second round of training. Begin. Within the forest, golden beams and phantom images interwove, accompanied by the crisp cracks of the whip and the squeaking of claw rats, painting an extraordinary training tableau. While supervising Bellflower's training, Ningyu himself remained no less busy. He sat cross-legged upon a flat rock and began circulating the star-breathing method, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Once I advance to the Black Iron Beast Tamer tier, I can use the spiritual energy stored through star breathing to replenish Bellflower's consumption. Ningyu closed his eyes in deep concentration, his breathing gradually growing long and rhythmic. This was another pivotal reason he had chosen the star breathing method. In the game Beast Tamer sequence, this technique possessed a hidden attribute. Cultivators could transform their own spiritual energy into the energy required by their beast companions. In this way, their beasts could rapidly replenish their depletion during combat. Otherwise, Ningyu reasoned, the expense of merely restoring spiritual energy through nutrient potions would be astronomical. This hidden trait made star breathing method the preferred choice for most players. After a round of cultivation, Ningyu pulled out his phone and began researching. He frowned, pondering how to evolve Bellflower into a sunlight flower. He muttered to himself, "How should I teach Bellflower the spark technique? That's quite a challenge." Grass-type beasts faced inherent difficulty learning fire attribute skills, and spark was specifically an offensive technique. Ningyu scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait. I recall in the game from my past life, there was a peculiar player who somehow taught an aquatic octopus to master a fire attribute skill. Ningyu strained to remember that player's forum post. The reason seemed to be that the player enjoyed spicy food and fed it to their beast as well. When consuming super spicy meals, the octopus sneezed flames and accidentally comprehended a fire skill. Ningyu stroked his chin, his gaze settling upon Bellflower mid-training. The little one was currently deftly employing Phantom Clone to dodge the claw rat's attacks, the golden patterns on its petals glittering in the sunlight. This method. Perhaps I could try it. Ningyu mused thoughtfully, though it might cause Bellflower some discomfort. After the training session drew to a close, Ningyu beckoned Bellflower to his side. Though exhausted, the little one's eyes were brimming with anticipation. It had already fallen in love with the thrill of growing stronger. Bellflower, rest for now. Scarcely had he finished speaking when a system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your beast Bellflower has advanced the beam skill to minor proficiency. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your beast Bellflower has advanced the Phantom Clone skill to minor proficiency. Bellflower felt a wealth of advanced applications and usage techniques for both skills manifest within its consciousness. Ningyu froze on the spot, all prepared words stuck in his throat. Wait, this proficiency increase is far too rapid. He gazed incredulously at Bellflower perched on his shoulder. By all logic, advancing a beast companion's skill proficiency required years of devoted practice. Moreover, progressing from beginner to minor proficiency demanded sustained focused training over an extended period, coupled with the beast's own comprehension of the skill. Yet they had trained for barely 2 hours. A startling hypothesis suddenly surfaced in Ningyu's mind. Could it be that because of the login connection, the hidden features from the game are also affecting my beast companion? In the game Beast Taming sequence, there existed a little-known hidden mechanic. Every battle, not only did the tamed beasts gain leveling experience, but they also automatically accumulated skill proficiency experience. This setting was originally designed to ease the training burden on players, yet it had somehow taken effect in reality. If this is truly the case, Ningyu's breathing grew rapid, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Then my tamed beast will absolutely be invincible among those of the same rank. For others it might mean a single battle or the insights gained from it. But for Ningyu's tamed beast, it was simply experience +1. Proficiency +1. Ordinary beast tamers typically had to endure thousands of tedious repetitions just to train their beast skills. His tamed beast, however, could automatically enhance skill proficiency simply by engaging in actual combat. What an enormous advantage. Little Bellflower regarded its suddenly excited master with confusion, tilting its flower head. Xiaomi. It's nothing. Ningyu took a deep breath to compose himself, gently stroking the little one's petals. I've merely realized that you are far more exceptional than I ever imagined. He opened his tamed beast compendium and carefully examined the changes to his 2 skills. Beam minor achievement: casting speed increased by 20%, power increased by 20%, energy consumption decreased by 20%. Phantom clone minor achievement: number of phantom clones increased by 5, duration extended by 20%. Such improvements were equivalent to months of training for an ordinary beast skill. Looks like I need to arrange more practical combat training from now on, Ningyu calculated to himself. Since he had discovered this cheat-like advantage, he naturally needed to make full use of it. However, new training objectives would have to wait. Ningyu looked with a smile at the collapsed Sharp Claw Rat. Sharp Claw Rat, so exhausted. It feels as though my body has been completely drained. With increased skill proficiency, the power will also improve. But Su Ningyu then thought about Little Bellflower's fireflower skill learning. I still need to find some extremely spicy vegetables. If spiritual plants would be even better. Su Ningyu took out his little notebook and began planning the next round. Just then a sudden commotion echoed from the distant forest, followed by Wei Lin's urgent cries, "Lao Su, come quickly." Su Ningyu's heart tightened, and he immediately stowed away his compendium. "Let's go, Little Bellflower." The pair hurried toward the source of the sound. After passing through several thickets, the scene before him made Su Ningyu's pupils contract sharply. Wei Lin's bubble frog was being constricted by an enormous blue-scaled water python, while Wei Lin herself was backed against the trunk of a great tree. More astonishing still was that not far from the battlefield a water-drenched plant emitted a pale blue radiance bearing 3 spirit water fruits upon its branches. There they were, the very spirit water fruits. How could spirit water fruits appear here? Shouldn't they be over at Emerald Lake? Su Ningyu wondered. However, upon seeing the wounded blue-scaled water python, he instantly grasped the situation. It seemed this python had seized the opportunity to pluck the spirit water fruits first, while the other beast tamers waited for them to mature, and unfortunately had crossed paths with this beast. Moreover, the blue-scaled water python's strength reached the 5th star of black iron, while Wei Lin's bubble frog was only at the 1st star, a complete mismatch. "Little Bellflower, prepare for battle," Su Ningyu said solemnly, drawing the willow branch whip from his waist. Little Bellflower immediately entered a combat stance, the golden patterns on its petals blazing with brilliant light. Thanks to the specialized training just now, it was no longer the same beast. It possessed combat power far beyond its rank with those 2 minor achievement skills. "Wei Lin, hold on," Su Ningyu shouted, charging into the battlefield. He believed this would be the perfect practical test of his training results. Little Bellflower beam. At Su Ningyu's command, a dazzling golden light instantly condensed from Little Bellflower's pistol. The beam skill, enhanced by minor achievement cultivation, was charged almost instantaneously. With a whoosh, a golden beam, nearly twice as thick as usual, tore through the air, striking the blue-scaled water python's vital point with precision. Unlike practice strikes, this was a full-power combat attack. The blue-scaled water python let out a pained hiss, its tough blue scales shattering and scattering under the beam's impact, revealing mangled flesh beneath. The power of this strike far exceeded expectations, even surprising Su Ningyu somewhat. The grievously wounded python involuntarily loosened its coils, allowing Wei Lin's bubble frog to finally break free, but it was barely alive, its body covered in bruising marks from the constriction. "Bubble frog." Wei Lin rushed forward in an instant, cradling her tamed beast in her arms with a broken heart. The bubble frog gave a weak goo-goo sound, its skin's blue color significantly dulled. Wei Lin gritted her teeth, looking at Su Ningyu with eyes full of worry. Although the bubble frog had been rescued, the battle was far from over. The wounded blue-scaled water python had been thoroughly enraged. The blue-scaled water python raised its massive head, icy serpentine eyes locking onto Little Bellflower with murderous intent. To his astonishment, the wounds struck by the beam were actually beginning to heal at a visible speed, and the surrounding lake water stirred, without wind converging toward it as steam. "Damn, this guy has a water domain recovery ability." Su Ningyu immediately realized the situation was dire. Near water sources, water-type tamed beasts saw their recovery power greatly amplified. Little Bellflower Phantom Clone. Little Bellflower rapidly shook its body, instantly splitting into 3 identical phantoms, 4 bell-shaped flowers fanning out in formation. This was the enhanced effect of the minor achievement level Phantom Clone. Not only had the number increased, but the duration of the phantoms was also significantly extended. The blue-scaled water python could not distinguish the real from the fake, and in its fury lashed its tail, sending a wave of water crashing toward all the bell-shaped flowers. The 3 phantoms were instantly shattered, but the real Little Bellflower had already used the opportunity to ascend to a safe height. "Right now, beam." The beam successively struck the python's wounds, and the beam skill's effects sent the blue-scaled water python rolling in agony. However, since Little Bellflower's strength was only at the 3rd star of black iron, while the blue-scaled water python's was at the 5th star, these continuous attacks were not enough to end the battle directly. "Good work." Su Ningyu clenched his fists, but he knew this was not enough to defeat such a powerful wild-tamed beast. As expected, the python quickly recovered and suddenly spat out a high-pressure water arrow. "Careful." Little Bellflower hastily dodged, but was still grazed by the water arrow on its petals, swaying a few times. Water-type skills dealt extra damage to grass-type tamed beasts, and this hit inflicted significant injury on Little Bellflower. "Heal Bellflower," Su Ningyu immediately ordered. Little Bellflower endured the pain, shaking its body to produce a pleasant ringing sound as pale green healing waves enveloped its entire form and the wounds began to slowly knit back together. The battle had reached a stalemate. Su Ningyu's mind raced, searching for a way to break through. However, at this moment, the blue-scaled water python's eyes fixed squarely on Su Ningyu. As the icy serpentine pupils of the blue-scaled water python locked onto him, Su Ningyu felt every hair on his body stand on end. The massive serpentine body was gathering energy, the blue patterns on its scales growing brighter and brighter, clearly on the verge of completing its skill. "Su Ningyu, be careful. It's going to attack you," Wei Lin shouted from afar in panic. In that critical moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Ningyu's eyes. He abruptly raised the willow branch in his hand, unleashing his talent-taming lash with full force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing sounds rang out as the willow branch struck precisely at the 7-inch spot of the blue-scaled water python. A shocking scene unfolded. Feeling the pain, the once ferocious giant python suddenly froze in place, the effect of taming lash activated. The violence in the python's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an eerie clarity. "Blue-scaled water python, what's happening? It hurts. Why do I feel I must obey?" However, Su Ningyu paid no heed to its thoughts. All he wanted now was to kill it. "Now, little bell, maximum power beam." Su Ningyu seized the fleeting opportunity and barked sternly. Little Bell understood instantly. The golden light within its pistol condensed frantically, drawing in the light elements from the surrounding air. The beam skill, enhanced by minor mastery, was pushed to its extreme in that moment. Boom! A golden pillar of light several times thicker than usual roared forth, heading straight for the blue-scaled water python's head. At this critical juncture of life and death, the python, still under the special state, suddenly struggled and managed to break free from the talon's control. Hiss! It jerked its head to dodge, but it was too late. The blinding beam pierced directly through its left eye, exiting from the back of its head, carrying a spray of blue blood mist. Thud! The massive body of the blue-scaled water python crashed heavily into the lake, splashing up waves several meters high. Its tail twitched unconsciously, but the life force was rapidly dissipating. Did we succeed? Wei Lin held Bubble Frog, staring at the scene in disbelief. Su Ningyu let out a long breath, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed to the ground. That attack had drained almost all of Little Bell's energy, and Su Ningyu himself was mentally exhausted from overusing his talent. Little Bell floated weakly back to its master's shoulder, its petals wilting slightly, but the fighting spirit in its eyes had not yet faded. It knew that this battle's victory was hard won. The lake's surface gradually calmed, with only the 3 water spirit fruits still emitting a captivating blue glow. Su Ningyu forced himself to stand. Well done. He stepped forward, quickly shielding Little Bell in front of him. The little creature was now shaking its petals excitedly, clearly very pleased with its performance in this cross-dire battle. Just as Su Ningyu gently stroked Little Bell's petals, the Beast Tamer Codex suddenly unfolded by itself, and a system prompt appeared. Ding. Congratulations. Player's Beast Taming Bellflower has increased in power, advancing to Black Iron rank 4. Little Bell, you're amazing. Su Ningyu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but hold the little one up to his face. This growth rate was astonishing. Show me. Show me. Little Bell responded cheerfully, the golden patterns on its petals brighter than before, and the entire flower radiated powerful energy waves. Su Ningyu. Wei Lin's voice came from the lakeside. He was seen carrying the injured Bubble Frog in one arm, and in the other hand, he held 3 water spirit fruits emitting a blue glow as he walked over. To Su Ningyu's surprise, Wei Lin directly handed over all 3 water spirit fruits. Here, you earned these with your strength. What are you? Su Ningyu was stunned. He knew the value of water spirit fruits well, though any one of them could change the fate of a student from an ordinary family. Wei Lin shook his head, his gaze firm. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the blue-scaled water python's mouth. He looked down at the Bubble Frog in his arms. Besides, Bubble Frog is injured now and can't use these. Su Ningyu gave his friend a deep look, did not make any hypocritical refusals, took 2 water spirit fruits, and pushed the remaining 1 back. Keep it, Bubble Frog can use it when it recovers. There's no need for such formality between us. Wei Lin opened his mouth as if to say something, but Su Ningyu patted his shoulder without further words. Let's leave quickly, or if those people find out we got the water spirit fruits as a steal, who knows what trouble they'll stir up. Wei Lin came to his senses. Ningyu, you are my benefactor. Wei Lin's tears flowed instantly. With their financial means, it was impossible to obtain water spirit fruits otherwise. That was why Wei Lin was so emotional. Su Ningyu. The 2 of them quickly left, hiding the water spirit fruits. And of course, Su Ningyu did not keep the water spirit fruits. Although Little Bell can use water spirit fruits, the enhancement effect is not significant, Su Ningyu calculated. Better to exchange them for money and buy more suitable resources. The middle school exam was approaching, and the combat assessment at Beichen High School accounted for 70. He had to improve Little Bell's strength as quickly as possible, making it possess absolute crushing power. But Little Bell's inherent strength was not suited for combat. To have extraordinary power, it required double the effort. Learning the spark skill was the most urgent task at hand. Jiangbin Beast Taming Mall. This was the largest trading center for beast taming supplies in Jiangbin City. Inside the 5-story building, all kinds of beast taming related items were dazzlingly displayed. Su Ningyu went straight to the premium trading area on the 3rd floor. Boss, take a look at this. He placed 2 water spirit fruits on the counter. The boss, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, widened his eyes. These are freshly picked water spirit fruits. He carefully picked up one, examining it closely. full of energy top quality. After a brief negotiation, the boss offered a price that surprised Su Ningyu. 1 million alliance coins, I'll take both. This price, far above the market value, delighted Su Ningyu. It seemed the boss knew his stuff, recognizing that freshly picked water spirit fruits were worth more. After the transaction, Su Ningyu began his shopping immediately. He headed straight for the spirit plant section with a clear goal. Boss, I want 20 fire chili peppers. The clerk looked surprised. So many. These things are extremely spicy. Most beasts don't like them. I know, but I want these, Su Ningyu insisted. Fire chili peppers were entirely red with flame-like patterns known as super spicy spirit plants. Except for a few fire-type beasts, almost no beasts like to eat them. But it was precisely this characteristic that made them a key item in Su Ningyu's plan. Then Su Ningyu purchased other resources to train Little Bell. Shopping list 1. Fire Chili Pepper X20 used to stimulate the spark skill 2. Light Energy Stone X5 enhances beam power 3. Grass Type Nutrient X10 speeds up Little Bell's recovery 4. Phantom Grass X3 enhances Phantom Clone effect. The Alliance coins he had just received and not yet warmed his hands were mostly gone. Su Ningyu returned to his rented room, carrying large bags and small packages. Su Ningyu returned home, gently setting down his backpack before summoning Xiaolingdang. The little one appeared and cheerfully circled around him, once the golden patterns on its petals glistening under the light. Xiaolingdang, we're going to learn a new move next. Su Ningyu took out several fiery chili peppers from his bag, their surfaces completely crimson, with flame-like patterns, his expression turning serious. But the learning method for this move is a bit special. It might be a little painful. Can you persevere? Xiaolingdang immediately straightened its flower stem and firmly let out a Qiumi. It called out Qiumi twice. Its petals opened and closed vigorously, as if saying, as long as I can become stronger, I can endure any hardship. Seeing the little one's earnest expression, Su Ningyu smiled with relief. I knew it, Xiaolingdang, you won't let me down. He placed a fiery chili pepper in front of Xiaolingdang. Now let's start learning the spark move. Xiaolingdang tilted its flower in confusion. Qiumi, aren't we learning a move? Why are you taking out these things? This is the prop used to learn the spark move. Su Ningyu explained. Next, you need to eat all these fiery chili peppers, then carefully feel the burning sensation of the chili, and try to convert it into flame energy and release it. Xiaolingdang's entire flower froze. Just by looking at the glaring red peppers, its petals began to tremble involuntarily. It felt like this training would be different from before. Xiaolingdang, I still want combat-type training. But would Su Ningyu let Xiaolingdang give up? Obviously not. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Su Ningyu encouraged softly. Xiaolingdang's eyes sparkled, as if saying, Master will eat with me too. Su Ningyu. He wanted to say that he didn't need this kind of training, but looking at Xiaolingdang's pitiful eyes, Su Ningyu had no choice but to agree. This was also sharing blessings and hardships together. Remember, only by overcoming the obstacle of attribute countering can a grass type like you learn a fire type skill. This is the necessary path to evolve into a sunlight flower. Hearing Su Ningyu's instruction, Xiaolingdang nodded seriously. Looking at the fiery chili peppers on the table, Xiaolingdang took a deep breath. If a flower could inhale, finally gathered its courage, wrapped its petals around the smallest chili, and carefully swallowed it. In an instant, Qiumi. The explosive spiciness of the chili instantly sent a jolt through Xiaolingdang. The entire flower turned bright red, and it frantically dashed around the room, its petals opening and closing continuously. Obviously, the chili was extremely spicy. Seeing this, Su Ningyu also looked at the fiery chili in his hand. Should he eat it or not? Maybe we should forget it. After all, he didn't need to learn the spark move. But he had just promised Xiaolingdang to share blessings and hardships. Well, just one bite. Su Ningyu took a tiny bite, only eating a little. Then he felt that his tongue and lips were no longer his own. Help! Would he become the first protagonist to be killed by chili peppers? Meanwhile, Xiaolingdang was puffing out wisps of hot air. It bumped into the wall, then darted behind the curtain, and finally jumped straight into a basin of water. Hang in there. Try to guide that energy. Su Ningyu was also crying from the spiciness, but he said with swollen lips. Xiaolingdang writhed in pain. Turning its head, it saw Su Ningyu with sausage-like lips. Xiaolingdang, who was already so spicy it didn't know where it was, looked confused. Where did my handsome master go? But because it had eaten a whole fiery chili. Thinking of the method its master had told it, it began to concentrate the fiery power in its mouth. At this moment, it was so spicy that it could really spit out flames. A wisp of green smoke rose from its stamen, then with a puff sound it spurted out a cluster of water vapor. First attempt failed. It's okay, let's try again. Seeing this, Su Ningyu took out another chili. Xiaolingdang, master, are you a demon? Su Ningyu gave a kind smile. This time try not to resist that burning sensation, but accept it and transform it. And so over the next 3 hours. The rental house continuously echoed with the agonized cries of Qiumi and the puff-puff sounds of air spurting. By the time it ate the 7th chili, Xiaolingdang was already delirious from the spiciness. Its entire flower wilted, but it still persevered and swallowed another chili. Suddenly, this time its stamen did not emit water vapor, but boom! A small cluster of real flames burst forth, igniting the tissues on the table. Ding! Beast Tamer Bellflower has learned the skill Spark. Success! Ningyu jumped up excitedly, quickly patting out the flames, then cupped the exhausted Xylingdang in his hands. You did it. You really did it. Xylingdang weakly let out a "Chill-me." Though it was almost dead from the spiciness, its petals' edges had faintly begun to glow red. This was a symptom of physical mutation after eating the fiery chili. Ningyu quickly took out the prepared sweet, dew, and grass-type nutrient, carefully feeding them to Xylingdang. Rest for now. Tomorrow we'll continue practicing to make this skill more proficient. Watching Xylingdang slowly recover its vitality, Ningyu felt a surge of pride. Xylingdang used a few healing bell on itself. To soothe its injured little heart, it now had a bit of a shadow over demon chili peppers. But for some reason Xylingdang was uncertain in its heart. It felt that the fiery chili tasted not bad, and it had grown a bit fond of this burning, passionate sensation. Xylingdang smacked its lips. The fiery chili wasn't half bad. Ningyu wondered if the method of learning Spark was wrong. He always felt that the formerly easygoing and docile Xylingdang had changed in personality. It had become, well, a bit restless. What are you thinking nonsense? It hasn't evolved yet. The bellflower species is known for being calm and quiet. How could it become something irritable? It hasn't even evolved yet. However, Ningyu was very happy. Learning the Spark move meant that he had taken a big step closer to the goal of evolving into a sunlight flower. Now, as long as the bellflower performs photosynthesis in its domain and reaches black iron rank 9 in strength, it can evolve into a sunlight flower. Ningyu fell asleep happily. Today's gains were significant. The next day, Ningyu woke up early. He hadn't forgotten that he was still a student about to take the middle school entrance exam. If I want to improve my practical combat score, fighting is indispensable. With the money from selling water spirit fruits yesterday, Ningyu now had the confidence to go to some high-end Beast Tamer training rooms. In the past, he had no money and no opportunity. This time he was just going to let Xylingdang gain combat experience. Ningyu arrived at the first Beast Tamer Combat Club of Binjiang City. Ningyu entered the bustling Pet Beast Club, immediately drawn by the surging sounds of battles around him. The venue was divided into a dozen battle arenas, each surrounded by spectating beast tamers. On most arenas, apprentice beast tamers who had recently awakened were sparring their beasts, still in the early stages, making the battles appear somewhat immature. The bubbles spat by Bubble Frog floated weakly, while Jumping Bunny's charges often missed their target. It was a complete novice brawl. Bang! Suddenly a crisp collision sound came from the central arena. Ningyu followed the sound, and saw a small red-black fire puppy nimbly dodging a Jumping Bunny's flying kick, occasionally seizing opportunities to bite back. Fire puppy bite him hard. Defeat him, a familiar voice shouted excitedly. Woof! Woof! The fire puppy let out two babyish barks, but unexpectedly full of spirit. Clearly this fire puppy was a newborn, tiny yet lively. Looking at the two people battling on the arena, one was a club employee, the other an acquaintance. Ningyu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the owner of the fire puppy was none other than his classmate Zhang Quan. At this moment Zhang Quan was red-faced, gesticulating wildly as he commanded, "That's it, fire puppy, bite its ear." On the arena, the fire puppy performed a graceful roll to evade the Jumping Bunny's kick. Dodging the opponent's attack, it then suddenly accelerated and precisely bit the Jumping Bunny's long ear. The Jumping Bunny in pain frantically shook its head, trying to break free, but the fire puppy bit down relentlessly, its four short legs firmly gripping the ground. Well done. Zhang Quan jumped up excitedly. Fire puppy, stay like that, and use Spark. The fire puppy, upon hearing this, did not let go of its bite, took a deep breath, and then, puffed. A small cluster of flame shot from its mouth. Though not powerful, it hit the Jumping Bunny right in the face. The Jumping Bunny panicked, hopping around wildly, while patting the sparks on its face, and accidentally stepped off the arena. Winner Zhang Quan, the referee announced loudly. Applause erupted from the audience. Zhang Quan smugly picked up the fire puppy, just meeting Ningyu's gaze from below. Seeing Ningyu, Zhang Quan was surprised. After all, the club's expenses were not something Ningyu could afford. Yo, isn't this our class's genius? Zhang Quan walked over, holding the fire puppy, a provocative tone in his voice. We'll want to have a match too. As he spoke, he bared his teeth along with the fire puppy at Ningyu. Ningyu, are you the dog, or is the fire puppy the dog? Ningyu smiled slightly. Your fire puppy is well trained, isn't it? This sincere compliment left Zhang Quan at a loss for words. He had expected Ningyu to respond coldly, as usual, not expecting him to actually praise him. Of course. Zhang Quan stammered. My fire puppy was bought by my father for 1 million yuan from a professional breeding center with pure bloodline. It's definitely not something your bellflower can compare to. Ningyu's eyes, however, fell on the fire puppy. The fire puppy was also curious, staring wide-eyed at this young man, who was even more handsome than its owner. Being a female puppy, she had shown her traits from a young age. The fire puppy was somewhat particular about looks, but it had no choice. After all, Zhang Quan offered too much. This beast indeed had good potential, but Zhang Quan's commanding style was too rough, completely wasting its potential. Want to have a match? Zhang Quan proposed, his eyes gleaming with battle spirit. Just the chance to test your bellflower's strength. The surrounding people all curiously waited for Su Ningyu's answer. Su Ningyu thought for a moment and nodded lightly. All right, just the chance to let Little Bell stretch its legs. The little bell on his shoulder immediately perked up, the golden patterns on its petals faintly glowing. After this period of special training, the little one had long been eager for a real battle to test its results. Su Ningyu had originally come to this club to spend money on training, and now there was a rich and foolish person inviting him. How could Su Ningyu refuse? Zhang Quan, so that's how you see me. Su Ningyu, I'll have my fire puppy properly take care of your bellflower, so don't get too cocky. Zhang Quan smugly shook his head, and the fire puppy cooperatively barked, woof woof, twice, looking as if victory was assured. Whatever makes you happy. Su Ningyu replied calmly, casually stroking the little bell on his shoulder. Zhang Quan. Seeing Su Ningyu's indifferent demeanor, a nameless anger flared up in Zhang Quan's heart. He gritted his teeth and thought, once my fire puppy burns your pathetic flower to ashes, let's see how you can stay calm. The two took their positions on the arena. Zhang Quan's fire puppy barked, woof woof, at the bellflower floating in the air full of provocation. Little Bell gracefully responded with a chiomi, its petals gently swaying, completely unaffected by the opponent's arrogance. Meanwhile, in the VIP observation room on the second floor of the club owner was conversing with a middle-aged man in a suit. Yo, your son is fighting again. The owner took a sip of tea. If you ask me, you should advise this kid to keep a low profile. If it weren't for you, his father, supporting him, I think he would have been kidnapped long ago. The middle-aged man, Zhang Jintian, chairman of the Zhang group, chuckled lightly. Xiao Quan is fine like this, just as unrestrained and flamboyant as his mother. His gaze softened. As long as he doesn't go too far, I can give him everything he wants. This was also his mother's dying wish. The owner sighed upon hearing this and said no more. Let's watch Xiao Quan's match. Zhang Jintian turned his gaze to the arena. But the one fighting him should be his classmate. Bellflower. Looks like Xiao Quan is going to win again. On the arena, the referee announced loudly, battle rules: a beast loses if it is incapacitated or leaves the arena. Ready, begin. Fire puppy, let's wipe them out directly. Spark attack. Zhang Quan commanded impatiently. Not only did he have the fire puppy use spark, Zhang Quan also activated his talent Flame Fury to enhance the fire puppy's fire type skill power. The fire puppy immediately opened its mouth and spat a stream of flames. The power of this spark skill was even stronger than the one that had defeated the jumping bunny earlier. The sparks coalesced into a large mass in the air, trending toward a fireball. The attack struck directly at the bellflower in the sky. However, Su Ningyu was not worried about this. He calmly commanded, Phantom Clone. The little bell simply swayed gently, instantly splitting into 3 phantoms, easily dodging this round of attack. What? Zhang Quan's eyes widened. Su Ningyu observed the situation on the arena with a calm demeanor. Zhang Quan's little fire dog indeed possessed remarkable quality, its fur glossy and movements agile, a clear sign of meticulous nurturing. Having undergone the awakening potion enhancement and specialized training, Little Bell's strength had reached the Black Iron 4th rank, a full rank higher than its opponent. Although it was an undeniable fact that the grass type was weak against the fire type. However, after learning Spark, Little Bell's perception of fire elemental energy became exceptionally acute. At this moment, it floated gracefully in the air, effortlessly evading the little fire dog's successive attacks. Little fire dog, keep attacking. Zhang Quan called out impatiently. He turned to Su Ningyu. I refuse to believe you can keep dodging with Phantom Clone forever. The little fire dog barked twice, seemingly infected by its master's agitation, and became restless itself. It took a deep breath, conjuring several fireballs in the air and hurled them consecutively at Little Bell. Little Bell continued with Phantom Clone. Su Ningyu remained unperturbed by Zhang Quan's interference, issuing commands calmly. He then added, the little fire dog is emotionally heightened now, let's soothe it properly. Little Bell's form flickered. It instantly split into 4 phantoms, dodging all the fireballs with ease. This only fueled Zhang Quan's frustration, his fists clenching with an audible crack. Damn it! Zhang Quan ground his teeth, about to issue a new command. Just then Little Bell suddenly emitted a series of ethereal, gentle bell-like chimes. The sound resembled a clear spring flowing, or a spring breeze caressing the face. This melody carried an almost magical power, instantly calming the agitated little fire dog. It was the innate talent of the bellflower calm. The battle intent in the little fire dog's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a serene expression. It even unconsciously wagged its tail, letting out a contented grumble, as if reveling in the enchanting music. What? Zhang Quan was stunned, his mouth agape. Little fire dog, what are you doing? This is a battle. Attack. But the little fire dog was completely immersed in the soothing sound, even rolling on the ground, exposing its belly in a gesture of enjoyment. In the observation room, Zhang Jintian sat up, in surprise. Calm talent. This bellflower's talent is so proficient that it can even quell the battle intent of a spirit beast. The club owner also marveled. I never expected the calm talent to be used so effectively in combat. Director Zhang, it seems your son has met his match this time. On the arena, Su Ningyu smiled slightly. Now Little Bell in the battle. Light beam. Little Bell immediately ceased its chiming, and a dazzling golden light gathered in its stamen. A beam of light struck the still enjoying calm effect Little Fire Dog with precision, sending it flying out of the arena. Match over, the referee announced loudly. Winner Su Ningyu. The entire venue fell silent, everyone stunned by the unexpected outcome. Who would have thought that a seemingly delicate bellflower could so cleverly use the calm talent to turn the tide? Zhang Quan stood frozen, his face alternating between pale and red. He never imagined that his contracted Little Fire Dog, whose talent also boosted fire-type attack power, would be defeated by a hospital-exclusive flower. Su Ningyu walked to the edge of the arena. Beast taming combat is not just about the power of skills and attack strength, it's also a contest of wisdom and strategy. Su Ningyu paused, fearing that Zhang Quan in his heated state might think he was mocking him, so he added, "Your Little Fire Dog is excellent, but you need to understand it better." With that, he turned and stepped down from the arena, leaving Zhang Quan standing there deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Quan gritted his teeth. "You said all that, and I still lost to you. Damn it. Su Ningyu, I will never let this go." Su Ningyu. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhentian in the observation room revealed a meaningful smile. Interesting child. Zhang Quan, clearly unwilling to accept defeat, tried to grab Su Ningyu for another round. "Wait. I was careless just now. Let's duel again." Su Ningyu waved his hand without looking back. "You should treat your Little Fire Dog first, its front paw is injured." "Oof. Don't be smug." Zhang Quan shouted angrily. "One day my Little Fire Dog will defeat your bellflower." Su Ningyu nodded perfunctorily. In his mind, however, he was already planning the next training regimen. He hadn't come to the club to spar with a young master. Improving his strength was the real priority. Just as he was about to leave, two middle-aged men in well-tailored suits approached. Su Ningyu recognized one of them. It was Zhang Quan's father, Zhang Zhentian, whom he had seen a few times at school parent-teacher meetings, a stern-looking entrepreneur. Zhang Quan visibly wilted at the sight of his father, clearly upset that his defeat had been witnessed. Zhang Yongheng, the club owner, smiled amiably at Su Ningyu. "Young man, you didn't just come to our club to look around, did you?" Su Ningyu was slightly surprised that the man standing with Zhang Zhentian was the club owner. He replied politely, "Yes, I'm looking for a suitable opponent to train my spirit beast." Zhang Yongheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I saw your battle just now. It's rare for a new beast tamer to have such combat awareness." He changed the subject. "But you probably wouldn't be interested in our regular staff, and the price for a senior sparring partner is beyond your means." The words were blunt, but hit the mark. Su Ningyu had indeed noticed during the observation that the regular sparring partners were mediocre, while the price list for senior ones made him hesitate. 5,000 alliance coins per hour. Zhang Zhentian suddenly spoke. "Young man, are you interested in a temporary job?" He pointed at the arena. "Bi Xiao Quan's exclusive sparring partner, paid per session. 2,000 per match, how about it?" Zhang Quan immediately protested. "Dad, I don't want him as my sparring partner." "Shut up." Zhang Zhentian silenced his son with a single glance, then continued to Su Ningyu. "Of course, if you can help Xiao Quan's Little Fire Dog advance to Black Iron 5th rank within a month, there will be a bonus." Su Ningyu quickly calculated in his mind. The offer was quite generous. Moreover, Zhang Quan's strength was not weak, making him a perfect real combat opponent to sharpen Little Bell's combat skills and improve the proficiency of other abilities. More importantly, "I agree," Su Ningyu nodded. "But I have one condition. After each match, I want to use the club's training facilities for 1 hour. Zhang Yongheng laughed heartily. "Of course." He extended his hand. "Welcome to the Eternal Beast Taming Club. I'm the owner, Zhang Yongheng." As Su Ningyu shook his hand, he noticed thick calluses on Zhang Yongheng's palm, marks from prolonged use of beast taming equipment. It seemed this owner was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Zhang Quan, fuming on the sidelines, stomped his feet, but dared not defy his father's decision. He could only glare fiercely at Su Ningyu, as if to say, "Just you wait." Su Ningyu, however, paid it no mind, instead revealing a meaningful smile. With this sparring job, he not only solved the problem of training venue, but also earned resources for cultivation, a win-win situation. So Su Ningyu turned to Zhang Quan with a gesture. "Senior Zhang, shall we start our first sparring session now?" Zhang Quan. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Quan walked onto the arena, followed by the snarling Little Fire Dog. Su Ningyu's part-time work officially began, while Zhang Quan embarked on his nightmare training partner journey. After several consecutive battles, "Are you a freak?" Zhang Quan slumped under the arena, gasping for breath as he pointed at Little Bell in the center. "Even if your bellflower is a mutated variant, my Little Fire Dog shouldn't be suppressed this badly. Is this really a grass-type bellflower?" His Little Fire Dog, after all, had a type advantage over its opponent, not to mention the enhanced fire-type skill power from his innate talent, Flame Fury. "Why can't I defeat it?" On the arena, Little Bell was not unscathed either. The edges of its petals bore clear scorch marks and were trembling slightly. Su Ningyu, feeling distressed, had it use a healing skill to recover. The consecutive battles against the type-advantaged Little Fire Dog were not as easy as Zhang Quan imagined. "My Little Bell isn't as mysterious as you make it out to be," Su Ningyu explained while treating it. "My Little Bell only has a slight edge in skill proficiency and talent application. If your little fire dog's skill proficiency surpassed Little Bell's, my Little Bell might not be a match. Zhang Quan's expression improved slightly upon hearing this. Oof, don't get cocky. That's enough for today. Tomorrow I'll burn your lousy flower to ashes. Right. Su Ningyu nodded perfunctorily and began packing up. Zhang Quan. Today's consecutive battles had indeed benefited Little Bell greatly. When Su Ningyu wasn't looking, Little Bell's skills, Light Beam and Phantom Clone proficiency, were skyrocketing. 1 skill proficiency surpassing my Little Bell. That was impossible. However, Su Ningyu did not become arrogant. He was well aware that under the boost of his master's Flame Fury talent, Zhang Quan's little fire dog's fire-type skills were astonishingly powerful. The reason Little Bell could suppress its opponent was entirely due to the high evasion rate provided by the Phantom Clone at the minor mastery level. If it gets hit once. Su Ningyu frowned, looking at the scorch marks on Little Bell's petals. Even a grazing blow had caused considerable damage. If it were a direct hit, no amount of skill proficiency would matter. Racial differences are a hard flaw, he murmured. I must evolve Little Bell into Sunlight Flower as soon as possible. Sunlight Flower, as the first tier of the solar sequence, would not only grant dual firegrass attributes, but also greatly enhance resistance to fire-type skills. By then, facing Little Fire Dog, and even more grass-type countering spirit beasts would be entirely different. Let's go, Little Bell. Su Ningyu shook off his thoughts. Tonight we'll do extra practice on the spark skill. Little Bell let out a weak, but determined, chew me. It too knew that today's victory was hard-earned, and there was still a long way to go to truly become stronger. When they walked out of the club, it was already dark. Su Ningyu looked back at the brightly lit training ground. He had to complete the evolution before the high school entrance exam, not only to get into Beichin High School, but also to have enough self-protection in this perilous world. The streetlights cast a long shadow behind him. Behind him, at the second-floor window of the club, Zhang Yongheng and Zhang Jintian stood side by side, watching the young man's retreating figure. That kid's bellflower is no ordinary one, Zhang Yongheng said thoughtfully. Zhang Jintian nodded. That's why I had Xiao Quan interact with him more. A greenhouse flower needs to experience some storms to truly grow. The two exchanged smiles. The next morning, Su Ningyu went to school as usual. Shortly after he sat down, Wei Lin rushed over excitedly, holding a noticeably more energetic bubble frog in his arms. Su Ningyu, look. My bubble frog has gotten stronger. Su Ningyu put down the comprehensive exercise book for Junior Spirit Beast Sequence Breeder and looked up at his friend. Did you feed it the water spirit fruit? Yeah. Wei Lin nodded emphatically. With this water spirit fruit's boost, I feel my little blue can definitely break through to Black Iron rank 4 before the exam. Hope sparkled in his eyes. Then I'll have the confidence to aim for Beichin High School too. Su Ningyu nodded in agreement, then lowered his head to continue studying the exercises. The breeder exam covered a wide range of knowledge from spirit beast physiology to evolution material science and skill inheritance patterns, each requiring deep understanding. Comprehensive exercises for Junior Spirit Beast Sequence Breeder. Wei Lin leaned in and exclaimed in surprise, You're not thinking of getting the junior breeder qualification, are you? Su Ningyu neither nodded nor shook his head, but Wei Lin, who knew his personality well, immediately understood. Once this guy decided on something, he would work silently and persistently. This sequence breeder exam is no joke, Wei Lin warned. The theoretical knowledge test alone eliminates 90% of candidates, not to mention the practical assessment afterward. I know, Su Ningyu calmly turned a page. But the funds needed for raising spirit beasts will only increase, and school sponsorship alone is far from enough. He paused. If I can get the breeder qualification, at least I can take on some basic jobs to earn breeding funds. This was, of course, just a public explanation. More importantly, Su Ningyu needed to pave a reasonable path for the sunlight flower he was about to cultivate. When the bellflower evolved into an unprecedented new sequence form, having the identity of a breeder would allow him to provide a reasonable explanation for this miracle. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of trouble later. But if he was a spirit beast sequence breeder, it wouldn't be so surprising. Of course, making money was also a practical need. You really think far ahead, Wei Lin sighed. I'm just thinking about getting into a good spirit beast high school, but you're already planning your career. I have no choice, Su Ningyu smiled bitterly. Who else has neither background nor backing? His gaze involuntarily drifted out the window. Just then, homeroom teacher Bayong walked into the classroom and announced with a serious expression, Attention, everyone. Next week, there will be a citywide mock joint exam. This exam is not only related to the high school entrance exam, but more importantly, the top 3 scorers will receive the special recruitment qualification for Beichin High School. The classroom immediately erupted into chaos. Wei Lin quickly asked the teacher for more details. The special recruitment qualification of Beichin High School. That meant as long as you performed outstandingly in the special assessment, even if your exam scores were slightly lower, you might be admitted conditionally. Su Ningyu's eyes lit up. This was an excellent opportunity for him. As long as he achieved good results in the mock exam and obtained the special recruitment qualification, he would have more time and energy to prepare for Little Bell's evolution. Let's do our best, he whispered to Little Bell. The little creature swayed gently in the tome, as if responding to its master's expectations. The sunlight outside the window shone even brighter. Ningyu knew that opportunities were appearing one after another, and all he had to do was seize each one firmly. Meanwhile, Wei Lin suddenly lowered his voice after inquiring. The joint exam should be a field battle assessment. Ningyu's eyes flickered. This was good news. Field battles would not only raise Little Bell's level, but also accumulate more combat experience needed for evolution. Little Bell has been improving quickly lately. The field assessment should be no problem. The class bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom to begin explaining beast taming battle strategies. Ningyu listened attentively, while taking notes in the margins of his textbook. However, the content of his notes was entirely about how to utilize the whipping and domestication talent in field combat and training. Not only that, Ningyu discovered that this whipping and domestication talent also had a special effect in breeding. If it didn't obey, he would simply give it a lash. After school, Ningyu hurried through the bustling streets, almost running back home. He pushed open the door and tossed his school bag onto the desk. Without even pausing for a drink of water, he spread out a thick stack of review materials. There's not much time left, he muttered, taking a deep breath as his gaze fell on the calendar on the wall. The citywide junior high school joint examination was only a few days away. In all the middle schools of Binjiang City, those true geniuses and formidable figures from powerful families. How could a commoner like him compare? To surpass them, he had to train even more diligently. Ningyu could almost see countless training rooms flickering with skill lights of various attributes. He could hear the battle cries of the beast companions of his outstanding peers. The special admission qualification for the city joint exam is tempting, but there must be more. Ningyu tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. If I perform outstandingly, I could even boost the school's overall ranking. How could the school not have additional rewards? Sure enough, no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the phone on the corner of his desk began to buzz. In the class group, the homeroom teacher Bayong released an announcement that made everyone's breath catch. Bayong, the school has just issued an incentive notice in this citywide joint exam. Any student who ranks among the top 10 in personal total score will receive an additional reward. A fine-grade beast-specific nutrient solution, 1 portion per week, continuously supplied until the end of the high school entrance exam. The group exploded instantly. Zhang Quan humph, just fine-grade. My little fire dog has been drinking fine-grade blazing essence for a long time. The words carried an undisguised sense of superiority. Wang Hao wow. The boss is awesome. Truly a deep family background. Bayong Zhang Quan, go show off at home. Take a good look, the school's reward is continuous. 1 portion per week until the high school entrance exam. Continuous supply. Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly. A fine-grade nutrient solution was not cheap. The school had really gone all out this time. This was not just a reward, but a strategic investment. They were gambling. Gambling that a student could break into the top 10, bring glory to the school, and in exchange gain more resources and reputation. Wait. His excitement cooled slightly, and a doubt surfaced. Although the school had given rewards in previous years, they had never been so generous. This sudden heavy reward felt more like there was a clear target of expectation. The name Ningyu almost immediately jumped into his mind. That girl who always wore a calm expression, and her rare azure green snake. And her talent phenomenon, beauty snake, talent. If the school believed anyone could steadily reach the top ranks, even touch the top 10, Ningyu was undoubtedly the most likely candidate. This reward was perhaps designed for her, or a catalyst tailored for top seeds, including her. A sense of pressure quietly spread, but was soon replaced by a more burning desire to win. He turned his gaze to the training area in the corner of the room. There his partner, the bellflower, Little Bell, was engaged in what could only be described as brutal self-training. Of course, brutal was a description from the perspective of other creatures. A fat frog. Croak. A common fat frog bought from a food market was lying lifelessly on a small platform. Little Bell's flower bud trembled slightly. A thin yet precise spark shot out, scorching the frog's body. In the moment, the fat frog twitched in agony, nearly dying. The clear, ethereal sound of healing bell rang out just in time. A soft halo enveloped the wound, which healed at a visible speed. Immediately after, another spark. The fat frog's eyes had shifted from initial terror to utter numbness and despair, as if silently accusing, devils. You are all devils. Why not just end me with 1 blow? This method of repeatedly teetering on the brink of death could indeed efficiently hone the control of spark and the speed and effectiveness of healing bell. But it also severely tested the mental load of the beast tamer and the will of the beast. Although Little Bell was tired, its petals slightly curled at the edges, its lively eyes shone with a determination identical to Ningyu's. Not fast enough, not strong enough. Ningyu withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. The school's heavy reward, hidden rivals, and the city's geniuses weighed on his heart like boulders, but also transformed into the most direct motivation. He wasted no more time, walked to the meditation cushion in the center of the room, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to fully operate the basic breathing technique. The air seemed to ripple faintly with his deep breaths as strands of weak energy were slowly drawn flowing into his body, nourishing his spirit and subtly strengthening the invisible contract link with Little Bell in the distance. On the desk there were piles of academic notes and theoretical exercises for beast taming. In the training area, Little Bell endured the monotonous and painful training. On the meditation cushion, Ningyu was racing against time to improve his own cultivation. This small room was now like a finely tuned gear running at high speed, every second accumulating all its strength for the fateful joint exam that lay ahead. The night grew deeper and lights outside the window lit up one by one. Yet the boy and his beast companion inside the room continued their silent and resolute charge toward a higher goal. With the enhancement of the system's hidden mechanics, Little Bell's growth was rapid. Of course, to support this extreme training mode, the consumption of resources was astonishing. Ningyu did not hesitate at all. The money from selling water spirit fruits, he kept not a single coin, exchanging it all for packs of primary stamina recovery potions. Inside the training room, the scene could be called a cycle of hell. Little Bell gritted its teeth, draining the last shred of energy from its body again and again. It tempered spark from an initial flickering ember into a stable and scorching flame. It forged Healing Bell from an intermittent faint tinkle into a healing wave that always rang out on time with a controllable range. Whenever it was so tired that its petals drooped and leaves trembled, almost collapsing to the ground, Ningyu would immediately administer a stamina recovery potion to Little Bell. A cool and gentle energy quickly spread, dispelling the deep fatigue, allowing Little Bell after a brief rest to plunge back into the monotonous, yet necessary repetition. The fat frog had long given up struggling. It stared blankly at the ceiling, occasionally twitching to prove it was still alive. It might have become the most tragic training tool in the history of beast taming, bar none. Sweat and effort catalyzed by a hidden mechanism finally culminated in a transformation during a full-powered practice session just 3 days before the joint examination. Little Bell habitually cast spark at the fat frog. This time it was no longer a mere flicker of flame, but a condensed, swift, and searing red beam of light, its temperature markedly higher than before. With a soft hiss and a faint scent of burnt offering, the transformation born of enhanced proficiency was evident. The fat frog, previously only charred black, now had its skin completely carbonized in the blink of an eye. It had become a veritable, crispy roasted frog, charred both inside and out, with a few stubborn wisps of blue smoke rising from its form. The training room fell into a momentary silence. Then Ningyu's eyes blazed with triumphant light. Success! Little Bell, your spark has broken through to the minor accomplishment level. No, wait, ding dong. The healing bell swiftly tended to the still-breathing crispy frog. Ningyu keenly noticed that the healing aura enveloping Little Bell had also become more substantial and easier to control in its range. The crisp sound of the bell rapidly healed the dying fat frog. Healing Bell has also broken through simultaneously. Great, you're truly amazing. Chumi. Little Bell let out an exhausted but ecstatic cry, its petals swaying joyfully. It nuzzled against Ningyu's hand. Little Bell seemed to say, it's all thanks to the Master's guidance accompanying Little Bell in our efforts. Little Bell can do even better. Warmth filled Ningyu's heart as he gently stroked its petals and leaves, soft as velvet flowers, still retaining the residual warmth from the intense energy circulation. Yes, we are in this together. Next, let's work hard together and explore the broader horizons of the joint examination arena. After the excitement subsided, practical concerns loomed before him. Little Bell cautiously touched the barely alive, crispy roasted frog on the ground with its leaf, as if asking, Master, what about this? This training partner. What should we do? A hint of embarrassment tinged its demeanor, as if apologizing for tormenting the creature for so long. Ningyu crouched down and examined the charred fat frog that was being revived by the healing bell. Perhaps due to the extreme cycle of spark scorching and healing bell repeated restoration, some peculiar tolerance or mutation had occurred. Though the frog's body was charred black, its skeleton seemed unusually intact, even faintly revealing a strange luster born of repeated tempering. The faint life force within it had not completely vanished, but had transformed into an extremely tenacious dormant state. Interesting. Ningyu stroked his chin, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. It seems high-pressure training has also had an unexpected effect on the training equipment itself. Keep it, it's a contributor. When its condition stabilizes, maybe it can still serve for practicing light beam sleep powder or other skills. After all, such a resilient training partner is hard to find. As if in response to Ningyu's words, the charred, crispy frog twitched, barely perceptibly, almost imperceptibly. As if from the depths of the void, a voice of utter despair cried out, Ribbit. Demon, you exploiter, you won't let me go even like this. My frog heart is bitter. The day of the citywide junior high joint examination finally arrived. The morning session was the written test. Inside the examination hall, only the rustling of writing and the occasional rustle of turning test papers could be heard. For Ningyu, who had experienced a more rigorous knowledge system in his past life. The questions on basic beast taming theory, attribute countering, common skill principles, fundamental breeding, and history, geography, and cultural subjects, though challenging to some extent, were within his grasp. He answered with clear logic and steady strokes, and by the time he submitted the paper he had a rough idea of his performance. The written results were nothing to worry about. The real challenge lay in the afternoon's practical assessment. All junior high beast taming students taking the joint exam were transported by school bus to a tightly controlled area on the city's outskirts. The scenery outside the window shifted from bustling streets to somewhat desolate hilly woodlands until the buses finally stopped at an entrance marked by warning lines and guard posts. At the entrance stood a prominent sign, Jiangbin City 3rd Junior Training Secret Realm. Students filed off the buses curiously and nervously surveying their surroundings. The air carried a distinct scent of moisture and bitter vegetation utterly different from the city, and faintly discernible was a subtle energy field. I heard from senior students, Wei Lin said, holding his bubble frog, which had a small water bubble atop its head, his voice tense. This place was originally an unstable micro-secret realm entrance cleared, purified, and stabilized by the city's Beast Taming Association and military a couple of years ago specifically for our practical training. But being here for the first time is still a bit nerve-wracking. Seeing the bubble frog in Wei Lin's arms, Su Ningyu couldn't help but think of his own white-skinned frog, which had completely given up. Yes, now it should be called white skin. Whether it was due to being thoroughly tempered by Little Bell's spark, or having awakened some unknown potential through that hellish cycle of healing and damage. The originally green frog skin had in the last few days before the joint exam shed into a white, slightly glossy, and faintly lustrous form. It had completely transformed from a mere ingredient into a peculiar monster. Although it remained in a state of deep autistic withdrawal. Who am I? Where am I? Whatever. Su Ningyu could sense that the white-skinned frog's life force was actually more solid than before, an unexpected gain of sorts. Su Ningyu, Wei Lin leaned in and whispered, "Do you think you can make it into the top 10 in this joint exam's practical A?" Wei Lin's eyes held a glimmer of anticipation, but also a hint of resigned inferiority. Su Ningyu's gaze swept over the surrounding peers, some excited, some solemn, some brimming with confidence. The beasts accompanying them varied in type, some majestic, some fierce, some agile, all evidently carefully nurtured. He shook his head slightly, his tone calm and objective. Who knows? This is a competition among all middle schools in Jiangbin City, full of hidden talents. Not to mention those prodigies from prominent families with abundant resources. Even among ordinary students there may be extraordinary individuals. The top 10 won't be easy. Though he said this to Wei Lin, Su Ningyu was confident in his specially trained Little Bell. Wei Lin's expression indeed showed a flicker of disappointment. He sighed and instinctively hugged his bubble frog tighter. Wei Lin sighed. If only I had a father as wealthy as Zhang Quan. Su Ningyu was about to say something along the lines of resources are important, but the bond and effort between a beast tamer and their beast are equally crucial, to comfort Wei Lin. A familiar, annoyingly playful voice interjected, "Yo, I heard someone mention my name. Who's praising my handsomeness behind my back?" Su Ningyu. Wei Lin. They both turned their heads simultaneously. There Zhang Quan walked over in a strikingly conspicuous outfit. A fiery red, slim-fitting trousers tightly wrapped his legs. His top was a black jacket studded with sequins, and a pair of exaggerated brown sunglasses rested on his nose. His hair was clearly meticulously styled with hair gel. Beside him walked his little fire hound, already quite imposing with glossy fur. It too was strutting with its head held high, exuding the same "I'm the shiniest" vibe as its owner. Wei Lin rolled her eyes dramatically. She retorted bluntly, "Handsome? That's called flashy, okay? Blinding people this early in the morning." Zhang Quan, as if his tail had been stepped on, pointed at Wei Lin. "Wei Lin, watch your mouth. Who's flashy? This is called fashion. It's personality. Don't you have any taste?" Wei Lin, holding her bubble frog, carefully looked him up and down, her eyes almost overflowing with disdain. What decent person wears such fiery red skinny pants, paired with a sequin jacket and sunglasses? Are you going to a secret realm battle or a runway show? If you're not flashy, then who is? Su Ningyu listened silently on the side, his gaze involuntarily lingering on Zhang Quan's outfit for 2 seconds. Then he gave an almost imperceptible nod. From a common aesthetic and practical combat perspective, Wei Lin's assessment was quite accurate. Zhang Quan was indeed a bit flashy at the moment. Seeing Su Ningyu's silent agreement, Wei Lin immediately seemed to gain support, straightening her back and lifting her chin at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was furious. Seeing that Su Ningyu also agreed with Wei Lin, he became even more enraged. He had nothing to say to Su Ningyu, recalling how he was humiliated at the club, so he simply chose to ignore him. But he immediately turned his gun toward the bubble frog in Wei Lin's arms. "I'm flashy. How can I be flashier than you? You carry that blue-skinned frog around like a treasure everywhere you go. Is it your child? Are you its mother? So inseparable. Bubble frog. Then the situation. You're the flashy one. You and your red-haired dog are both flashy. You're flashy. You act like a mother to a frog and think you're right. You're flashy. You're even flashier. The two immediately entered their familiar elementary school-level bickering mode. Pointing at each other, they went back and forth, their vocabulary limited in offensive power, but maxed out in childishness. Su Ningyu, witnessing such a scene, stepped back 2 paces expressionlessly, creating a safe distance. His actions clearly indicated, "I don't know these two people who are accusing each other." The gazes of other classmates around were also drawn over, some holding back laughter, some shaking their heads speechlessly. Most were filled with anticipation and anxiety for the upcoming practical assessment. This diluted the comical feeling brought by the small episode. At the entrance of the secret realm, the leading teachers from each school and the assessment staff had already begun to gather the teams. When class teacher Bayong hurried to the meeting point, he immediately saw the pair of clowns in his class who were now pointing at each other like 2 fighting cocks. Engaging in an endless loop of childish debate. "You're flashy. You're the flashy one." Around them, many students from other classes and schools had gathered, their gazes mixed with curiosity, mockery, and the implication of, "Are these two here to be funny?" Bayong felt the veins on his temples throbbing. A surge of impulse arose. Is it still too late to pretend not to know them and turn away? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to stuff these two back into the school bus chassis. The assessment was imminent, and he was the leading teacher. What could he do? He could only put on a stern face, and with a tone 3 times harsher than usual, almost roared, "Class 3 of grade 9. Assemble. Now. Immediately." This roar had an immediate effect. Wei Lin and Zhang Quan, like ducks with their necks pinched, instantly fell silent, exchanged a glare, and slunk back to the class line. Bayong looked at their appearances, feeling utterly exhausted, and muttered under his breath, "Really? Bringing shame to the citywide joint exam." He rubbed his temples and began to count the number of people, explaining the precautions for entering the secret realm and the basic rules of the practical assessment. After the assembly, during the wait for group entry into the secret realm, Su Ningyu finally had time to carefully observe the competitors from other schools. His gaze swept over the crowd and quickly fixed on a youth standing at the front of the No. 10 middle school team, vaguely surrounded by many students. That person stood tall with a cool expression, wearing a well-tailored deep blue training suit. Even from a distance, one could sense a faint cold aura that stood out from the surrounding noise. By his feet lay a wolf-type beast with a robust build and peculiar fur color. Half of its fur was silver-white with a blue tinge like ice crystals, while the other half was dark red and scorching like lava. It was precisely the rare dual-element beast, the Ice-Fire Wolf. "Chai Bohuai from No. 10 Middle School," Su Ningyu murmured in his heart, his eyes growing more serious. The eldest son of the Chai family, not only from a prominent family, but he himself is said to possess the cold flame talent perfectly compatible with the Ice-Fire Wolf. This guy is definitely a formidable opponent. On the other side, Zhang Quan and Wei Lin had stopped arguing. Zhang Quan also followed Su Ningyu's gaze to Chai Bohuai and clicked his tongue. "I heard that his Ice-Fire Wolf has already firmly stepped into the Black Iron 5th rank, and may even be touching the threshold of the 6th rank. Tisk such a starting point." Wei Lin, holding her bubble frog, sighed upon hearing this, her tone full of realistic helplessness. Indeed, the dividing line between people is sometimes determined from the amniotic fluid. He could barely afford to support a bubble frog and its basic training, compared to a wealthy scion like Chai Bohuai, with unlimited resources. The gap was like a chasm. Zhang Quan opened his mouth, wanting to retort or say something comforting, but found no words. His family was well off, and his little firehound used premium-grade nutrient fluids so naturally, he could not truly understand Wei Lin's anxiety and sense of powerlessness from resource scarcity. He could only awkwardly touch his nose and change the subject. "By the way, speaking of seeded players, I heard that the higher-ups at our school have placed their bets on Inchingi. Inside information, the school firmly believes she can at least break into the top 10 or even higher." Su Ningyu turned his gaze to the other side, looking at Inchingi. Inchingi was quietly chatting with a few girls, a gentle smile on her face, slightly different from her usual cool demeanor. Beside Inchingi, a small snake with jade-green scales gleaming with healthy luster coiled quietly around her wrist. It was her spirit beast, the Baikang snake. "Her Baikang snake is indeed formidable," Su Ningyu murmured in evaluation, not overlooking this potential formidable opponent. Zhang Quan seemed to recall some painful memory. He turned to look at Su Ningyu, his tone complicated. "Hey, don't just talk about others. Su Ningyu, do you think you can secure a place in the top 10 this time?" He had profound experience. His own small firehound, relying on resources, had reached Black Iron rank 4. But during sparring sessions at the club, with Su Ningyu facing that seemingly delicate Lingdang flower, he was repeatedly thwarted. That flower not only had an annoying healing ability, but its attacks were also becoming increasingly tricky. Not to mention that strange resilience of repeatedly pushing its limits and growing stronger with each battle. Zhang Quan felt that he and his small firehound had almost become the best whetstones for Su Ningyu and little Lingdang. At this thought, Zhang Quan lamented inwardly, "Dad, it seems your son has inadvertently become a stepping stone for others to climb to the top." Facing Zhang Quan's query, Su Ningyu did not answer immediately. He glanced at little Lingdang, who was quietly resting on his shoulder, its petals slightly closed, as if conserving energy. Then he swept his gaze over the imposing opponents and their spirit beasts around them. The fruits of extreme training the day before yesterday, his little Lingdang had advanced another level, reaching Black Iron rank 5. And he himself, due to the breathing technique, was also approaching the Black Iron rank Beast Tamer. After a moment he withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone, yet with an unshakable determination. I'll strive to secure a place in the top 10. No grand words, no exaggerated promises, just a statement of a goal and the unwavering resolve to achieve it. Zhang Quan and Wei Lin heard this, turned their heads simultaneously, and stared at him in silent disbelief. Their eyes were incredibly complex, carrying a hint of a silent complaint. Isn't this guy a bit too calm? In the citywide joint examination where talents gathered, the words top 10, spoken by Su Ningyu, carried a weighty significance, yet seemed almost natural. The light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm began to pulse rhythmically, and the staff's loudspeakers sounded. The assessment is about to officially begin. All candidates please prepare. Class teacher Bai Yong stood before the class formation for the last time, his gaze sweeping over these children who were about to step into the combat secret realm. He suppressed the speechless irritation stirred by Zhang Quan's fiery red battle robe. Clearing his throat, his tone was a rare blend of seriousness and gentleness. Although this is a joint examination and the assessment secret realm has been thoroughly cleaned and controlled by the authorities, thus relatively safe, you must remember you are still only apprentice beast tamers. The wild and secret realms, even training type ones like this, are never absolutely safe playgrounds. Accidents and dangers always exist, and mortality rates occur every year. His gaze paused on the faces of a few students who were usually more reckless. He especially glanced at Zhang Quan, who was still subconsciously adjusting the collar of his sequin jacket. He continued, if you encounter danger beyond your ability to handle, or if your spirit beast is severely injured, do not hesitate. Immediately retreat or press the distress device. Grades are important, but your lives and the lives of your partners are even more important. Zhang Quan felt Bai Yong's gaze and shrank his neck slightly. But looking at the proud small firehound at his feet, he puffed out his chest again, obviously not taking the warning fully to heart. Seeing this, Bai Yong's forehead vein twitched again. He muttered to himself, forget it. People have to hit the wall themselves. Only by suffering losses can they truly grow. Hope the loss isn't too big. Let me reiterate the assessment rules. Bai Yong raised his voice. You earn points by killing or effectively driving away the wild spirit beasts that have been released and bred in the secret realm. Different types and strengths of spirit beasts yield different points. Your combat performance and tactical application will also be recorded by hidden monitoring equipment as supplementary references for scoring. He looked around at the young faces, some nervous, some excited, some feigning calm, and finally waved his hand. I've said all that needs to be said. Check your equipment and distress bracelets. When you're ready, follow the guidance to your respective entrance channels. Remember, after entering, you'll be randomly teleported. Ensure your own safety first before considering earning points. Good luck. Attention, all candidates. The practical combat section of the joint examination begins now. Please enter the designated channels in order. The huge broadcast echoed through the assembly area with an undeniable formality. Each school had its designated entrance. Su Ningyu followed the crowd and stepped into the blue light membrane channel belonging to Chingsong Middle School. A slight dizziness and spatial distortion sensation washed over him, and the scene before him transformed instantly. When his feet touched solid ground, he found himself in a dense forest. Tall trees blocked the sky and sun, and beneath his feet was a soft layer of humus mixed with the scent of grass and damp earth. The surroundings were unusually quiet, only the rustle of wind through leaves and the faint chirping of birds in the distance. As expected, there was no one in sight. Random teleportation landing as a lone wolf, huh? Without any hesitation, Su Ningyu activated his spirit beast space with a thought. Light flashed, and Lingdang flower, little Lingdang, floated out lightly, landing on his shoulder, then immediately floated up alertly. A faint green healing aura rippled gently, its two emerald leaves slowly rotating like radar petals closed in a combat-ready posture. Xiaomi, master, there's something around. Little Lingdang transmitted a clear and slightly tense thought through the contract. Su Ningyu's brow furrowed instantly, and his eyes swept sharply through the dim forest around him. You sense danger. Which direction? This was not good news. Encountering a wild spirit beast before even catching his breath. Could his luck be so unfortunate? Little Lingdang's leaves pointed to a densely overgrown area of bushes to the left front where the silence seemed deliberately conspicuous. Just as Su Ningyu focused his full attention ready to counter any possible attack. A pause. Outside the secret realm, beside the monitoring center, specially set up for the joint examination, in a special room filled with giant light screens. The lead teachers from each school, some education department officials, and observers from the Beast Tamer Association gathered here. On the largest central screen, several rankings were rapidly refreshing and generating. On the left was the school-specific ranking showing only the real-time points and approximate rankings of that school's students. On the right was the crucial citywide joint examination practical combat, total points real-time, ranking, making all candidate scores clear at a glance. The assessment had just started less than a minute ago, and most students' points were still zero. Suddenly, at the very bottom of the total points ranking, almost simultaneously the numbers behind two names flickered, changing from 0 to 5. At the very bottom of the total points ranking, almost simultaneously the numbers behind two names flickered, changing from 0 to 5. Oh, a student has already encountered and resolved a battle so quickly. An observer pushed up his glasses in surprise. He couldn't believe that a student had already subdued a beast at the very start. Which school's tough guy? Landed and started fighting immediately. The staff quickly retrieved the information. It's Chai Bohui from Qingsong Shizhong and Su Ningyu from Qingsong Xizhong. Two names, one after the other, almost simultaneously obtained their first points. This marked the beginning of the citywide junior high school Beast Tamer students' ultimate competition. A low murmur arose in the room. Many gazes, especially those of the leading teachers from Shizhong and Xizhong, instantly focused on the two names that had just flickered. In the Mystic Forest, Su Ningyu was unaware that his name had quietly appeared on the points leaderboard on the outside monitoring screens. His attention was entirely focused on the small-scale skirmish that had just occurred. On the ground lay a creature covered in coarse white short fur resembling an ape. Two stark, white sharp fangs protruded from its mouth. Even in unconsciousness, it exuded a fierce aura. It was the beast saber-toothed white ape. Its strength was usually at the black iron first rank. A typical carnivorous, highly aggressive, low-level beast. This very creature had been lurking behind the bushes, attempting a surprise attack on Su Ningyu, who had just landed. Unfortunately, it didn't even have time to show off its proud pair of fangs. Before it could, the vigilant Xiao Lingdang struck its vital point with a precise and powerful light beam skill, instantly felling it. Saber-toothed white ape. Su Ningyu crouched down and quickly checked to confirm its death. This type of beast's individual strength is at the bottom of the black iron rank, and their intelligence is often lacking. But they have a rather troublesome characteristic. They live in groups. Tisk as expected. Su Ningyu had just stood up when he heard a dense rustling sound and sharp chirping cries coming from the surrounding tree crowns. Looking up, he saw white figures appearing one after another among the branches of a dozen or so large trees nearby. They bared equally sharp fangs, their red eyes fixed intently on Su Ningyu and Xiao Lingdang below. They emitted threatening roars, and some had already begun shaking branches, anxiously throwing small fruits or broken twigs down. In an instant, Su Ningyu was surrounded from all sides by at least a dozen saber-toothed white apes. If it were an ordinary student who had just become an apprentice beast tamer, facing such a scene would likely cause panic. But Su Ningyu merely raised his eyebrows, slightly, a glint of understanding in his eyes. Not only was he not flustered, but a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. A group attack. He muttered to himself with a calm that came from training. Do you think my Xiao Lingdang would be afraid of this? The past hellish training was not just about proficiency in single-target skills. How to deal with multiple opponents, how to protect oneself, and counterattack effectively when surrounded. These were also subjects he and Xiao Lingdang had repeatedly simulated and rehearsed. After all, anything could happen in actual combat. Xiao Lingdong, Su Ningyu issued the command calmly. At the same time, he began to cautiously move backwards, seeking a relatively open position that would allow him to observe the entire situation. Sleep powder maximum range blanket distribution. Xiaomi. Understood. Xiao Lingdang responded crisply, its small body nimbly rising upward, hovering above the center of the group of white apes. Its flower bud began to spin rapidly like a miniature silver storm core. With the rotation, countless extremely fine powder shimmering with a dreamy silver-white luster drifted down silently like the first fine snow of early winter, covering a large area below. Sleep powder. A common control skill for grass-type or insect-type beasts. It can cause opponents who inhale or come into contact with it to fall into deep sleep. The wave of sleep powder released by Xiao Lingdang was wide in range and high in concentration, clearly indicating a considerable level of proficiency. Su Ningyu had already held his breath and retreated to the edge of the powder's dispersal zone. He had no desire to experience the effects of his own beast skill. After all, the sleep powder was indiscriminate. If he got contaminated, he would also fall asleep instantly. The saber-toothed white apes in the trees were indeed lacking in intelligence. Initially, they were somewhat curious about the silver snow falling from the sky. A few even reached out their paws to catch it or sniffed it curiously. However, the next moment, drowsiness surged like a tide. The few white apes that had come into contact with the powder instantly became sluggish, their eyes glazed over. They swayed a few times, then fell directly from the trees several meters high with a plop-plop. They landed on the thick layer of fallen leaves and immediately fell into a deep sleep, even emitting light snores. The other white apes, seeing this, were startled and began to cry out wildly with ya. They finally understood that the beautiful silver powder was not benign. They frantically tried to evade. Some desperately beat at the powder that might have landed on their bodies while others tried to hide higher up or behind denser foliage. But Xiao Lingdong's hovering position and the spread range of the powder had been calculated. Coupled with the relatively slow air movement in the forest, many white apes ultimately failed to completely avoid it. One after another, more white apes were affected, their eyelids drooping. After struggling a few times, they fell from the trees like dumplings being dropped into a pot. For a moment, more than a dozen white apes lay sprawled in the forest, clearing, snoring loudly, a rather comical scene. Of course, there were also saber-toothed white apes that had evaded, but they were ultimately taken out in one wave by Xiao Lingdong's light beam skill. Looking at this battle result, Su Ningyu shook his head, slightly a bit emotional. The saber-toothed white ape race indeed has worrying individual intelligence, prone to impulsiveness and excessive curiosity. However, nothing is absolute in this world. He recalled a powerful existence that someone had cultivated in the beast sequence, the ancient sequence of the beast god. If it could evolve to the silver rank and become a demon Fong baboon, it would be an extremely intelligent, cunning, and ferocious, powerful demon Fong baboon, possessing both combat power and wisdom enough to become a dream partner for many beast tamers. Unfortunately, Su Ningyu glanced at the corpses on the ground. Evolving into the demon Fong baboon of the ancient sequence requires materials that are not only rare, but also extremely costly, with a low success rate. The input-output ratio is too unfavorable, so few people choose to contract the saber-toothed white ape as a main beast to cultivate. At most, they capture them for research or as low-level labor. The battle ended quickly. Su Ningyu raised his wrist and glanced at the special watch issued by the school, which was connected to the Mystic Realms point system. The numbers on the dial had changed. A good start. One saber-toothed white ape is worth 1 point. Not bad. Although the points per individual were low, the advantage lay in the concentrated numbers. In just a few minutes, it brought Su Ningyu a full 11 points. He did not waste time and continued on his way. Let's go, Xiao Lingdang. The commotion here might attract other things. Or other examinees. Su Ningyu called out. Shortly after he left deep within the dense forest, other eyes seemed to gaze upon the area that had just witnessed a brief disturbance. In the external monitoring room, the points representing Su Ningyu quietly jumped from 11 to 12, then slowly became 13. His ranking began to steadily and unobtrusively climb on the overall leaderboard. Su Ningyu did not linger in the same spot for long. He knew well that staying still or lingering too long in the secret realm could bring unforeseen risks. With Xiao Lingdong, Su Ningyu began to actively search for other wild spirit beasts that were suitable for practice and gaining points along relatively safe paths. Although the fanged white apes are numerous and grant points quickly, their individual strength is too weak and their combat patterns are monotonous. Su Ningyu cautiously moved through the forest. He pondered, in this joint exam's practical combat, while results are important, it is also a rare and relatively safe training opportunity. I shouldn't only pursue point efficiency. I must also use this chance to challenge different opponents and sharpen Xiao Lingdong's ability to handle various situations. With this thought, Su Ningyu deliberately avoided another area where faint white ape cries could be heard, instead exploring in other directions. Before long, the view opened up, revealing a relatively flat grassland dotted with low shrubs and sparse vegetation. He was not alone on this journey. Occasionally, he glimpsed other examinees moving cautiously through the forest or heard faint sounds of skills colliding in the distance. Those were examinees from other schools. According to regulations during the junior high practical combat assessments, especially in large-scale joint exams, it was strictly forbidden for examinees to attack each other. Everyone had just awakened their spirit beast compendium, so the rules ensured relative fairness and safety, allowing them to focus on battling wild spirit beasts. Thus, even when they occasionally met, both sides would exchange wary glances, confirm no hostile intent, and then tacitly choose separate directions to leave. They avoided unnecessary conflict or attracting more trouble. While carefully searching the edge of the grassland, Su Ningyu's gaze was drawn to a patch of golden colors. It was a low-growing plant with slender stems topped with vibrant flowers resembling miniature suns. The petals shone a dazzling golden yellow, while the center of each flower held a soft, steady glow. Sunflower. Su Ningyu's eyes brightened as he recognized this uncommon, yet distinctive spiritual plant. The sunflower was a special spiritual plant that was neither aggressive nor capable of directly enhancing spirit beast attributes. Its greatest feature was the ability to efficiently absorb sunlight energy and convert it into soft stored light and heat within its petals. At night, this stored energy would slowly release, causing the flowers to emit a continuous glow like natural little night lamps. Therefore, though it lacked the nourishing effects of a water spirit fruit on specific attribute spirit beasts, its unique beauty and practicality made it commonly cultivated as an ornamental or auxiliary lighting plant. Su Ningyu quickly approached and carefully observed these little suns swaying gently in the breeze. Looking at the steady warm glow in their centers, a thought he had previously overlooked suddenly surfaced clearly. Right? Why didn't I think of this earlier? Su Ningyu lightly tapped his forehead, a mix of chagrin and excitement on his face. He had been racking his brains over how to help Xiao Lingdang quickly master the crucial skill photosynthesis. Every day he had Xiao Lingdang observe the sun, just as he had done for the moonlight skill, hoping it would comprehend photosynthesis. But mastering the moonlight skill had already involved an element of luck, let alone photosynthesis. This skill was one of the core prerequisites for the evolution of bellflower into sunlight flower. Conventional teaching methods were slow, and photosynthesis was essentially a life process of efficiently absorbing, converting, and storing light energy. These sunflowers before him, with their instinct to store light energy and emit light and heat. Wasn't this the most natural and vivid demonstration of photosynthesis? Although the energy circulation systems of spiritual plants and spirit beasts differed, the basic principles of absorbing and converting light energy were similar. In this regard, the sunflower was an expert-level existence. Moreover, since bellflower itself was a plant-type spirit beast, learning might be simpler. Xiao Lingdang, come look at this, Su Ningyu called. Xiao Lingdang floated over curiously, gently touching the nearest sunflower with its petals. It immediately felt a warm and pure energy. Xiaomi, Master, do you want me to learn how these flowers absorb sunlight, so I can master photosynthesis? Xiao Lingdang was very clever and immediately understood Su Ningyu's intention. As a plant-type spirit beast, it possessed light attribute affinity and was extremely sensitive to light energy. Now in close contact with the sunflowers, it indeed felt a vague insight emerging in its heart. Yes, Su Ningyu affirmed with a serious look. We don't have a better shortcut right now. To evolve into a sunlight flower, besides raising your strength to the peak of Black Iron rank 9, the other hard requirement is mastering the photosynthesis skill. This skill not only allows you to quickly recover stamina under ample sunlight, but also forms the foundation for mastering stronger light-based skills and further elevating your life level. These sunflowers are the best teachers. Su Ningyu hesitated no longer and began carefully collecting some sunflowers. He did not greedily dig them all up, but selectively picked a few well-conditioned flowers with full halos, leaving enough plants to ensure the small colony could continue to thrive. Xiao Lingdang extended its leaf, gently holding one of the proffered sunflowers, feeling the steady flow of light and heat energy within and the silent rhythm of its breath. It raised its head, its petals slightly spreading, conveying a firm and positive intention. Xiaomi, I understand, Master. I will observe carefully and study hard. This is my path of evolution, and I will definitely master photosynthesis. Seeing Xiao Lingdang holding the sunflower, looking like it was seriously studying in its adorable manner, Su Ningyu felt a surge of warmth and confidence. He reached out and gently stroked Xiao Lingdang's smooth, warm petals, his voice gentle but firm. I know you will. We'll work together. Su Ningyu was very pleased that during the joint exam, he had found a way to help Xiao Lingdang learn photosynthesis. Su Ningyu sighed. Xiao Lingdang, let's rest for a while. After several consecutive hours of searching and battling, not only had the tamed beast's stamina and energy been depleted, but the tamer's mental focus had also been severely tested. Upon hearing Su Ningyu's command, Xiao Lingdang, which had been on high alert, let out a soft "Xiaomi." Its petals, slightly weary, curled inward as it drifted down to rest on its master's shoulder, nestling against Su Ningyu's neck. Relying solely on battle will and the little stamina left won't last much longer. Su Ningyu sat down against a tall tree, taking out a few wild fruits he had gathered along the way from his small bag. In the joint exam and all subsequent related tests, students were not allowed to bring any medicine or weapons inside. Doing so would be considered cheating. However, recovery items found within the secret realm were perfectly permissible. In Su Ningyu's hand were some common berries from the secret realm, juicy, slightly sweet, and though lacking special energy, they could marginally replenish stamina. Su Ningyu carefully wiped them clean and handed them to Xiao Lingdang. The little beast ate in small bites, radiating a sense of satisfaction and relaxation. Su Ningyu himself took a few bites of the fruit, but his gaze was fixed on the scoreboard on his wrist. The rankings fluctuated slowly, the competition intense. As he recovered, he calculated in his mind. This routine of picking off solitary or small groups of beasts to earn points is still too inefficient. To firmly break into the top 10, or even the top 3 and secure the special admission qualification for Beichin High School, I need to think of another way. His eyes fell on the surrounding vines and tough shrub branches. A thought flashed through his mind. He couldn't just rely on commanding Xiao Lingdang. Although its combat power was paramount, the tamer himself could play an unexpected role in wilderness survival and auxiliary combat. With that thought, he stood up. He selected a few branches and vines of moderate thickness and good flexibility and began to work. His fingers moved nimbly, weaving, intertwining, and knotting. Before long, a rough yet sturdy and resilient vine whip lay in his hand. He swung it twice, and the air hissed with a sharp whoosh whoosh. Not bad. Su Ningyu weighed the whip, his eyes growing sharper and eager. It's time to put my talent to use. I can't always let Xiao Lingdang take the lead. I need to find ways to share the pressure and create opportunities. Just as he finished crafting the whip and was pondering how to integrate it into his tactical plan. A shrill, terrified female scream suddenly burst from the dense woods not far to his left, shattering the temporary tranquility. Su Ningyu instantly tensed, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. Xiao Lingdang also snapped into alertness, flying up from his shoulder and hovering in front of him, a faint green light glowing. Was a test taker in danger? Or some special circumstance? Su Ningyu gripped the vine whip tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low and stealthily, but swiftly moved toward the direction of the scream. Sun Zhuwei sighed. Sun Zhuwei was filled with fury. She hated her own naivety for so easily trusting the proposal of her two so-called good sisters from the same class. Because her tame beast was a bellflower adept at healing and control, while her sister's beasts were of the defensive and melee types. The three had initially agreed to cooperate, complementing each other's strengths, a strategy that should yield better results and safety in the joint exam. At first, everything went smoothly. They worked together to take down several waves of low-level beasts, their points steadily increasing. However, when they accidentally stumbled near a dark cave, they disturbed 3 black iron tier 3 venom sting bats dwelling inside, and everything changed. These bats were not only fast, and their attacks laced with paralytic toxins, but they also flapped their wings to emit disorienting sound waves and slicing wind blades, making them extremely troublesome. Facing this sudden danger, Sun Zhuwei never expected that what came from behind her was not the glow of a supporting skill, but the sound of hurriedly retreating footsteps and a low but clear voice. Run. Let her bellflower hold them off. The two so-called sisters turned and fled without a second thought. They abandoned her and her bellflower to the 3 ferocious venom sting bats. It's just the joint exam. How could you set me up like this? Sun Zhuwei gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. But what burned more was the rage of betrayal. Just wait. Reality left her no time for excessive indignation. The 3 venom sting bats let out piercing shrieks, turning into 3 purple-black shadows that rushed forward with a foul wind. Sun Zhuwei could only command her Piao Piao, desperately casting Healing Bell to maintain her own condition while trying to use Sleep Powder to create an escape opportunity. Piao Piao, maximum range Sleep Powder. See if we can put them to sleep. Silver powder scattered through the dim forest. However, the leading bat flapped its wings, and 2 sharp miniature wind blades crossed out, easily scattering the spreading powder. The silver powder couldn't even get close. Damn, I knew it wouldn't work. Sun Zhuwei's heart sank. Venom sting bats were extremely sensitive to airflow. Such small-scale control skills were nearly useless. What to do? Fight head-on. Although Piao Piao had decent healing abilities, its attack power was meager. Against 3 fast, venomous, long-range harassing bats, there was no chance of victory. Could she only press the distress bracelet and give up on this joint exam? Unwilling. Fear, anxiety, and the dizziness from rapid stamina depletion intertwined. She directed Piao Piao to clumsily dodge the bats' swooping bites and sporadic wind blades. However, misfortunes never come alone. In her extreme tension and distraction, she completely failed to notice the tangled roots underfoot. Oh! A cry of pain, and Sun Zhuwei was tripped heavily. A sharp pain shot through her ankle as she tumbled forward. Piao Piao cried out in alarm, trying to catch her, but to no avail. The 3 bats circled in the air, their tiny red eyes locking onto the fallen prey, shrieking with even more excitement. They swooped down swiftly. Their sharp claws gleamed coldly in the light. Despair instantly engulfed Sun Zhuwei. At that critical moment, a streak of emerald green shot out from behind the side bushes like lightning, striking the foremost bat with precision. Though not a skill, the blow was powerful, carrying a whistling wind, sending the bat staggering and its attack trajectory veering off. Then a gentle and steadfast healing bell rang out melodiously. A soft green light enveloped Sun Zhuwei, and the excruciating pain in her ankle eased considerably. Sun Zhuwei looked up in shock. A slender boy in the uniform of Qingsong No, for middle school, holding a crude but practical vine whip, stood calmly between her and the bats, his eyes composed. Hey, can you still move? The boy didn't look back, his voice clear and steady. After Su Ningyu let Sun Zhuwei stand up, he turned and fixed his gaze on the 3 figures circling and screeching in the air ahead, exuding a dangerous aura. Venom sting bats. Typical black iron rank 3 poison and wind dual attribute beast tamers. They are not large, with a wingspan of about half a meter, and their bodies are dark purple. On their wing membranes, the patterns of venom glands are faintly visible. Their fangs are small but glint with a blue sheen, clearly laced with potent poison. They fly silently, gliding on air currents, swift and agile. Furthermore, they can flap their wings to unleash cutting wind blades, posing a considerable challenge for novice beast tamers. In the realm of beast taming, beast tamers of poison and ghost attributes. 4 apprentice beast tamers who have just awakened the Beast Tamer Codex with shallow spiritual power and little experience. They are often sternly warned or even explicitly forbidden by teachers and elders to contract and raise. The reason is simple. The energy of these 2 attributes often carries strong corrosive, negative, or elusive characteristics. It is extremely easy for them to backfire on the beast tamer's mind, causing mental contamination, emotional instability, or even contract breakdown. Unless there is a family tradition passed down through generations with unique secret methods, resources, or mental training methods that can ensure a stable connection and suppress their negative traits from the early stages of contract. Otherwise, very few beast tamers would choose them as their initial companions. But at this moment, facing these 3 wild venom sting bats, Su Ningyu showed no fear or disgust whatsoever. Instead, a flicker of barely perceptible delight passed through his eyes. Venom sting bats. A treasure trove, Su Ningyu mused inwardly. Especially the pair of venom fangs in their mouths containing pure poison energy. This material can only be generated by poison-type beast tamers at specific growth stages or under specific environments, and has a wide range of uses. For some plant-type, insect-type, or even certain special attribute beast tamers by absorbing or harmonizing the energy from the venom fangs through special methods. There is a chance to learn rare poison-type skills, adding unexpected changes to the tactical system. At the same time, it is also an indispensable auxiliary material or catalyst for many beast tamer evolution paths. Xiaolingdong. Su Ningyu's voice was low and clear with a hint of hunter's excitement. Do you see those 3 venom sting bats? They're good stuff. Don't let them escape. Finish this quickly. Show me. Xiaolingdong flew to Su Ningyu's front, its petals slightly closed. Pure light energy began to rapidly gather at the center of its stamen. Clearly understanding the meaning of finish quickly, it directly prepared to use a powerful attack skill. Sun Zhuwei, who was still shaken, felt her heart sink when she realized that Su Ningyu's beast tamer was also a Lingdang flower. Her own Piao Piao was also a Lingdang flower. She knew best how miserable she had been chased by the venom sting bats. Although Lingdang flowers have decent healing and control abilities, their attack power is generally weak. Facing 3 fast poisonous black iron rank 3 venom sting bats, it was good enough to protect oneself, let alone solve them. That. Classmate Sun Zhuwei's voice trembled with a pleading tone. There are 3 black iron rank 3 venom sting bats. My Piao Piao is also a Lingdang flower. I know we can't beat them. They are too fast and poisonous. We should try to escape. She was afraid that this reckless classmate, out of a moment of pride, would get both of them into trouble. Su Ningyu didn't even turn to look at her. He only replied flatly, his tone as calm as if he weren't facing 3 ferocious wild beast tamers. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Sun Zhuwei's heart froze at his words, almost in despair. It would be over soon indeed. But it's probably us being quickly finished off by the venom sting bats. However, before her pessimistic thoughts had fully settled, the scene before her made her freeze completely. Sun Zhuwei's mouth unconsciously opened slightly, her pupils suddenly contracted. Before her, the Lingdang flower in front of Su Ningyu had reached the peak of energy concentration at its stamen. It was not the usual gentle healing light of a Lingdang flower, but 3 extremely dense, blazing white orbs radiating a startling sharp aura. Light beam triple shot. Su Ningyu's command was concise and forceful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blazing white beams shot out almost simultaneously. The speed was so fast that only 3 fleeting afterimages remained in the air. The 3 venom sting bats, which had been circling and looking for an attack angle, seemed to sense the deadly threat and panically tried to flap away or release wind blades to interfere. But it was too late. The 3 beams were as precise as if calculated by the most sophisticated instruments. They each locked onto the weak points of the 3 venom sting bats. The chest. The beams pierced through their relatively fragile wing membranes and muscles without obstruction, directly plunging into their bodies. Squeak. 3 short, shrill cries of agony rang out almost simultaneously. Then the 3 purple-black figures in the air stiffened abruptly. Then, like kites with broken strings, they fell straight down from the sky. With 3 dull thuds, they crashed heavily onto the leaf-strewn ground, twitched a couple of times, and then fell completely silent. The edges of the wounds pierced by the beams even had slight scorch marks, but little blood flowed out. The high temperature of the beams instantly cauterized and sealed the wounds. Instant kill. Clean and decisive without any hesitation. The 3 black iron rank 3 venom sting bats that had made Sun Zhuwei and her Piao Piao flee in panic and almost give up the exam. Before Su Ningyu and Xiaolingdong, they couldn't even withstand a single exchange and were instantly slain. Sun Zhuwei was completely stunned, her mind blank. She could only stare blankly at the 3 venom sting bat corpses on the ground, then look in disbelief at the boy ahead, who had retracted his vine whip and wore a calm expression as before. And at the seemingly delicate Lingdang flower beside him, its petals now shimmering with light. How is this possible? She finally found her voice, but it was filled with extreme shock and bewilderment. Your Lingdang flower. How can it use a light beam skill at this stage? And how can its power be so strong? Sun Zhuwei was truly shocked. However, Su Ningyu didn't pay much attention to her shock. Instead, he began to process the venom sting bat corpses, collecting materials. What are you doing? Sun Zhuwei was also dumbfounded at the sight. Her family was relatively wealthy, and she could have contracted a very good beast tamer, but because she liked Lingdang flowers, she contracted one. She was puzzled by Su Ningyu's collection of materials from the bats. You can leave and continue the exam, Su Ningyu said, not caring about her opinion. Sun Zhuwei, My name is Sun Zhuwei. Thank you for helping me, otherwise I would have ended this exam already. But are you really planning to keep following me? Su Ningyu looked at Sun Zhuwei. In truth, Su Ningyu wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Acting alone was more efficient and offered greater flexibility. This girl had just endured betrayal and peril from her companions. Her emotions were clearly still unstable. Keeping her company might attract unwanted attention or disrupt his own rhythm. Sun Zhuwei, with her thoughts laid bare, felt a flush of crimson rise to her cheeks. She retorted hastily, Who said I'm following you? I just happen to be heading in this direction too. Sun Zhuwei tried to feign indignation, but her shifting gaze and the subtle intertwining of her fingers betrayed her. Su Ningyu gave a non-committal too lazy to call out her flimsy excuse. Since she insisted, as long as it didn't interfere with his points accumulation or subsequent plans, he would let her be. Su Ningyu tightened his grip on the self-made vine whip, his gaze returning to the dark forest as he prepared to continue his examination. Sun Zhuwei silently followed a few paces behind her, gaze involuntarily drawn to the tall figure ahead. Yet her attention was not on him. Rather, it was on the bellflower fluttering lightly beside him, its petals radiating a soft glow. Both were bellflowers. Why such a vast disparity? Her own Piao was certainly adorable, and its healing and control abilities were adequate. But its attack power was virtually non-existent. Though she had known upon contracting that bellflowers lacked offensive skills in their early stages. The scene of Su Ningyu's bellflower unleashing 3 beams of light to annihilate the venomous sting bats. It completely shattered Sun Zhuwei's understanding of this type of spirit beast. The skill's power, release speed, and precision all far exceeded her comprehension. Could it be a difference in talent, or a different cultivation method? Sun Zhuwei couldn't help murmuring to herself, her eyes brimming with curiosity, perhaps sensing her master's subtle envy of another's child. Piao, who had been quietly resting in her arms, and had also expended considerable energy, raised its weary petals, casting a pitiful glance at Sun Zhuwei, conveying a wave of grievance. Sun Zhuwei. Under her own spirit beast's gaze, she felt a pang of guilt. She quickly soothed and explained, Piao, mommy doesn't dislike you. Absolutely not. You are my most important partner. She paused, staring at Su Ningyu's back, then continued. I'm following him actually to learn. Look at how formidable his bellflower is. There must be a special cultivation method. If we quietly observe, or find an opportunity to ask, maybe we can become stronger too. This is for our shared future. Hearing about becoming stronger and learning rather than being disliked, Piao perked up, its petals brightening. It gazed at the distant figure that had displayed such prowess, a veritable paragon of bellflowers. Its round eyes filled with adoring little stars, transforming into a fangirl beholding her idol. And with that, any lingering grievance toward its master dissipated, replaced by anticipation and motivation. Though their words were whispered, the silent forest rendered them loud as a conspiracy in Su Ningyu's keen perception. After walking a bit farther in the lull between searching for the next prey, Su Ningyu suddenly halted. He turned, his calm gaze meeting the flustered Sun Zhuwei. You know, he began, his tone tinged with resignation, learning my cultivation method isn't something you can pick up by merely trailing behind or asking a few casual questions. Sun Zhuwei's face flushed crimson once more, this time from embarrassment and the shame of being caught. She stiffened her neck, clinging to her last shred of defiance. I know that. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But I can pay. Consultation fees. Tuition fees. Anything. Pay. Su Ningyu's mind stirred. His thoughts raced. He was planning to apply for the junior breeder certification after the joint exam. Not only would it help him learn cultivation systematically, but it would also open a path to earn resources and funds. Sun Zhuwei, a ready-made, clearly well-off potential client with a distinct need, seemed like a promising target. He studied her for a moment. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity to secure my first customer. The thought crystallized in Su Ningyu's mind. Without an immediate answer, he took out paper and pen from his bag and quickly scribbled a string of numbers. This is my contact information. Su Ningyu handed the note to the still-dazed Sun Zhuwei. If after the joint exam you have specific questions about bellflower cultivation or want a more targeted consultation, you can reach me. Of course, as you said, it won't be free. With that, Su Ningyu wasted no more time. The exam was precious. He had to pick up the pace. All right, I still have my own exam to finish. You take care of yourself and don't overdo it. With that, ignoring her reaction, he nodded to Little Bell. Little Bell, let's go. Speed up. Show me. Little Bell chirped in response, following Su Ningyu as the pair vanished swiftly into the forest shadows ahead. Sun Zhuwei clutched the note, staring at the spot where they disappeared. After a long moment, she muttered under her breath, "What a strange yet formidable person." Carefully pocketing the note, she glanced around again. Without the reassuring presence of Su Ningyu's back, only the rustle of wind through the trees and the distant calls of unknown spirit beasts remained. The fear of being chased by the venomous sting bats crept back. She looked down at Piao in her arms, then touched the distress bracelet on her wrist. Though her points were modest, they were still a gain. Venturing deeper alone was too risky. Forget it, Sun Zhuowei took a deep breath, her gaze firming once more, even tinged with anger. I'll stop here for this exam. What matters most is going back to settle scores with those two wretches. Without hesitation, she pressed the button on her distress bracelet. A gentle spatial fluctuation enveloped her. A flash of light, and only fallen leaves swirled in place. Elsewhere in the forest, a true hunter aiming for a higher rank launched a more efficient hunt. On the leaderboard, the number behind a certain name began to flicker at an accelerating pace, leaving the observing teachers from various schools dumbfounded. Su Ningyu activated his whip and discipline talent to aid Little Bell in battle. As I said, this kind of combat suits Little Bell and me perfectly. Outside the secret realm in the monitoring center, before the massive total leaderboard screen, the numbers and rankings that had been fluctuating in an orderly manner suddenly exhibited an unusual stir. Several teachers and observers who had been closely monitoring the rankings nearly simultaneously locked their gaze onto a name that was skyrocketing. Wait, this student named Su Ningyu. Isn't the speed of his point accumulation a bit off? The observer wearing gold-rimmed glasses voiced the question first. Fingers swiftly slid across the auxiliary control panel, bringing up Su Ningyu's point accumulation graph. Beside him, another leading teacher from the 10th middle school also leaned and brows furrowed. Su Ningyu. That one from Qingshan? No. For middle school. I remember him. Shortly after the exam began, he and Chai Bohuai both secured the first points, drawing a bit of attention. But after that, his point accumulation grew quite steadily, and his ranking had long fallen outside the top 100. Right? How could it suddenly? His words hadn't even finished echoing when on the light screen the ranking number representing Su Ningyu actually jumped right before everyone's eyes. Ranking 10192. Whoa! It jumped 9 places at once, someone exclaimed. But this was only the beginning. Almost immediately after, the numbers refreshed again, ranking 9288. Then 88 became 83. Then 78, 73, A68. The numbers following the points were rolling upward at a breathtaking pace. Each jump's increment far exceeded what had been accumulated during the previous steady period. How is this possible? Someone speculated. Wait, look at the rhythm of his point accumulation. It's almost continuous. It jumps every few dozen seconds, and the increments are remarkably consistent. This doesn't look like combat. It's more like a systematic harvest. An observer with more experience caught the subtle clues. Harvest. A trainee beast tamer harvesting in an iron-grade secret realm. How could he manage that? Isn't his spirit beast a bellflower? Bellflowers belong to the healing class. Even if his bellflower knows attack skills, its stamina shouldn't be able to sustain combat at this intensity, right? Doubts and murmurs spread throughout the room. Many teachers from other schools also noticed this unexpectedly prominent name and began whispering among themselves. A student from Han? No. For middle school. I haven't heard of this person before. Bai Yong naturally witnessed this heart-pounding scene as well. He fixed his gaze on that familiar name on the screen and the ranking that was rocketing upward. His eyes bulged wide, and he instinctively swallowed hard, a mix of delight and disbelief in his heart. Good heavens. Su Ningyu, what exactly have you been doing in that secret realm? Have you raided some spirit beast clan stronghold? Inside the secret realm, Su Ningyu's actions began. The crisp, rhythmic crack of a whip echoed across a relatively open clearing in the forest. Accompanying the sound was a mixture of cries, some of pain, others of excitement, and something strangely uncanny. Su Ningyu gripped the rattan whip he had woven himself. He moved nimbly among a group of tusked white apes whose behavior seemed utterly bizarre. He wielded the whip. And here's the remarkable thing. Those tusked white apes, formerly plagued by questionable intelligence and volatile tempers, initially cried out in agony when struck, showing their teeth in pain. But soon their gazes began to sharpen with something resembling wisdom. Their frenzy and hostility dissolved rapidly, replaced by obedience. This peculiar ability that Su Ningyu had considered strange now demonstrated astonishing results. Not only could it instill a powerful sense of submission in targets under attack, but through continuous control, it could even establish a twisted yet effective reward mechanism. For these tusked white apes, being whipped seemed to become a way of confirming their place. The harder they were struck, the more obedient they became. Even Su Ningyu felt this ability was somewhat peculiar, but it was genuinely effective. That's right, stay in line, don't mess around. As he continued to swing the whip, rhythmically maintaining control over the 20-odd white apes, he issued concise commands and gestures. Be good, scout ahead. When you encounter other spirit beasts, charge in and eliminate them. Those who perform well will be rewarded with extra lashes. Upon hearing the order, some of the white apes' eyes brightened with excitement, making eager, woo-woo sounds, as though they regarded the prospect of being whipped as the highest honor. Su Ningyu's lips twitched slightly as he quickly suppressed the absurdity he felt. He directed this makeshift army of white apes with their unconventional approach as they advanced deeper into the secret realm. This was his strategy. It was also the secret behind his explosive point accumulation, leveraging his whip and discipline talent to subjugate numerous weaker tusked white apes, turning them into fearless vanguard and cannon fodder. Meanwhile, he kept Little Bellflower in the relatively safe rear. Little Bellflower's role was no longer primary attacker, but rather efficient support and logistics. When the white apes engaged in chaotic battles with other wild spirit beasts ahead, Little Bellflower would precisely cast Healing Chime to restore injured apes and maintain their combat effectiveness. At the same time, it would wait for the perfect moment to use Spark or Beam Shot to finish off damaged or stubborn targets. In this way, Ningyu barely needed to let Little Bellflower bear the brunt of combat exhaustion. This greatly conserved stamina and energy. Meanwhile, the white ape swarm, with their numbers advantage and suicidal squad mentality, could quickly overwhelm small groups of wild spirit beasts they encountered. The efficiency was astounding. When faced with scattered spirit beasts, the white apes would swarm forward, scratching and biting to quickly resolve them. When encountering small groups, the white apes charged into melee, while Little Bellflower provided healing from behind and precise, finishing blows, quickly crushing their opponents. Even when facing individual mini-elites reaching Black Tier 5 or 6 that were harder to handle. With the white ape swarm's relentless assault regardless of casualties and Little Bellflower's remote support, they could still take them down relatively quickly. And so the points accumulated, rapidly growing like a rolling snowball. Ningyu only needed to coordinate and direct from the rear, occasionally cracking his whip to motivate any white apes starting to slacken, or using the vine whip to herd and guide the group's direction. As expected, using one's talent in the right way is the greatest advantage. Ningyu watched the numbers on his wrist display jump, once more his heart calm and undisturbed. He glanced at the white apes, showing unusual enthusiasm as they alternated between combat and awaiting their whipping, then at Little Bellflower beside him. Never the primary attacker, yet constantly vigilant and executing every command with precision. Half a day remains for the evaluation. At this rate, top 10 should be secure. He looked toward the deeper reaches of the secret realm where stronger opponents awaited and higher points could be earned. Perhaps I should try pushing for an even higher position. Wielding his vine whip, he issued his commands and led his white ape legion along with his loyal companion forward. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the ranking bearing the name Ningyu continued to climb steadily and persistently, drawing increasing attention from all around. Ningyu's side, orderly, or rather strangely unconventional. The white ape legion, tamed by Ningyu, was advancing steadily. The whistling of vine whips through the air, the excited chirps of the white apes, and the startled cries of wild tamed beasts upon being ambushed, along with the clash of their skills. These all wove together into a unique battlefield symphony. Ningyu's scores were steadily and rapidly increasing. Ningyu even began to have some leisure time to ponder whether to try searching for and taming more white ape groups, or to look for other low-level tamed beasts that are easy to control and plentiful in number, further expanding the scale. However, he soon noticed a trace of something unusual. Because he had tamed too many fang-tusked white apes, the surrounding forest seemed overly lively. This was Wei Lin's side, having just experienced a somewhat arduous battle. His bubble frog was unleashing a barrage of attacks on an earth source boar that was covered in thick mud armor and skilled in manipulating earth and stone. Crystal clear bubbles were fired continuously like cannonballs. They exploded on the earth source boar's hard mud armor, leaving patches of wet traces. Some of the mud armor was softened and peeled away, revealing the relatively vulnerable skin beneath, causing the earth source boar to howl in pain. That's right, just like that. Bubble Frog, push harder, finish off that fat pig. Wei Lin clenched his fist, cheering on his partner. Watching the earth source boar begin to retreat under the bubble assault. Attempting to twist its plump body into the bushes, Wei Lin immediately ordered, "Don't let it escape. Pursue it." The bubble frog puffed up its cheeks, preparing to launch a new round of pursuit. In that very instant, Wei Lin suddenly felt his scalp tighten. A stray lock of hair on his head stiffened upright, without any warning. A chill ran up his spine. His talent, Danger Foresight, had passively triggered. Although this talent's warning was vague, but it often warned Wei Lin before fatal danger arrived. No way. At a time like this. Wei Lin's face changed and his heart suddenly tightened. The warning from his talent was not directed at the injured earth source boar before him, but rather came from the depths of the forest ahead, that unknown darkness. Bubble Frog, stop. Don't pursue. Wei Lin nearly screamed, to halt, his voice slightly distorted with terror. Without hesitation, he grabbed up the still confused Bubble Frog, turned and headed in the direction completely opposite to the warning. Sprinted with all his might. What scores, what earth source boar, before such a sense of danger, were utterly worthless. This was Chai Buohuai's side, a completely different scene. His Ice Flame Wolf had just cleanly finished off an Iron Beak Sparrow that attempted to sneak attack. At that moment, elegantly licking its paws. Suddenly, the Ice Flame Wolf stopped its movement, its head turned sharply toward the west. A low, wary growl emanated from its throat, adopting a rare posture, as if facing a formidable enemy. What's wrong? A trace of surprise flickered across Chai Buohuai's cold and distant face. To make his Ice Flame Wolf show such an expression. Over there, is there a danger that even you find troublesome? Instead of immediately fleeing away like Wei Lin, instead a strong interest and a hint of eager challenge desire rose in his eyes. He gently stroked the ice flame wolf's neck, first soothingly said, "Don't be nervous. Let's go take a look." He had absolute confidence in his own and the ice flame wolf's strength, not believing that in this assessment any other examinee or single tamed beast could threaten himself. Then what caused the ice flame wolf's reaction might be some special secret realm phenomenon or a powerful wild tamed beast. Regardless of what it was worth his while to explore. This was in Qingyi's side, the atmosphere somewhat serene. She was leaning against an ancient tree, her jade-green serpent coiling docilely around her arm, its jade-like scales shimmering with a soft luster in the light filtering through the leaves. And Qingyi sighed softly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the smooth, slightly cool body of the jade-green serpent. She actually was not keen on combat. Compared to charging into battle at the front commanding tamed beasts to defeat opponents, she preferred to stay in the relatively safe rear, contracting bellflowers and such tamed beasts to heal, soothe, and support others. Alas, she had awakened the beauty serpent talent, which also triggered a rare talent anomaly. This directly made her the school's key training target. It even led the school to seek out the jade-green serpent for her at all costs, a rare tamed beast with tremendous potential, but highly aggressive in its early stage. This forced Qingyi to embark on a path that slightly diverged from her true nature. Moi. And Qingyi's thoughts were interrupted by a slight movement between her arms. The jade-green serpent raised its small head, its cold vertical pupils tightly locked on a direction, its forked tongue flicking rapidly, conveying obvious alertness to its master and a hint of unease. Immediately thereafter, from the direction the jade-green serpent was gazing, in the deeper parts of the forest, faint, overlapping roars and screeches of various beasts were heard. Those sounds were initially somewhat scattered, but quickly became dense, frantic, like rolling thunder approaching from afar, the violence and terror contained within them, shaking one's spirit even from this distance. And Qingyi's complexion instantly turned pale. Beast tide. How is that possible? She said disbelievingly. This secret realm is a training secret realm that has been strictly cleared and controlled. The school had repeatedly assured that such out-of-control phenomena as large-scale beast tides would absolutely not occur. But the ever louder, ever closer sound of 10,000 beasts galloping in her ears, and the intense unease conveyed by the jade-green serpent were ruthlessly shattering her hopes of fluke. This was Zhang Quan's side, the style still fiery. And he was commanding his little fire dog, releasing fireballs at several panicking, fluffy bunnies. "Baby, burn for me. Let them see what the art of fire is all about." The little fire dog barked happily, spitting out clusters of scorching fireballs, driving the fluffy bunnies to scatter and flee in all directions. At this moment, the terrifying beast roars from the depths of the forest swept over like a tangible shockwave. That was no longer a single species call, but the panic of countless tamed beasts. Zhang Quan's arrogant expression instantly froze on his face, and his fiery red pants seemed to dim somewhat. What's going on? He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, only to see forest birds startled into flight in the distance, dust and smoke rising indistinctly. What kind of joke is this? It's just an assessment playing this big. Many other students, regardless of whether they were previously fighting, searching, or resting, were now stirred by these sudden, terrifyingly large-scale beast roars. Fear spread among the examinees like a plague. What's that sound? So many tamed beasts are calling. The ground is shaking. Run fast. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. Panicked screams and shouts echoed from every corner. Hearing of a beast tide, the examinees scattered across various locations like startled deer began instinctively fleeing toward what they deemed safe areas. Some even chose to immediately withdraw from the joint examination. And the source of all this chaos, or rather the culprit creating terrifying disturbances in the forest and driving massive numbers of wild beasts into panicked flight, was still immersed in the efficient rhythm of grinding points. Son Ningyu merely noticed that the resistance he encountered seemed to have weakened with more fleeing beasts appearing. Yet he had not yet fully realized that his team, like a demolition squad, was triggering a chain reaction of unprecedented scale and a man-made panic tide within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the monitoring center was in an uproar at this moment. Teleportation lights rose and fell one after another. A large number of students stumbled out in disarray from them, fear still lingering on their faces, with many unconsciously turning back to look, as if pursued by a flood of ferocious beasts behind them. The area was filled with noisy shouts. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. So many beasts. They've all gone mad. Run. They're charging. Teacher. A beast tide is forming in the secret realm. The proctoring teachers, staff, and school leaders responsible for maintaining order and safety heard this, and their expressions grew extremely grave. Beast tide. Impossible. A senior proctor who was also a member of the Beast Taming Association, a middle-aged man, flatly denied it. This secret realm underwent at least 3 rounds of thorough cleaning before opening. All individuals at the Lord level capable of commanding or gathering wild beasts in large numbers have been eliminated. Theoretically, it's absolutely impossible to naturally form a beast tide. Another technician in charge of the secret realm's security stared at the monitoring data, brows furrowed. But according to feedback from sensors in multiple areas, there is indeed large-scale abnormal gathering and movement of biological energy. The pattern extremely chaotic, as if driven or frightened by something. Should we terminate the assessment early? A school leader proposed, voice serious. If this really is a beast tide caused by unknown reasons, even if the scale is not large, it would be a devastating disaster for these trainee beast tamers. Safety first. The termination signal is ready but requires highest authority confirmation. The staff in charge of emergency procedures responded. Once confirmed as an out-of-control danger, it must be activated immediately. Inside the monitoring center, the atmosphere was extremely tense compared to outside. Inside the secret realm, Sun Ningyu's happy place. Sun Ningyu stood in a devastated forest clearing. Looking at the score display on his wrist that had already soared to a terrifying number, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Around him were 40 or 50 fanged white apes, some standing, some lying down in various poses, but all radiating an aura of begging for whipping. The air was filled with an indescribable harmony and excitement. Now forget the top 10, first place is secured. He was satisfied in his heart. He casually swung the rattan whip, making a sharp crack, striking the bottom of a white ape that had approached closest with eager eyes in its gaze. That white ape, far from being angry, instead made comfortable woo-woo sounds. The other white apes also cast envious glances. Just as this peculiar atmosphere continued, Awu. A loud, majestic wolf howl with strong ice-fire dual attribute fluctuations, like a bugle breaking through the fog, suddenly came from the deep forest ahead. The voice revealed vigilant scrutiny and a trace of confusion. The smile on Sun Ningyu's face slightly faded, and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw in the dark forest shadows, slowly pacing out, a robust and magnificent wolf-type beast. Half of its body had fur as clear and blue as ice crystals, radiating chilling coldness. Surprisingly, the other half resembled blazing flames. It was precisely that rare ice flame wolf. Its gaze was sharp, firmly locked on Sun Ningyu, and the group of white apes with strange behavior beside him, its deep pupils full of confusion. Ice flame wolf. Sun Ningyu's heart stirred, his gaze moving past the ice flame wolf, looking behind it. A tall and slender youth with a cool temperament slowly walked out from behind the tree. It was exactly the eldest young master of the Chai family, Chai Bohwai. The usual indifference on his face was now replaced by extreme surprise and bewilderment. Chai Bohwai's inner turmoil at this moment was no less than the students outside, who thought they had encountered a beast tide. He had followed the increasingly loud and chaotic beast roars and energy fluctuations all the way here. He had indeed mentally prepared to encounter a small beast tide, or even a riotous lord. The Ice Flame Wolf's battle intent had been ignited, and he himself also desired a tough battle that could test his strength. He had even thought it through. If he truly couldn't win, relying on the life-saving means and distress bracelet given by his family escaping should be without worry. But what was this situation before his eyes? There was indeed a group of fanged white apes, quite a number, and they had indeed gathered together, forming some kind of beast tide situation. This could barely explain the cause of the secret realm's chaos. But these fanged white apes that should have been irritable, hot-tempered, and highly aggressive, why were they either lying down or squatting with their butts up, or hopefully surrounding that boy in the know for middle school uniform? The most absurd thing was that the boy was holding a whip made of willow branches in his hand. He had just whipped one. And that whipped white ape not only didn't resist, but also seemed very obedient. The other white apes not only didn't attack, but instead had a vague feeling of competing to be first. Chai Bohwai felt that the beast-taming common sense and worldview he had built up over the years received an unprecedented impact at this moment. Knowledge about high-level mental control, special contracts, secret arts, ancient beast-taming rituals, and other obscure topics flashed through his mind. But none of them could completely correspond to the absurd and strange scene before him. This had already gone beyond the scope of battle or assessment, entering some kind of performance art field that he could not understand at all. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple rolling. The lines he had originally prepared, such as, "Are you the source of the disturbance?" or "Fight me," were stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. After holding it in for a long time, Chai Bohwai finally dryly spat out two words. He wanted to ask, "What's going on here?" But wanting to figure out this bizarre situation, he also felt there was no way to ask. Was the beast tide caused by you? Just then, as if to add fuel to this extremely awkward atmosphere, a fanged white ape that seemed to have waited anxiously, seeing Sun Ningyu's attention drawn to the suddenly appearing uninvited guest. There was a delay in continuing the whipping action. It actually moved its body closer to Sun Ningyu's leg side and deliberately turned its back to him. Looking back with those not very smart, but now full of "hurry up, it's my turn" big eyes, it eagerly gazed at Sun Ningyu. Chai Bohwai felt his meticulously maintained icy facade beginning to crack. The scene before him was far too shocking. Even for him, the well-traveled eldest son of the Chai family, it induced waves of dizziness and helplessness. He silently and slowly averted his gaze. He felt that if he continued watching, his sanity might give way. Chai Bohuai cleared his throat with difficulty. In a tone as steady as possible, but unable to conceal a hint of wavering, he said, sorry to disturb. Nothing much. I'll be going now. With that, not even waiting for Su Ningyu's response, he turned to leave this place of trouble, accompanied by the equally bewildered Frostfire Wolf, which was tilting its head to study the group of white apes. He felt that even encountering a beast tide would be far easier to comprehend than the spiritual pollution before his eyes. Hey, wait, classmate Chai. Su Ningyu finally snapped out of this toe-curlingly awkward situation. He hastily called out to him, his face showing a rare hint of embarrassment. Let me explain. What you saw might not be what it seems. Su Ningyu waved the vine whip in his hand, trying to clarify the situation. But looking at the white ape that was still stubbornly sticking its rear out, and Chai Bohuai's subtle expression of, "You don't need to explain, I don't want to know anything," he suddenly felt that this explanation would be more feeble than the current situation. Yet before Su Ningyu could organize his words to continue explaining this awkward situation to Chai Bohuai, the special wristband connecting him to the assessment system and the secret realm rules suddenly emitted a series of urgent and sharp beeping alarms. This sound did not only come from his wrist. Almost simultaneously, in every corner of the secret realm, whether candidates were fleeing, fighting, hiding, or like Chai Bohuai spectating, a bizarre scene, their wristbands all gave the exact same alarm buzz. What's going on? An alarm. Did the assessment end early? Is it to deal with the beast tide? Before the candidates' astonished words could settle, the next second, a powerful spatial teleportation ripple swept through the entire secret realm without warning. Su Ningyu only felt the light and shadow before him suddenly blur and twist, as if thrown into a high-speed vortex. Intense sensations of weightlessness and pulling force came over him. But this feeling lasted only a brief moment. His feet touched solid ground, and his vision cleared again. Dazzling sunlight, the clamor of voices, and the familiar air of the assembly area carrying the scent of grass and dust rushed toward him. He was out back in the assembly square outside the secret realm entrance. Did the assessment end early? Su Ningyu steadied himself. Frowning slightly, he looked at the wristband, which had stopped alarming, but still clearly displayed the points and ranking. It's not time yet. Seems like it was forcibly terminated. Su Ningyu's confusion was immediately drowned by the surging noise around him. The candidates who had just been teleported out were still in shock, many panting heavily, residual fear on their faces. These people were chattering to the surrounding classmates and teachers, describing their horrifying experiences in the secret realm. It's true. A beast tide. A beast tide really appeared in the secret realm. A boy waved his arms excitedly, his voice trembling. I saw it with my own eyes. The mountains and fields were covered with white shadows. It was the saber-toothed white apes. Normally stupid, but their eyes were red, completely mad. They bit anything they saw. I saw a group of thorn rats, instantly overwhelmed by them. Right. I saw it too. Another girl chimed in with lingering fear. Not only saber-toothed white apes, but also other spirit beasts that were startled and driven out, all in chaos. I almost got caught up in it. The scariest part wasn't the number. A boy who seemed to have seen more clearly lowered his voice, but couldn't hide the horror in his tone. Do you know? That beast tide didn't seem spontaneous. I was hiding in a tree hollow far away and vaguely saw. Inside the group of saber-toothed white apes there seemed to be a special commander spirit beast. A commander? Yes. Its body was much shorter than the ordinary apes, but its movements were especially agile. It seemed to be holding something like a whip. The boy tried to recall. Yes, a whip. I saw it lash an ape that was slow to charge. That ape not only didn't fall, but became even more frenzied, roaring and charging harder. It's too eerie. Really. A white ape holding a whip, and using a whip to buff its own kind. What kind of new species is this? Or a new sequential evolution form of the saber-toothed white ape? Oh my god, could it be that a new leader with dominion or berserk traits has evolved in the secret realm? This is too dangerous. The surrounding discussions grew louder, and the various speculations and embellished descriptions made the image of a strange spirit beast holding a vine whip and able to inspire white apes even more bizarre and terrifying. Many students turned pale, feeling extremely lucky to have been teleported out early. Su Ningyu standing at the edge of the crowd. Chai Bohuai, who had also heard the others' descriptions. Su Ningyu silently listened to the increasingly absurd eyewitness reports. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The vine whip in his hand, which he was still subconsciously holding now, felt scorching hot. Should he throw it away now, or throw it away? So, my commanding the white ape group to fight was mistaken for a beast tide outbreak. And I myself was mistaken for some kind of tool-using mutated ferocious white ape leader. Su Ningyu felt speechless, as if there was no way to explain. This misunderstanding was quite big, and it seemed to be getting worse. Chai Bohuai, who had also been teleported out and stood not far from him, naturally heard the surrounding discussions. His handsome face, which usually showed little expression, now displayed a complex and indescribable look. His gaze fell again on Su Ningyu, especially the vine whip in his hand, the conclusive evidence. His eyes became extremely strange, a mixture of shock, realization, absurdity, and a hint of barely suppressed amusement. So that's it. Chai Bohuai instantly understood the cause and effect. There was no mutated white ape leader, it was clearly this whip-wielding guy who had used some method to control the saber-toothed white ape group. Then, he used the whip to motivate them to fight. That so-called Beast Tide was nothing but a man-made score farming operation, controlling and driving a low-intelligence wild spirit beast group on such a large scale and so efficiently, and using pain stimulation to enhance their combat. Well, Chai Bohuai's heart stirred. This is no ordinary talent. Who is this person? When did another school produce such a figure? He no longer regarded Su Ningyu as an ordinary candidate, but placed him in a position that required careful observation and attention. His gaze sharpened, and he began to look around for anyone who might know Su Ningyu, seeking more information. At that moment, a cry tinged with excited tremor rang out, "Su Ningyu!" Then the homeroom teacher Bai Yong pushed through the crowd, his face flushed with irrepressible excitement. He rushed over to Su Ningyu in a few quick strides. He slapped his shoulders vigorously, his voice slightly high-pitched from excitement. "You little rascal! You've really given me a big surprise. No, a big shock to everyone." He grabbed Su Ningyu's wrist without further ado. He thrust the score sheet with the numbers and ranking right in front of his eyes, almost shouting, "See. First place. You're first. Overwhelming first place. Nearly double the second place." Bai Yong's voice was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. It wasn't surprising that he was excited. After all, the top scorer in the joint exam came from his class. Which teacher wouldn't be excited? However, the homeroom teacher's shout attracted waves of gazes. These gazes focused unanimously on Su Ningyu and on his dazzling score and the ranking of No. 1 inch. He's first. That student from No. For middle school. A classmate from No. 10 middle school beside Chai Bohuai let out an incredulous whisper. His eyes darted between Su Ningyu in the distance and the glaring Su Ningyu Ching Song No. 4 middle school at the very top of the overall scoreboard, as if to confirm that his eyes weren't deceiving him. Chai Bohuai, however, wasn't too surprised. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, imprinting the name Su Ningyu and that handsome face with a hint of helplessness deeply into his mind. Su Ningyu from No. For middle school. Chai Bohuai murmured to himself, his cool tone carrying a hint of having met his match. "I'll remember you." Soon as the dual focus of the Beast Tide incident and the top scorer Su Ningyu was invited by several stern-faced invigilators and association staff into a temporary inquiry room next door. The little bell on his shoulder was also required to be left outside temporarily, with Bai Yong taking care of it. This spectacle caused many onlooking students to whisper among themselves. Inside the inquiry room, facing the probing gazes of several examiners and questions about how he had achieved such an abnormally high score and whether he had discovered any anomalies in the secret realm. Su Ningyu knew he couldn't hide it, so he simply confessed. Of course, it was a redacted and polished version. He roughly described how he had used a self-made vine whip and his talent. He guided a small group of fanged white apes to assist him in battle to gain points. He emphasized that this was only to complete the assessment more efficiently, and he never expected it to alarm other examinees, let alone be mistaken for a Beast Tide. After hearing Su Ningyu's account and the corroboration between the whip-wielding commander, described by multiple examinees, and the vine whip in Su Ningyu's hand, the truth gradually surfaced. The examiners exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from initial seriousness to a mix of laughter and tears and disbelief. So, there is no new evolutionary sequence leader, nor an out-of-control Beast Tide. A senior examiner rubbed his brow, his tone complex. The one who caused such panic and chaos is your talent as an apprentice beast tamer and a group of fanged white apes. This is what kind of talent? Su Ningyu smiled and remained silent. He didn't want to reveal his talent. Although he knew it would be exposed one day, he hoped to have some strength first. Ahem, another examiner cleared his throat, trying to maintain a fair demeanor. Although the process was quite unexpected and caused some unnecessary panic based on the existing evidence and rules, student Su Ningyu did not use any prohibited items or methods. His method of obtaining points, strictly speaking, is part of tactical practice using the environment and his own abilities. His score is valid and legitimate. Impressive, the observer from the Beast Tamer Association stroked his chin, eyes gleaming. To be able to achieve such a large-scale beast driving as an apprentice beast tamer, this talent is probably not simple. I really want to know what kind of ability can cause such a big commotion. It seems that our Binjiang city has produced another unconventional genius seedling. Another school leader lamented, "It's a pity that his initial contracted beast was a bellflower, a typical auxiliary type, which limits his potential. I think his bellflower is cultivated quite extraordinarily with high skill proficiency. It probably played a key role in the auxiliary process." Someone offered a different opinion. "Alright, these are not the focus of our discussion now." The chief examiner made the final decision. Since the results have been confirmed as valid and the secret realm poses no real danger, the joint exam results will be published as usual. As for the disturbance caused by student Su Ningyu, considering it was justified and the outcome was controllable, no additional punishment will be imposed, but he should be mindful of the impact next time. You can go down now. Back in the team of Chingsong No. For middle school, Su Ningyu immediately became the absolute center. Countless gazes focused on him. Curiosity, envy, jealousy, scrutiny, all kinds. Zhang Quan was the first to squeeze over his face, usually written with, "I'm the best," now full of confusion and defiance. Damn, Su Ningyu, did you use a cheat? I know you're strong but top in the joint exam. And by a landslide. How am I supposed to live? He punched Su Ningyu's shoulder, then lowered his voice with intense curiosity. And the early termination of the exam, the beast tide that's being talked about everywhere. Was it really you who caused it? What's your relationship with that whip-wielding white ape leader? Su Ningyu now gets a headache whenever he hears beast tide and white ape leader. He pushed Zhang Quan's face away expressionlessly and said sternly, "Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors." The early termination of the exam was an official decision. As for the beast tide, there's no such thing. Everything is subject to the official announcement. Meanwhile, Wei Lin, who had been quietly watching while holding the bubble frog, hearing Zhang Quan's questioning and Su Ningyu's official rhetoric, and recalling the absurd rumors at the secret realm entrance earlier, a special white ape holding a vine whip, using a whip to beat its own kind to incite ferocity. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. He remembered Su Ningyu's damned strange talent. That unknown talent that could cause bizarre obedience in whoever was whipped, whether human or beast. That's right in Wei Lin's eyes. Su Ningyu's talent was just some kind of strange talent. Combined with the familiar self-made vine whip in Su Ningyu's hand, all the clues instantly connected. Wei Lin couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, the bubble frog in his arms trembling with his laughter. Ha ha ha. Cough. UUG. Ha ha ha. He was laughing so hard, he doubled over, pointing at Su Ningyu, and then thought of the vine whip made by Su Ningyu. Tears were almost coming out. Wei Lin was already laughing uncontrollably. So that's the legendary fanged white ape new evolution sequence. The Beastmaster wielding the divine whip. It's you. Ha. This is killing me. Your talent. Wherever you go, the whole atmosphere just completely shifts. Ha ha. The classmates around Wei Lin, confused by her outburst, looked at her as if she had lost her mind. But the phrases fanged white ape new evolution sequence and special Beastmaster wielding a divine whip, combined with the rumors from outside and Su Ningyu's bizarrely high score. Some quick-thinking individuals seemed to faintly guess something, their gazes towards Su Ningyu growing even more peculiar. Su Ningyu. A cross-shaped vein throbbed at his temple. With an expressionless face, he turned toward Wei Lin, who was laughing so hard she could barely catch her breath. He slowly raised his hand, his voice calm and unwavering, yet carrying an invisible pressure. Student Wei Lin, it seems you're quite interested in how I handle the fanged white ape. Would you like to personally experience their joy? Wei Lin. Her laughter abruptly ceased. She instantly covered her mouth with both hands, forcibly swallowing back the remaining burst of hilarity. Her head shook like a rattle drum, her eyes filled with terror and imploring apology. No way. She absolutely did not want to experience such a humiliating public spectacle in front of the entire school, being controlled and lashed like that. Watching Wei Lin fall instantly silent as a chattering magpie, Su Ningyu finally withdrew his hand with satisfaction. He met the increasingly curious and reverent gazes around him, letting out a resigned sigh within. This time in the citywide middle school joint examination, Chingsong No. For middle school truly shone brilliantly. They had become the undisputed biggest winners overnight simply because two highly anticipated seed players had emerged. One was without question the joint examination first place winner Su Ningyu, even triggering a false alarm about a beast tide. He not only relied on his unmatched landslide leading score, he had successfully claimed one of the three precious special admission examination qualifications to the top-tier institution Beichin High School. Furthermore, he had obtained the school's promised heavyweight reward. From this day forward, until the high school entrance examination concluded, a fine-grade exclusive Beast Tamer nutrient solution would be provided every week. This sustained resource support undoubtedly provided a solid guarantee for his and Little Bell's subsequent sprint. The other was in Qingyi, quiet, but equally demonstrating remarkable strength. During the chaotic assessment, she advanced steadily, relying on the Bite Song Snake's powerful talent and tactical execution ability. She ultimately ranked 9th in the joint examination. Although she narrowly missed the special admission qualification for Beichin High School, a 9th place result was still more than enough to earn her a generous resource reward from the school. This added significant weight to her pursuit of other key high schools. In no time, the names of Su Ningyu and Qingyi spread throughout the No. 4 middle school, and indeed the entire Binjiang City middle school beast taming circle. One was a dark horse who reached the summit through bizarre means. The other was a heaven's favored daughter, blessed with extraordinary talent. The reputation of No. 4 middle school rose accordingly. Returning to his slightly old but clean and quiet home, Ningyu carefully stored the award certificate issued by the school and the special admission examination notification from Beichin High School. The excitement gradually settled. What replaced it was a clear plan for the challenges ahead. The special admission exam. There's less than a month left. He sat at his desk, fingertips lightly tapping the surface. Beichin High School's special admission examination had always been renowned for its high difficulty and fierce competitiveness. Its purpose was to filter out those truly possessing top-tier potential and practical combat ability. The exam content was extremely simple and direct: combat. Beast taming duels continuing until a final qualified candidate was determined. The rules were likely closer to real confrontation, with fewer restrictions, testing entirely the Beastmaster and Beast's comprehensive strength, on-the-spot adaptability, and combat will. There is no room for shortcuts. I must break through with raw strength alone. Ningyu's gaze was resolute. From now on, besides continuing to elevate Little Bell's tier, deepening skill proficiency, further developing tactics, and preparing for opponents of all elements, everything needs to be accelerated. He thought of those 3 pairs of venom fangs. Perhaps he could research them to see if they might add some variation to Little Bell's tactical system. Ding dong. Just then the phone screen beside the desk suddenly lit up, emitting a crisp notification chime. Ningyu picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and found a new friend request. The applicant's username was Wei Feng, with the note clearly reading Sun Zhuowei. Sun Zhuowei. Ningyu immediately recalled the girl from the secret realm, who had been abandoned by her companions, fled in disarray, clutching a bellflower, and later had blushed while seeking advice on cultivation methods. She was also a bellflower beastmaster, and she had explicitly expressed willingness to pay for consultation. A potential customer, and possibly a quality client with steady demand. Ningyu's mind shifted. Without hesitation, he tapped lightly on the screen and accepted the friend request. Almost the very next second after their friendship was established, the other side immediately fired off a rapid barrage of messages, as if pre-composed in the dialog box, waiting only for the send button to be unlocked. Wei Feng Sun Zhuowei Wo. The joint exam first place is really you. Ningyu. Wei Feng Sun Zhuowei, how did you manage that? Wei Feng Sun Zhuowei, that score is terrifying. Wei Feng Sun Zhuowei, of course. First, let me congratulate the boss on taking first place in the joint exam. Every word brimmed with surprise, curiosity, and unmistakable excitement. He could almost picture the other party's wide-eyed expression through the screen. Ningyu watched the flood of messages, a slight smile playing on his lips. He tapped the screen twice and replied 2 words: "You, thank you." Then he set the phone aside and spread open his analysis notes on Beichin High School's annual special admission combat records once more. Ningyu immersed himself in planning his next phase of preparation. At the same time, in a spacious bedroom of a luxury villa in another part of the city, Sun Zhuowei, clad in soft cartoon pajamas, lay sprawled face down on her large bed, draped in velvet sheets, her feet kicking idly in the air. She cradled her phone in both hands, eyes fixed unblinking on the screen, waiting for a reply from the joint exam champion, who had just accepted her friend request. Accepted, she whispered excitedly, immediately sending her pre-composed series of messages. After sending them, she rested her chin on her crossed arms. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the chat window, her heart fluttering nervously. There was admiration for the boss, as well as eager anticipation of success in her quest for knowledge. Mixed in was a trace of nervousness she hadn't even noticed herself. How will he reply? Share some experience? Or ask for payment first? Thinking of this, Sun Zhuowei couldn't help but laugh at herself. Various possibilities flashed through Sun Zhuowei's mind. She even began crafting her next response, hoping to sound both natural and courteous, while subtly steering the conversation toward the proper topic of bellflower cultivation. Time slipped by agonizing second. 1 minute passed, then 3, then 5. In the chat window beyond her own long string of messages and that minimalist 2-word reply, "Thank you," not a single new bubble appeared. The bedroom was so still that only the faint hum of the central air conditioning could be heard. The eager anticipation on Sun Zhuowei's face gradually stiffened, melting into bewilderment before her lips finally drooped. That's it. She blinked in disbelief, bringing the phone closer, then pulling it away, even exiting and re-entering the chat interface. Still only those 2 lonely characters remained: "Thank you." It felt as though all her exclamations, questions, and congratulations had been wasted on thin air. Sun Zhuowei pouted, burying her face into the soft pillow, letting out a muffled groan that betrayed both frustration and exasperation. Is that how all top-tier commanders are, so cold and aloof? She rolled over and stared at the ornate crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Yet despite herself, the image of that young man from the secret realm, wielding a vine whip, his gaze steady, his command unshaken, surfaced in her thoughts. Never mind. She exhaled deeply, picked up her phone again, and tapped on Sun Ningyu's avatar. A simple starry sky wallpaper greeted her. Sun Zhuowei muttered under her breath, "Fine if he's cold. Who can blame him when he's truly that formidable?" As for the cultivation inquiry, I'll find another time to ask properly, she thought, clutching the phone to her chest as she gazed out at the city's neon glow. Her feelings toward that peer-named son, Ningyu, now carried not only her original gratitude and curiosity, but also a new layer of mystique and untouchable distance. And crowned with the glory of first place in the joint examination, he seemed all the more brilliant. The holiday that followed the exam's conclusion offered most students a chance to unwind and adjust. But for Sun Ningyu it marked the final, and most precious, sprint before the Beichin High School special recruitment exam. Time grew unusually tight, yet his objective remained crystal clear. His foremost priority was helping Little Bellflower master the crucial prerequisite skill for evolution, photosynthesis. Sun Ningyu carefully arranged the sunflowers he'd brought back from the secret realm on the windowsill, where ample sunlight bathed them. Their bloom centers glowed like miniature suns, steadily radiating gentle, stable, thermal energy. Little Bellflower observed them closely. Sun Ningyu pointed to the sunflowers. Don't merely watch them shine. Feel how they breathe, how they capture, absorb, transform, and store the ever-present light into usable life energy. This differs from how you channel energy during skill releases. It is a far more fundamental continuous cycle, one that resonates with nature itself. Little Bellflower hovered beside the sunflowers, its petals gently unfurling as pale green healing light interwove with their golden glow. It was utterly earnest, brimming with focus and a touch of confusion that often precedes sudden clarity. It extended its leaf, tenderly brushing against the sunflower's stem and petals, sensing their peculiar energy rhythm and attempting to mirror that distinctive breathing cadence. Progress was slow, yet Sun Ningyu could sense that Little Bellflower's sensitivity and control over light energy were steadily deepening through this daily practice of observation and mimicry. To refine skill proficiency, further real combat experience was essential. Over the following days, Sun Ningyu frequently visited the city's Beast Tamer arena with Little Bellflower. Their most familiar opponent was naturally Zhang Quan, and his little fire pup, who had willingly volunteered as an ideal sparring partner. On the club's standard arena, flashes of firelight danced and clashed with trails of emerald energy. Little Bellflower spark, aim for a tighter angle, cut off its movement. Sun Ningyu commanded calmly. A concentrated jet of flame shot forth from the Bellflower's core. Rather than striking straight, it arced through the air, preemptively cutting off the fire pup's intended sidestep path. The pup was forced to skid to an abrupt halt, looking decidedly awkward. Awoke. The fire pup retaliated with a column of flame, but Little Bellflower swiftly drifted sideways beneath it, narrowly evading the blast. Then immediately fired another spark that exploded near its paws, forcing the pup to leap aside once more. Zhang Quan watched from the sidelines, wringing his hands in frustration, yet unable to suppress his admiration. After countless rounds of such lopsided sparring, Little Bellflower's spark technique had transformed beyond recognition from its original form. Its release speed, trajectory, precision, energy concentration, and timing of strikes had all reached levels Zhang Quan found utterly unbelievable. This was no longer the attack proficiency one would expect from a support-type beast. Enough. Exhausted from being relentlessly peppered by Little Bellflower's pinpoint sparks, Zhang Quan raised his hand to call a halt. He trudged over with a grimace, staring at Sun Ningyu, who was feeding Little Bellflower a water spirit fruit to restore its energy. Hey Lao Su. Zhang Quan leaned in, lowering his voice, his expression brimming with curiosity and stubborn competitiveness. How on earth did you raise that little flower of yours? Its spark control is sharper than beasts specializing in fire types. Teach me. I'm not asking for much. Just help my dumb dog learn a high-level move, something like flamethrower. As he imagined his fire pup unleashing a towering column of flame to sweep across the arena, his spirits lifted, and he turned back to Sun Ningyu with renewed hope. Once my fire pup masters flamethrower, your Little Bellflower's puny sparks won't stand a chance against a single strike. Sun Ningyu sat on the bench in the rest area, flipping through the thick beginner Beast Tamer qualification exam guide in his hands, barely glancing up as he replied casually. Do I look like a fool to you? If I truly possessed the ability to casually teach advanced skills to beasts, do you think I'd still be here acting as your sparring partner? I'd have been scooped up by major factions long ago and treated like gold. Of course, deep down he knew that with his whip and train talent combined with the right methods and resources, guiding a beast to learn skills might indeed yield twice the result with half the effort. But how could such an ace be revealed so easily? Especially when his own strength wasn't yet sufficient for complete self-preservation. Staying low-key and enduring was the only wise path. Zhang Quan sputtered, rolling his eyes dramatically. I knew it. You must have gotten incredibly lucky, stumbled upon some weird trick from somewhere, and your Bellflower somehow learned spark by pure chance. You and I guess. He huffed and slumped down nearby, though his gaze kept drifting involuntarily toward the other side of the arena. The fire pup and Little Bellflower weren't clashing like their trainers. Instead, they had gathered close together. The fire pup curiously sniffed at a sunflower cradled in Little Bellflower's leaf-like hands, while Little Bellflower seemed to be speaking to the pup in some quiet exchange. Zhang Quan saw that sunflower. Then he recalled Su Ningyu's previous actions and couldn't help but start his mockery again. I said, Su Ningyu, why did you get that sunflower for your little Bella? This thing is utterly useless except for being a little night light at night, completely ornamental and impractical. Do you really expect it to learn a skill from this? Su Ningyu closed the documents in his hand, too lazy to bother with this fool. I told you I'm using it to assist in learning the photosynthesis skill. Zhang Quan burst out laughing, pointing at Su Ningyu, rocking with laughter. Huh, I think you've gone crazy from reading too many books. Holding a flower can teach a skill. Then if you hold a cultivation manual, will you wake up as a master breeder? I think you don't need to bother taking the breeder qualification exam the day after tomorrow. If anyone actually believes your nonsense, it would be misleading the youth and harming the beast-taming world. He was laughing so hard that spittle nearly flew onto Su Ningyu's face. However, the next second before his laughter faded, woof! Little Fire Dog suddenly let out a surprised bark. Zhang Quan instinctively turned his head. The next second the smile on his face instantly froze. His eyes bulged like bells, and his mouth hung open unconsciously, as if it could fit a fist. At the edge of the battle platform, Little Bell, who was holding the sunflower, and seemed to be communicating with Little Fire Dog, suddenly emitted a soft, pure, pale, golden glow from within its entire body. The light was not dazzling, but exceptionally clear, brimming with vitality, as if it actively absorbed and transformed the surrounding light, then gently released it. Even more astonishing was that the sunflower held in Little Bell's hands seemed dim and dull in comparison to this pale golden fluorescence, like a firefly before the bright moon. A peculiar wave of energy quietly radiated from Little Bell, the rhythm of light energy, being efficiently absorbed, transformed, and perfectly integrated with its own life force. Su Ningyu also heard the system notification in his ear. His Little Bell had successfully comprehended the photosynthesis skill. Zhang Quan's jaw dropped to the floor, his mind blank, with only a few words flashing repeatedly. Photosynthesis. Oh my god, your bellflower actually learned it. Zhang Quan stared at Little Bell bathed in the pale golden light, looking exceptionally sacred. He stiffly turned his head, looking at Su Ningyu, who still wore a calm expression, as if everything was under control. He felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This guy, what did he say just now? Holding a sunflower, learning photosynthesis. He was actually serious. And he actually succeeded? Soon Zhang Quan snapped out of the immense shock of witnessing that a sunflower, an ornamental plant, could teach a bellflower the photosynthesis skill in a live demonstration. The look in his eyes towards Su Ningyu had completely changed. The previous doubt, defiance, and even a hint of jealousy were now replaced by a fanatical admiration. Or rather a desire to latch onto a powerful ally. He dashed over to Su Ningyu in one stride, putting on an ingratiating smile he had never shown before. Zhang Quan rubbed his hands together, his voice now sickeningly sweet. Big brother. Bro Su. Bro you. Just now this little brother failed to recognize Mount Tai and spoke nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. You see, my Little Fire Dog here has a fate of meeting through conflict with your divine flower. Could you also give a little guidance? For example, use some special breeding method to make it wise up and learn a flame jet skill or something. I don't ask for much, just the basics. Payment is negotiable. Little Fire Dog seemed to sense its owner's urgency, sidled up to Little Bell, wagged its tail ingratiatingly, and looked on with eager eyes. Su Ningyu. He silently shifted his gaze from Zhang Quan's face, which was clearly written, with my Little Fire Dog wants it too. He returned his attention to the breeder manual in his hand, as if it contained golden houses and jade beauties. Explaining the uniqueness of talent and the principles of skill learning to this guy was too troublesome, better to ignore him. Of course, even if he had the knowledge, now was not the time to share. His mind was already fully immersed in the joy of Little Bell successfully mastering photosynthesis and the subsequent plans. Mastering photosynthesis means that the biggest skill barrier on Little Bell's path to evolving into Sunlight Flower has been cleared. Su Ningyu mused to himself, a sense of accomplishment welling up. Now only one final hard condition remains. Raise its strength to the peak of Black Iron 9th level. This was no easy feat, especially without a massive accumulation of resources. But Su Ningyu was not afraid. On the contrary, the clarity of the goal brought even greater motivation. In the coming days, I need to formulate a stricter, yet more scientific training plan. Make good use of the premium-grade nutrient fluid provided by the school each week, combined with the efficient energy recovery of photosynthesis under sunlight to maximize training efficiency. Practical combat training must not stop either. Besides Zhang Quan, who serves as a punching bag, perhaps I can try to engage opponents with different attributes in the club to accumulate more diverse battle experience. Su Ningyu quickly sketched out the blueprint for the sprint phase in his mind. As for Zhang Quan's request about training Little Fire Dog, he had neither the time nor the risk of exposing his secrets to become someone else's private tutor. Besides, he himself did need an official certification to pave the way for his future breeding career. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, outside the service hall and affiliated examination area of the Binjiang City Beast Tamer Alliance Government Department, crowds were bustling much livelier than usual. People from all districts of the city of all ages and with various purposes gathered here. The air was thick with tension, anticipation, and a hint of anxiety. Sequence: Beast Tamer Cultivator. As one of the most crucial professions in the beast taming civilization, the qualification certificate carried immense value. Correspondingly, the examination difficulty was extremely stringent. The assessment, evaluation, and issuance of all related qualification certificates were uniformly handled by the official authority, the Beast Tamer Alliance, to ensure fairness and authority of the standards. While I didn't expect so many people to take the junior breeder qualification exam, Wei Lin, who accompanied Su Ningyu, couldn't help but click his tongue at the bustling crowd. He held his bubble frog in his arms. Today he came specially to cheer for Su Ningyu, and of course watch the excitement. Su Ningyu calmly scanned the various examinees around him. Around him were teenagers with childish faces and eyes full of hope, as well as calm adults who clearly had considerable practical experience. There were even some older figures who seemed to have tried and failed many times. Hearing Wei Lin's words, Su Ningyu said calmly, "It is perfectly normal. With this certificate, one has obtained the Alliance's recognition. With it, one may accept missions through official channels, establish a consultancy, or even be hired by beast breeding houses or major factions. It is a stable and promising path for livelihood and development. The attraction is naturally great." Wei Lin nodded, lowering her voice to say, "The proportion of people who can pass the preliminary examination each year is shockingly low, seemingly less than 1 in 10,000. The questions are both obscure and difficult, and candidates must conduct on-site beast status analysis and basic care practical operations. Many have taken the exam for years without passing." Wei Lin, as she spoke, gently nudged Su Ningyu with her elbow, her eyes filled with concern and a trace of uncertainty. "Will you make it? Are you under a lot of pressure?" Su Ningyu glanced at Wei Lin, his expression unchanged. His tone was calm. "Whether one passes cannot be determined by empty words, nor is it something I can declare right now. Only by truly facing the questions and the judge's standards will one know the result. All I need to do now is maintain a composed mind and perform to the best of my knowledge and preparation." Of course, he possessed considerable confidence. The theoretical foundation accumulated from his past life gaming experience combined in this lifetime with profound practical understanding and particular insight into nurturing a specific beast like Shaolin Dang. The hidden nurturing knowledge from the game, along with the talents granted by the Black Gold Codex, gave Su Ningyu an absolute advantage. These were his source of confidence. But he deeply understood the principle that the tree that stands out invites the wind to break it. Especially in official settings like the Alliance, being low-key and steady was always safer than being flamboyant and boastful. All candidates participating in the preliminary Beast Tamer Cultivator qualification examination, please be advised. A clear and solemn broadcast echoed through the hall. The examination is about to begin. All candidates are requested to carry their identification and examination badges and proceed according to the directions to your respective written examination venues and practical preparation areas. Those who fail to arrive on time will be deemed to have abandoned the examination. The atmosphere instantly tightened further. Su Ningyu took out his identity card and the sturdy examination badge he had just received, which bore his number and venue information, and confirmed everything was correct. "I will head over first." He nodded to Wei Lin. She clenched her fist to cheer him on. "Yes. Good luck. Pow pow wah, and I will wait for your triumphant return outside." Su Ningyu smiled faintly and said no more, turning to merge with the stream of candidates heading toward the examination hall. His figure was upright and unhurried, forming a sharp contrast with many around him who paced nervously, took deep breaths, or muttered words of encouragement to themselves. Passing through security, Su Ningyu stepped into the examination corridor, where only the sound of footsteps remained. His mind grew increasingly serene. The Alliance's Beast Tamer Cultivator qualification examination was rigorous and efficient. It mainly consisted of 2 core components designed to comprehensively evaluate the candidate's true abilities. This is the cornerstone of the examination. It aims to test whether a prospective beast tamer possesses solid theoretical foundations. Sequential cultivators also have many specializations. For instance, systematic professional knowledge, rigorous logical thinking, and a comprehensive understanding of multiple fields such as beast physiology, psychology, energy systems, common skills, evolution routes, nutrition, and basic pathology. The examination questions cover an extremely wide range. From the discrimination of basic concepts to complex case analysis, from the derivation of energy formulas to the properties and incompatibility of specific materials, everything is included. If one's mind lacks systematic study and extensive accumulation, relying only on half-baked knowledge or unorthodox experience, passing the written test would be nothing short of a fantasy. For this very reason, this stage often directly eliminates more than 2/3 of the candidates, leaving them without even the opportunity to engage in practical cultivation. The next stage was even more arduous, a true test of steel. The examiner would provide a tamed beast, and the candidates were required to conduct a basic state assessment within the allotted time, analyzing its existing strengths and weaknesses. Based on this, they were to devise a scientifically sound, reasonable, and feasible cultivation direction and specific recommendations for the next phase. This demanded not only profound theoretical knowledge, but also tested the candidate's observation, analytical judgment, on-the-spot adaptability, and the tactile feel of transforming theoretical knowledge into practical operation. If one could directly cultivate a special sequence, tamed beast success would be guaranteed without further deliberation. Many candidates rich in theoretical knowledge often failed at this hurdle because they could not integrate theory with the living tamed beast before them, or the proposals they put forward were divorced from reality and merely armchair strategizing leading to elimination. Inside the written examination hall, the atmosphere was solemn, with only the rustling of pens across paper and the occasional soft sound of turning pages. Ningyu quickly scanned the test paper after receiving it. The questions were indeed comprehensive and formidable. Some even touched upon rather obscure knowledge points. But for someone who had thoroughly understood the game of tamed beast sequence in his past life, accumulated a deep foundation, and systematically sorted out and targeted the reinforcement of the tamed beast world system in this life, these questions were mostly familiar and the solutions clear. The written test holds no difficulty. Ningyu thought to himself. This was not arrogance, but a calm judgment based on thorough preparation. He hesitated no longer, picked up his pen, and began to answer with composure. The multiple choice and true-false questions required almost no pause, and the fill-in-the-blank and term definition questions came to him effortlessly. When it came to the later short answer questions and comprehensive case analyses, he pondered briefly, then wrote down answers with clear logic and precise points, citing accurate theories, rigorous deduction processes, and proposing suggestions that balanced practicality and foresight. His pen danced like a dragon, and in less than half the allotted time, Ningyu had completed all the questions and quickly reviewed them. He raised his head, stretched his stiff neck, and scanned his surroundings. The other candidates in the examination hall were still mostly entangled in the sea of questions. Some knitted their brows, biting their pen caps in deep thought. Others had sweat beading on their foreheads, constantly scribbling on scratch paper. Still others stared at a difficult problem with despair, their eyes vacant. Clearly this written test paper was not kind to most people. Ningyu's early completion was like a small pebble thrown into a calm lake. Though his actions were inconspicuous, they immediately caught the attention of several nearby candidates. They first glanced at the clock on the wall in surprise, confirming that the time was still early, then their gazes converged on Ningyu's already closed test paper. This guy, he's finished. So fast. A boy with thick glasses muttered to his companion, his tone filled with disbelief. He must have written nonsense, right? Or maybe he's just here to experience it and never intended to pass. His companion shrugged and whispered back, harboring a subtle psychology of, if I can't do it, no one else can. He doesn't look that old either. Probably just playing around or putting on a show. If he can't even pass the written test, forget about the practical exam. Another direction also carried a sour whisper of discussion. A slight commotion rippled through the examination hall due to Ningyu's early submission. Though everyone lowered their voices, the collective murmur was still noticeable. Silence. Maintain examination discipline. The invigilator, a stern-faced, middle-aged woman, furrowed her brow and admonished the students. She was not surprised by the early submission, as such students appeared every year. Nor was she concerned about test leaks. The Alliance's intelligent test generation system ensured that each examinee's paper was randomly composed with virtually no duplicates, making plagiarism or answer passing futile. Ningyu stood up, holding his test paper and exam card, and walked calmly to the podium. The examiner took his paper without grading it on the spot, as in traditional exams. She placed the paper flat on the podium in front of a special spirit beast. It was a peculiar-looking creature about the size of 2 fists, its body assembled from many brightly colored, geometrically shaped building blocks. Upon seeing this spirit beast, Ningyu was reminded of the Lego figures from his past life. It had a round head and round body with 2 crystal eyes that glowed blue. This was precisely the Jimu beast, a relatively rare spirit beast that typically followed the mechanical sequence evolution path, known for its powerful logical computation, pattern recognition, and information processing abilities. It was often used by the Alliance for rapid and impartial grading of standardized exams. 2 thin beams of blue light shot from the Jimu beast's eyes, swiftly scanning the paper. From within its body came extremely faint clicking sounds like gears turning and a hum of energy flow. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. The blue light subsided. A green building block symbolizing pass popped up from the Jimu beast's head with a click. Simultaneously, its synthesized electronic voice rang out in a rigid but clear tone. Test paper no. XXXXX examinee, Ningyu written examination passed. Score evaluation excellent. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered across the examiner's face, but she quickly regained her professional composure. She returned Ningyu's exam card and instructed in a matter-of-fact tone, "You have passed the written test. Exit and turn right, follow the signs to the 3rd practical preparation room, and await your practical examination arrangement. Do not delay." With that, she no longer paid attention to Su Ningyu, turning her gaze back to the other examinees who were still writing furiously, maintaining order in the hall. Su Ningyu took back his exam card, nodded slightly to the examiner, and turned around. Under the complex gazes of surprise, envy, or lingering doubt from behind, he walked out of the written examination hall composedly. Su Ningyu's steps were steady, his heart unruffled. Passing the written test was merely the anticipated first step, just a ticket to the next, more rigorous trial. Su Ningyu remained calm. He followed the instructions and arrived at the designated area for practical exams. Here was a row of separate rooms with electronic screens at the doors displaying, preparing, or in examination. In the public waiting area, he found that he was not the only one who had finished the written test early. 3 others had arrived even earlier than him. One was an elderly man with graying hair and reading glasses, exuding an elegant and calm demeanor. He was slowly sipping a glass of water. The other 2 appeared to be university students in their early 20s. 1 male and 1 female. The young man was flipping through a thick notebook, while the woman nervously checked her toolkit. When Su Ningyu entered, the 3 of them almost simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. A clear glint of surprise flashed across their faces. For no other reason, Su Ningyu looked far too young compared to them. His face was still youthful, and though he had changed out of his school uniform, his student air was still evident. In the field of spirit beast breeders, a domain that heavily relies on accumulated experience, practical refinement, and depth of knowledge, youth often signifies inexperience, a natural disadvantage. However, their surprise lasted only a brief moment. A flicker of understanding passed through the old man's eyes, then he returned to his nonchalant demeanor, continuing to drink his water, as if accustomed to seeing all kinds of geniuses or self-important people. The university-aged pair exchanged a glance, as if communicating silently, another theory-oriented candidate. In their view, Su Ningyu was most likely the kind of bookworm genius who possessed an extraordinary memory and could recite voluminous tomes backward, but whose practical skills and on-the-spot adaptability might be a complete mess. The second practical exam was precisely the Waterloo for such armchair strategists. Su Ningyu paid no heed to their gazes and silent judgments. He walked to the electronic screen, confirmed his room number and status, then pushed the door open and entered, his figure disappearing behind it. The room was small but well equipped with an operation table, material shelves, basic tools, and protective gear, and a transparent observation box for the temporary lodging of a spirit beast. The blackboard in front was actually an electronic display, clearly showing the practical exams task. Please analyze the potential tendency of the provided spirit beast individual and on-site plan, prepare and guide it through a controlled, directionally clear evolutionary cultivation. Su Ningyu's gaze then shifted to the center of the room. There, in an observation box lined with a soft, sterile pad, a snow-white, plump spirit beast was slowly wriggling, resting quietly. Silkworm, Su Ningyu murmured to himself without surprise in his eyes. It's indeed this spirit beast. As one of the most classic and distinctive representatives of insect-type spirit beasts, the silkworm is renowned for its extreme genetic plasticity and evolutionary diversity. It itself is extremely weak in combat and has faint life energy. Yet its gene sequence is exceptionally sensitive, easily influenced by environment, nutrition, external energy, and even specific materials, thereby mutating into various insect-type spirit beasts with vastly different forms, attributes, and abilities. It could be said to be the perfect test for evaluating a breeder's judgment of spirit beast potential, material compatibility, grasp of evolutionary principles, and fine operational skills. Of course, for a junior spirit beast breeder examination, not all candidates would be allowed to fail. On the adjacent material shelf, dozens of different materials were neatly arranged. From common insect type and plant type energy crystals to or powders of various attributes, and special extraction liquids to fresh leaves, flowers, and even small insect specimens. A wide variety sufficient to support many different evolutionary directions. The test requirement is to guide evolution, not to cultivate a special and previously undiscovered evolutionary sequence. This was a blessing in disguise. The difficulty was within a controllable range. Su Ningyu quickly assessed in his mind. For ordinary candidates, even the former requirement was enough to drive most people crazy, because the silkworm's evolutionary branches are simply too numerous. Choosing the wrong materials or improper operation could lead to evolution failure at best, or even cause the silkworm's genetic collapse at worst. But for him, this was precisely the perfect occasion to leverage the advantage of his bloodline directory talent. Su Ningyu walked to the observation box and gently lifted the lid. The silkworm seemed to sense someone approaching and raised its head slightly. Its 2 tiny black eyes gazed at Su Ningyu with innocent curiosity, showing no fear. "Little one, don't be afraid," Su Ningyu said in a gentle tone. At the same time, he took out a specially made, extremely fine blood collection needle and a small collection dish. "I need to take a tiny bit of your blood to run a simple energy affinity test to see which type of material your body is more attuned to. That's better for both of you and me." This explanation was addressed both to the silkworm and to the monitoring equipment that inevitably existed in the room, providing a reasonable justification for Su Ningyu's subsequent actions. Of course, Su Ningyu was taking blood to activate his own talent. Gently and precisely, he completed the micro-blood collection from the silkworm. The moment the blood dripped into the collection dish, the tip of Su Ningyu's finger made the slightest contact with it. Bloodline Catalogue activated silently. In an instant, Su Ningyu's vision was flooded with countless flickering spectrums and streams of text representing different evolutionary paths. It was as if he had opened the grand library catalog of all the genetic possibilities of this silkworm. The past and future evolutionary sequences belonging to the silkworm. On the front page of the catalog was the immense insect god swarm sequence. Its dense branches were almost countless moths, butterflies. The spirit beasts had various forms, vastly different abilities, and a wide variety of required evolution conditions. Scrolling down, there were also many spirit beasts under the forest goddess green spirit sequence. Most led to various strange insects that lived in symbiosis with plants. They possessed the ability to control vines, release pollen, and even perform photosynthesis. Further down were some rarer or more obscure sequence branches involving light, ghost, metal, spirit, and even mechanical attributes. Yet Su Ningyu's gaze finally settled on an entry that flickered with a faint but steady golden red light. Sun God Sequence, Blazing Sun Sequence. First sequence, Fireworm Moth. Attributes, Insect Fire. Prerequisites for evolution. 1. Basic Strength, Black Iron, 3rd rank. 2. Core Material, Fire Rock. 3. Guiding Potion, Basic Blazing Sun Inducer Recipe unlocked, requires 2 Sunblaze Flower Petals, 1 gram of red crystal powder, 10 milliliters of pure insect type energy liquid, 3 drops of mild energy stabilizer. 4. Auxiliary Environment, 25-30C, ODIM, Light Environment. Evolution Success Rate, Current Individual Compatibility, 87. Note this is the primary evolutionary form of the silkworm, approaching the Blazing Sun attribute, retaining some insect characteristics, and initially mastering faint fire energy usage, laying the foundation for further evolution into the higher-level Sun God Blazing Sun sequence or other firelight attribute sequences. This is the one. Su Ningyu made his decision in his mind. Choosing this evolutionary direction was not arbitrary. First, the success rate was high enough. Materials were all available in the reserve library. Second, and more importantly, the Blazing Sun affinity type to which the fireworm moth belonged shared a certain homology and correlation with the Sun God Blazing Sun sequence that Xilingdang's future evolution sunlight flower would follow. Through this practical operation, he could accumulate a valuable, officially certified experience in guiding spirit beast evolution. If in the future someone questioned his method of cultivating Xilingdang, this assessment record would be the best endorsement. Look, an Alliance-certified junior cultivator had successfully guided the evolution of 2 opposing attributes. Su Ningyu had a research foundation in this type of evolution, which was perfectly reasonable. All materials are here: Fire Rock, Sunblaze Flower, Red Crystal Powder. Su Ningyu's gaze quickly confirmed on the material shelf, and he already had a complete operational procedure in his mind. He wasted no time. Gently placing the silkworm back into the observation box, he soothed it a little. Now let's get to work. He washed his hands, put on protective gloves and goggles, his expression focused and calm. First, he precisely took the required fire rock from the material shelf. Carefully grinding it into an extremely fine powder with a mortar, he weighed out a sufficient amount. Next, he processed the sunblaze flower petals to extract the juice. He weighed the red crystal powder, mixed it with the insect-type energy liquid, and finally added the crucial stabilizer drop by drop. His movements were methodical, his techniques precise and steady, each step following strict standards and a deep understanding of the material properties. Only the faint clinking of utensils and his steady breathing remained in the room, an operation that was compliant and reasonable under surveillance. Su Ningyu was busily preparing the evolution auxiliary liquid to evolve the silkworm into a fireworm moth. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, several examiners were observing the conditions in various practical assessment rooms through multiple high-definition screens. The atmosphere here was more relaxed than outside the examination hall, but it still exuded professional rigor. "Old Chi, you're not being fair." A middle-aged examiner with round-rimmed glasses and somewhat disheveled hair laughed and punched the shoulder of the old man beside him. "I went through a lot of trouble to change the common spirit beast for the second round to a silkworm this time, just to add some variables and difficulty to test the candidate's practical adaptability and comprehensive knowledge. And you just let your 2 prize students come right at the deadline to take this assessment. Isn't that letting them pass easily? Are you bullying the other candidates who haven't seen the world?" The one he called Old Chi Wansheng was a well-respected senior advanced cultivator in Binjiang City and also the vice president of the local cultivator association. He slowly put down his teacup, pushed up his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said calmly, "Dan Shi, what kind of talk is that? If my students can't even pass a junior assessment, that would be a disgrace to me. They can pass because they have the strength themselves. It has little to do with whether the test subject is a silkworm or something else. Would those who can't pass be able to pass just by changing to something easier?" The middle-aged examiner named Dan, she was choked for a moment, chuckled twice, and didn't argue. Qi Wanqing's two students were indeed solid in foundation, the hot candidates for this assessment. Alright, stop arguing you two. Another female examiner with a serious face who seemed to be the chief examiner spoke up, but her gaze was firmly locked on one of the screens. Take a look at this little fellow. Her voice drew the attention of Qi Wanqing and Dan Shi, and they followed her gaze. What was displayed on the screen was precisely the assessment room where Su Ningyu was. In the image, that overly young candidate was operating methodically. His expression was extraordinarily calm, even composed, completely devoid of the nervousness, hesitation, or scratching of heads common among other candidates. His movements were precise and swift, carrying a sense of proficiency that belied his age. When selecting items from the material shelf, he hardly paused, as if he had already planned everything in his mind. Su Ningyu's focused and steady posture suggested he was not undertaking a nerve-wracking qualification assessment, but rather conducting a routine chemical experiment in a laboratory that he had repeated countless times. Danchi adjusted his glasses and leaned in closer. This little one is quite interesting. Judging by his approach, he's certainly not a novice. He has already mapped out exactly what he intends to do. Qi Wanqing also turned his gaze to the screen, thoroughly intrigued. His eyes swept over the materials Su Ningyu had selected. Fire rock, solar flame flower, crimson crystal powder, along with basic insect essence and stabilizers. His objective is quite clear. He's aiming for the flare sequence. He has considerable courage and a meticulous mind. The formula combination he's chosen looks remarkably well-structured. Another examiner leaned in, watching Su Ningyu on the screen as he began grinding the fire rock into powder. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Old Qi, look. Your two top disciples are still running tests, flipping through notes, and debating over those silkworm larvae. Meanwhile, this little one has already started preparing the core inducer. Is he confident in his plan, or is he just a reckless youngster charging ahead without thought? Qi Wanqing did not grow angry at his students being outshone. Instead, a deeper appreciation bloomed in his eyes. Regardless of which it is, this kind of decisiveness and capacity for action is rare among young people. Moreover, look at his technique for handling the materials. It's highly standardized, even possessing a somewhat old-school rigor. He's certainly not a self-taught amateur. The flare sequence, Will it be a flame moth or a pyro venom worm? Danchi rubbed his chin, his tone turning serious. While it is theoretically possible for those silkworm larvae to follow that evolutionary branch, successful cases within the flare sequence are exceedingly rare. The induction conditions recorded in literature are notoriously harsh, and the universally acknowledged success rate is widely considered low. This formula combination he's chosen does carry traces of a reformed ancient method. Only time will tell how effective it will be. His operational steadiness is commendable, and his technique for blending the elixirs is quite proficient. All the examiners were experienced cultivators of beast taming, so they naturally understood the risks and difficulties involved. Their gazes towards Su Ningyu grew, tinged with both scrutiny and anticipation. Look quickly, the evolution liquid is ready, the head examiner whispered. On the screen, Su Ningyu had already transferred the freshly prepared potion, glowing with a warm tangerine red luster, into a specialized feeding device. Next, he picked up the ground fire rocket's surface, slightly rough, and gently cupped the plump little silkworm larva in his hands. Most of these silkworm larvae sent here for assessment suffer from some congenital deficiency or poor conditioning. Merely reaching the assessment stage is already a struggle. Danchi watched as Su Ningyu gently soothed the larva, muttering a quiet word of comfort. They all knew that in a sense these beasts used for assessment were also being given a chance at a possible rebirth. On the monitor, Su Ningyu carefully placed the silkworm larva onto the warm fire rock. The larva seemed to sense an unusual energy attraction, lifting its head slightly. Su Ningyu brought the feeder closer and murmured, "Come drink this. Hold on tight. This is your chance to undergo transformation and rebirth." The silkworm larva did not hesitate. It also understood this was an opportunity to alter its fate. It docilely began to drink the tangerine red potion. Its tiny body trembled slightly, as if struggling to endure and absorb the surging energy within. After finishing the feeding, Su Ningyu stepped back a pace and softly murmured to himself, "From here on you must rely on yourself." The silkworm larva nodded before curling up on the fire rock. After ingesting the potion, the silkworm's body tremors intensified noticeably. Its originally snow-white exterior began to flush with an unnatural reddish hue. It did not hesitate. Almost instinctively, it began to spin silk with great effort upon the fire rock beneath it. The threads were not the ordinary white, but carried a faint tangerine red glow. Spinning, wrapping, encasing. The speed was extraordinarily rapid. In merely a few minutes, a tangerine red cocoon, with faint heat rising from its surface and seemingly burning slowly from within, appeared on the fire rock, replacing the original position of the silkworm. It has formed a cocoon. Inside the monitoring room, the examiners all held their breath, watching intently. Cocoon formation was the most critical marker of evolution for silkworm-type beasts, but it was merely the beginning. Whether it could successfully break free from the cocoon and metamorphose into the anticipated form was the true trial. Failure would likely result in energy backlash, destroying the cocoon and killing the insect. Whether it succeeds or not can only be waited out now. Qi Wanxing said slowly, his gaze fixed tightly upon the tangerine red cocoon. Within the assessment chamber, Su Ningyu had also retreated to a safe observation distance, his eyes never wavering from the cocoon. His expression remained utterly impassive. Yet the slight pursing of his lips and the occasional tapping of his fingers against the console betrayed an inner turmoil far from the calm surface he projected. Time seemed to stretch extraordinarily long in that moment, every second elongated by silent anticipation and latent concern. No one knew how much time had passed, perhaps only a dozen minutes. But beneath the strained nerves it felt like several hours had elapsed. Click! A remarkably faint yet unusually crisp cracking sound echoed from the tangerine red cocoon. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly, his body instinctively leaning forward. Immediately after, a sudden anomaly erupted. Bright orange-yellow flames suddenly surged from the surface of the tangerine red cocoon without warning. The flames were not violent, but exceptionally pure and stable, instantly enveloping the entire cocoon in a fierce burn. What is this? Before Su Ningyu's surprise could fully surface, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. From the center of the burning flame-wrapped cocoon, a pair of semi-transparent wing shadows suddenly emerged, their edges flowing with molten gold-red patterns. Those wings gave a vigorous flutter. Boom! A scorching gust of air fiercely scattered the wrapping flames, and the remaining shell fragments, turning them into a sky full of fine sparks and ashes that drifted down gracefully. At the center of the flames and ashes, a brand new life stretched its body. It was a moth the size of a palm, with an exquisitely graceful form. Its wings were predominantly a warm orange-yellow. The edges were inlaid with magnificent gold-red patterns resembling solidified flames. With each flap, tiny sparks drifted away. Its body was covered in fine golden down, and its compound eyes resembled two small rubies shimmering with lively and warm light. Its entire form radiated a clear and stable energy fluctuation characteristic of a black iron-grade fire-type beast, and this fluctuation was still slowly but steadily climbing upward. A flame moth. Evolution successful. It seemed somewhat unaccustomed to its newly born wings, circling awkwardly in the air for a moment. Then it flew precisely towards Su Ningyu and landed lightly on his outstretched palm. The flame moth was not large, roughly the size of a football. It nuzzled affectionately against Su Ningyu, radiating waves of gratitude and fondness. It understood that it was the person before it who had granted it a new life. Inside the monitoring room, there was an utter silence. The examiners gazed at the screen where the fire moth rested quietly before Su Ningyu, its wings shimmering with iridescent light. Their faces displayed varying degrees of shock and admiration. Success. Not only did it succeed, but this fire moth, judging by its energy stability and form integrity, is of exceptionally high quality. Danshi broke the silence, first her voice tinged with disbelief. A perfect level induced evolution. Achieved in a single attempt with a short cocoon period, smooth emergence, and an excellent stable, evolved individual. The chief examiner quickly recorded, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Qi Wanxing let out a long breath. His gaze toward the young examinee on the screen had completely transformed. He spoke slowly. This kid is no reckless novice. He is a true genius, a genius of practical combat. This assessment. It seems we are about to witness a dark horse that no one anticipated. With the fire moth successfully emerging from its cocoon, it became a dual attribute spirit beast of fire and insect, its level stabilizing to reveal the complete form and vitality of a black iron-grade spirit beast. Su Ningyu's second-round practical assessment succeeded without a doubt. He even received additional internal bonus points from the examiners. Because the evolution process went smoothly and the evolved individual's condition was exceptional, far surpassing the standard pass criteria. According to the assessment regulations, the spirit beast that had been successfully guided through evolution would be arranged by the Alliance for research or to find a suitable adopter. However, as Su Ningyu prepared to leave the assessment room, the newly reborn fire moth, filled with gratitude and dependence toward him, flapped its warm wings and circled around him reluctantly. It emitted a soft, affectionate chirp. Looking at the small life he had personally guided into existence, a hint of tenderness stirred in Su Ningyu's heart. He extended his finger, and the fire moth immediately landed, obediently rubbing its downy fuzz against his fingertip. Go, little one. You will have a new future. And I cannot give you a new beginning. Su Ningyu spoke softly, his tone gentle. He could not take it away. Su Ningyu's first spirit beast was the Bellflower, a decision made carefully based on his own talents, resources, and future development path. Of course, Su Ningyu had no choice in the matter. But from now on, for any future spirit beast partners, he would be more cautious, selecting those that could complement Little Bell and possess sufficient potential to support his long-term ambitions. The fire moth, though adorable, was not a core piece in his planned puzzle. In the end, under the guidance of the staff, the fire moth was carefully taken to a designated care area. Su Ningyu composed himself, straightened his attire, and walked calmly out of the assessment room. Next came the moment of waiting for the final results. All examinees who had completed both rounds were guided to a medium-sized lecture hall to gather and wait. Unlike the clamor outside the written exam hall, the atmosphere here was heavy and oppressive, filled with tension and anticipation. When Su Ningyu entered, the classroom was empty. He found a seat near the back, a less conspicuous spot, and sat down. His expression was calm, without the restlessness of looking around or the anxiety of repeatedly checking the time. He waited quietly, as if digesting the details of the assessment just finished, or perhaps simply resting his mind. Before long, the classroom door opened. The first to enter were the three people he had seen earlier in the rest area: the elderly man and the pair of young men and women who looked like college students. The three of them appeared quite confident in finishing early. When they saw Su Ningyu, the only person in the empty classroom, they all paused slightly in surprise. Especially the young man and woman, their eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and barely concealed curiosity. Out so soon? Had he given up directly or botched the operation and been asked to leave early? They exchanged a glance, then paid no further attention to Su Ningyu. They each found seats in the front rows, speaking in low voices about the difficulties they had encountered in the assessment. Subsequently, more examinees trickled into the classroom. Some looked tired but hopeful, others frowned and sighed. Some were still muttering about their operations. An hour passed, and the once empty lecture hall gathered about 40 people, the air thick with complex emotions. When it was confirmed that no one else would enter, the door at the front of the classroom opened again, and three middle-aged men in alliance uniforms walked in. Two of them were the chief examiners, Danchi and Qi Wansheng, from the monitoring room, and the third was an administrative staff member. The classroom, which had been buzzing with whispers, fell silent instantly. All eyes focused on them, and hearts involuntarily tightened. Danchi cleared her throat, her gaze sweeping over the anxious faces below, and announced in a clear voice, "All examinees, the assessment for the Junior Spirit Beast Cultivator qualification of the XXX session in Binjiang City has now concluded in its entirety." As soon as she finished, a suppressed stir and murmurs immediately arose in the classroom. Some clasped their hands in silent prayer, others clenched their fists tightly, and some shifted restlessly in their seats. Su Ningyu's gaze also fell on the thin document in Danchi's hand. He knew that what was written on it would be the final list that determined who among these people would leap over the Dragon's Gate. The staff member beside Danchi stepped forward and announced, "Now Cultivator Qi will read out the names of the examinees who have passed this assessment and obtained the Junior Spirit Beast Cultivator qualification certificate. Those whose names are called, please come forward to receive your certificate." Qi Wansheng took the list from Danchi, walked steadily to the center of the podium. He adjusted his reading glasses, his face stern, and slowly swept his gaze across the audience. At that moment, the tension in the classroom reached its peak. "Heaven help me, I have to pass this time. I've taken the exam 3 times already." A young man in his 20s covered his face with his hands, his voice trembling. "Ha, 3 times. I've been at it for over a decade, old man. This time, I hope I can get a result." The speaker was the white-haired elder Su Ningyu had seen earlier. His face was deeply lined, but his eyes remained persistent, even with a hint of magnanimity. Struggling for over a decade, repeatedly failing, yet never giving up. This perseverance moved Su Ningyu. Without a true love and belief in the art of spirit beast cultivation, it would be hard to endure so long. Qi Wansheng did not keep them waiting long. He unfolded the list, and his steady voice rang out clearly in the silent classroom, the first. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Su Ningyu. The moment the name was uttered, a momentary stillness fell over the classroom. Su Ningyu, sitting in the back row, felt a slight, uncontrollable curve at the corners of his mouth, a smile of relief and achievement spreading in his eyes. Success. The Junior Spirit Beast Cultivator qualification certificate was in hand. This was not just a piece of paper, it was the key to obtaining resources, building connections, and proving his own worth in the future. Upon learning the results, Su Ningyu rose from his seat with calm composure. Amid countless sudden gazes converging upon him, he strode toward the lecture podium. Meanwhile, the other examinees in the classroom, especially those who considered themselves well qualified or had taken the exam multiple times, watching this boy, clearly much younger than them, and still carrying a student-like aura, approach with such nonchalance, their faces displayed indelible shock, astonishment, and sheer disbelief. Who? The first? Must be a mistake. So young. A high school graduate. Is that the kid who handed in his paper ages ago? Actually passed. Did someone misread the list? Various whispered doubts spread rapidly through the crowd. The pair of students under Qi Wansheng merely widened their eyes. They stared fixedly at Su Ningyu's retreating figure. Any prior contempt had vanished, replaced by deep confusion and a trace of surprise. Su Ningyu remained oblivious to the whispers behind him. He walked steadily to the podium and received from Dan, she who wore a warm smile, a dark blue booklet bearing the Alliance emblem and the inscription, Junior Sequence Beast Taming Certification. The booklet felt substantial in his hands. Dan, she was deeply moved seeing Su Ningyu succeed at such a young age. Good kid, passing at your age. Keep working hard, and who knows, you might even reach the top tier of beast tamers. Dan, she spoke sincerely. Su Ningyu replied, "Thank you, I will." Having obtained the junior certification, he made no attempt to linger in the lecture hall. For him, passing the examination was merely one step in his plan. With this matter settled, more significant objectives awaited fulfillment. He moved through the crowd, some rejoicing, others mourning, all murmuring among themselves, and made his way directly out of the examination area. What mattered most to Su Ningyu was utilizing the resources this certificate could unlock as swiftly as possible. At the same time, he needed to push himself fully to strengthen Xiaolingdang. He had to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming special admission exam at Beichen High School. Looking further ahead, he also had to plan how to achieve something before officially entering high school. Successfully guiding Xiaolingdang to evolve into a sunlight flower would mark a qualitative leap in their power. Stepping out of the somewhat oppressive examination hall into the relatively spacious public waiting area, Su Ningyu immediately spotted Wei Lin leaning against a pillar looking utterly bored. His fingers scrolled mechanically across his phone screen. He'd clearly been waiting a long time and was growing tired of it. He was about to call out to Wei Lin and suggest they leave when "Student Su Ningyu, wait a moment." A stranger's voice called out from behind, warm, with genuine goodwill. Su Ningyu paused, then turned around in mild surprise. The same pair of college students he'd seen earlier in the examination waiting area and classroom were now walking briskly toward him, their faces lit with friendly smiles. Meanwhile, Wei Lin noticed the commotion, put away his phone, and drifted over with curiosity. Su Ningyu looked at the two approaching him and wore just the right amount of puzzlement. "You too. Can I help you?" Zhang Hengyu, the young man, spoke first with enthusiasm. "Student Su Ningyu, congratulations on passing your exam. We're here to invite you to join a special communication group." As he spoke, he held up his phone to display a group chat titled, "Benwei Junior Cultivator Mutual Aid Circle." The girl beside him, Song Xinyu, added her part with a clear, articulate voice. "We're both students in the cultivation department at Benwei University. This group has quite a few junior cultivators like us, still enrolled or recently graduated, plus some high school and even middle school students whose families have the means and need for cultivation services. Everyone often shares information in it, and sometimes posts simple requests, like helping to prepare specific potions, analyzing the condition of tamed beasts, or offering short-term cultivation consultations." Zhang Hengyu took over his words, carrying a hint of guidance. "Now that you have your certification, you've officially entered the field. But having just a certificate might not be enough to get decent commissions at first. This group is a solid starting point. The commissions posted here are relatively basic with decent pay. It's a way to gain practical experience while earning some extra income to cover cultivation expenses." Su Ningyu felt a slight stir within him. This was indeed a valuable channel. But he couldn't help but wonder why they were so eager to share such insider resources with him. They were practically strangers and could even be considered competitors. Zhang Hengyu seemed to read Su Ningyu's hesitation and scratched his head sheepishly before speaking plainly. "Student Su Ningyu, the fact that you passed on your first attempt at such a young age and with excellent evaluation speaks volumes about your potential. We call this investing early in a promising stock, building good connections." He grinned with innocent sincerity. Song Xinyu rolled her eyes at him, then offered Su Ningyu a warmer, more genuine smile. "Don't listen to him babbling. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Song Xinyu, and this is Zhang Hengyu. Our instructor is Teacher Qi Wanxing, one of the people who announced the list just now. Your performance during the exam, especially how you guided the silkworm baby to perfectly evolve into a firefly moth during the practical section, left our teacher highly impressed. He specifically asked us to seek you out and have a chat. Your teacher believes that despite your young age, you have a solid foundation, clear thinking, and great potential. It's also our teacher's wish to mentor you. Of course, we genuinely want to befriend a gifted junior like you." Now I see. The recognition and support from their teacher was the real key. Su Ningyu understood this clearly. This kindness carried both the care of seniors for juniors and a forward-looking investment perspective. Regardless, this was undoubtedly beneficial to him. Su Ningyu smiled humbly and nodded slightly. "I see. Thank you, Senior Zhang and Senior Song, for taking the time to inform me. It's truly my honor to receive guidance from seniors like you." Wow. Before Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu could respond, Wei Lin, who had been listening intently from the side, let out a piercing shout that instantly drew the attention of many people nearby. He lunged towards Su Ningyu, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Su Ningyu, did you really pass? You got the Junior Cultivator certification. I'm not dreaming, right?" Su Ningyu was startled by Wei Lin's outburst. He subconsciously rubbed his ear and retorted irritably, "Why are you shouting so loud? I'm not deaf. Besides, what's with all this excitement? People might think you passed instead of me." Wei Lin wore an expression of utter disbelief, waving his arms dramatically. "Good heavens. How could you not be excited? A junior cultivator. Do you have any idea how difficult that exam is? How many people pass it in the entire city each year? If it were me, I'd be shouting from the rooftops by now, desperate to tell everyone. And you're acting so calm." Song Xinyu looked at Wei Lin's astonished expression at Su Ningyu and couldn't help but smile. This was how a normal person would react. She smiled at Su Ningyu and said, "This classmate is reacting like a normal person. To be honest, Su Ningyu, you were just too calm. When you got the certificate, you were so composed that I was a bit surprised. Zhang Hengyu nodded in agreement and said, when we got our certificates, even though we had some psychological preparation because we had been with the teacher for a long time, we were still very excited. You? It's like you just got an ordinary certificate. Ningyu felt a bit embarrassed by their words and rubbed his nose. Maybe. I was thinking about the arrangements afterwards and didn't have time to be happy. Alright, I know you're a busy person with plans. Ningyu smiled and took out her phone. Come on, let's exchange contact info. I'll add you to the group. From now on, we're friends and colleagues. If you have any questions about cultivation or encounter any difficulties, you can ask in the group or come directly to us to discuss. Although we might not be able to solve everything, it's always good to have more people to discuss with. Ningyu immediately took out his phone and said, of course, I'd be delighted. They added each other as friends, and Ningyu was added by Ningyu into the apparently active Mutual Help Circle group chat. There were already dozens of people in the group, with most nicknames having tags like Binda- or XX Cultivation Institute-. It was clearly a relatively professional circle. Alright, we still need to go back and report to the teacher, so we'll be off now. Zhang Hengyu waved his hand and said, looking forward to more communication in the group or in real life. Good luck, Junior. Goodbye, keep in touch. Ningyu also smiled and said goodbye. Watching the two leave, Ningyu looked down at the new contacts and lively group chat in his phone. He weighed the substantial certificate in his bag, feeling that the road ahead seemed clearer and broader. Let's go, he said to Wei Lin, who was still excited. The real battle is just about to begin. The Junior Cultivator certificate was successfully obtained. For Ningyu, its significance went far beyond just having a license to accept commissions and earn money. In the future, if he were to produce some cultivation methods that exceeded common understanding, special potions, or if Little Bell displayed some unusual abilities, this certificate and the professional identity it represented would become the most powerful explanation and cover. This meant that he could to some extent more freely use his talents and knowledge without worrying too much about attracting prying eyes that he couldn't deal with. At this stage, Ningyu's core goal was clear and definite: to raise Little Bell's strength to the peak of Black Iron 9th rank in the shortest time. To make the final sprint for evolution into Sunlight Flower, while also preparing for the upcoming special recruitment exam of Beichen High School. At home, in the small room dedicated to training, Ningyu unscrewed a crystal-clear glass tube. Inside flowed a viscous liquid that was pale green and emitted a fresh scent of grass and wood. This was the excellent grade nutrient solution exclusive to Spirit Beast, distributed by the school this week, of superior quality. He let Little Bell absorb the nutrient solution. Chirp. Little Bell let out a low hum that was both satisfied and a bit uncomfortable, conveying its happy emotions. Master, I feel warm inside, so much energy. But it seems a bit too full-bloated. Ningyu gently stroked its slightly warm petals, a satisfied expression on his face. This is a good thing. It shows that the previous extreme training and the practical combat pressure provided by Zhang Quan, that excellent punching bag, have been very effective. Your body's endurance and energy limit have greatly improved. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan, who was sweating profusely at the club, suddenly sneezed and inexplicably felt a chill down his back. Now, combined with this high-concentration nutrient solution, it's the perfect time to break through the bottleneck. Ningyu guided Little Bell to calmly absorb and circulate the energy. Little Bell began to emit a soft pale golden halo around its body, its petals opening and closing as if in deep breathing. The energy particles in the air seemed to be attracted and slowly gathered towards it. After about a quarter of an hour, the light on Little Bell suddenly intensified, then quickly receded, and the entire plant seemed to have grown a bit taller. The color of the petals became brighter and more emerald, and the veins of the leaves faintly shimmered with light. The energy fluctuation it emitted was clearly stronger. Black Iron 6th rank successfully broken through. Ningyu felt relieved and immediately summoned his own Beast Tamer Codex. The ancient book's phantom appeared, and the pages automatically turned to the one recording Little Bell's information. As Little Bell's strength increased, the data above also changed accordingly. Spirit Beast Bell Flower Little Bell. Attribute Plant. Strength Black Iron 6th rank. Talent Soothing Healing Light. Potential rating Silver grade. Skills. 1. Sleep Powder releases pollen with hypnotic effect. Proficiency Minor Achievement. 2. Healing Bell emits special sound waves to promote wound healing. Proficiency Minor Achievement. 3. Phantom Clone creates short-lived phantoms to confuse enemies. Proficiency Minor Achievement. 4. Moonlight recovers own strength and enhances combat ability under moonlight. Proficiency Beginner. 5. Light Beam condenses a beam of light to attack the opponent. Proficiency Minor Achievement. 6. Spark Fire-type initial skill. Proficiency Minor Achievement. 7. Photosynthesis absorbs light energy to restore own stamina. Proficiency Beginner. 8. Poison Needle shoots tiny poisonous needles from petals with a chance to poison the target. Proficiency Beginner. Proficiency Beginner. A new skill added to the list. In addition to successfully mastering photosynthesis during this time, Ningyu used the toxic fong obtained from the poison sting bat in the joint exam secret realm. After preliminary processing and induction, Little Bell surprisingly managed to comprehend the poison needle and attack skill with a poisoning effect. Although the proficiency was only beginner, it undoubtedly greatly enriched the tactical options. Of course, the improvement of skill proficiency also owed a debt to the contributor, that white-skinned frog which had completely given up and was named Jiwawa by himself. That's right, Su Ningyu gave it this name, meaning auspicious. Although the frog might not think so. In Little Bell's daily spark treatment hell and poison needle adaptation test, it once again tenaciously survived, and it helped Little Bell hone the proficiency of sleep powder to the minor achievement level. Now my Little Bell is no longer a pure support and healing type spirit beast in the traditional sense. Su Ningyu closed the Beast Tamer Codex, a confident glint flashing in his eyes. Attack, control, healing, recovery, harassment. The skill system was already quite comprehensive. Strength has reached Black Iron's 6th rank, and there are only 3 small steps left to reach the 9th rank required for evolution. Su Ningyu cleaned up the used nutrient solution tubes and the waste generated from processing materials. He clapped his hands. Then he gently picked up Xiao Lingdong, who was still digesting energy and appeared somewhat languid. All right, rest time is over. We should set off. With a thought, Xiao Lingdong transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the imprint of the beast taming manual on his chest. Today was the day of the Beichin High School special recruitment exam. Before leaving, Su Ningyu paused for a moment in front of a transparent ecological box in the corner of the living room. The box was lined with damp moss and a few smooth stones. The entirely snow-white jade carved like Jiwawa was lying on the largest stone. At this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, motionless, as if it had entered the deepest hibernation. Or rather, it was playing dead to escape reality. Jiwawa. Su Ningyu tapped the box. His tone was calm, carrying a hint of barely perceptible care. We're going out for the exam. I've left you a special nutrient paste at home. This was made from the residue of Su Ningyu's failed alchemy experiments and some scraps. Remember to eat on time and don't think about running away. The outside world is dangerous, full of predators everywhere. You wouldn't want to suddenly become someone's meal turned into stir-fried frog or dry pot frog, would you? Hearing Su Ningyu's words, the white shadow inside the ecological box trembled almost imperceptibly. It still didn't open its eyes, but seemed to play dead even more intently. Indeed, this mutated Jiwawa, with its incredibly tenacious vitality, had now been formally adopted by Su Ningyu. On one hand, Su Ningyu was genuinely somewhat grateful for its past selfless dedication as a skill target. Of course, this selfless dedication was forced. On the other hand, he also felt that Xiao Lingdong truly needed a stable, durable, and good feedback practice partner. Of course, after becoming a junior beast taming cultivator, Su Ningyu began to try his hand at using leftover materials and relatively cheap basic ingredients to refine some basic nutrient potions or status recovery agents. And the heavy responsibility of testing drugs naturally fell on the lucky and sturdy Jiwawa. Those potions of unknown efficacy, strange taste, and occasionally causing bizarre reactions became Jiwawa's special rations. Perhaps surviving so tenaciously to this day and even evolving from green skin to white skin, this in itself proved that the name Jiwawa indeed carried a bit of lucky mysticism. But at this moment, listening to Su Ningyu's seemingly caring but actually threatening instructions, the Jiwawa in the ecological box, though not opening its eyes. But it seemed as if 2 invisible streams of noodle-like tears were slowly flowing. Jiwawa's inner thoughts escape. Where else can I escape? This home. No, this devil's lair. I'm afraid I'll never get out in this lifetime. Just live, just live. Su Ningyu took one last look at the ecological box, confirmed everything was normal, then pulled open the door and strode out into the morning sunlight. Beichin High School special recruitment exam, I'm coming. On the way to Beichin High School, the bus was traveling smoothly on the inner-city highway. Su Ningyu sat by the window, resting with his eyes closed, organizing in his mind all the possible battle scenarios and counter-strategies for the special recruitment exam. Ding-dong. A soft notification sound came from his phone. He opened his eyes, unlocked the screen, and saw a message from Sun Zhuowei. Sun Zhuowei, master. Are you there? About my Pia Piao's exclusive training plan. When will you have time to take a look? Seeing this message, Su Ningyu subconsciously slapped his forehead. He had been so busy rushing to improve his strength and preparing for the exam that he almost forgot this potential major client. Sun Zhuowei came from a well-off family and was a beast tamer of Lingdangua. She had clear needs and was willing to pay, making her an ideal candidate for him to accumulate early clients, practice his training ideas, and earn resources. Can't afford to neglect the sponsor. I'll know the potential partner. Su Ningyu thought to himself, his fingers typing quickly on the screen. Instead of immediately replying with planned details, he first opened his photo album. He found the freshly taken photo of his junior beast taming cultivator qualification certificate and clicked send. Following the photo, he attached an explanation. Su Ningyu image. Su Ningyu, sorry son, I've been fully preparing for the cultivator and Beichin's special recruitment exam these past 2 days, so busy I haven't had a moment to rest. Su Ningyu, but the good news is the junior beast taming cultivator qualification certificate has just been officially issued. This way I have officially certified ability, so you can feel more at ease when entrusting me and not worry that I'm just a smooth-talking liar. Meanwhile, at Sun Juewei's home, Sun Juewei was curled up on the comfortable sofa with her best friend Yuan Lily snacking while browsing shopping websites and discussing the latest beast taming accessories. The phone notification sounded. Sun Juewei picked it up casually and glanced at it. The next second, she was as if hit by a pause button, her eyes instantly wide open and the half-eaten cookie in her mouth forgotten to chew. Oh, my God. No way. She sat up straight, bringing the phone screen close to her eyes, as if to confirm she wasn't seeing things. Junior Beast Taming Cultivator Qualification Certificate. This guy, he actually passed. It's only been a few days. What's wrong, Wei Wei? What the hell? Yuan Lily beside her was startled and curiously leaned over to look. What certificate made you so excited? Sun Juewei came to her senses, quickly pressed the phone screen off, and a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face. Nothing. Just a classmate. Well, pretty impressive. She didn't want her best friend to know that she was planning to pay a soon-to-graduate middle school student to secretly train Pia Piao. After all, it sounded a bit like rich but foolish. Yuan Lily gave her a suspicious look, but didn't press further, continuing to choose her accessories. Sun Juewei calmed down and opened her phone again, seeing Su Ningyu's subsequent messages. When she saw the words, Beichin High School Special Recruitment Exam, a flash of realization and deeper surprise crossed her eyes. So he's been busy preparing for this, she murmured to herself. The Beichin High School Special Recruitment Exam was the holy temple battle in the eyes of junior high beast taming students in Dongjun Province. Those who could obtain the qualification were the cream of the crop, and those who passed were even rarer. Her eyes flickered, and suddenly she thought of something. She turned to look at her best friend beside her, instantly putting on a sweet, slightly coquettish smile. Lily, my best Lily. Yuan Lily was startled by this sudden syrupy tone, getting goosebumps, and warily leaned back. What? Speak properly, don't use that tone, I'm scared. Sun Juewei sidled over, hugging Yuan Lily's arm. I remember. Your brother, isn't he a teacher at Beichin High School? And he's in charge of part of the special recruitment exam matters. Yuan Lily raised an eyebrow. Yo, what's up? Why are you asking? Over here. Sun Juewei tugged on Yuan Lily's arm. I was wondering. Could you ask your brother to take us inside for a look? I've never had the chance to witness the Beichin High School special recruitment exam myself. It must be absolutely thrilling. Come on, I'm begging you, oh dearest Lily. Yuan Lily, worn out by her persistence, let out a helpless sigh. All right, you win. It shouldn't be impossible to take you along, and my brother should be able to get us observer passes. But, her tone shifted suddenly as she locked eyes with Sun Juewei. You need to tell me honestly why you're so suddenly interested in the Beichin special recruitment exam. Don't try to brush me off with some excuse about just wanting to see the excitement. Sun Juewei's eyes darted thoughtfully before she leaned close to Yuan Lily's ear, lowering her voice in a half-serious, half-joking tone. Actually, one of my extremely impressive classmates is taking the special recruitment exam today. I want to go watch how he performs. And incidentally, learn from him. An extremely impressive classmate. Male or female? Yuan Lily's curiosity immediately flared up. Oh, just promise to take me first. You'll find out once we get there. Sun Juewei left her in suspense. The two girls immediately huddled their heads together, whispering conspiratorially. Meanwhile, Su Ningyu was entirely unaware of the little drama unfolding on the other side. His vehicle had already left the bustling city center and entered the wilderness road connecting Binjiang City and the eastern capital of Jiang Province. The scenery outside the window shifted from towering skyscrapers to rolling hills and dense forests. Occasionally, massive flight beasts could be seen gliding across the distant sky, and armored patrol teams could be spotted on the ground. Fortunately, as one of the Alliance's core planets, Yunmeng Star maintained quite decent public order and security. The main transportation routes were regularly cleared and relatively safe. But in remote, newly developing star systems or border regions, such wilderness journeys would not be nearly so peaceful. Encounters with wild beast packs or even pirate raids were far from uncommon. After 2 hours of bumpy travel, the bus finally slowed as it entered the jurisdiction of the eastern province capital. Half an hour later, a magnificent complex of buildings spanning an enormous area appeared on the horizon. Beichin High School had arrived. Even before stepping off the vehicle, Su Ningyu could sense the distinct atmosphere emanating from this premier institution. The streets surrounding the school were clean and spacious, lined with various shops related to beast taming. Elegantly decorated beast equipment stores, workshops emitting tantalizing aromas of energy block skill training centers with prominent signage, and even shops specializing in rare beast taming ingredients. Of all these, the one that caught Su Ningyu's attention the most was a rather large beast egg specialty store. Through the bright display windows, he could see various colored and patterned beast eggs arranged in temperature-controlled cabinets. Detailed race introductions and potential analyses were provided alongside them, and the prices naturally were jaw-dropping. A second beast. A fleeting thought crossed Su Ningyu's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Better not think about it yet. Resources and energy are limited. I must first focus on nurturing Xiao Lingdang to its absolute limit and achieving successful evolution. Once I enter high school, establish my footing, and then consider contracting a second companion to form complementary battle formations. It won't be too late. He withdrew his gaze, adjusted his collar, and carrying the specially issued notification letter representing his qualification, moved with the crowd toward the magnificent gates of Beichin High School. After undergoing strict identity verification and security screening, he stepped into the campus that countless beast-taming students dreamed of attending. Within the campus, trees provided ample shade, and the architectural style blended ancient elegance with modern design. One could faintly sense the active energy particles in the air, indicating the presence of large-scale energy gathering or cultivation-supporting formations. Following the directions, he arrived at a massive open-air stadium. This was the assembly point for special recruitment exam candidates. With an hour remaining before the official exam began, the stadium was already filled with hundreds of elite youths from across the province. They stood in small groups, conversing in low tones. The air was thick with an invisible competitive pressure and surging combat spirit. Ningyu scanned the area, located the candidate section, and walked over. He made no effort to strike up conversations with others. Instead, he found a relatively quiet corner and quietly observed his future competitors. At the same time, he reviewed in his mind Xiao Lingdong's every skill and potential tactical combinations one final time. On the command platform at one side of the stadium, Yuan Sheng adjusted the collar of his crisp teacher's uniform and took a deep breath. As a senior teacher at Beichin High School, and concurrently the deputy chief examiner and combat instructor for this special recruitment exam, he should have been calm and composed, but his palms were slightly damp at this moment. His close friend and colleague Liao noticed this and couldn't help but nudge him with his elbow, teasing him in a lowered voice. "Hey old Yuan, when are you ever going to change this habit of yours? Those kids down there aren't even nervous yet, so why are you, the instructor, getting all tense? People might think you're the one about to go up and compete." Yuan Sheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and gave a bitter smile, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Can't help it, it's just my nature. Just thinking that some of these children might miss the opportunity to enter Beichin due to a single poor performance makes me sigh. I always wish everyone could show their best side." He was naturally gentle and bore an extremely strong sense of responsibility. He valued the cultivation of young successors particularly highly, and every time an important assessment approached, he worried more than the examinees themselves. Liao shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. All right, relax. We're not the chief examiners, we don't need to assign scores or make evaluations. Our task is simply to maintain order during the battles, ensure the exam proceeds smoothly, and keep an eye out for any particularly outstanding promising talents. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Yuan Sheng took a deep breath, nodded, and his eyes regained their firmness. You're right. All right, let's get started. Down below in the candidate assembly area of the stadium, Ningyu's gaze operated like the most precise scanner, discreetly observing these future competitors around him. Most of them carried the characteristic vitality and eager excitement of their age. Of course, there were also a few with calm expressions and sharp gazes, clearly battle-hardened veterans. Unfortunately, due to examination discipline and the need to avoid premature exposure, no one had summoned their beasts at this moment. From outward appearances and aura alone, it was difficult to accurately assess each person's true strength and their beast characteristics. "You came too." A voice as clear and cold as a mountain spring interrupted Ningyu's observations. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Chai Bohuai of the Chai family, still wearing his usual aloof and untouchable expression, except this time someone else stood beside him. "Chai Bohuai." Ningyu nodded in greeting. However, the awkward scene from last time in the secret realm, when the other had witnessed his training of the White Ape group, involuntarily flashed through his mind. He felt slightly embarrassed inwardly, but his expression remained perfectly calm. Standing beside Chai Bohuai was another person. Song Qinghui, the individual, introduced himself. The young man beside Chai Bohuai. He seemed more cheerful than Chai Bohuai. With a warm smile on his face, he proactively extended his hand. "Let me introduce myself, Song Qinghui." Ningyu. Ningyu shook hands with him. "I know you." Song Qinghui's smile remained unchanged. "First place in the joint exam of Binjiang City's junior high division. Your name is Thunderous." He paused, his smile seeming deeper, but his tone carried a hint of inquiry and faint resentment. "However, I am curious. Your initial beast is a bellflower, right? This type leaning towards support. How did you manage to overpower all others and secure first place in the joint exam?" "I've studied for a long time, but couldn't figure it out." Ningyu keenly detected the barely noticeable resentment and gnashing of teeth in his tone. What had he done to provoke him? Chai Bohuai spoke calmly from the side, explaining, "Don't mind this guy. Originally, if not for your appearance based on their school's results, Song Qinghui and his childhood sweetheart had a great chance to take the second and third places in the joint exam. As a result, you emerged as a dark horse and took first place, causing his childhood sweetheart to end up only fourth, missing the Beichin special admission qualification." His tone was calm, as if stating an objective fact. Song Qinghui immediately made an exaggerated, anguished expression. He accused Su Ningyu, so strictly speaking you Su Ningyu are the culprit who caused the collapse of our plan. From now on you are my lifelong rival. Despite saying this, there was no real hostility in Song Qinghui's eyes. Instead it resembled the excitement and eagerness of finding an interesting opponent. Su Ningyu chuckled in spite of himself. So that's how it is. Then it is my fault unintentionally upsetting your plans. Song Qinghui said, alright, stop talking. It's just a special admission exam anyway, it's not like we can't get into Beichin High School. They all looked at each other and laughed. Indeed, the special admission exam was optional for both Su Ningyu and Song Qinghui. With his grades and abilities, he could get in through the normal high school entrance exam. It was just a matter of being early and exempt from the exam. After just a few words of exchange, the atmosphere instead became much more relaxed. Although Chai Bohuai spoke little, he was clearly impressed by Su Ningyu's strength and his unique beast control methods. Song Qinghui seemed to be teasing, but in fact he was also full of curiosity about Su Ningyu, this suddenly emerged formidable opponent. By the way, I'll give you a heads up. Song Qinghui put away his joking demeanor and said seriously, you should understand that Beichin's special admission exam is very straightforward and brutal. It's just arena combat. On such a restricted field one-on-one with relatively strict rules, your strange talent might be hard to display, and the Bellflower's attributes might be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. Chai Bohuai nodded, slightly agreeing with Song Qinghui's statement. Facing the two's subtle reminders, the corners of Su Ningyu's mouth lifted slightly, and a glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. Thanks for the reminder. However, my little Bellflower is not the traditional delicate cowering support beast. Oh, Song Qinghui raised an eyebrow, his interest deepening. Then I can't wait to see. A trace of anticipation also flickered in Chai Bohuai's deep eyes. Just then from the loudspeaker came the voice of Instructor Yuan Sheng, amplified, slightly stern, but full of vigor. Attention all candidates participating in the Beichin High School special admission exam. The exam is about to begin. Please follow the instructions, gather in the designated area, verify your identity, and prepare for the first round of match draw. Repeat, the exam is about to begin. The voice echoed throughout the entire stadium, instantly suppressing all noise. The air, already tense, suddenly became even more somber and deadly. The three of them, Su Ningyu, Chai Bohuai, and Song Qinghui, simultaneously stopped their banter. Su Ningyu's gaze turned to the several huge arenas in the center of the stadium that had been cleared and marked with clear boundary runes, his eyes sharp as a knife. It seems the battle is about to begin, he murmured to himself. At the draw station, Su Ningyu took out a small ball from the sealed lottery box, twisted it open, and removed the paper inside. Unfolding it, the number on it made his smile freeze instantly, and his face involuntarily darkened for a moment. First round, first group, no. 1. What luck! It was an excessively auspicious start. At that moment, Instructor Yuan Sheng's voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, clear and steady. Please, the two candidates who drew the number 1 proceed to Arena No. 1 and prepare for the first match. Around them, many gazes began to wander, looking for the lucky one. Chai Bohuai and Song Qinghui also looked at Su Ningyu, asking with slight curiosity, what number did you draw? Su Ningyu slowly raised his head, a bitter smile on his face, and silently showed the two the conspicuous 1 sign in his hand. Chai Bohuai, Song Qinghui. Both of them simultaneously wore a speechless expression of, your luck is really something else. Among nearly 200 elite candidates, he was drawn for the first match. This winning rate was comparable to buying a lottery ticket. Alright, an auspicious start is still a start. Song Qinghui patted him on the shoulder, half comforting and half teasing. Perfect, let us also see how your not-so-delicate Bellflower handles the opening show. Chai Bohuai also nodded slightly, be careful. I'm going up. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, cast aside distracting thoughts, and his eyes became calm and sharp again. He handed the number tag to the staff for registration, then strode towards the highly anticipated Arena No. 1 located in the very center of the stadium. As he stepped onto the arena paved with special materials and inscribed with shock-absorbing and energy-isolating runes, his opponent also walked up. Seeing the other's appearance, Su Ningyu's eyebrows raised almost imperceptibly. He was a burly young man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with bulging muscles and dark skin, standing there like an iron tower full of oppressive presence. If not for knowing he was indeed a candidate, Su Ningyu would have suspected whether he was a disguised PE teacher. Wow, this physique. Is he a beast tamer or a fighter? Some candidates whispered below. Instructor Yuan Sheng personally came to the side of Arena No. 1 to serve as the referee, showing his emphasis on the first match. His gaze swept over the two, and he said in a deep voice, first round of the special admission exam, the rules are simple. The winner advances to the next round, the loser is directly eliminated. You may use skills recorded in the Beast Tamer Codex, but you must not deliberately attack the Beast Tamer himself, and you must not use prohibited potions or disposable items. If one side's beast loses combat capability or the Beast Tamer voluntarily concedes, that side is judged defeated. Understand? Understood. Shi Chang's voice was like a resonant bell. Understood. Su Ningyu's voice was steady. Exchange names, Yuan Sheng indicated. The burly man grinned, revealing white teeth, and said with full vigor, "My surname is sure, call me Shi Chong." Su Ningyu. Yuan Sheng nodded, stepped back, and raised his right hand, combat ready. Su Ningyu and Shi Chong simultaneously became serious. Light flashed on both their chests, and the ancient phantom of the Beast Tamer Codex unfolded before them, pages turning without wind. The next moment, two summoning lights illuminated the arena. The next moment, two summoning lights flashed on the arena. Before Shi Chong, a massive earth-yellow wild boar almost the size of a small calf crashed to the ground. Its body was covered with a thick, hard carapace that seemed pieced together from rocks. Two curved tusks gleamed with a yellowish-brown luster. Hot air blasted from its nostrils, and its sturdy hooves stamped on the arena floor with dull thuds. It was a beast renowned for its defensive prowess, the Earth Source Pig. Moreover, judging by its size and the dense fluctuations of Earth energy, it had been cultivated quite well, with strength at least at the Black Iron 5th rank, perhaps even touching the threshold of the 6th rank. Before Su Ningyu, as the light dissipated, there appeared a plant floating in midair, entirely emerald green with petals as delicate as bells emitting a soft radiance. A bellflower. Its petite size formed a stark contrast with the behemoth opposite. Huh, am I seeing this right? A bellflower. How did this guy even get into the special recruitment exam? Did he get lucky with the draw? Oh my god, why isn't my opponent him? This is practically a free win. A bellflower against an Earth Source Pig. The picture is too beautiful for me to bear. The discussions below the stage instantly erupted into a cacophony of shock, doubt, mockery, and schadenfreude. All kinds of voices intertwined. In everyone's impression, a bellflower was a typical support and healing beast, weak in attack and utterly lacking in defense. In a head-on arena battle like this, it was practically meat on the chopping block. Shi Chong, who had been somewhat tense due to being the first to appear, completely relaxed the moment he saw Little Bell. He couldn't help but grin, almost laughing out loud. He struggled to maintain his expression, but the contempt in his eyes was already unmistakable. He shouted at Su Ningyu in a tone he thought was generous, "Hey, that student over there. I advise you to just surrender. A bellflower should stay behind the team, healing and supporting. This kind of arena battle is no place for it. My Earth Source Pig is thick-skinned and heavy-handed. If I accidentally cripple your precious flower, how terrible would that be? I can't bear to do it." His loud voice carried across the arena, drawing even more attention. Facing this overwhelming pessimism and the opponent's undisguised contempt, Su Ningyu showed no anger on his face. Instead, he was exceptionally calm. He even cast a reassuring glance at Little Bell, whose petals quivered slightly, conveying the emotion, "Master, I'm fine." "No need." Su Ningyu's voice was low yet cut through the noisy chatter. "Thank you for your kindness." He then ignored Shi Chong. Turning to the referee Yuan Sheng, he nodded slightly. "Referee, I'm ready." Seeing his persuasion, ignored, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shi Chong's face. He snorted, "You're asking for it. Don't blame me for being rude. Earth Source Pig, smash him hard. Let some people face reality." Yuan Sheng gave Su Ningyu a deep look, then glanced at the bellflower floating quietly, seemingly harmless. He felt some doubt inside, but his duty kept him from speaking more. Seeing both sides ready, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and forcefully swung it down, his voice loud and decisive. "First round, first match battle. Begin." With a roar, Shi Chong launched his attack almost instantly as the command was given. He waved his hand. "Earth Source Pig. Barbaric charge. Barbaric charge. Take it down directly." The Earth Source Pig let out a deep roar, its powerful hind legs kicking off the ground so hard that the arena seemed to tremble. Its massive body wrapped in astonishing momentum, and pale yellow earth energy charged like a runaway heavy truck, thundering toward the tiny bellflower at the other end of the arena. The gusts stirred by the charge even ruffled the hair of spectators near the stage. Fast, forceful, and full of momentum. A classic case of overwhelming force crushing finesse. But Su Ningyu, facing this thunderous charge, simply uttered a command, "Little Bell, Phantom Clone." His voice was calm without a ripple. The moment the battle command was given, Little Bell's demeanor transformed abruptly. The gentle, quiet aura that seemed fit only for a greenhouse or a treatment station vanished instantly, replaced by a nimble, swift, and battle-ready resolve. Swish! Just a split second before the Earth Source Pig's massive body, carrying its fierce momentum, was about to crash into it. Little Bell's figure on the arena suddenly blurred. Then 6 or 7 almost identical emerald figures materialized out of thin air like phantoms, scattering in all directions. Each phantom was lifelike, even simulating the faint healing glow perfectly. Phantom Clone, at minor mastery level, far surpassed the afterimages of the entry level. Not only were there more clones, but they also lasted longer and were more deceptive. The Earth Source Pig's barbaric charge with its unstoppable momentum smashed through one of the phantoms. The phantom burst like a bubble while the real target was long gone. What a... The smugness on Shi Chong's face froze instantly, his eyes wide. He never expected an auxiliary beast phantom clone to be so exquisite and deceptive. Su Ningyu's commands did not pause. He calmly issued the next order, "Little Bell, beam." In the battle. The next moment, the scattered bellflower phantoms on the arena all lit up with dazzling white light from the center of their petals at almost the same time. With a series of sharp whistles, several concentrated blinding, white beams shot out like a storm from various tricky angles. They were not scattered randomly. Instead, they subtly interwoven into a beam network covering most of the Earth's source pig's evasive space. Illusory and real, truth and falsehood intertwined. It was impossible to distinguish which was the real attack and which was just a light effect from the phantom. How is this possible? A knowledgeable examinee below exclaimed in shock. Shurchong was completely stunned by this dazzling and ferocious attack, his mind going blank. He certainly knew that the real lethal beam might be only one. But the overwhelming light show and energy fluctuations completely disrupted his judgment and the Earth Source Pig's perception. In haste, he could only shout by instinct, "Earth Source Pig, don't panic. Use mud armor hardening to withstand it. It's just a bellflower, its attack power can't be that strong. We can hold." The Earth Source Pig let out a terrified grunt. The muddy yellow armor on its body instantly erupted with even denser light, trying to maximize its defense. However, Little Bell's beam skill had long reached minor mastery level. Its energy concentration, penetration, and release speed were, by no means, comparable to ordinary entry-level skills. Amidst the countless streaks of light and shadow, a scorching white beam followed the most devious trajectory and harbored the most restrained energy. Like a precision-guided missile, it instantly pierced through the mud armor defense hastily condensed by the Tiyuan pig on its weakest flank. A crashing sound, not particularly loud, but exceptionally muffled, resounded. Then, under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, the massive body of the Tiyuan pig, as if struck by a battering ram, let out a painful howl. Its forehooves left the ground, and it was blasted backward by the condensed beam of light. Tracing a parabola, it crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena with a thunderous boom. A hole the size of a wash basin was blasted open in the mud armor on its flank, revealing a bloody, mangled wound beneath. Blood gushed out, causing it to convulse on the ground in agony, unable to stand for a time. A collective gasp of awe swept across the entire stadium. Everyone was stunned by this subversive sight. The battle had indeed ended quickly, as everyone had expected. But the outcome was the complete opposite of what anyone had imagined. It was not the Tiyuan pig overwhelming the bellflower, but the bellflower with an almost overwhelming demeanor one-shotting the Tiyuan pig renowned for its defense. Shurchong, his face pale, disregarded everything else and rushed to his beast, his voice trembling with tears. "Tiyuan pig, are you all right?" Instructor Yuan Sheng quickly snapped out of his shock. He took a deep look at the still calm youth on the arena and the bellflower floating beside him, its petals slightly retracted. Then he announced in a clear voice, "First round, first match end. The winner, Su Ningyu." As the announcement fell, the uproar from the audience grew even louder. Countless gazes once again focused on Su Ningyu. The previous contempt, ridicule, and disdain had vanished without a trace, replaced by surprise, gravity, and a hint of unspoken wariness. Su Ningyu paid no heed to these looks. He softly instructed Little Bell, healing bell. "Show me." Little Bell responded lightly, floated down from the arena, and approached the Tiyuan pig, writhing in pain. A soft emerald-green radiance rippled around it, accompanied by a clear, melodious bell sound that seemed to cleanse the soul. The radiance of healing bell enveloped the Tiyuan pig's wound. The ghastly wound visibly stopped bleeding, closed up, and new granulation tissue emerged. In just over 10 seconds, though not fully healed, the bleeding had ceased, the injury had stabilized, and the Tiyuan pig's agonized moans had subsided. Shurchong watched this miraculous sight, then looked at the calm Su Ningyu on the arena, his face flushed with shame. He stood up, bowed deeply to Su Ningyu, and said with sincere apology, "Thank you for treating the Tiyuan pig. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Just now, I was blind and spoke arrogantly. I apologize to you." Su Ningyu waved his hand dismissively, his tone flat. "It's nothing, just a battle. Your Tiyuan pig has excellent defense and strength." His magnanimous attitude made Shurchong even more ashamed and also earned the goodwill of some surrounding examinees. Instructor Yuan Sheng watched all this, his estimation of Su Ningyu rising even higher. Formidable strength, decisive action, and afterward taking the initiative to treat the opponent. Calm, composed, neither arrogant nor impatient. This student and this bellflower are indeed extraordinary. Below the arena, in the viewing area of Chai Bohui and Song Qinghui. Holy crap. Song Qinghui's mouth hung open for a long time before he turned to Chai Bohui, his eyes full of disbelief. "Old Chai, tell me, is that really a bellflower? It masters illusory clone, and advanced dodge and control skill, and light beam, a rare attack skill. And judging by its power, the proficiency is definitely not low." Chai Bohuai's eyes also held lingering surprise, but more than that, a calm that confirmed some conjecture. Now no one should doubt the merit of his first place in the joint exam, should they? Merit. It's pure gold. Song Qinghui clicked his tongue. Strictly speaking, he only used 2 moves. No, if you exclude the illusory clones used for distraction, the actual attack was just 1 move. 1 move, and he one-shot the defense-oriented Tiyuan pig. This bellflower has been trained. It defies common sense. Since when is a support beast this formidable? But Chai Bohuai shook his head, his gaze sharp. No, you're missing something. It hasn't defied its nature at all. Did you notice its final healing bell? The speed and effect of that healing were terrifyingly fast. This bellflower's healing ability might be even more fearsome than its attack power, just overshadowed by its offensive capabilities. Reminded by Chai Bohuai, Song Qinghui suddenly realized his expression growing even more grave. Right? I was too stunned by its one-shot kill of the Tiyuan pig. Now that you mention it, that healing speed far exceeds that of ordinary bellflowers and even surpasses many dedicated healing-type beasts. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same conclusion in each other's eyes. Chai Bohuai said solemnly, "This means Su Ningyu not only possesses an unconventional bellflower with extraordinary attack power, but also a mobile healing station with astonishing recovery ability. An opponent you can't kill can outlast, and who can counterattack and one-shot you with high damage skills." Song Qinghui interjected, his tone carrying a mix of helplessness and excitement. Definitely a tough nut that no one wants to encounter early. Capable of being both a spear and a shield, and able to self-repair. How do you fight that? They looked toward the arena where Su Ningyu had already recalled Little Bell and was calmly walking down, greeted by countless gazes that had already changed. The first match of the special recruitment exam. Su Ningyu and his Little Bell, with an absolutely dominant posture, declared to everyone the uniqueness of his bellflower. Yuan Sheng recorded with a mixture of emotion and admiration. A unique existence capable of both overwhelming opponents with thunderous means and healing wounds with gentle care had become a formidable variable in this exam. Su Ningyu's battle ended neatly. He had just stepped off the arena and hadn't even caught his breath when Song Qinghui rushed over, his face full of surprise. He gave Su Ningyu a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Brother, awesome. Freaking awesome." Song Qinghui rattled off. His eyes were gleaming as if he could see through Su Ningyu. "What is this? This is no healing-type bellflower. It's a battle fortress disguised in healing robes. Calling it a combat bellflower is an understatement. It's an angel of death flower. Su Ningyu, where did this Chinibya youth come from?" Su Ningyu silently retracted Little Bell, who had almost been jostled out back into the beast compendium space, speechless at Song Qinghui's exaggerated metaphor. Maybe this is just a trait of this age. Observing Song Qinghui's performance, Su Ningyu also pondered whether he appeared too mature, making him seem out of place among his peers. Should he try to blend in? He couldn't stand out too much. But after glancing at Chai Bohuai approaching, Su Ningyu felt relieved. This one was also an aloof person, while he himself wasn't particularly outstanding either. Chai Bohuai walked over. Though his expression remained cool, his eyes held obvious approval and a hint of curiosity. "Your bellflower here truly has a unique cultivation path. It's completely different from the common bellflowers on the market. The depth of mastery and practical application of attack skills far exceed expectations." Hearing these words from Chai Bohuai, Su Ningyu's mind lit up. Before him was the eldest son of the Chai family, a major heir among the prominent families in Binjiang City and even the entire Dongjun province. Whether in resources, connections, or potential spending power, he far surpassed a girl of affluent background like Sun Zhuwei. He was practically a walking top-tier VIP client, a hidden golden opportunity. With such a high-quality potential customer, how could he not seize the chance to win him over? How else could he justify his newly acquired breeder's certificate and the business he urgently needed to expand? Su Ningyu's mind raced. He wore a perfectly measured smile, humble, yet subtly confident, and followed Chai Bohuai's words. "It did take a lot of effort. I've developed a rather unique set of breeding concepts and methods. They focus on tapping the inherent potential of the spirit beast while balancing development and specialized enhancement. After all," he paused, then dropped a bombshell in a calm tone, "I've just obtained the junior spirit beast breeder qualification. It means I can now initially combine theory with practice." Junior breeder. Song Qinghui and Chai Bohuai both froze, expressions of astonishment on their faces. They were no ordinary students. Their family backgrounds made them acutely aware of the weight and difficulty of obtaining the title Spirit Beast Breeder. It was not just about memorizing and passing exams. It required solid theoretical foundations, extensive practical experience, precise judgment, and hands-on ability. Su Ningyu was about to enter high school. Amidst intense studies and spirit beast training, he had still managed to earn this certification. His talent and diligence were evidently even more astonishing than they had previously perceived. Holy crap. Really? Old Su? No, brother Su. Master Su. Song Qinghui's attitude instantly shifted from fellow strong one to looking up to a big shot. He immediately put on a fawning smile, like rubbing hands like a fly. Though still carrying his characteristic sunny vibe, it suddenly became greasy. "Look, we're both from Binjiang City, and we're in the top 3 of the joint exam. In the future, if I run into any problems with spirit beast breeding, could I ask for your advice? Of course, consultation fees are negotiable. I won't let you work for nothing." Although Chai Bohuai didn't react as dramatically as Song Qinghui, the look he gave Su Ningyu held more recognition. Being able to obtain the junior breeder at this age meant that the other party's depth and systematic understanding of the spirit beast field likely surpassed his estimation. Such a person, whether as a rival or a friend, was worth taking seriously. Su Ningyu, however, remained calm on the surface and replied readily. That's easy to arrange. It's only natural for fellow townsfolk to exchange and learn from each other. He deliberately used the phrase, exchange and learn, which appeared humble, while leaving ample room for future paid services. He was about to strike while the iron was hot, chatting a bit more to gain deeper insight into the specific needs of these two big clients. For instance, whether Chai Bohuai's Frostflame Wolf had any bottlenecks, or what type Song Qinghui's Spirit Beast was, when the loudspeaker once again broadcast instructor Yuan Sheng's voice. The second round of battles begins now. Candidates listed below proceed to your designated arenas immediately. Arena 1, Chai Bohuai vs Wang Quan. Arena 3, Song Qinghui vs Zhang Liang. To speed up the selection process, Beichin High School had set up multiple arenas for simultaneous battles. It's our turn. Song Qinghui's spirits lifted, his playful expression was replaced by soaring battle intent. Su Ningyu, we're off? Wait for our triumphant return. Chai Bohuai also gave a slight nod to Su Ningyu and said succinctly, we'll talk later. Go ahead. Su Ningyu waved with a smile. There will be plenty of time to chat later. He thought to himself, business isn't urgent, let's first see the actual combat performance of these two potential clients and their opponents. Yeah, don't worry, we'll definitely win easily. Song Qinghui left with a confident remark, then turned and strode briskly toward Arena 3. Su Ningyu. He silently watched Song Qinghui's retreating figure. In his mind, he complained, which eye of yours saw me worrying about you. I was clearly calculating how to better provide high-quality breeding consultation services to fellow townsfolk. It must be said that Song Qinghui's personality, friendly, a bit eccentric, but without any malice, was indeed not annoying and even quite lively. Su Ningyu also became interested. Instead of leaving, he found a spot with a good view and watched the two's battles with keen interest. On Arena 1, Chai Bohuai's opponent Wang Quan summoned an iron arm ape known for its strength and explosive power. However, the battle was essentially decided within 30 seconds of starting. Chai Bohuai's Frostflame Wolf didn't even need to use its signature talent Cold Flame. It relied solely on its superior speed and precise timing. Along with alternating rapid strikes of Frost Claw and Flame Fang, it easily tore through the Iron Arm ape's defenses, forcing it to the edge of the arena. Finally, a precisely aimed fireball knocked it off the arena. The entire process was smooth and fluid, calm and efficient, fully demonstrating Chai Bohuai's excellent command ability and the Frostflame Wolf's formidable overall qualities. On Arena 3, Song Qinghui's battle was more spectacular. His opponent Zhang Liang commanded a water rock turtle adept at long-range energy attacks. However, the spirit beast Song Qinghui summoned made Su Ningyu's eyes light up. It was a swift-winged sparrow, entirely cyan blue, with a slender body, streamlined feathers, and piercingly sharp eyes. This spirit beast was renowned for its extreme speed and aerial maneuverability. As the battle began, the swift-winged sparrow turned into a cyan blue lightning bolt. Its speed was so great that it left afterimages in the air. The water arrow turtle's cumbersome water arrow attacks could hardly lock onto the target. The swift-winged sparrow leveraged its speed advantage, launching wind blade ambushes from tricky angles to wear down the opponent. Finally, spotting and opening a charged hurricane directly flipped the water arrow turtle, ending the battle. Song Qinghui's tactical thinking was clear, fully utilizing the swift-winged sparrow's speed specialty, winning cleanly and brilliantly. Both advanced to the next round without any suspense. The battles unfolded with relentless intensity. Round after round of fierce clashes erupted across multiple arenas. Flames clashed with frost. Skills intertwined with skills. The roar of energies and the cries of spirit beasts wove together into a fervent tapestry. Some candidates left with reluctance or regret, while others' heads held high as new victors awaited the next challenge. When instructor Yuan Sheng announced the end of the third round, the once crowded sports field had grown noticeably emptier. Only the final 20 remained standing in the center under the gaze of the crowd and the examiners. They were the elite who had fought their way through nearly 200 contenders. Each bore traces of battle fervor and fatigue, yet their eyes shone sharper and brighter. Su Ningyu, Chai Bohuai, and Song Qinghui were among them without a doubt. With formidable strength and unique tactics, they had overcome all obstacles and firmly secured their places among the qualifiers. Instructor Yuan Sheng and Instructor Li Yao approached the 20 final candidates. Gazing at these young, promising faces, Yuan Sheng took a deep breath, as if having made a certain decision. He cleared his throat, his eyes sweeping over each person, and his voice carried through the loudspeaker with unusual solemnity. First, congratulations to all of you for reaching the final stage. You have proven your exceptional abilities in conventional combat and are qualified for special admission to Beichin High School. As his words fell, many candidates showed relieved or joyful smiles. But Yuan Sheng's next words instantly froze their smiles. However, he paused, his expression turning more serious. Beichin High School Special Admission still has one final special assessment. This assessment will determine your final rating resource allocation and whether you are eligible for the seed plan candidate list. The final assessment is, Yuan Sheng exchanged a glance with Li Yao and they announced together a gauntlet. What? A gauntlet? A gauntlet? This is too difficult, right? Whoever goes first suffers the most. The earlier you go, the more stamina you burn, yet you face the freshest opponents. Isn't this draining our last bit of strength? The 20 candidates below erupted into a clamor, their faces filled with shock and worry. They understood the gauntlet rules well. The first contender would have to face all subsequent challengers one after another. This was the ultimate test of endurance, strength, tactical reserves, and willpower. Even the most powerful could be worn down by those waiting in the wings. The later you went, the greater the advantage. Just defeat the already exhausted champion. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a battle of courage, strategy, and luck. Who would be the first bird to bear the greatest pressure and risk? In the distance, a few elders stood by the railing watching the commotion below with keen interest. One of them, sharp-eyed and vigorous, was the current principal of Beichin High School, Chen Baiming. Beside him stood several school administrators and teachers. Old Chen among these proud young ones, who do you think will have the courage to step up first and take the beginning of the gauntlet? An elder in a Zhongshan suit asked, stroking his beard. Principal Chen Baiming chuckled, a glint of slyness in his eyes. Who knows? The human heart is hard to predict, especially in the young. A stern-faced female teacher beside him spoke up. Principal, isn't this asking too much? The special admission exam is meant to give students who may not excel in overall grades, but have outstanding talent in beast taming combat a chance. Now this. Chen Baiming waved his hand, cutting off her doubts. His gaze turned to the distant horizon, his tone deepening. Asking too much? I think it's not enough. You all know that the next World High School Beast Taming Tournament is less than a year away. That is a stage for the world's top beast taming prodigies, a window for our Beichin and even Dongjun province and the entire alliance to showcase strength and training results. We don't just need qualified students. We need monsters who can carry the banner and shine on the world stage, true geniuses. He withdrew his gaze and looked down at the restless young figures below. These children are still too green, far from the tournament. That's the upperclassman's affair. But what I value is potential temperament. Conventional combat reveals skill and strength, but it doesn't reveal a heart that dares to be the first to shoulder responsibility, to explode with a strong heart in adversity. The gauntlet is a small stress test. I want to see who, faced with a clearly disadvantageous situation, still dares to step up first, who remains resilient under continuous exhaustion, who shows tactical wisdom and willpower beyond the ordinary. That is the fundamental quality we need to cultivate powerful beast tamers in the future. The elder in the Zhongshan suit nodded. That said, the first to go has too great a disadvantage. Who do you think will step up? Chen Baiming's gaze slowly moved among the 20 below. The two young masters from the Chai and Song families have family traditions, and their strength and temperament are top-notch. They should have a good chance. But I heard they are more interested in another student this time. His gaze paused imperceptibly on Su Ningyu for a moment. Oh, someone who draws the attention of both the Chai and Song boys. Interesting. The others also became intrigued. Let's see how this gauntlet begins. Principal Chen Baiming refocused on the sports field, anticipation in his eyes. Courage is sometimes rarer than strength. On the field, instructor Yuan Sheng had already announced the specific rules of the gauntlet. A candidate would volunteer or be selected by lot to become the first champion, then face subsequent challengers in turn. The winner stays on to continue receiving challenges. The loser is eliminated outright. The final person standing on the arena would receive the highest evaluation and the highest level of resource commitment in this special admission exam. The rules were clear and cruel. The air seemed to freeze. The remaining 20 candidates exchanged glances, many with flickering eyes, instinctively avoiding the possibility of being first. Some looked at familiar companions, others lowered their heads in contemplation, calculating gains and losses. Who would dare to step onto this inevitably grueling gauntlet arena first? Su Ningyu's gaze swept over Chai Bohuai and Song Qinghui beside him, then over the other faces. Some tense, some hesitant, some eager to try. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Going first certainly meant immense pressure, but if he could win several consecutive matches, the strength and willpower displayed would surely earn the highest recognition from the examiners and even the school's top brass. Moreover, he had confidence in his and Xiao Lingdong's endurance, skill, diversity, and tactical reserves. More importantly, he needed the highest evaluation and resources to support Xiao Lingdong's swift evolution and his own subsequent path as a tamer. Regarding the melee-style consecutive challenge, the 20 youths who had just endured several rounds of fierce battles and now stood on the threshold of the final stage fell into a brief silence. The air grew tense, thick with calculation, weighing of options, hesitation, and even a trace of retreat. The rules of the gauntlet pressed down on everyone's heart like a heavy stone. The first to step onto the arena as the holder would almost inevitably place themselves directly in the crosshairs of all contenders, bearing immense pressure of attrition. No one wished to be the first to guard the stage. Just as this delicate, almost frozen silence lingered, a calm, yet remarkably clear voice shattered the standoff like a pebble cast into a placid lake. "I'll go." The voice was not loud, yet carried an unshakable certainty. All eyes turned in unison to see Su Ningyu step forward, his expression composed. He looked toward Instructor Yuan Sheng and confirmed once more, "Instructor, I'll be the first challenger holder." There were no grandiose declarations, no hesitation, as though he were simply completing a decision made long ago. And indeed, he had already made up his mind. The transformation and growth of a spirit beast were always accompanied by countless battles and trials. This gauntlet, though fraught with risk, was also an unrivaled training ground. He wanted to see where the limits of his little bellflower lay amidst unending challenges, how long its skill-chaining tactical adaptability and the indomitable battle he had cultivated could endure. "Whoa, awesome!" Song Qinghui let out an exaggerated exclamation, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Su Ningyu's back, nudging Chai Bohuai beside him with his elbow. "Bohuai, see that? That's what you call responsibility. That's spirit. Don't you think Su Ningyu is cool?" Chai Bohuai shot him a cold, expressionless glance. "Bohuai, is that for you to call me? Don't make me slap you. Watch your mouth." "Yes, sir." Song Qinghui immediately shrank his neck and put on an obedient look, though his gaze still eagerly followed Su Ningyu as he stepped onto the arena. His tone turned somewhat more earnest. "But seriously, that guy is truly special. Do you really think he's an orphan? Given his temperament and strength alone, it's almost hard to believe. That move he pulled earlier, instantly taking down Shi Chang's Earth Source Boar, that bellflower displayed strength, that must be at least Black Iron rank 6, right? Your Ice Flame Wolf has only just stabilized at the peak of rank 6, hasn't it?" Chai Bohuai gave a slight nod, not denying it. His bellflower's energy density and skill mastery are indeed beyond the ordinary. "I suspect his training methods have unique merits we don't know about." "I figured as much," Song Qinghui mused, crossing his arms with a thoughtful expression. "Besides, his talent might lean toward nurturing enhancement or skill comprehension acceleration. Early on, especially when raising a single spirit beast, such talent brings tremendous advantages, quick results, and quite impressive to watch." He paused, a hint of regret in his tone, mixed with rational analysis. "However, talents like these often tend toward the path of a spirit beast breeder. Their ceiling is lower than battle-oriented talents like rule-based elemental resonance, or those that directly enhance the beast tamer themselves. The path ahead may be heavily dependent on specific spirit beasts and continuous enormous resource investment. All that said, being able to overwhelm others in the early stage is already remarkable." Mentioning talent reminded Song Qinghui of something. He lowered his voice. "By the way, I heard that Song No. 4 Middle School is publicly promoting and nurturing a girl named Chingy. Her talent is the demonic serpent, and a rare talent omen appeared when she awakened. The school has placed most of its resources and expectations on her." Chai Bohuai's eyes shifted slightly. "I've heard a bit about it. Combined with the omen, she is indeed worthy of focused investment. But don't you find it strange?" Song Qinghui frowned. "No, for is making such a high-profile show of Chingy practically writing genius on her face. Aren't they afraid she'll be targeted by certain organizations with peculiar tastes or motives? I've heard that on some other planets in the Alliance where order isn't so solid, and in certain shadowy corners of our own Yunmeng star, there are people who specialize in kidnapping newly awakened beast tamers, those with rare or powerful talents who haven't yet grown strong enough to protect themselves." Chai Bohuai turned to Song Qinghui, his gaze sharpening. "What? Has the Cross-Star Domain criminal syndicate your father is tracking slipped into Dongjun province?" Song Qinghui shook his head, his expression also turning sober. "The old man is tight-lipped. He won't tell me the specifics of the operation. But he mentioned something a while back, that several other star systems have been unsettled lately. There have been multiple disappearances of talented individuals, all executed with professional precision. He suspects it's organized. He also warned me to stay vigilant when out and about." He waved a hand as if trying to dispel the heaviness of the topic. "Forget it, enough of that. Our Yunmeng star has formidable public security. Those demons and ghouls wouldn't dare act too brazenly. Look, someone's challenging Su Ningyu." Chai Bohuai also set aside his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the arena. Indeed, after Su Ningyu's clear declaration as the holder, the brief stagnation was broken. Perhaps some felt that no matter how strong the bellflower was, it still had the inherent weakness of a support type. Perhaps others were drawn by the enormous prestige of being the first to defeat the holder. Soon a candidate could no longer hold back, raising a hand to signal. A girl with a high ponytail, bright eyes, and an unyielding demeanor leaped onto the arena. The school emblem on her chest revealed that she came from another formidable middle school. "Su Jin." Her voice rang crisp and clear. "Please enlighten me." Coincidentally, she shared the same surname as Su Ningyu. Su Ningyu gave a slight nod in return. Su Ningyu. Ready. On both sides of the arena, an intangible fighting spirit began to surge. Meanwhile, high atop the spectator stands at the edge of the stadium. Sun Zhuwei had dragged Yuan Lily along, and relying on the connections of Yuan Lily's older brother managed to squeeze into this observation area with an excellent view. They had just arrived when they witnessed the opening of the gauntlet. Wow, what a coincidence. He's just stepping up. Sun Zhuowei spotted the familiar figure at the center of the arena, at once excitedly grabbing Yuan Lily's arm and shaking it. Yuan Lily followed her gaze. On the arena stood a youth with delicate features and a calm demeanor, beside him a delicate emerald green flower floating in midair. She raised one meticulously groomed eyebrow, her tone tinged with scrutiny. So this is the super impressive classmate you mentioned, and his spirit beast is actually a bellflower. Wei, are you sure you've got the right person? Oh Lily, don't just judge by appearances. Sun Zhuowei hastily defended. His bellflower is completely different from others. It's exceptionally good at fighting, and he just obtained the junior breeder certification. He's incredibly amazing. Junior breeder? At such a young age? This time Yuan Lily was genuinely taken aback, and the look she cast at Su Ningyu carried noticeably more seriousness. On the arena, instructor Yuan Sheng confirmed that both sides were ready, then swung his arm down. Gauntlet first match, Su Ningyu versus Su Jin, begin. Su Ningyu's gaze fell upon the female opponent, Su Jin, across from him. Simultaneously, he swiftly assessed the spirit beast she had summoned. It was a mantis, its entire body of vibrant emerald, its form athletic and agile with two long razor-sharp sickle-like arms. Its spirit beast, the sickle mantis. This was a typical insect-type spirit beast renowned for its swift wind-like speed and blades sharp enough to sever steel. In the previous round, Su Jin had cleanly dispatched her opponents using the sickle mantis's ghostly charges and the precise lethal continuous cut, combined with its lightning speed. Su Jin's eyes were sharp, brimming with battle intent. Su Ningyu, you're strong, but I won't hold back. Su Ningyu nodded, his tone calm. That's only right. Going all out is how we respect each other. The battle began. Sickle mantis continuous cut. Su Jin struck first, her command concise and forceful. A cold gleam flashed in the emerald mantis's eyes. Its sickle arms were instantly shrouded in a sharp, white light. It blurred its form, turning into a green afterimage. At an astonishing speed, it darted toward Little Bell in the center of the arena, its twin sickles crossing to trace a deadly cutting arc. Little Bell phantom clone. Su Ningyu's response remained steady. Little Bell's form wavered and dozens of phantoms materialized, once more attempting to confuse the opponent and by time and space. However, Su Jin's face revealed a knowing expression of just as I thought, as if she had anticipated Su Ningyu's move. A slight smile curled at the corner of her lips as she issued her second command. Sickle mantis, maintain continuous cut and layer insect chant. The swiftly advancing sickle mantis suddenly opened its mouth parts, emitting a high-pitched piercing chirp that was barely perceptible to human ears, yet strongly interfered with energy bodies and spiritual perception. Invisible sound waves rippled outward, sweeping precisely across the area where Bellflower and all its phantoms resided. Insect chant, an insect-type skill, could disrupt the opponent's mind and also inflict damage. On the arena, Bellflower, which was about to act further or release a skill, was clearly disrupted by the sudden sonic impact. Its petals trembled slightly, indicating interference. Meanwhile, the phantom clones, sustained by energy, burst like soap bubbles under the sound waves' assault, quickly dissipating. It's working. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Jin's eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she shouted, "It's over. No matter how strong your attacks are, Bellflower's fragile defense and its true body are its greatest weaknesses. Sickle mantis, finish it." At that moment, the sickle mantis, propelled by its extreme speed, had broken through the phantom's deception. Its true body had advanced to within less than 3 meters of Little Bell's true form. The sharp sickles, enhanced by the white light of continuous cut, were about to strike. Is she going to lose, eh? In the spectator zone, Sun Zhuowei was so nervous she nearly jumped up, covering her mouth with both hands, as if her own piao was on the arena, her heart in her throat. Not only she, but many spectators also believed that Bellflower, deprived of its phantom protection, was doomed now that a speed-focused insect-type sickle mantis had closed in at such a short range. Yet at that critical moment, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Su Ningyu's lips, a hint of a plan fulfilled. Watching the sickle mantis almost upon him, he softly uttered a command that stunned everyone. "Little Bell, spark." Su Jin exclaimed, "What?" The confidence on her face froze instantly, and she wondered if she had misheard. Not only her, but every examiner, spectator, and even Principal Chen Baiming and the advisors watching from the high platform were all dumbfounded in that moment. Spark. Isn't that one of the most basic attack skills for fire-type spirit beasts? How could a pure plant type, would Bellflower, use a fire-type skill? However, reality gave them no time for doubt. On the arena, facing the nearly touching sharp sickles, a faint crimson glow suddenly lit up at the center of Little Bell's seemingly delicate bud. Then whoosh! A dense blazing orange fireball, like a suppressed volcano erupting, burst forth at close range with almost zero delay. It slammed directly into the chest of the sickle mantis, which was taken completely off guard with no chance to dodge. Fire defeats insect, one of the most fundamental attribute counter rules in spirit beast battles. Squeak! The sickle mantis let out a piercing, agonized shriek, its charging momentum abruptly halted. Its emerald carapace proved fragile against the scorching flames, its chest was instantly charred black, and a pungent, burnt odor wafted through the air. The immense impact blasted its entire body backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. After twitching twice, it completely lost the ability to fight, even emitting a wisp of black smoke from its mouth. One-shot kill. Another near-instantaneous conclusion. But this time the shock it brought to everyone was far more intense than when it defeated the Earth Source pig earlier. The entire gymnasium fell into an eerie silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were wide mouths agape, as if they had witnessed something utterly incredible. After several seconds, an enormous uproar erupted like a tsunami. Did I see that wrong? Spark. Bellflower used spark. A pure wood-type spirit beast using a fire-type skill. How is that possible? What the hell? What kind of cultivation path is this? What attribute is his Bellflower really? Cheating? This must be cheating. Bellflower can't learn spark. Doubts, exclamations, and incredulous screams filled the entire space. In the examinee zone, Song Qinghui's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He grabbed Chai Buohuai's arm roughly, his voice distorted. Old Chai, tell me, am I seeing things? Bellflower. It used spark. Isn't that a fire-type move? How can a pure plant-type with spirit beast know that? Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Chai Buohuai, usually calm and composed, also experienced a rare moment of mental stasis. He stared fixedly at Little Bell, which still hovered silently on the arena, as if it had done nothing more than a trivial matter. Not only the students, but also Principal Chen Baiming and the advisors on the high platform revealed expressions of extreme surprise and keen interest. A wood-type spirit beast mastering a fire-type skill. Although theoretically not impossible, and there have been precedents, special dual firewood attribute spirit beasts can use it. It requires extremely unique individual talent. But Bellflower learning spark is indeed unprecedented. A teacher specializing in spirit beast research remarked, this Su Ningyu's Bellflower is quite special. At the judges' table, instructor Yuan Sheng and instructor Li Yao exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Yuan Sheng suppressed his inner turmoil, stepped forward to check the sickle mantis's condition. After confirming that it was merely severely injured by the attribute disadvantage and unconscious with no life-threatening danger, he took a deep breath and announced, sickle mantis is unable to battle. First round of the defense challenge, Su Ningyu wins. Battle lost. Su Jin dejectedly recalled her spirit beast. She looked at the calm Su Ningyu on the stage, her gaze filled with complexity. Finally, it turned into a wry smile and sincere admiration. I lost. I'm totally convinced. Your Lingdangua is too unexpected. How can it use the spark skill? Su Ningyu smiled at her, not saying much about the question. Meanwhile, high up in the audience, Sun Zhuowei, after a brief daze, suddenly jumped up. She excitedly grabbed Yuan Lily's arm and shook it. Did you see that, Lily? Did you see that? Spark. He actually taught Lingdang with spark. Unbelievable. Oh my god. How is this possible? This move I also want to teach Pia Piao. Yuan Lily was also deeply shocked at this moment. She looked at the handsome young man on the arena who had once again become the center of attention. Her gaze completely changed. She murmured, Wei Wei. This friend of yours is probably not just a little bit formidable. On the arena, Su Ningyu felt the scorching gazes shooting from all directions as if they would pierce through him, but his heart remained calm and undisturbed. Revealing the spark skill was within his expectation. He gently stroked Xiao Lingdong, who had returned to his side, and whispered, well done. Rest a bit and prepare for the next one. The gauntlet battle had only just begun, and Su Ningyu and his unconventional Lingdangua had already announced their formidable presence in the most shocking way. The first opponent, Su Jin, retreated in dejection. The smell of burnt scent seemed to linger in the air, along with the subversive spark skill imprinted in everyone's hearts. Referee Yuan Sheng steadied himself. Facing the remaining examinees again, he announced loudly, Su Ningyu has successfully defended the stage. Who is the next challenger? The brief silence was broken. I'll go. A sturdy-looking boy with eager eyes stepped forward, named Zhang Wei. His spirit beast was a small fire dog with fiery red fur and high spirits. It was baring its teeth and growling at Xiao Lingdang on the arena, full of battle intent. Seeing this familiar spirit beast, a subtle smile couldn't help but appear on Su Ningyu's lips. Small fire dog. He knew it too well. In those past days, Zhang Quan and his small fire dog could be considered Xiao Lingdang's best training sandbag and experience pack. Su Ningyu and Xiao Lingdang knew everything about the small fire dog's common skills, movement patterns, strengths and weaknesses, and even some subtle habits. The battle began. Small fire dog flame. Zhang Wei tried to probe with a ranged attack. His thought was simple. So what if Su Ningyu's Lingdangua knows the spark skill? It is still fundamentally a plant-type spirit beast. A plant type would still be fatally wounded if hit by a fire-type move. However, Su Ningyu's response was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. The combination of Phantom Clone and Light Beam directly left the opponent overwhelmed. Xiao Lingdong's body flickered, splitting into several phantoms to confuse the sight while its true body had already predicted the small fire dog's movement trajectory. Several scorching white beams shot out precisely directly hitting the joints of the small fire dog's front legs as it tried to dodge sideways. Clean and efficient, almost without any waves. Zhang Wei lost even faster than Su Jin. Small fire dog has lost its combat ability. Su Ningyu successfully defends the stage. Xiao Lingdong's small fire dog, I'm so familiar with it. I know all its attack patterns. Just attack its knees, and it will kneel down directly. Zhang Wei. Next, perhaps stimulated by Su Ningyu's strong performance, or perhaps harboring the idea of strike while the iron is hot, to exhaust his stamina. In the following battles, several more examinees came up to challenge. They adopted relatively conservative tactics, not seeking quick victory, but only to maximally consume Xiao Lingdong's stamina and energy. The battles became stalemated. Xiao Lingdang relied on the flexibility of Phantom Clone and the long-range suppression of Light Beam and Spark. As well as the harassment of Sleep Powder, it neutralized the opponent's attacks one by one and secured victory. But the continuous battles, especially because it frequently used the high-consumption Light Beam to quickly finish opponents, Xiao Lingdong's stamina and energy reserves visibly declined. The edges of its petals were slightly wilted, and its floating height had also lowered a bit. This Lingdangwa, after fighting until now defeating 6 or 7 opponents at the same level, or even stronger, it can still maintain a certain combat ability. Truly incredible. On the high platform, an academic dean standing next to Principal Chun Baiming couldn't help exclaiming. Another staff member holding a tablet and quickly browsing data looked up and reported, Principal, all of Su Ningyu's battle records just now have been reviewed. His strength, tactics, and willpower all far exceed the special recruitment standards. Especially the training method of this Lingdangwa is extremely excellent. Without a doubt it can pass, and is exceptionally outstanding. Principal Chun Baiming nodded slightly. His deep gaze fell on the young man on the arena who was slightly tired, but still standing straight, the admiration in his eyes growing stronger. He spoke a few low words into the communicator. Below the arena, instructor Yuan Sheng's earpiece received the instruction. He nodded, looked at Su Ningyu, and prepared to announce that this outstanding young man could retire with honor. Student Su Ningyu, your performance in the gauntlet battle has been outstanding, fully demonstrating your strength. After deliberation by the examiner panel, your final assessment has passed, and you can. Wait. A clear voice with a hint of cheekiness interrupted Yuan Sheng's words. Everyone followed the sound, and saw Song Qinghui raising his hand high. He had a bright, yet slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Instructor Yuan, although I know this is a bit unfair since he's already fought several rounds. But facing such a good opponent, I would regret it if I didn't personally spar with him. Su Ningyu, let me fight you next. Beside him, Chai Bohuai, who had just been about to raise his hand, was clearly caught off guard by his friend's sudden move and looked at him in astonishment. Song Qinghui quickly leaned over and explained in a low voice. Bohuai, understand, let me go first. My Ice Blaze Wolf's attribute is too counter to his Lingdangwa. Ice and Fire 2 extremes, the fight would be too one-sided, it's simply unfair. Let me test the waters first and see where this Lingdangwa's limit really is. Chai Bohuai looked at him speechlessly. This guy was clearly itching to fight himself, making up some high-sounding excuse. Yuan Sheng frowned, looked at Su Ningyu, and left the choice to him. Student Su Ningyu, your assessment has passed, and you have the right to refuse the following challenge. Do you still want to accept the challenge from student Song Qinghui? Without almost any hesitation, Su Ningyu's voice came clearly, of course I accept. His eyes were bright, not only without fatigue, but instead burning with even stronger battle intent. He also wanted to see how much gap there was between his Xiao Lingdang and the spirit beasts trained by regular forces, like Song Qinghui, who came from a wealthy family and might have professional team guidance. Although everyone had only become spirit beast tamers not long ago, the differences in starting points and resource investment often manifested early on. Yuan Sheng nodded and no longer stopped them. Since both parties agree, the challenge continues. Both parties please come on stage. Su Ningyu and Song Qinghui stepped onto the arena one after the other. The previously amicable atmosphere of conversation instantly dissipated, replaced by a confrontational, sword-sharp battle intent. Song Qinghui shed his playful demeanor, his eyes turning serious and excited. I'll warn you in advance. I won't go easy on you just because you've just gone through several rounds of combat. Su Ningyu also gave a slight smile. The same goes for me. Going all out is the respect we owe each other. Come out, my precious. Song Qinghui let out a light shout, and a summoning light flashed. A blue-green streak of light shot out like lightning. Accompanied by a clear, melodious chirp, a swift-winged sparrow appeared above the arena. Its body slender, feathers streamlined, eyes piercingly sharp. It flapped its wings nimbly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air, its speed dizzying. Little Bell looked up at the elusive blue-green figure in the sky, its petals slightly closing as it conveyed a grave intention. It sensed an unprecedented pressure from the speed. Little Bell, get ready. This will be a tough battle. Su Ningyu communicated through the contract, his tone steady. Xiaomi. Little Bell became fully alert. Yuan Sheng, seeing both sides ready decisively, waved his arm. Battle begin. Let's get excited. Song Qinghui issued his command almost simultaneously with the signal, Swift Wind Sparrow, show your ultimate speed. Swift Wind. Chirp. The Swift Wind Sparrow let out a high-pitched cry, and in an instant a layer of pale blue-green rapidly spinning airflow coiled around its body. Its speed was already extremely fast, and with this airflow's enhancement it skyrocketed. When moving through the air one could barely see a blurred blue-green trail. Soon Ningyu's mind began to recall the Swift Wind Sparrow's data. This was its innate ability, Swift Wind. It could increase its own movement and reaction speed by 10 during combat. For a Swift Wind Sparrow already renowned for its speed, this 10 boost brought a qualitative change. Speed is power, speed is the initiative. In Beast Tamer battles, the side with overwhelming speed often controls the rhythm of the fight, enjoying advantage whether evading attacks or launching surprise strikes. A flicker of change crossed Su Ningyu's eyes. His mind raced. This was a contest of speed and prediction, burst and endurance. Could Little Bell's skills hit this lightning-fast opponent? And how should it counter the ensuing attacks as swift as the wind? On the arena, blue shadows whirled, green light shimmered. A true clash of titans was about to erupt. But facing the dazzling speed of the Swift Wind Sparrow, Su Ningyu was not unprepared. From previous observations and analysis of the Swift Wind Sparrow's data, Su Ningyu knew a characteristic of the Swift Wind Sparrow: the activation and maintenance of its innate ability. Swift Wind seemed directly related to the beast's own emotional state. The more excited, intense, and focused it was, the more stable and significant the speed boost from Swift Wind became. Conversely, once its emotions fluctuated greatly, or it calmed down, the effect would be greatly reduced, or even interrupted. And calming emotions was exactly what a Bellflower, a beast adept at mental soothing and healing, did best. Little Bell, Su Ningyu conveyed a clear tactic through the contract. The opponent is high-spirited and too fast. Let's calm it down first. Show me. Little Bell understood. It did not try to chase the blue-green shadow. Instead, it hovered in place, its petals slightly opening as a special energy within its body gently vibrated in a certain rhythm. Then a clear, ethereal bell-like sound, as if it could wash away all dust from the soul, radiated outward from its center, soft yet firm. Innate ability, Soothe, activated. This sound was not an attack, but it was harder to defend against than many attacks. It directly affected the spiritual and emotional levels. Like a clear spring flowing over a hot beach, like a gentle breeze brushing over tense strings. In the sky, the Swift Wind Sparrow, which had been circling at super high speed, relying on its Swift Wind ability and fierce battle spirit, searching for an attack angle, suddenly showed a barely perceptible lag in its movements. The crisp bell sound seemed to drill directly into the depths of its consciousness. It gradually soothed and cooled the boiling blood, tense nerves, and the excitement from fully activating its ability, bit by bit. The sharpness and fervor in the Swift Wind Sparrow's eyes gradually gave way to a hint of confusion and tranquility. Chirp. Who am I? Its speed involuntarily slowed down, and the pale blue-green airflow around its body began to destabilize, then slowly dissipated. Where am I? The Swift Wind Sparrow blinked in confusion, instinctively reducing the frequency of its wing flaps, emerging from that extreme combat high state. What should I do? It even forgot it was on a fierce battle arena, hovering in midair with a slightly dazed look, tilting its head to look at Little Bell below. Innate ability, Swift Wind, deactivated. Below the arena, Song Qinghui saw this and couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead, letting out a helpless sigh. So this trick can be countered like this, using Soothe as a silence. Su Ningyu, you really are annoyingly troublesome. Yet there was no chagrin on his face, instead his interest grew even stronger. This unexpected yet perfectly reasonable tactical application was precisely the charm of high-level combat. On the other side, Sun Juwei, who was watching, her eyes widened, as if she had opened the door to a new world. Oh my, the Bellflower's Soothe ability can be used like this? Not only to soothe an injured beast's emotions, but also to interrupt the opponent's buff state. Force an excited beast to calm down. This idea is brilliant. I've learned. The first clash at the innate ability level. Swift Wind versus Soothe. Su Ningyu, relying on his deep understanding of beast characteristics and tactical ingenuity, took the lead, successfully neutralizing the Swift Wind Sparrow's most terrifying initial speed advantage. But Song Qinghui's combat acumen was extremely high. The brief surprise did not fluster him. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into an even more excited arc. Well played. However, Su Ningyu, even without Swift Wind's enhancement, my Swift Wind Sparrow's own speed is top-notch. Can your Bellflower's long-range skills actually hit it? His gaze sharpened, and he gave another command. Swift Wind Sparrow, snap out of it. Wind Blade Barrage Blanket Strike. Awakened from its brief Sage mode. The Swift Wind Sparrow shook its head, and battle intent rekindled in its eyes. Though it had lost the innate ability boost, its base speed was still astonishingly fast. Its wings vibrated at high frequency, and several semi-transparent sharp-edged airflow blades materialized out of thin air, shooting in a fan shape toward Little Bell below. The Swift Wind Sparrow's wind blades cover a wide area. Su Ningyu reacted swiftly. Little Bell Phantom clone side shift. A flash of light emanated from Little Bell's stamen. Simultaneously, its body flickered, leaving several phantoms in place, while its true form drifted to the side and rear, evading the edge of the wind blade coverage. Beam. Bang. Bang. The beam collided with the wind blades, the energy clash, producing a faint crackling sound. However, many wind blades still tore through the phantom clones, but Little Bell's main body remained unharmed. The first round of skill exchanges yielded no substantial results from either side. The swift-winged sparrow, leveraging its aerial advantage and superior mobility, immediately retreated at high speed after missing its strike. It ascended to a higher, safer airspace and began circling like a patient hunter seeking the next opportunity to attack. It no longer easily descended into the effective range of Little Bell's beam skill. Although Little Bell had defended against the attack, its most effective long-range skill beam had limited range and required brief charging and precise prediction, making it extremely difficult to hit the swift-winged sparrow, which was moving at high altitude and speed with an unpredictable trajectory. The situation seemed to fall into a stalemate. The swift-winged sparrow held absolute aerial dominance and initiative, able to continuously harass and deplete with long-range skills like Windblade. Little Bell was in a state of passive defense and waiting for a chance to counterattack, but its attacks were ineffective. This is troublesome. Chai Bohuai below the stage frowned slightly. Su Ningyu's Bellflower has a powerful beam skill but lacks effective anti-air and countermeasures against high-speed targets. Song Qinghui's Swiftwind Sparrow is executing its tactics cleverly, not greedy for quick gains, and slowly wearing down with speed and range advantages. Yet dragging it out will be disadvantageous for Little Bell, a nearby examinee chimed in. On the arena, Song Qinghui looked at the cautiously circling Swiftwind Sparrow and the vigilant Little Bell below, a confident smile spreading across his face. Su Ningyu, the sky is my domain. No matter how agile your Bellflower is on the ground, it's useless if it can't hit. Next, how will you break this situation? He believed that as long as he maintained this rhythm, the scales of victory would eventually tip in his favor. Su Ningyu looked up, his gaze following the agile, swift, almost imperceptible cyan blue trajectory in the sky, his eyes growing increasingly deep and solemn. The aerial dominance and mobility demonstrated by the Swiftwind Sparrow indeed posed a great challenge for Little Bell, which was primarily a ground unit. Indeed, it's not easy to deal with. There are still gaps between spirit beast races. After this special recruitment assessment, I must quickly prepare for the evolution of the Bellflower. Su Ningyu thought. But this does not mean that spirit beast tamers from ordinary backgrounds can only resign themselves to being crushed by talent and resources. In his past life within the virtual world of the Spirit Beast sequence game, he had witnessed countless ordinary players' resentment and resistance against the pay-to-win warriors and high-level player families of the wealthy. That environment gave rise to countless rebels who refused to be ordinary. They studied rule loopholes. They developed self-created secret techniques. They researched bizarre tactics involving attribute skills and even environmental effects. These strategies were commonly known as underworld tactics. With these schemes, they forcibly carved out various incredible paths of comeback from impossible situations. Su Ningyu, exposed to this environment, naturally learned a lot. It could be said that there was nothing that those fourth calamity players dared not think of or try. But now reality is not a game. He only has one life. Many suicidal tactics that require risking his life or severely overdrawing his potential, he dared not try for now. That would have to wait until his strength reached the rank of Black Iron Spirit Beast Tamer, when he could initially open his other Black Gold Codex and gain more self-preservation and recovery methods before he could cautiously explore. Now, since conventional means can't secure victory, I'll have to rely on Little Bell's basic quality skill combinations and a bit of unconventional application to deal with the opponent. With that thought, Su Ningyu's eyes hardened, and he issued the command, Little Bell Photosynthesis. The continuous battle, especially the consumption of energy to neutralize the wind blade and maintain the phantoms, had significantly drained Little Bell's stamina. It was midday when the sunlight was most intense and abundant, the perfect time to use photosynthesis. Show me. Little Bell responded by hovering in the relatively central position of the arena, directly under the sunlight, its petals fully unfurled, and a faint golden halo appeared on the surface of its emerald green body. It seemed to transform into a small light energy converter, greedily absorbing the light and heat energy permeating the air. Its slightly wilted petals visibly regained their plumpness, and its depleted stamina, like a dried pond being infused with fresh spring water, quickly recovered along with a renewed spirit. Hey, already starting to heal. That's too much. I knew your Bellflower would have the photosynthesis move, otherwise you wouldn't have agreed to a chain battle from the start. Song Qinghui let out an exaggerated cry upon seeing this, but his eyes grew more serious. However, I won't let you recover so easily. A prolonged battle is disadvantageous for both of us. Especially my Swiftwind Sparrow, after its talent was suppressed by you sustaining high-speed flight, also consumes a lot. Looks like I need to end this quickly. He took a deep breath, his fighting spirit soaring. Swiftwind Sparrow. Full power storm. Chirp. The swift-winged sparrow in the high sky let out a piercing cry that seemed to split the clouds, its wings violently flapping at a frequency beyond its limits. In an instant, the sky above the arena changed. Powerful air currents were wildly churned, compressed, and spun, and in the blink of an eye several small cyan tornadoes, each as thick as an arm, but containing terrifying tearing force, formed. These tornadoes were not stationary. Under the swift-winged sparrow's control, they howled from different directions toward Little Belle, which had just finished photosynthesis and hadn't yet fully dispersed. The shrill sound of tearing air made one's scalp tingle. Its storm, the swift-winged sparrow's signature area of effect killing move. Such power. This swift-winged sparrow's strength is definitely beyond Black Iron 5. It's over. If the bellflower gets caught in it, it's done. The students watching below exclaimed in shock, all intimidated by the violent display. On the high observation deck, Sun Jiwei was so nervous that her palms were sweating, and she tightly grabbed Yuan Lily's arm. Lily, this. What do we do? Yuan Lily's expression was also quite serious. Floating beside her seemingly out of nowhere was a fist-sized metal sphere entirely silver-white, with intricate patterns flowing on its surface, a spirit beast called Steel Star. This was a rare mechanical-type spirit beast with extremely strong computation and analysis capabilities. The Steel Star's single eye flickered with a faint light directed toward the arena. According to the analysis of Steel Star's observation talent, Yuan Lily said in a deep voice, Song Qinghui's swift-winged sparrow is confirmed to be at Black Iron 6, and Su Ningyu's bellflower is also at Black Iron 6. Both are 6. Sun Jiwei was stunned, then hope ignited. Then there's still a chance. Watching the battle on the arena, Yuan Lily slowly shook her head. The gap in race and tactics between the two spirit beasts is too obvious. The bellflower lacks effective means to counter aerial and high-speed area of effect skills. Caught in the storm, given its defense, it would be in grave danger. Unless this bellflower has truly mutated some special ability we don't know about, otherwise Song Qinghui's chance of winning is at least 60 or more. Sun Jiwei wanted to argue, but her eyes were fixed on the arena because the battle situation changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. Just as the several small tornadoes were about to surround and completely devour and tear apart Little Belle, Su Ningyu's voice, calm to the point of coldness, pierced through the wind roar and rang out clearly. Little Belle, don't resist the storm, follow its force, use the top spin tactic. High-speed spin, stabilize the center of gravity. At the same time, continuously release beam. Hearing Su Ningyu's command, everyone looked puzzled. What? Top spin tactic? What kind of tactic is this? Everyone was stunned by this unheard-of command. On the arena, Little Belle, about to be swallowed by the tornado, instead of trying to escape or resist it, folded some of its petals. It adjusted its form to be more streamlined, then actively abandoned most of the resistance following the rotation direction of the nearest tornado and began to spin on the spot at an astonishing speed. It was like an emerald green top thrown into a vortex, spinning at high speed with the power of the storm itself. This frantic spin not only counteracted the tearing force of the storm to some extent, but also stabilized its relative position in the violent airflow. Then an even more jaw-dropping scene appeared. In the high-speed spin, the blazing white light gathered at the stamen of Little Belle did not disperse due to the rotation. Instead, enhanced by the centripetal force and kinetic energy of the high-speed spin, it became more condensed and sharp. It no longer pursued static precision aiming, but increased the release frequency of the beam skill to the limit. The bellflower controlled the energy output, making it transform into spiraling, outward-shooting, blazing white light whips as it rotated. The beam skill from a single target high-damage skill under the enhancement of the top spin tactic was actually forced into a continuous area coverage spiral light whip. Chi-chi, shi-shi. The spiral beam crazily swept, constantly colliding and annihilating with the violent cyan wind blades, making dense cutting and exploding sounds. The tricky spiral light whip penetrated the relatively weak joints of the storm. As if it had eyes, it traced a bizarre arc. It accurately hit the swift-winged sparrow, whose flight altitude and trajectory had slightly stagnated due to fully maintaining storm. Chirp. The swift-winged sparrow let out a painful cry. Its relatively fragile wing was grazed by the spiral light whip, leaving a scorched wound. Its balance was instantly broken, and the gathered storm skill suddenly dissipated due to energy backlash and interruption of control. The fierce wind subsided, the smoke and dust slightly dispersed. Everyone saw on the arena Little Belle slowly stopped spinning. Although its petal edges were a bit damaged, and its breathing was rapid, it still hovered steadily. On the other side, the swift-winged sparrow fell crookedly from a low altitude, heavily hit the edge of the arena, struggled to stand up, but was unable to fight again due to wing injury and energy backlash. The entire stadium was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this shocking reversal and the incredible tactical breakthrough. The smile on Song Qinghui's face completely froze, replaced by shock and a hint of confusion. He had imagined many outcomes, but he never thought that his strongest area kill move would be directly defeated by an unheard-of spiral top light whip from the opponent. On the referee's seat, instructor Yuan Sheng also came to his senses. He took a deep look at the young man who had created a miracle on the arena, took a deep breath, and announced with an extremely clear and solemn voice, "Winner, Su Ningyu." The sound wave fell. After a brief silence, there were even more surging exclamations, admiration, and unbelievable discussions. Top spin tactic. What the hell is this godly operation? A self-created technique. Or some kind of secret technique. Bellflower really defeated the swift wind sparrow. And in this way. So cool. Su God. From today you are my idol. Sun Juwei was so excited she jumped up and hugged Yuan Lily beside her. We won. He won. Lily, did you see that? Spiral light whip. So amazing. Yuan Lily also stared blankly at the arena after a long while. She slowly exhaled and looked at Sun Juwei with complicated eyes. Wei Wei. This friend of yours is simply a tactical genius. This kind of breakthrough. Unheard of. On the arena, Su Ningyu walked over to Little Bell, gently stroked its slightly damaged petals, his eyes full of relief and pride. Little Bell also nuzzled his fingers affectionately. He looked up at the somewhat dazed Song Qingwei across from him. You were gracious, Song. Your swift wind sparrow is very strong. I learned a lot. Song Qingwei gave a bitter smile, recalled the injured swift wind sparrow, and said sincerely, I lost, I concede wholeheartedly. I'll remember this move. Next time I won't lose to you easily. With the fall of the swift wind sparrow, Su Ningyu's legendary continuous defense officially came to an end. From the moment he first stepped onto the arena to successively defeating 6 or 7 powerful opponents, including Su Jin and Song Qinghui, the strength, tactical wisdom, and the unconventional bellflower he displayed had completely conquered the examiners and all the audience. The result was self-evident. His special admission assessment for Beichen High School was successfully passed. This meant that he no longer needed to take the subsequent citywide unified middle school entrance exam and had already secured a precious spot at Beichen High School in advance. And he was very likely to receive the highest level of resource allocation and key cultivation qualification. Amazing. Too amazing. As soon as the assessment ended, Song Qingwei was the first to rush over, his face showing no sign of defeat, but full of eager excitement and curiosity. He looked Su Ningyu up and down as if examining a rare species. Tell me quickly, how did you cultivate that bellflower? Those strange fighting methods, especially that move, the spiral top beam whip, simply unheard of. And the spark skill. How did a plant-type bellflower learn a fire-type skill? This is unreasonable. Chai Bohuai didn't speak, but stood aside staring at Su Ningyu with burning eyes, obviously also full of questions and curiosity. Faced with their rapid-fire questions, what could Su Ningyu say? Could he just come clean? Sorry, I have a cheat, and my mind is packed with the bizarre tactical arsenals of countless game players. He could only offer a resigned smile and brush it off with a universal excuse. Well, maybe it's because I'm a beast tamer and breeder. A breeder has to have some unique insights and experiments, right? Song Qinghui and Chai Bohuai both fell silent, their faces twisted into an expression of, I don't believe you for a second. A junior breeder might be impressive in terms of beast taming sequences, but could a breeder really develop such unheard of self-created tactics? This was clearly a brush-off. The outcome was already decided. Su Ningyu didn't want to linger at the scene. Passing the special recruitment was just the first step. Next, he needed to use the holiday to go all out, rapidly boosting Little Bell's strength to the peak of Black Iron rank 9, making thorough preparations for the crucial evolution of the Sunlight Flower. Time was tight. Not a single moment could be wasted. Let's go, let's go. Song Qinghui, a natural extrovert and man of action, threw an arm around Su Ningyu's shoulders. Meeting is fate, and we're all students from Binjiang City. We have to celebrate today. My treat. Old Chai, you're coming too. Su Ningyu was a bit surprised. Aren't you staying for the next rounds of assessments? Song Qinghui chuckled and lowered his voice with a knowing look. For us, the assessments are just a formality, a display of strength. Our families and the school have already communicated. It's a done deal. Your defense match, on the other hand, really opened our eyes. This meal is a must. Su Ningyu smiled warmly and understandingly, nodding. But inwardly, he couldn't help thinking privilege really is everywhere. The qualification he had fought tooth and nail for, using every trick in the book, was just a decorative bonus for some people. No matter where you go, the disparity in this world is the same. Song Qinghui seemed to catch the fleeting subtle emotion in his smile and pointed at him, exclaiming, Hey, Su Ningyu, what's with that smile? It looks like you're cursing me in your head. Su Ningyu kept a straight face. Your imagination. Instructor Yuan Sheng, watching from the side, didn't interfere as the young people gathered. The school had long taken note of Song Qinghui and Chai Bohuai's backgrounds and abilities. Just as Su Ningyu was about to leave the sports ground with Song and Chai, 2 figures blocked their way before they even exited the North Star High School gate. Hey, congratulations on passing the assessment. A clear female voice rang out, filled with genuine congratulations. Su Ningyu looked up and saw Sun Juwei standing with a smile, accompanied by a girl with a neat short haircut, a sharp demeanor, and eyes that held a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Sun Juwei, what are you doing here? Su Ningyu was a bit surprised. Of course I'm here for you. The short-haired girl beside Sun Juwei spoke first, her tone cheerful. Her gaze swept over Su Ningyu, then to Song Qinghui and Chai Bohuai beside him. and finally landed on Song Qinghui with a mischievous grin. Oh my god, Yuan Lily. The moment Song Qinghui saw the short-haired girl, he shrank back like a mouse seeing a cat blurting out. Hey there, young Master Song. Yuan Lily greeted him with a smile, waving her phone. Great news. I recorded your spectacular failed battle from start to finish. HD and uncensored. I'll make sure to show it to Shueshue in its entirety. Let her appreciate how our young Master Song's swift-winged sparrow gracefully lost to a little bellflower. She deliberately emphasized the words spectacular, thoroughly, complete, and gracefully. Song Qinghui's face instantly fell, and he wailed, Lily, please. Have mercy. Give me a break. Yuan Lily then turned to Su Ningyu, dropping the playfulness and speaking seriously. Oh, Su Ningyu, hello. I'm Yuan Lily, Sun Zhuowei's friend. What I said just now wasn't meant to belittle your bellflower. It's just that this guy is usually too cocky and the opportunity was too good to miss. I had to roast him properly. Su Ningyu looked at the group, clearly acquainted and deeply connected, and understood. Sure enough, people of the same class tend to stick together. For Sun Zhuowei to be close friends with someone like Yuan Lily, her family background was probably not simple. It's nothing, I understand. Su Ningyu replied politely. Sun Zhuowei quickly interjected, getting to the point. Su Ningyu, now that your assessment is over and you've got your certificate, isn't it time to fulfill your promise and create a custom training plan for my Piao? I've been waiting forever. She looked at him with a pleading expression as if to say, if you don't act soon, I'll start pressing you for payment. Su Ningyu nodded, of course. I'll start working on it in the next couple of days. Chai Bohuai, seeing this, took the opportunity to extend an invitation, his voice as cool and clear as ever, but with sincerity. Since we all know each other, why not have lunch together? A celebration and a chance to chat. Song Qinghui immediately chimed in, yes. Yes, let's all go. The more the merrier. My treat. I know a fantastic restaurant. Sun Zhuowei looked at Yuan Lily, who shrugged. I'm fine with it. Soon they arrived at a restaurant with elegant decor and a quiet ambience. Inside the private room, soft light filtered down and the air was filled with a faint aroma of food. No sooner had Su Ningyu sat down and glanced at the menu than Song Qinghui and Yuan Lily, the pair of rivals, automatically slipped into their familiar banter mode. If you keep annoying me, I'll complain to Shueshue. Yuan Lily snorted. Is Shueshue your mom? All you know is tattling. Leave her alone. Yuan Lily snorted, not backing down. So what if I tattle? Besides, I'm not tattling. I'm just sharing wonderful moments. What are you scared? Scared? Of what? I'm afraid Shueshue will find out that someone isn't studying hard and just spends all day filming random stuff with her phone. Song Qinghui retorted, his neck stiff. You? The two went back and forth, the argument threatening to escalate again. Su Ningyu. He watched the two clowns, wondering if he came for a meal or a comedy show. Fortunately, on the other side, Chai Bohuai and Sun Zhuowei had already picked up the menus, completely ignoring the war beside them. Chai Bohuai pushed another menu towards Su Ningyu, his voice as cool and concise as ever. See, anything you'd like to eat. Any dietary restrictions? Su Ningyu took the menu, scanned the exquisite dishes and the eye-watering prices, but kept his expression calm. No restrictions. Anything is fine. Soon the group finished ordering with the assistance of Chai Bohuai and Sun Zhuowei. During the brief interlude, while waiting for their meals, Sun Zhuowei finally found her opening and eagerly broached their principal matter once more. Student Su. She gazed at Su Ningyu with pleading eyes, her voice brimming with anticipation. As you know, we had previously agreed upon this arrangement. Could you please draft a specialized enhancement regimen for my Piao, drawing upon your cultivation experience and methodologies? It need not match the combat prowess of your little bellflower. Possessing merely a rudimentary capacity for self-preservation will suffice. Su Ningyu lifted the milk tea the server had just delivered, took a delicate sip, and carefully composed his words. He did not grant immediate assent. Instead, he posed a counter-question. My cultivation techniques are largely predicated on my innate aptitude and the profound excavation of my bellflower's inherent traits. Much of my accrued experience may lack universal applicability, and certain aspects are rather unconventional. He weighed each syllable with care. Therefore, I would much rather ascertain precisely which developmental trajectory you envision for your bellflower. Do you wish to further refine its support and healing capabilities, thereby cementing its role as a more dependable anchor for your team? Or would you prefer it to cultivate certain combat-oriented faculties, mastering offensive or control techniques to harmonize support with damage output? This inquiry successfully captured the attention of Song Qinghui and Yuan Lily, who were engaged in a running dispute. The two temporarily ceased their bickering and turned their curious gazes towards Sun Zhuowei. Sun Zhuowei nervously toyed with her fingers, appearing somewhat abashed and hesitant to speak. Witnessing this, Yuan Lily volunteered on her behalf, her tone laced with indignation. Zhuowei originally intended to form a contract with a rare beast inclined towards support with supplementary control capabilities, but she was unfortunately exploited by two scheming girls in our cohort. They deliberately fed her misleading intelligence, and in the end Zhuowei unwittingly bound herself to this bellflower whose aptitude ranks merely at mediocrity. She patted Sun Zhuowei's shoulder in consolation. My dear Zhuowei is simply far too charitable. Song Qinghui rolled his eyes, dying to retort, is this charity? It is sheer folly plainly. Yet he swallowed the remark, acutely aware that the two would swiftly take their grievances to Shueshua. Yuan Lily then pivoted towards Su Ningyu, her demeanor earnest. Nevertheless, I heard it was you who rescued Zhuowei during the joint examination secret realm. We owe you a profound debt of gratitude. Su Ningyu nodded in quiet comprehension. So a concealed history lay beneath the surface. It appeared Sun Zhuowei's contract with the Bellflower was not entirely volitional and might even harbor elements of deception. He waved a hand, dismissively signaling his acceptance without expectation of thanks. Sun Zhuowei gently restrained Yuan Lily, who wished to elaborate further, and undertook the explanation herself. Actually, I myself harbor little fondness for hurling oneself directly into the fray. My disposition leans decidedly toward support and healing. The aptitude manifested within my Beast Taming Codex indeed skews toward augmentation and support paradigms. Consequently, my choice to contract a Bellflower, aside from the misleading circumstances, also harbored a fragment of my own volition. She paused, then met Su Ningyu's gaze with steely resolve. But I refused to remain helpless, fleeing in disgrace and risk being discarded as expendable fodder whenever peril strikes, as I was within that secret realm. I desire for Piao to grow formidable, at the very least. When confronted with sudden emergencies, it must possess the capacity to counterattack or defend itself rather than resting entirely upon the protective umbrella of others. Su Ningyu inclined his head, fully grasping her appeal. I comprehend. You seek to preserve its foundational support core, while endowing the Bellflower with tangible offensive or control mechanisms. Internally, Su Ningyu's initial inclination was to advise her to contract an entirely new beast, should she require self-preservation capabilities. The Bellflower was demonstrably underpowered. However, Su Ningyu was well aware that for a novice who had just awakened their Beast Taming Codex, the blank pages granted could number merely one, and that singular page was already inscribed with her contracted companion. Consequently, he refrained from voicing that suggestion. Precisely. That is exactly the crux of the matter. Sun Zhuowei nodded with fervent agreement. Conventional cultivators might recommend fortifying the Bellflower's healing or control arts through specific reagents, or alternatively, seeking out rare artifacts capable of generating wondrous synergistic reactions with its elemental properties. Su Ningyu spoke with deliberate cadence. Yet my methodology may diverge considerably, or rather tread an unorthodox path. He extended two fingers. There are two skill trajectories I believe warrant experimentation. The first is Poison Needle, and the second is Spark. Upon hearing the mention of the Poison Needle technique, your Bellflower also wields Poison Needle. Song Qinghui's worldview was recalibrated yet again, nearly catapulting him from his seat. Affirmative. I acquired it through a fortuitous convergence of circumstances. Su Ningyu offered no exhaustive exposition. Yet Sun Zhuowei's eyes ignited with brilliance, particularly upon the mention of Spark. She had personally witnessed Su Ningyu's Bellflower reverse the fortunes of battle utilizing this very art, an impression seared indelibly into her memory. Spark. I wish for Piao to master Spark. She rendered her decision almost instantaneously. Student Su, should you consent to instruct us, I shall compensate you handsomely. Some be damned. She yearned fiercely to wield such paradigm-shattering, utterly unforeseen combat potency. Observing her palpable urgency, Su Ningyu mentally elevated both his satisfaction quotient for this client and his anticipated remuneration. He nodded, laying out a concrete proposal. It can be arranged. In my periods of availability, I routinely proceed to the Beast Combat Club in Binjiang City for training and operational duties. Should it accommodate your schedule, we might convene there. A foundational assessment of Piao must precede all else, to gauge its energetic signatures and somatic endurance, prior to drafting a precise training syllabus. The entirety of this undertaking may necessitate several sessions, with remuneration calibrated to the culminating efficacy and material expenditures consumed. No objections whatsoever. You shall dictate the temporal and locational parameters, and I shall adhere strictly to your financial stipulations. Sun Zhuowei acceded without a moment's hesitation, as though terrified he might rescind his offer. With the formal transaction concluded, the ambience loosened considerably. Presently, exquisite dishes began to grace the table in succession. As they partook of their meal, discourse gradually drifted from beast taming to scholastic pursuits and light-hearted anecdotes, and Song Qinghui and Yuan Lily promptly reignited their customary sparring match. Upon concluding their repast, the quartet exited the dining establishment. Song Qinghui produced his mobile device and remarked with a roguish smile, Su Ningyu, perchance we shall all become fellow students at Beichen High School henceforth. Shall we exchange contact particulars? It would prove advantageous to maintain communication spar occasionally, when leisure permits, or, more conveniently, consult you regarding cultivation inquiries. Though Chai Bohuai maintained silence, he silently retrieved his own device. Su Ningyu naturally harbored no inclination to decline, These individuals represented latent high-caliber networks and prospective clientele assets best accumulated rather than squandered. He cordially exchanged contact information with Song Qinghui, Chai Bohuai, and Yuan Lily. Having bid adieu to these newly forged acquaintances and promising future clients, Su Ningyu embarked upon his solitary journey homeward. The setting sun elongated his silhouette across the pavement, yet his stride buoyed itself with singular lightness. His special admission had been secured, his social capital expanded, and his inaugural cultivation commission stood on the cusp of commencement. Every facet of his circumstances drifted favorably along the current. Pushing open the residence's threshold, the familiar time-honed mustiness enveloped him. Click. The infinitesimal sound of the door's closure resonated. Within the terrarium nestled in the parlor's recess, the luminescent white froggy, previously prostrated in a posture akin to eternal torpor, underwent a virtually imperceptible yet violent tremor. In the ensuing instant, with a velocity grossly at variance with its languid exterior, swish it inverted its body and assumed a rigid upright squat upon the largest cobblestone. Eyes wide as saucers, it struck the archetypal pose of I am thoroughly alert, I am impeccably docile, I stand perpetually ready. Within Froggy's psyche, waves of despair cascaded like scrolling text. The devil has returned. My ephemeral and blissful era of horizontal repose has terminated. The hells of potion dregs, scorching spark baths, and poison needle gauntlets commence anew. Is there no one to liberate Froggy from this plight? Returning to the familiar yet somewhat desolate home, Su Ningyu did not immediately throw himself into the next round of relentless training. The fierce battle, the grueling assessment, and the social interactions with new companions all demanded time to settle and recover. At that moment he sat cross-legged upon the floor. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breathing, gradually slowing his heartbeat and breath until they settled into a deep, steady rhythm. The starlight breathing method. Seemingly ordinary, yet through unwavering perseverance, it was gradually exerting its effects. Wisp after wisp of faint energy was drawn in through his breath, filtered, and quietly seeping into every limb and organ, subtly reinforcing his physical constitution, mental resilience, and sensitivity to energy perception. Though progress came slowly, day after day accumulated into formidable results. Beside him, Little Bell floated peacefully. It did not employ photosynthesis to absorb energy in excess. Instead, as if following Su Ningyu's breathing rhythm, the luminous green glow between its petals flickered gently, like breath itself, maintaining a peculiar resonance with its master. This synchronization not only helped Little Bell perceive and guide energy with greater finesse, but also silently deepened the bond of their contract link. Calm at last, Su Ningyu replayed the battle against Song Qinghui's wind sparrow in his mind. Though the Euro spiral light whip was brilliant, it was merely a tactical trick, an extreme application of existing skills. He clearly understood that Little Bell still lacked a true ultimate technique, a decisive move capable of tipping the scales, reversing the tide of battle, or securing absolute advantage at a critical moment. Whether it was light beam or spark, their upper limits were constrained by skill level, Little Bell's own strength, and the nature of their energy attribute. Against higher-tier and more powerful opponents, they might prove inadequate. Still too weak. He murmured softly, his tone carrying a yearning for a higher realm. Show me. Beside him, Little Bell sensed its master's emotions and immediately sent forth a resolute, battle-hardened thought. Master, I will grow stronger. I will become far more powerful. Su Ningyu opened his eyes, watching the little flower strive to express its determination, and could not help but smile. He reached out and gently tapped its petals. I'm not talking about you, little one. You are already remarkable. Your rate of progress far exceeds my expectations. I'm talking about myself. He rose to his feet, his consciousness stirring. A flash of light appeared at his chest, and a phantom volume of the Beast Taming tome materialized, its cover rendered in deep black gold, mysterious patterns flowing along its edges. This Black Gold Codex differed from the one recording Little Bell. It was far more substantial, its aura far more profound and elusive. Su Ningyu attempted to flip through it with his divine sense, but the beast-taming pages seemed sealed by invisible chains, completely immovable. Just a little further, and I shall truly become a black iron-rank beast tamer, able to summon mythic sequence beasts trained in my past life. Su Ningyu withdrew the phantom of the codex, his gaze firm. Only by growing stronger, by mastering more power, can I truly protect myself and my companions, and walk steadier and farther upon the path ahead. Yet the road to strength was long, and one must know when to exert and when to rest. Since transmigration, since forming the contract with Little Bell, he had devoted almost all his time to study, training, assessments, and self-improvement, like a string perpetually tightened. Proper relaxation was also part of gathering strength. With this in mind, he walked to the somewhat worn sofa and sat down, picked up the remote, and switched on the aging wall-mounted television. The screen illuminated broadcasting evening news and various programs. He rose and entered the narrow yet tidy kitchen, fastening an apron as he began to prepare dinner. For himself and for both members of his household. The premium, lustrous grass seeds and morning dew essence purchased from the beast taming mall, were carefully blended into a nutrient paste suitable for Little Bell's absorption. The other portion consisted of several basic nutritional powders, a small amount of insectoid protein, and some leftover plant residue from a previously refined potion, mild in nature, mixed and stirred into a specially formulated nutrient paste. This was Chihuahua's exclusive meal. As the aroma of food wafted through the small kitchen, the Chihuahua within its terrarium at the corner of the living room relaxed imperceptibly. For it, the happiest moment of the day was perhaps right now. No heart-pounding whipping, though it had developed an odd fondness for it. No scorching sparks, no piercing venom stingers. Only that youth who usually resembled a demon donning an apron, his expression serene as he busied himself in the kitchen, the air carrying, well, a somewhat peculiar scent, yet somehow acceptable. At that moment, Chihuahua felt a holy radiance emanating from Su Ningyu's back. Inside it staged an elaborate performance. I am not craving your bizarre pastes. I am a noble, mutated, white-skinned frog. This is for survival. Yes, survival. I must accept this provisioning. Even as it thought disdainfully, it involuntarily stretched its neck, gazing longingly toward the kitchen, a faint, eager gurgle escaping its throat. When the food finally reached its mouth, Chihuahua, chew, chew, chew. The taste is actually not bad. I really wasn't craving it. Chew, chew, chew. Immersed in the complex emotions of humiliation and satisfaction, it failed to notice that beneath its luminous white skin an exceedingly faint energy, unlike anything before, was slowly flowing and settling. After long exposure to various unconventional training and extraordinary dietary regimens, this frog, whose vitality bordered on the eerie, seemed to be undergoing a deeper transformation, one that Su Ningyu had yet to perceive. From the television, the news anchor's voice drifted through. The Universe Limit Challenge officially commenced today at the Courage Arena in the Andromeda Nebula. Youthful beast-taming prodigies from numerous star systems and federations shall gather to compete in a month-long peak confrontation. Let us anticipate that our seed representative Xia Miyuan, who will compete on behalf of the Longtian Federation, achieves outstanding results and brings honor to the nation. The scene shifted, revealing the portrait of a youth with a cold demeanor and sharp eyes, accompanied by a brief profile originating from Diyuan, star the main world of the Longtian Federation, a third-year student at Longtian University, specializing in dragon attribute beast taming. His beast-taming battle clips were also broadcast. In the footage, a colossal dragon soared through the skies, its dragon might overwhelming various powerful draconic techniques, devastating the landscape. The commentator highlighted in particular that his primary beast sequences all pointed toward the top-tier lineage, the divine dragon Tenglong sequence. Su Ningyu walked out carrying the prepared food, glanced at the TV, and a trace of longing and emotion flickered in his eyes. Tenglong sequence. How enviable. Dragon-type spirit beasts themselves symbolized strength, rarity, and nobility, and were even the top evolutionary sequence, pointing directly to the dragon god. That was the ultimate partner dreamed of by countless beast tamers. But then he shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from those dazzling and distant images. DUN Star Longting University, the Universe Extreme Challenge Tournament. All of these are too far away. He placed the specially made energy paste beside Xiao Lingdang. He poured another bowl of nutrient paste into Ji Wawa's feeding dish. For now, what he needed to do was to feed himself and his companions, and then fulfill his promise to the client. After finishing the simple dinner and tidying up, Su Ningyu changed into clean training clothes and recalled Xiao Lingdang into the codex space. Let's go, time to work. He glanced at Ji Wawa in the terrarium, who was modestly eating the paste in small bites, swaying slightly with a pleased expression. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, then he turned and walked out, merging into the city's night. Goal, the Beast Tamer Battle Club. Sun Zhuowei and her bellflower, Piao Piao, were still waiting there for his enhancement journey. And Su Ningyu himself, through repeated teaching and practice, would continue to verify and perfect his training philosophy, steadily advancing toward a stronger goal. Arriving at the familiar Beast Tamer Battle Club, he greeted the front desk with familiarity. Su Ningyu walked straight to the specially reserved training room. The boss here, Zhang Yongheng, was already an acquaintance, knowing that Su Ningyu occasionally took on some private work. He was happy to see this kind of teaching in the training room as long as it didn't affect normal business. Pushing open the heavy soundproof door, the training room was spacious with soft lighting, and the environmental simulation system could adjust different basic scenes. The walls and floor were covered with energy-absorbing materials suitable for various training and experiments. Sure enough, Sun Zhuowei was already waiting inside. She was wearing a refreshing white dress today. On her head was a delicate wide-brimmed sun hat, and on the brim her bellflower, Piao Piao, was lying quietly, its emerald green petals contrasting charmingly with the white hat like a carefully matched fashion accessory. It was completely impossible to tell that it was a beast about to undergo devil training. Su, over here. Seeing Su Ningyu enter, Sun Zhuowei's eyes lit up, and she waved hurriedly. Here so early. Su Ningyu checked the time. Still 20 minutes until the appointment. Of course, I want to make Piao Piao stronger as soon as possible. Sun Zhuowei's tone was full of anticipation. Piao Piao also wants to learn new skills quickly. Piao Piao floated down from the hat brim, landing on Sun Zhuowei's shoulder, looking at Su Ningyu with curiosity and a hint of awe. The Beast Tamer, who could make its kind so powerful. Let's skip the small talk and start directly. Su Ningyu nodded. When he entered work mode, efficiency was paramount. He placed the bulging backpack he had been carrying on the workbench beside the training room. With a zip, he unzipped it and began pulling things out. Sun Zhuowei curiously leaned in to look. Su, what are these? Without looking up, Su Ningyu deftly laid out several items, a professional smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Teaching aids, of course, or rather special keys, to help your Piao Piao understand and master the skills Poison, Sting, and Spark. Sun Zhuowei's gaze fell on those items, a few shriveled peppers, fiery red in color with wrinkled skin, emitting a pungent, spicy scent even from a distance. And two slender, sharp fangs with a faint blue-purple sheen at the tips, immediately evoking thoughts of venom. Teeth. Are these blazing peppers? Or an enhanced version? Sun Zhuowei recognized that kind of pepper. And that tooth. Could it be from a poison sting bat? Exactly. It's the tooth from the poison sting bat that attacked you last time. The common poison sting bat's venom fang, decent quality. Su Ningyu confirmed her guess, picking up a venom fang and examining it under the light. The venom energy contained in the fang and the scorching, violent fire-type energy in the blazing pepper are excellent mediums to guide a plant-type beast to perceive and initially simulate the two alien energies of poison and fire. Of course, the process will be a bit stimulating. Looking at Su Ningyu's calm smile with a hint of scientific inquiry, and recalling the unconventional performance of his bellflower in battle, Sun Zhuowei inexplicably felt a chill on the back of her neck. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Piao Piao on her shoulder seemed to sense something too, its petals unconsciously closing a bit. All right, theory is ready. Let's start the practice. Su Ningyu clapped his hands, his gaze becoming focused and sharp like a doctor about to perform a delicate surgery or an instructor about to begin a special training. Sun Zhuowei was surprised to find that Su Ningyu's entire demeanor subtly changed when he entered teaching mode. The previous gentleness and indifference faded, replaced by a calmness bordering on cold focus, and an unquestionable sense of control, as if he could perceive every detail. If Jiwawa were present, it would probably immediately perform a dead-on-the-spot act, and mentally scream, the demon has arrived. The devil coach is online. Training began. First they attempted to learn Spark. Su Ningyu did not let Piao Piao eat the entire blazing pepper directly. Obviously he had noticed that Sun Zhuowei's Piao Piao was quite delicate. Instead he cut off a small piece of the pepper skin. He blended it with a blender and some special food to make a paste. Then he let Piao Piao taste it. Hiss. The moment it tasted it, Piao Piao shuddered violently, as if pricked by a needle, the whole flower trembling. The edge of that petal began to redden at a visible speed, spreading rapidly, as if scalded. A sensation of burning, stinging, and strange tingling traveled through the petal into Piao Piao's entire consciousness. Whoa! What a strange feeling. As time passed, Piao Piao learned under Su Ningyu's method for over an hour. By now its little mouth was swollen like a sausage. Throughout the process it had not sensed the fire-type energy Su Ningyu mentioned. It looked at its owner for help. Piao Piao couldn't help transmitting a painful thought, looking at its owner pleadingly. Sun Zhuowei watched with a pained heart, wanting to speak, but hesitating, her face turning pale. Su, is this really okay? Piao Piao looks so uncomfortable. Is this really a necessary condition for learning the skill? Sun Zhuowei's heart clenched as she watched her beloved plant transform from a vibrant emerald to a flushed crimson. Su Ningyu observed Piao Piao's energy reactions and physical changes with complete concentration. This time, unlike with his own little bell, he didn't simply and roughly shove the blazing chili into its mouth. Instead, he fed it gradually. Yet Sun Zhuowei's Piao Piao was evidently quite delicate. Just a bit of blazing chili made it suffer so. Su Ningyu recorded the data, his voice steady. This is a normal reaction. Plant-type spirit beasts have a natural weakness to fire attribute perception, even rejection. A strong stimulus is necessary to forcefully open their channels of perception to this energy. The blazing chili is the key to opening those channels. It won't cause any real harm. You've eaten chili before, you should understand the feeling. The blazing chili can simulate the most basic sensation of heat and release. What Piao Piao needs to do is remember this feeling, try to understand the pattern of this energy's operation, and mobilize its own energy to imitate and transform it. Rest assured, I've strictly controlled the blazing chili, it's within safe limits. Despite his words, seeing Piao Piao's pitiful expression of, who am I, where am I, why is this so painful? Sun Zhuowei couldn't help but speak up. Maybe we should stop here for today. Learning a new skill can't be done overnight. Piao Piao needs time to digest and adapt. Hearing this, Su Ningyu paused his actions and looked up. The moment his gaze shifted from Piao Piao to Sun Zhuowei, the cold, focused expression on his face, like that of a precision instrument, receded like a tide. His usual gentle, even slightly shy smile returned, and his demeanor instantly relaxed. You're right. I was too impatient. After all, it's not my spirit beast that needs to learn the spark move immediately. Su Ningyu's tone was warm, carrying an apology. Guiding a new skill does require a gradual approach, especially this cross-attribute attempt. Let's stop here for today. Let Pia Piao rest well and feel the residual energy. Next time we'll try to guide it in imitating and outputting this burning sensation at the energy level. As he spoke, he began to methodically pack up the teaching aids on the table. His movements were gentle, his demeanor peaceful, as if the cold instructor from before had never existed. However, on the training platform, Pia Piao, who had just slightly recovered from the spicy hell, did not feel relieved upon seeing Su Ningyu's familiar gentle smile. Instead, its entire plant trembled violently in a conditioned reflex. Demon, is that smile of his some kind of switch? Why do I feel that whenever I see him smile, something even more terrifying is about to happen? Pia Piao cowered back into Sun Zhuwei's arms, only daring to sneak a peek through the gaps between its petals at the seemingly harmless youth who was packing things up. Sun Zhuwei also noticed Pia Piao's abnormality and quickly soothed it, but in her heart she gained a deeper understanding of Su Ningyu's professionalism and his ability to switch faces. This classmate Su, when it comes to spirit beast cultivation, he truly possesses an obsession and methods that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Then, classmate Su, shall we schedule another time? Sun Zhuwei asked cautiously, holding the still, trembling Pia Piao in her arms. Of course, feel free to contact me anytime. Su Ningyu nodded with a smile, as if everything that had just happened was merely an ordinary teaching attempt. But in Pia Piao's eyes, that smile looked exactly like a big bad wolf saying to a little white rabbit, "See you tomorrow." Stepping out of the heavy doors of the Spirit Beast Battle Club, the world outside had transformed. The city's neon lights flickered with a dazzling hazy glow. However, the relatively quiet street where the club was located had fallen into silence, with only a few dim yellow streetlights providing limited illumination. Most shops had already closed, making the street seem somewhat empty. It's already this late. Sun Zhuwei took out her phone to check the time. The numbers on the screen surprised her slightly. Unconsciously, they had trained for so long. She held the still somewhat listless Pia Piao in her arms. Su Ningyu took a deep breath of the cool night air, looked up at the deep sky, where a few scattered stars were faintly visible. He showed no sign of fatigue on his face. Instead, there was a kind of eager excitement. At night, when the moonlight is strongest, it's the perfect time to train the moonlight skill and conduct nighttime adaptation training. As he spoke with a thought, Little Bell emerged from the spirit beast tome as a streak of green light. Unlike its daytime emerald hue under the night and the streetlights, the edges of Little Bell's petals seemed to carry an extremely faint, almost imperceptible pink glow. It was a sign of the weak resonance between its internal energy and the moonlight, a marker of the moonlight skill's effect, which helped it slowly recover its strength and slightly enhance its perception at night. Seeing this, Sun Zhuwei's mouth twitched. Moonlight? How does this guy's bellflower have such a skill? But she didn't ask for details. Su Ningyu's obsession with spirit beast training was almost fanatical. He wouldn't even miss a training opportunity on the way home. However, after a moment's thought, she felt relieved. If it weren't for this relentless day-by-day training that seized every opportunity, how could Su Ningyu and his Little Bell, with relatively scarce resources, have defeated the well-trained Song Qinghui and achieved such astonishing results? No pain, no gain. This was perfectly exemplified in him. Thinking of Song Qinghui, the corners of Sun Zhuwei's mouth involuntarily curved upward again. Yesterday, Yuan Lily had sent her a message vividly describing Song Qinghui's miserable experience of being summoned by Xue for a talk and forced to repeatedly watch the video of his defeat by the Bellflower. It was said that Song Qinghui had been utterly dejected for quite a while after coming out of Xue's office. Thinking of how that usually cocky guy had been brought down a peg, Sun Zhuwei found it amusing. The two walked side by side on the way home, chatting casually. The atmosphere relaxed. Su Ningyu, though training Little Bell, was also listening. Soon they reached a fork in the road. Sun Zhuwei's home was in the upscale residential area to the east, while Su Ningyu's home was to the west in the old town. Su Ningyu, see you tomorrow. I've already transferred the cultivation fee to your account. Check it. Sun Zhuwei stopped at the intersection, waving her phone, a relaxed smile on her face, as if she had just completed a transaction. A faint notification sound of a transfer indeed reached Su Ningyu's ears, but in the next instant his body suddenly stiffened. His previously relaxed nerves tensed abruptly. It wasn't because of the transfer notification. He frowned deeply. His talent, Divine Concealment, had been triggered. That is to say, someone was using a reconnaissance skill or talent to observe him. His Divine Concealment talent had a natural sensitivity and repulsion to such prying. Once Su Ningyu was subjected to reconnaissance or identification, the Divine Concealment talent would alert him. Su Ningyu's Divine Concealment talent is one of the two talents of the Black Gold Codex. Its effect is formidable. Divine Concealment hides all secrets of oneself. Even gods cannot pry into your true information. Su Ningyu had already concealed all his information. Thus, once someone attempts to pry, the Divine Concealment talent would be triggered, allowing him to know that someone is spying on him. Su Ningyu's expression did not reveal that he had sensed the anomaly. Instead, he swiftly employed the keen perception honed by long-term practice of the star-breathing technique. He sensed the naturally flowing air energy around him. In a certain direction, there was an extremely subtle, yet malicious distortion and condensation, as if something was gathering power in the shadows aiming at Sun Jiawei and himself. Su Ningyu initially thought it was directed at him. After all, he had just made a big splash in the special recruitment exam and obtained the qualification of a cultivator. Perhaps it had drawn some unwanted attention. However, his judgment was slightly off. In the shadows on the other side of the street, two men in inconspicuous black jackets with low-brimmed hats were hiding in the blind spot between a trash can and a wall. One was tall and thin, holding a faintly glowing compass-like instrument, while the other was stocky, but with fierce eyes. Boss, do we really have to act? The girl's stepfather. I heard he has considerable influence in Dongjun province, not someone to mess with. The stocky man hesitated, speaking in a low voice. The tall, thin man, addressed as boss, coldly stared at the two close light dots on the instrument, his voice hoarse. Don't forget, we've already taken the money, so we must do the job. Let's talk. Our task is to kidnap the person and deliver to the designated location. Don't worry about the rest, someone will handle the aftermath. But what about the kid next to her? If they're together after we kidnap the target Sun Jiawei, this kid will definitely call the police immediately or try to play the hero and chase after us. The stocky man pointed at the light that representing Su Ningyu on the instrument. The tall, thin man's eyes flashed with cold light, his tone devoid of emotion. Get rid of the troublemaker directly. I've already checked with the detection compass. Both are just recently awakened apprentice beast tamers with weak spiritual energy fluctuations, and their beasts can't be strong either. A quick fight, easy to handle. The stocky man seemed convinced, nodded, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. All right, let's move. At the intersection, Sun Jiawei had just finished her farewell words and was about to turn around to say goodbye to Su Ningyu. The next instant, Su Ningyu sensed that the hidden assailants had already acted. He immediately stepped in front of her, muscles tensing, and shouted in a low voice, "Watch out." Sun Jiawei had no idea what was happening. Before Su Ningyu's words had even faded, a sharp whistling sound suddenly erupted. A dull, almost night-melting gray-black energy spike shot out like a venomous snake, emerging from its hole from the shadow of a billboard in front and to the side. Incredibly fast, the target was directly aimed at Sun Jiawei. Not Su Ningyu, but Sun Jiawei. The opponent's target had been her from the start. Su Ningyu had clearly overestimated himself. Sun Jiawei had no time to react. Only seeing a blurred shadow approaching, she screamed in fright and instinctively hugged Pia Piao tightly in her arms. At that critical moment, Su Ningyu was already fully alert. The instant the sound of piercing air rang out, he reacted. He did not attempt to block the fast energy condensed spike. Instead, he stretched out his left hand, grabbed Sun Jiawei's arm, and with all his strength pulled her abruptly behind him and to the side, away from the direction of the spike's attack. PFF. The gray-black energy spike grazed Sun Jiawei's fluttering skirt and the outside of Su Ningyu's arm. It struck the pavement tiles behind where they had just stood, emitting a dull thud, and the tiles instantly showed a patch of corroded, scorched marks. Close call. If not for Su Ningyu's keen perception and timely reaction, this attack would have succeeded. The tall, thin man stepped out from the shadows, holding the compass, looking at the two who were unscathed, but slightly disheveled, especially the boy who had intervened, his eyes flashing with surprise and murderous intent. You actually dodged? Pretty fast reactions, kid. The stocky man beside him also stepped forward with a sneer. As the two appeared, a pitch-black beast with gleaming claws and fangs, a shadow claw cat, silently emerged from the shadow at the tall man's feet, emitting a low, threatening hiss. Su Ningyu's gaze quickly swept over the two men in black. It finally settled on the beast at the tall man's feet. It was a feline beast, not too large, but exuding an aura of extreme danger. Its entire body was pitch black with fur like flowing shadows, only the tips of its claws shimmering with a metallic dark luster. A pair of amber vertical pupils glowed with cold predator light in the night, its tail tip flicking restlessly. Beast Dark Claw Cat. Su Ningyu's mental alarm bells rang loudly. This was a beast renowned for stealth, speed, and deadly claw strikes. Although it was also Black Iron rank, its racial potential and combat style were far more dangerous than the Earth Source Pig and Scythe Mantis he had encountered before. Moreover, judging by its size and energy condensation, it was likely near the peak of Black Iron rank. The tall, thin man, seeing that Su Ningyu recognized the Dark Claw Cat, let out a contemptuous sneer. Kid, you have good eyes. You actually managed to dodge my Dark Claw Cat surprise attack. Pretty fast reactions. Unfortunately, this is as far as you go. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered, Dark Claw Cat, first get rid of this troublesome kid. Shadow Claw. Meow. The Dark Claw Cat let out a short, sharp hiss, its figure instantly blurred, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. The next second it lunged at Su Ningyu's face with several dark claw shadows tearing through the air. So fast that only an afterimage remained on the retina. A frontal clash. Little Bell had almost no chance. Little Bell. Su Ningyu had already made a decision the instant the opponent gave the order. He did not command Little Bell to meet or defend against the Dark Claw Cat's attack, but instead sent a seemingly unrelated instruction through his mind. It was fortunate that he had summoned Little Bell earlier, otherwise summoning it now in crisis would have been too late. Ding-ling-ling. A clear, ethereal bell sound, as if cleansing the soul, suddenly rang out from the floating Little Bell, clearer and more melodious than ever before, actively spreading outward with a certain rhythm. Talent, Sooth. But this time the target of Sooth was not the beast, but the Beast Tamer himself. Su Ningyu's thinking was extremely clear and ruthless. Beast-to-beast combat is certainly important, but in a life-or-death real fight, the Beast Tamer himself is often the more vulnerable link, especially when there is a disparity in beast strength. Directly attacking or controlling the Beast Tamer is the fastest way to break the deadlock or even turn the tables. Su Ningyu's target was directly aimed at the kidnappers. The bond between a Beast Tamer and their beast was forged through a contract. If the tamer died or suffered severe injury, the contracted beast would often suffer backlash and even perish alongside them. The two men in black hadn't expected Su Ningyu to pull such a move. After all, they thought he was just a junior high school student. What could he possibly do? Faced with this situation, it would be impressive if his legs weren't trembling. Who would have thought he could think of attacking the Beast Tamer, a tactic forbidden in league battles? Su Ningyu thought, when someone's trying to kill me, who cares about the rules? The kidnappers might have been on guard against a beast attack, but they never imagined that a seemingly support-type bellflower would directly launch a mental interference against them, the Beast Tamers. Especially Little Bell's calm talent. Thanks to Su Ningyu's targeted training and the boost from the earlier Moonlight skill, Little Bell's ability had a slight enhancement. Now with full power unleashed, its effect was extraordinary. The ethereal bell chime surged like an invisible tide, flooding into both men's minds. They felt an irresistible wave of peace, serenity, and even a lazy drowsiness sweeping over them. Their highly focused minds, taut nerves, and intent to command their beasts melted and scattered like ice in warm water. Only one thought remained in their minds, so calm, so comfortable. Maybe, just sleep. Their eyes instantly turned vacant, dazed, their bodies frozen stiff. Even maintaining a standing posture was a struggle, let alone precisely commanding their beasts. The stocky man even swayed and nearly fell. And the Dark Claw Cat, which had been lunging at Su Ningyu with lightning speed, found its master's sudden, drowsy whim vague and chaotic through the contract. Its attack motion faltered with an unnatural delay and deviation. Relying on battle instinct, it twisted its body, and the dark claw grazed past Su Ningyu's clothes, tearing a few threads. Perfect opportunity. Su Ningyu had been waiting for this moment of chaos. Without hesitation, he abandoned any pretense of martial honor. Taking advantage of the Dark Claw Cat's missed attack due to its master's daze and its own confusion, he exploded forward like an arrow from the bowstring, charging straight at the two men in black, who had fallen into a sage mode. He aimed for the most vulnerable part of the man's body, the spot that would bring extreme pain and render them instantly incapacitated. Su Ningyu didn't hesitate, he kicked with full force. Thud, thud. Two muffled yet distinct sounds like the cracking of eggshells rang out sharply in the silent street. Su Ningyu's two precise and powerful kicks landed squarely on the crotch of both men in black. Ugh! Ow! Two inhuman screams, a mix of excruciating pain, shock, and utter collapse, erupted almost simultaneously. Both men's eyes rolled back. They skipped the process of fully waking from the calm state. Clutching their groins, they curled up like boiled shrimp, twisting into grotesque arcs before collapsing to the ground. The extreme pain rendered them completely unconscious. Their future happiness might have been utterly shattered by those two kicks from Su Ningyu. The Dark Claw Cat had just steadied itself when it turned back to see its two masters lying unconscious in such a miserable and undignified posture. Its amber eyes were filled with bewildered disbelief. Meow, meow, meow. What happened? My great masters. Why are they suddenly clutching there and rolling their eyes? Weren't they just commanding me? Su Ningyu caught his breath and immediately turned to face the Dark Claw Cat, which despite its master's unconsciousness still radiated hostility toward him. He directly took the masters hostage, his voice cold and clear, carrying an unmistakable threat. Dark Claw Cat. Stop right there. See clearly. Your masters are in my hands now. If you don't want them to die here, behave yourself. Dark Claw Cat. Meow. It hesitated. The beast contract's binding and instinct prevented it from completely ignoring its master's safety. Though they seemed unconscious, it dared not act rashly. It paced anxiously, emitting low, threatening hisses, but truly did not attack again. What had started as a vastly mismatched and perilous ambush was now temporarily under control thanks to Su Ningyu's series of unexpected, precise, and ruthless maneuvers. The two kidnappers could never have dreamed that what they thought was a simple kidnapping mission would end so painfully and anticlimactically. Meanwhile, Sun Juewei finally snapped out of her initial shock and the chain of events. She stared at the unconscious kidnappers and the subdued Dark Claw Cat, her mind still reeling. Su Ningyu turned to her and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Call the police." "Oh, right. Police. Police." Sun Juewei, jolted awake, fumbled for her phone. But in her panic, she instinctively dialed her mother's private number instead of the police and began speaking incoherently through tears about the danger she had just faced. Ningyu didn't care who she called. His mind was far from calm. Did he want to permanently eliminate these two obviously malicious kidnappers? Of course he did. But he knew his own limits and strength. He was not yet a black iron beast tamer. He lacked the means and skill to cleanly dispose of two living people without leaving any trouble. So the safest choice was to call for backup and let the authorities handle it. However, to prevent these groin-shattered unconscious men from waking up and doing something irrational, Ningyu needed an extra layer of insurance. With a thought, the phantom of his Beast Tamer Codex materialized. Talent, whipping, and domestication. Target the two unconscious men on the ground. Ningyu had no weapon to whip them with, so he improvised. He opened his palms using both hands. He unleashed a self-created physical martial secret technique for emergencies. Chain slaps. Slap. Slap. The crisp, loud smacks echoed through the street. Ningyu controlled his strength with precision. Then a strange, or rather eerie, phenomenon occurred. Even in deep unconsciousness, under the influence of the taming whipping talent, the two men's bodies began to react instinctively. Their pained, twisted expressions gradually transformed. The taming whipping turned their suffering into marks of submission. Their mouths uncontrollably drooled suspicious saliva, and their brows relaxed, as if undergoing some kind of domestication. In their coma, they even showed a subtle, strange expression. Meanwhile, Sunjue, who had just finished tearfully telling her mother on the phone, hung up and turned around to witness this horrifyingly absurd scene. She saw Ningyu expressionless, rhythmically slapping the faces of the two unconscious kidnappers. And the kidnappers actually wore suspicious expressions. She froze, her face covered in question marks and disbelief. Ningyu, you. What are you? Sunjue was perplexed. Ningyu didn't look back, his hands continuing their work without pause. To prevent them from suddenly waking up and summoning other beasts, I'm using my talent to temporarily restrain them. Restrain? Sunjue stared at the two kidnappers who, despite their rolled-back eyes and swollen cheeks, still exuded a bizarre sense of satisfaction. The corner of her mouth twitched violently. Your talent is really, well, strange. She struggled to find a suitable word to describe the surreal scene before her. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into two silent cries in her heart, truly perverted. The effect of this talent was too eerie, wasn't it? Could one control others by slapping their faces? Meanwhile, the dark claw cat, left aside and utterly confused, tilted its head, its amber eyes filled with bewilderment. Meow, meow, meow. What? Through the contract, what comes intermittently is not pain, but a feeling of great relaxation. Could it be that the master actually likes being slapped? Humans' hobbies are truly hard to understand. Meow. Maybe I should try it too. Meow, meow, meow. The dark claw cat sank into deep feline philosophical contemplation, completely abandoning the idea of attacking. It found a relatively clean corner, sat down, and began elegantly licking its paw, as if to say, human affairs are too complicated, this cat can't be bothered. After all, the master seemed to be enjoying himself through the contract's thoughts. How could the cat stop the master's pleasure? In the night on the street, an extremely bizarre tableau was frozen in time. The boy was frantically slapping the kidnappers' faces. The kidnappers wore expressions of enjoyment. Beside them, the girl's face was twisted with shock, her worldview shattered. A shadow cat was grooming itself leisurely in the corner. The scene was thus captured. In the distance, the faint sound of police sirens approached rapidly. Soon help arrived. The urgent, piercing wail grew closer, shattering the eerie stillness of the street. However, contrary to Ningyu's expectation of just police cars roaring in the convoy that entered the quiet street, was a luxury lineup. Leading the way were two standard police hovercars flashing red and blue warning lights, followed by 3 special vehicles, sleek black with smooth lines, low-key, yet exuding an extraordinary quality. No obvious markings adorned them, but their steady aura and faint energy fluctuations indicated they were far from ordinary civilian vehicles. The police car screeched to a halt, its door opened, and a middle-aged man with a lean build, sharp eyes, and a decisive demeanor jumped out first. He was dressed in plain clothes, but moved with resolute efficiency. This was Officer Duan Xing, who had received an urgent order from higher authorities to handle special cases in this area. He was on a top priority mission involving the daughter of Madame Yin Hong, and he dared not slack off. According to Duan Xing's expectations, the scene should have involved 2 frightened, possibly injured students and vicious kidnappers. He was prepared to comfort the victims, secure the scene, and pursue any fleeing suspects. Yet as he quickly scanned the scene, he froze. The anticipated panic and crying did not appear. A girl, though her eyes were slightly red, was clearly composed. She was holding the hand of a woman who had just alighted from a black luxury car behind them, a woman of elegant, dignified bearing. What made his pupils contract even more was the scene at the center of the street, which could only be described as performance art. A clean-cut boy in ordinary training clothes, expressionless, rhythmically slapping the faces of 2 men in black jackets who lay slumped on the ground. Their faces were now swollen like steamed buns with suspicious drool at the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were glazed, but they wore a bizarre smile. Nearby, a shadow cat, clearly a beast companion, was leisurely grooming its paw in the corner, completely indifferent to the scene. Duan Xing. This? Isn't the script wrong? Where are the kidnappers? Where are the victims? What is going on here? The script must be wrong. The several officers he brought looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure how to act. Are these two the kidnappers? Duan Xing cleared his throat and pointed at the two strange men being slapped on the ground, his tone uncertain. Over here, the kidnappers are here. Su Ningyu stopped his actions and stood up. He pointed at the two on the ground, then gestured toward the dark claw cat in the corner, his tone as calm as if introducing two objects. Duan Xing naturally recognized the dark claw cat and could see from the men's clothing and state that they were no saints. But this method of subduing, along with the kidnappers' bizarre reactions, was completely beyond his professional experience. How did things turn out like this? Shouldn't it have been a heroic struggle, a difficult capture, or a thrilling escape? This slapping into ecstasy, what kind of new control technique is that? Officer, these two are the kidnappers, but I've already subdued them. Su Ningyu briefly recounted the incident. The men attempted to kidnap Sun Zhuwei, launched a surprise attack, but he detected and countered them, finally using his talent to control them and await the police. Duan Xing's eyebrows twitched as he listened, especially when Su Ningyu described how he used his soothe talent to disrupt the kidnappers, then decisively kicked them in the groin to render them unconscious, and finally employed his special talent to maintain control and prevent them from waking. The entire operation was fluid, ruthless, and precise, not something a newly awakened apprentice beast tamer should be capable of. His gaze unconsciously swept over the lower bodies of the two kidnappers on the ground, though obscured by clothing their body postures suggested. It was not looking good. Duan Xing couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Hiss, that was vicious. And they can still smile under these circumstances. These kidnappers are something else. I Duan Xing salute you for being tough guys. Just then Sun Zhuwei, who had dried her tears and regained her composure, approached with her mother. Duan Xing immediately straightened up upon seeing the extraordinary woman, shedding all doubt and sarcasm. He saluted and said, Madam Yin. Madam Yin Hong nodded slightly at Duan Xing in acknowledgement. Her well-maintained face now showed a mix of relief and gratitude. She turned to Su Ningyu and said sincerely and warmly, Su, I really thank you this time. If you hadn't reacted so quickly, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Zhuwei is lucky to have a friend like you. I'm also sorry that you were drawn into this danger. Su Ningyu shook his head and said flatly, Aunt Yin, you're too kind. I was just protecting myself. It was a coincidence. Duan Xing seized the opportunity to request, Madam Yin, I'll take these two suspects back for interrogation, first to see if we can uncover the mastermind behind this as soon as possible. Madam Yin Hong nodded, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Officer Duan. Please get to the bottom of this. Yes, ma'am. Duan Xing waved his hand, signaling his officers to step forward and prepare to detain the two kidnappers who were still not fully conscious. However, at that moment, Su Ningyu suddenly spoke up to stop them. Wait, Officer Duan, actually for your interrogation. Perhaps there's no need for such trouble. Officer Duan Xing and Ms. Yin Hong both paused, turning to look at Su Ningyu with confusion. The two captives on the ground, whose taming lashes effect was fading as Su Ningyu stopped, combined with the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, began to gradually regain consciousness from that eerie state. Their brows furrowed tightly as unconscious moans of agony escaped their lips. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts so much. Just as they were on the verge of full awareness, about to comprehend their situation and the source of their torment. Slap. Slap. Two more crisp, resounding strikes landed precisely on their faces. It was still Su Ningyu delivering the blows, his movements as practiced and swift as though he had rehearsed them countless times before. Duan Xing. This young man. Is he taking the opportunity for revenge? Ms. Yin Hong. This child. His approach is truly distinctive. However, what unfolded next completely shattered their understanding. The two captives who had been slapped showed no signs of screaming in pain or displaying anger. Instead, their pained expressions were instantly replaced by something far more obsequious, a smile tinged with submission. They struggled to lift their heads and gaze at Su Ningyu, their eyes glazed and unfocused, as though anticipating another strike. Su Ningyu looked down at them, his tone calm and measured as though conducting the most routine questioning. Tell me who sent you. Officer Duan Xing nearly laughed aloud, finding the youth somewhat naive. Was interrogation really this simple? These individuals who dared to abduct Ms. Yin Hong's daughter were certainly hardened criminals or trained professionals. They wouldn't crack from merely 2 slaps. Even torture might not have worked. But reality often surpassed imagination in its absurdity. Hearing Su Ningyu's question, the two captives with those eerie smiles on their faces rushed to answer almost simultaneously. Their words came out muffled due to their swollen cheeks, yet the names were unmistakably clear. It was Mississippi Park C1. And Miss Wang Yali. It was them who paid. They told us to kidnap Sun Zhuowei. The moment these names were spoken, Sun Zhuowei, standing beside Ms. In Hong, shuddered violently. All the color drained from her face in an instant. Her eyes widened with disbelief and shock as she murmured, Park Si-1. Huang Yali. How could it be them? While Su Ningyu might have been unfamiliar with those names, they were by no means strangers to Sun Zhuowei and Ms. In Hong. Both women were intricately connected to Sun Zhuowei in ways that ran deep. Officer Duan Xing was equally stunned. He hadn't anticipated that the interrogation, or rather this barely qualified as one, would yield such critical information so effortlessly. Glancing between Su Ningyu and the two captives on the ground who appeared utterly bewitched, his assessment of the young man skyrocketed to heights he found difficult to fathom. What manner of technique was this? Meanwhile, Su Ningyu maintained a composed expression as though he'd merely accomplished something trivial. He understood. The effect of taming lashes intensified exponentially when the body endured severe pain, and with the right combination of lashes or strikes, extracting basic information proved remarkably straightforward. Turning to Duan Xing, he said, Officer Duan, I'll leave the rest to you. But before Duan Xing could recover from his astonishment at obtaining such crucial information so effortlessly, the two captives who had just confessed delivered words that nearly made his jaw hit the floor. With swollen faces and glazed expressions, they continued speaking even after revealing the two names, showing no intention of stopping. Instead, they strained to tilt their necks upward, imploring Su Ningyu in voices thick with sycophancy and longing, almost coquettish. I've told you everything, please. Please reward me again. Just use the same force as before. Yes, give me a few more, I beg you. As they pleaded, both instinctively tried to press their swollen faces towards Su Ningyu's hands. Su Ningyu. Oh no, had he pushed his ability too far? Had he actually driven them insane? He could clearly sense the abnormal atmosphere surrounding him. All eyes fixed on Su Ningyu. Duan Xing's expression shifted from shock to bewilderment and oddity. His lip twitched. Even In Hong's experienced eyes registered a flicker of complexity. Sun Zhuowei, utterly speechless. The air seemed to freeze heavy with an indescribable mix of awkwardness and fascination. Su Ningyu, this ability is ruining my reputation. His mind raced as he forced a bright, apologetic smile onto his face. He hastily began explaining, desperate to salvage his image. Please don't misunderstand. They're like this because of my ability. The after effects are somewhat indescribable. Let's say it's a drawback. Officer, since the captives have already confessed and revealed their mastermind, there's nothing more I can do. I'll leave the rest to you professionals. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Su Ningyu spoke, rapidly retreating backward with each word. Duan Xing. He looked at Su Ningyu's awkward figure, then at the two captives still gazing hopefully toward him on the ground, as though awaiting rewards from their master. For a moment, he wasn't sure what emotion to feel. As experienced officer, he'd encountered all manner of unusual beast-taming abilities, but nothing quite like Su Ningyu's. This wasn't merely control or interrogation. It felt more like some bizarre form of domestication. Ms. In Hong fell silent as well. Having witnessed many strange phenomena in her position of authority, she nevertheless found this scene profoundly exasperating. The child's ability was simply too peculiar. Sun Zhuowei, though not entirely surprised, still found herself shaken by the visual and psychological impact of Su Ningyu's power. She promptly labeled Su Ningyu as someone not to be trifled with. After a brief moment of shock, Duan Xing, drawing on his extensive experience, quickly refocused on what mattered. For all his astonishment, Duan Xing recognized the interrogation potential inherent in Su Ningyu's ability, truly a divine skill for extraction and intelligence gathering. Picture hardened criminals and trained spies, those who would never break under torture, facing Su Ningyu's ability. Whether they'd submit or choose immediate suicide remained an open question. Duan Xing's gaze grew intense as he watched Su Ningyu retreat, regarding him as though he were a rare treasure. This boy's ability carries immeasurable strategic value. It must be reported. Begin special training immediately. Duan Xing took a deep breath. Mr. Su, your assistance has been invaluable. We may need you to provide statements later. I'll be in touch. Su Ningyu nodded, then turned to Sun Zhuowei. I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Dragging his slightly weary yet highly exhilarated body back home, he closed the door, completely isolating himself from the noise and danger of the outside world. Only at this moment did Su Ningyu truly breathe a sigh of relief, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, while his heart still pounded violently in belated realization. That was too close. He leaned back in his chair, recalling the perilous scene. If not for the keenness of the divine concealment talent, if not for the peculiar effect of Xiao Lingdong's soothing talent, if not for his decisive choice of the most direct and effective attack, if not for the unexpected control effect of taming lash in that special situation, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Facing that dark claw cat, which was clearly trained and possibly of a higher rank, a direct confrontation would have had almost no chance of victory. This victory was filled with luck and unconventional tactics. Strength. Still not enough. Su Ningyu clenched his fist, his eyes devoid of any pride, only a burning desire for greater power. The resolve to grow stronger had never been so firm. Xiaomi. Xiao Lingdang seemed to sense the lingering fear and unwillingness in her master's heart. She gently floated down onto his knee, her petals drooping slightly, conveying a sense of guilt and self-blame. It's my fault for being useless, unable to protect master. Su Ningyu reached out and gently stroked her slightly damaged petals, his tone firm and warm. It's not your fault, Xiao Lingdang. You've done well enough. It's me, the Beast Tamer, who isn't strong enough yet. We both need to grow stronger together. Only by being strong enough can we protect ourselves and each other. Xiaomi. Yes. Grow stronger together. Xiao Lingdang felt her master's determination and perked up again, her petals spreading wide, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. In the corner of the living room, Jiwawa, who had been lying flat and playing dead, keenly caught the on fire atmosphere spreading through the air. It slightly lifted its eyelids, stealing a glance at the almost tangible flames of burning determination emanating from the master and pet duo. Alarm bells rang in its heart. What's going on? These two demons went out and came back pumped up like they'd taken adrenaline, their fighting spirit off the charts. No way. When demons are in this state, training will be even harsher. I don't want to become the fuel for their burning ambition. Jiwawa despairingly buried its head in the moss, trying to escape the impending foreseeable hell training. In the following days, Su Ningyu almost entered a state of seclusion. His homeroom teacher Bai Yong, upon learning that he had not only passed the special recruitment assessment of Beichen High School, but had likely done so with an excellent evaluation, was so delighted he nearly set off firecrackers in the office, let alone caring about anything else. He wished he could enshrine Su Ningyu as a treasure. The only ones who felt a sense of loss were probably Wei Lin and Zhang Quan. Wei Lin lost a friend she could chat with and occasionally ask for gossip, while Zhang Quan lost his best sparring sandbag, even though he was the one being trained. But Su Ningyu was now completely focused, pouring all his energy into self-improvement and nurturing Xiao Lingdang. The fine-grade nutrient solution provided weekly by the school became a crucial resource. With his knowledge as a junior breeder and the subtle intuition brought by the lash and discipline talent, Su Ningyu maximized the effects of this nutrient solution, combining it with a more rigorous training plan. Xiao Lingdang's strength skyrocketed. Black Iron rank 7. Black Iron rank 8. In a short time, Xiao Lingdang advanced 2 ranks, firmly standing at the Black Iron rank 8 level. Only the last most critical step remained before evolving into Sunlight Flower, which required Black Iron rank 9. As for Su Ningyu himself, under the daily tempering of the star-breathing method, his spiritual power accumulation had reached an astonishing level. He could feel that his sea of consciousness was like a balloon being constantly inflated, its boundaries becoming clearer and closer to a certain threshold. On a quiet night, moonlight streamed like water through the window lattice into the room. Su Ningyu sat cross-legged in the spot where the moonlight was strongest, his eyes slightly closed, his mind fully immersed in the mysterious rhythm of the star-breathing method. His breathing was long and deep, as if resonating with the stars in the sky and the falling moonlight. Inside, the torrent of spiritual power surged and condensed along specific paths, constantly battering against the invisible barrier. Xiao Lingdang hovered quietly beside him, her petals bathed in the moonlight skill naturally operating, providing her master with subtle energy, nourishment, and spiritual comfort. Jiwawa slept sprawled out in its terrarium, its snoring barely audible. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Su Ningyu's breathing rhythm changed, subtly becoming more prolonged and powerful. In his sea of consciousness, the tough membrane that had hindered his progress after countless scouring by spiritual power finally let out a strained click and then shattered like broken glass. A cool yet powerful new surge of spiritual energy flooded through his limbs and into the depths of his consciousness like a dam breaking. His 5 senses became unprecedentedly sharp. At the same time, a long-lost cold and mechanical prompt sounded directly in the depths of his mind. Ding. Congratulations, player, on successfully advancing to Black Iron level Beast Tamer. Ding. Congratulations, player, on obtaining the Black Iron advancement chest. It worked. Su Ningyu's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam shining in them, fatigue swept away, replaced by uncontrollable excitement and joy. Before he could savor the changes brought by the advancement or check the system rewards, the mark of the Beast Taming Codex on his chest also lit up. The phantom images of 2 Beast Taming Codices materialized automatically. The mysterious Black Gold Codex still hovered silently, its cover patterns seeming slightly clearer but still tightly shut, showing no sign of opening. However, the ordinary Beast Taming Codex that recorded Xiao Lingdang's information had undergone a noticeable change. The cover became more exquisite, and it opened by itself, emitting a soft, pure radiance. On the pages, the blank pages representing contractable beasts had actually increased by 1, adding to the 2 pages that were hidden from detection by outsiders due to the divine concealment talent. At this moment, the number of contract pages Su Ningyu possessed had reached an astonishing 4. 2 displayed externally, 2 hidden. Not only that, but he could clearly feel a stronger connection with the Beast Taming Codex. The codex itself seemed to have been slightly strengthened. The contract power, the efficiency of spiritual power transmission, and the buff to the already contracted beast Shaoling Dang had all received a small but definite boost. Finally, I've finally become a black iron beastmaster. Su Ningyu exhaled deeply, sensing the surging power within his body and his sharpened perception. Although the Beast Tamer Codex had gained new contract pages and its hidden pages remained, none of that concerned him most. What truly made his heart race and blood boil was the promotion chest announced by the system. And, having become a black iron beastmaster, he now qualified to summon and bear those companions from his past life. Beasts he had poured his heart into, escorting him all the way to mythological ranks. That was Su Ningyu's true trump card and greatest asset. He forcefully suppressed the urge to summon immediately, calming his excited emotions first. He knew summoning myth-level beasts was no small feat. It required preparation and an absolutely secure environment. His immediate priority was to familiarize himself with his black iron level power and inspect the beasts in his Black Gold Codex. And, opening the promotion chest awarded by the system. I didn't expect extra rewards for promotion. Su Ningyu was filled with delight. Suppressing his urge to investigate the mysterious Black Gold Codex right away, he adhered to the principle of the best being saved for last, deciding to examine it last. For now, he would first see what surprises this black iron promotion chest held. Without hesitation, Su Ningyu willed, "Open." Ding. Congratulations on successfully opening the black iron promotion chest. You have received the following rewards. 1. Special growth weapon, Star River Whip. 2. Special item, Beast Taming Mutation Elixir. 3. Special talent, Spirit Eye. 4. Knowledge item, Beast Taming Training Manual General Basics. The chest dissolved into shimmering light particles, and information on all 4 items appeared clearly before Su Ningyu. 4. Su Ningyu's eyes lit up. He had hoped for even 1 or 2 items, never expecting such generosity from the system. Moreover, every item sounded extraordinarily impressive. Unable to wait, he eagerly began examining the details, his smile broadening as he read until he couldn't help but whisper in delight, "Jackpot. This is truly a jackpot." The first reward, a special growth weapon, Star River Whip. A weapon materialized in his hand. It was slightly heavy with a smooth and resilient texture. The whip body displayed a profound silver gray hue, seemingly adorned with countless delicate starlight specks. As he shifted his angle, lustrous radiance flowed across its surface, dreamlike and ethereal. The handle was carved with minimalist star patterns, providing an excellent grip. Relevant information flooded his mind. Star River Whip. Quality, special growth, evolves with the bearer's strength. Trait 1, Eternal Star River. Its unique material resists conventional flame, freezing cold, and strong acid corrosion, granting exceptional physical and energy resistance. Trait 2, Responsive Length. Can freely vary between its base length and theoretically infinite extension based on the bearer's, while the longer the extension, the greater the mental and energy consumption. A growth-type weapon. Impervious to fire and ice, and can extend infinitely. Su Ningyu fondled the whip body with undisguised delight. This was simply the perfect tool tailored for his whipping and training talent. He would no longer need to scavenge the world for suitable rattans and branches, or reluctantly use his palms to activate his talent. This whip not only offered excellent concealment, but also possessed extraordinary material. Whether for combat or training, it proved safer, more effective, and far more refined. Su Ningyu attempted channeling a thread of mental energy into the handle, and the Star River Whip immediately trembled like a living creature, its tip lifting gracefully as though responding to him. With another mental impulse, the whip, which had merely been handle length, silently extended to 5 meters before instantly retracting to about 1 meter, flexible and compliant. What a treasure! Su Ningyu was overjoyed. Meanwhile, in the living room corner, the Jiwa in its ecological box trembled uncontrollably upon the Star River Whip's appearance. Jiwa's inner voice screamed wildly, "What is that? That silver shining thing obviously isn't anything good. It radiates the same dangerous aura as its devilish master. Oh heavens! Could this be an upgraded torture instrument specially prepared for me? No. Are my good days? No, my bitter days about to enter version 2.0. Su Ningyu set down the whip and turned to the second item. Special item, Beast Taming Mutation Elixir. It was a delicate crystal vial containing approximately 10 milliliters of viscous liquid shimmering with an ethereal rainbow luminescence. The information displayed, Beast Taming Mutation Elixir. Effect can be applied to a non-beast ordinary animal, guiding its latent potential to undergo directional or random mutation, transforming it into a beast taming eligible creature possessing at least 1 special talent and silver tier potential. Note: an elixir of fate-altering power, used with caution. The transformation process may involve pain and uncertainty. At this description, Su Ningyu's gaze almost instinctively drifted toward the Jiwa in the ecological box. This ordinary frog, purchased for mere yuan at the market and originally intended as a skill target, had undergone unimaginable hellish training, such as fire spark roasting, poison needle piercing, elixir drenching, skill bombardment. Not only did it stubbornly survive, but it also transformed from green skin to miraculous white skin, its vitality remarkably robust. More importantly, Su Ningyu had long noticed that this fellow's intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary frogs, with occasional glimpses of what seemed like contemplation in its eyes. Perhaps this elixir was prepared especially for you. Su Ningyu's heart stirred. If the transformation succeeded, Ji Hua could evolve from a tenacious sandbag into a beast with special talents ready for formal contract. With its extraordinary vitality and presumably high intelligence combined with his whipping and training talents' special attention, perhaps he could cultivate an unexpectedly powerful companion. Perfect timing. He had just become a Black Iron Beastmaster, and his second contract slot remained empty. The moment this thought arose, he could no longer restrain himself. Administering the mutation elixir to Ji Hua and contracting it as his second beast was highly feasible. The third reward is special talent, Spirit Eye. Upon seeing this reward, Su Ningyu became instantly thrilled, considering it the finest among the 4 items. Without hesitation, he merged it directly with himself. A soft white light merged into his eyes instantly, bringing a refreshing coolness, as if cleansed by the purest spring water. His vision didn't become exaggeratedly telescopic, yet the way he perceived the world was fundamentally transformed. The world became clearer and more layered in his sight. He could even perceive the faintest traces of energy particles flowing through the air. Talent Spiritual Eye. Effect 1 Strength Insight allows rough insight into the beast's strength with a chance to detect hidden power means. Effect 2 Weakness Perception. When focusing, there is a chance to discover weak points in the target's energy flow, directly obtaining a talent. In this way, my second Beast Taming Codex also has 2 talents. Su Ningyu was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately experimented, looking at Xiaoling Dang, who was diligently training under the moonlight at night. Concentrating his mind, a faint glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately, faint phantom text appeared above Xiaoling Dang's head, visible only to him. Beast Bellflower Strength Rank Black Iron 8 Weakness Fire Attribute Attacks Weak Defense Powerful Attack Skills. Amazing. Su Ningyu marveled inwardly. This spiritual eye talent is simply a weapon for beast taming battles. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Being able to see through the opponent's general strength and having the chance to discover weaknesses is invaluable in actual combat. He looked more closely at Xiaoling Dang, attempting to trigger weakness perception. After a moment, he vaguely saw that at the connection between the flower stem and main root, and at the energy vein intersections of several key petals, the light seemed slightly dimmer than elsewhere, and the energy flow was also somewhat sluggish. Defense weak points. The connection between energy core and body, and several energy nodes for skill release. Su Ningyu silently noted. These are areas that need targeted strengthening or protection in future training. In this way, the talents recorded in my second Beast Taming Codex, besides whipping and taming, now include this spiritual eye. Su Ningyu was in a great mood. 2 talent beast tamers are already rare, let alone 2 such practical auxiliary talents. This undoubtedly elevated Su Ningyu's reconnaissance ability and tactical choices to a higher level. Looking at the last reward, Beast Taming Training Manual. It was a thick leather-bound book, phantom, exuding an ancient aura. It systematically recorded general theories, methods, and precautions for basic physical training, energy control, skill proficiency improvement, attribute development, and coordinated combat training for beasts from Black Iron to Silver rank. Although it was not some earth-shattering secret technique, its strength lay in being systematic and comprehensive, with solid foundations perfectly compensating for Su Ningyu's lack of orthodox beast taming cultivation theory, allowing his future training to be more scientific and efficient. The system is too considerate. Su Ningyu sighed. Weapon item talent knowledge. 4 rewards covering combat power, potential assistance, and theory. Each one greatly improved and benefited his current situation. He tightened his grip on the Star River whip, glanced at the trembling Ji Hua in the terrarium, felt the coolness and insight from his eyes, and the system's training knowledge flowed through his mind. Promotion to Black Iron was just the beginning. With these new assets, he was filled with even greater confidence and anticipation for the path ahead. Next, Su Ningyu took a deep breath and focused all his mind on the mysterious tome floating before him, exuding a deep black gold luster. This was his greatest asset. The partners in whom he had invested countless efforts fought side by side, and ultimately reached the pinnacle of myth in the game beast taming sequence in his past life. Finally, this day has come. Su Ningyu's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, a mix of expectation, excitement, and a complex emotion akin to being homesick. With strength reaching Black Iron rank, I can finally summon you all initially. As his mind focused, the black gold tome opened slowly without wind. The pages, which were originally like being tightly sealed by invisible chains, finally loosened a bit, as his promotion to Black Iron granted him stronger spiritual power and a more stable contract connection. Rustle. The pages flipped rapidly, finally stopping on the first page. In an instant, brilliant golden light burst forth from the page. The light contained an indescribable aura of nobility, mystery, and antiquity, as if from the source of the river of time. Within the glow, an extremely clear and lifelike projection of a beast slowly emerged. It was not a living creature, but a huge full-length mirror with an ancient and elegant shape, its frame carved with intricate and mysterious patterns. The mirror's surface was smooth as the deepest night sky, reflecting flowing starlight. And deep within the mirror, a dreamlike, beautiful phantom slept quietly. Her figure was graceful, her hair like a waterfall, her features exquisitely beyond mortal imagination, embodying the ultimate fantasy of beauty in the world. Even with closed eyes and deep slumber, her innate charm and mystery were enough to make any being who gazed upon her feel their heart sway, as if the soul would be drawn into the deep mirror world, sinking into an eternal dream. Mirror goddess Faye Winley, Su Ningyu murmured, gazing at the familiar figure, his eyes becoming hot. This was the first beast partner he contracted in the game in his past life. Initially, she was just a weak black iron rank little mirror spirit that could only create simple illusions to confuse enemies, timid and prone to tears. It was he who collected resources bit by bit, researched evolution paths, overcame countless difficulties, and accompanied her all the way to growth, until finally breaking the shackles of the conventional evolution sequence, stepping onto a unique path to godhood, achieving the exclusive mythic sequence for Faye Winley Mirror Goddess Spirit Trick Sequence. She was the mirror deity governing illusion and reality, seeing through hearts, reflecting all phenomena. And she was Su Ningyu's most trusted and most harmonious initial partner. Amidst his excitement, Su Ningyu tried to use his mind to flip to the next page of the Black Gold Tome, wanting to see the figures of his other mythic partners. However, the pages did not budge. A more powerful and profound sealing force once again enveloped the subsequent pages. At that moment, the system's cold prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected player attempting to open higher authority page. Hint: to open the next mythic beast contract page, the player's own strength must reach bronze rank Beast Tamer. Su Ningyu was slightly startled, then relieved, even somewhat fortunate. That's right, one must eat step by step. With my current mental strength and physical stamina, being able to stably summon Faye Winley is probably already the limit. The system is protecting me and also gives a clear goal, bronze rank. Alright, being able to summon Faye Winley is already a huge surprise. He no longer dwelled on it. His gaze became hot again, locking onto the contract page, recording Mirror Goddess Faye Winley. There were no cumbersome incantations, no complex rituals, only the call from the deepest part of the soul and the resonance of the contract. Su Ningyu extended his right hand, gently pressing his palm against the pages of the Black Gold Codex. His spiritual power surged like a bursting dam, and his voice, low and resolute, carried the longing of transcending time and the joy of reunion. Faye Winley, heed my call, return. The Black Gold Codex erupted with unprecedented radiance. It was no longer mere gold. Instead, it was a mixture of star-like silver radiance, mirror-like flowing light, and an indescribable dreamlike hue that seemed to warp the boundaries between reality and illusion. An unimaginably vast energy fluctuation burst forth, with Su Ningyu at its center. The air in the room instantly solidified, light twisted, the outlines of furniture blurred, as if the entire space were a fragmenting mirror world. Jiwawa, though confined in its box, felt an overwhelming pressure from the depths of its life essence and soul, staring in terror toward the center of the light. Jiwawa, what is the devil up to now? Is it the apocalypse? No. This commotion is too great. Su Ningyu's heart tightened. The descent of a mythical beast, even if only a fraction of its power manifested, would cause energy disturbances far beyond the ordinary. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the talent Divine Concealment from the Beast Tamer Codex with all his might. An intangible field that could confuse perception, blur existence, and isolate energy fluctuations instantly spread outward from him, enveloping and hiding the entire room, especially the Black Gold Codex, and the terrifying energy surge that was descending. Outside the room, the night remained tranquil, as if nothing had happened. Just as the Divine Concealment field barely took shape, crack. A faint yet soul-shaking sound of shattering echoed. The enormous mirror projection on the pages of the Black Gold Codex seemed to break free from the two-dimensional image, materializing into a tangible entity. A full-length mirror almost reaching the ceiling, with a frame flowing with dark gold radiance and a surface as deep as the cosmos, appeared out of thin air before Su Ningyu. The mirror surface was no longer a calm night sky. It rippled like water, emitting a strange, unsettling luster that seemed to reflect past and future reality and illusion. The sleeping beauty within the mirror, her long lashes like butterfly wings, fluttered slightly. Then she opened her eyes. What eyes those were! In the depths of her pupils, countless stars seemed to be born and annihilated. A kaleidoscope of phantoms flowed, endlessly clear as a spring, yet profound as an abyss. Wherever her gaze fell, reality seemed to become unsteady. Light and shadow began to change subtly according to her will. The very moment Faye Winley opened her eyes, originating from the planet where Su Ningyu stood, an intangible yet law-touching ripple spread silently but irresistibly. It surpassed light speed, transcended spatial dimensions, and instantly swept through the entire star system and beyond into distant galaxies. Where the ripple passed, it brought not destruction, but an absolute standstill. Certain ancient beings lurking deep in the cosmos with preternaturally keen senses experienced a momentary blankness and astonishment in their long consciousness. Time, as if plucked by an invisible hand, vibrated like a string. The myth had descended, and all realms perceived it. Yet this earth-shattering, universe-stirring instant was firmly confined within Su Ningyu's small room shrouded by the divine concealment talent. Outside, all remained serene. In the mirror, Fei Wenli's phantom slowly floated out, like an ethereal spirit lightly circling around Su Ningyu. On her peerless face there first appeared a trace of bewilderment at awakening, which then turned into understanding and finally settled into boundless joy and deep attachment. She carefully observed Su Ningyu's current appearance, young, delicate, bearing a maturity beyond his years, and the familiar aura that reached the depths of the soul. Her crimson lips parted and her voice ethereal and pleasant like the clear chime of mirrors resounded directly in Su Ningyu's heart. "Master, it really is you." Her tone carried infinite joy after confirmation, then shifted to a hint of confusion and inquiry. "But why do I feel the aura of the world so unfamiliar? The flow of time seems different from what I remember. Have we returned to some past node?" Su Ningyu looked up at this companion who had been with him the longest and knew him best, a myriad of emotions surging in his heart. Truly this was a being he had personally nurtured to mythical rank. Even just awakened, her perception and wisdom far exceeded the ordinary, quickly detecting the current anomaly and the dislocation of time. Su Ningyu was about to explain in detail to Fei Wenli the unusual nature of this world, his own transmigration into the beast taming sequence game, and why he had returned to the past. But a sudden change occurred. The phantom of Fei Wenli encircling him flickered, as if the signal was unstable. Then her originally mature, graceful, and breathtakingly beautiful figure began to visibly shrink and change as if time was flowing backward. Her ornate, intricate gown became simple, her height rapidly decreased, her gently curved mature face faded, replaced by a delicate small face with a hint of baby fat, yet already showing the outline of stunning beauty. In the blink of an eye, that peerlessly elegant star-eclipsing mirror goddess had transformed into a silver-haired, violet-eyed little lowly, looking only 6 or 7 years old, wearing a miniature version of an ornate court dress, blinking wide eyes, and wearing a bewildered expression. The enormous full-length mirror behind her also turned into flowing light and became a round mirror cradled in Fei Wenli's arms. Su Ningyu. Staring at the little Fei Wenli before him, he was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this change of style too sudden? From complete form to growth stage in an instant. Still, Su Ningyu was merely surprised. Because Fei Wenli's essence was a mirror without gender. It could be male, female, or even an animal. That was the nature of the mirror. It could reflect all things and transform into anything it desired. Yes, Fei Wenli was genderless. The reason it had taken this form was due to an event in the beast taming sequence game. The official beast taming beauty contest. The most beautiful beast would gain a divine talent. So Su Ningyu had the mirror change into this appearance. "Master." Fei Wenli spoke, her voice still ethereal and pleasant. Looking at her noticeably shrunken self, a trace of helplessness and confusion flickered in her eyes. "My power is suppressed." "Suppressed? By what?" Su Ningyu immediately pressed, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. Fei Wenli furrowed her delicate little brows, trying to sense her own state. "It is this world, or rather some rule of the current space-time, that rejects and suppresses my full power. My mythical sequence has not integrated into the world will of this realm. Hence I am suppressed. This suppression is extremely powerful and primal, as if maintaining a fundamental balance. Moreover," Fei Wenli paused, looking at Su Ningyu, a hint of helpless smile in her tone. "It also relates to Master's own strength. The contract bond between us, since Master is currently only at the Black Iron rank, cannot bear the descent of my full mythical power. The Codex contract itself is automatically regulating, compressing my power to the limit within the current space-time rules and Master's tolerance." Upon hearing that Fei Wenli's strength was suppressed, Su Ningyu understood and felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. As expected, there is no free lunch in the world. Even if there is, it might be hard to digest. He immediately activated the spiritual eye talent he had just acquired and focused his mind on little Fei Wenli. Of course, Fei Wenli was his own contracted beast. Su Ningyu's spiritual eye talent succeeded in its use. If it were an enemy or another powerful contracted beast, the spiritual eye would have failed. A faint glimmer flashed in his eyes, and several lines of information appeared above the little lowly's head. Contracted beast, mirror god Fei Wenli, strength rank mythic 9th rank, origin apex, deeply sealed, current manifested strength silver 9th rank, as expected. Su Ningyu sighed, both within expectations and inevitably a little disappointed. Fei Wenli's former mythic level power that could destroy heaven and earth and rule the mirror world was now completely sealed, leaving only silver 9th rank strength. I thought that after summoning you my safety would be assured, but it seems I still can't be too reckless and must continue to develop low-key. Ningyu rubbed his brow and smiled wryly at little Fei Wenli. The lowly iffied Fei Wenli puffed out her little chest trying to look reliable and spoke in a babyish but unquestionably confident tone. Master, do not worry. Even at silver 9th rank with my essence and abilities, enemies below gold 1st rank can be easily dealt with, and ordinary silver level enemies pose no threat at all. Protecting Master at this stage is more than sufficient. Although her voice was childish, the confidence and certainty emanating from her mythic nature made one involuntarily believe. Ningyu nodded, feeling much better. This is already quite good, at least far beyond my current level. Fortunately, I haven't provoked any powerful enemies, so with you around I can indeed handle most troubles. He shifted his attention back to the Dark Gold Codex, flipping to the page recording Fei Wenli's information. He carefully examined which abilities and skills she could still use under the current dual suppression state. Although her strength had dropped to silver 9th rank, her mythic essence, knowledge, and experience remained, so the effects of her abilities and skills should far exceed those of the same rank. The information on the page updated accordingly, revealing detailed data of the current state: contracted beast, mirror god Fei Wenli, attribute spirit, ghost, strength, mythic 9th rank, origin sealed, current manifestation, silver 9th rank, peak talents 1. Mirror reflection can automatically reflect energy type attacks not exceeding the current manifested rank. For energy attacks exceeding its own rank, the reflection effect is greatly reduced proportionally, but still provides some deflection and weakening. 2. Mirror clone can replicate a target not exceeding the current manifested rank, including living beings, non-living objects, simple energy structures, perfectly simulating its appearance, basic energy fluctuations, and non-core talent skills. The clone possesses the target's basic movement and attack capabilities, but its total energy, skill, power, and special talent effects are only 50 of the original, and its existence is limited in time. 3. Mirror world can use any mirror surface, including water mirrors, smooth metal surfaces, etc., as a medium to temporarily open a passage to a temporarily constructed mirror world, or connect two real mirror surfaces, allowing teleportation through mirrors. 4. Eris mirror of reflection can reflect the deeper desires within a target's heart. Use the mirror clone to replicate the target's fear. Potential rating: mythic level skill list 1. Mirror light flash, emit a mirror beam to attack enemies. 2. Illusion weaving creates small-scale lifelike visual illusions. 3. Mirror shield, condense mirror energy to form a defensive shield with extra resistance to energy attacks. More skills are temporarily sealed due to insufficient rank or energy. Looking at this long list of abilities that were still luxurious even in the suppressed state, especially the powerful and versatile talents, the trace of disappointment in Ningyu's heart completely dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of surprise and security. With silver 9th rank strength coupled with these unique talents and skills derived from a mythic essence, its actual combat power would definitely far exceed that of an ordinary silver 9th rank contracted beast. Enough. Absolutely enough. Ningyu's face broke into a smile. He looked at the little lowly Fei Wenli, who was holding a mirror and trying to put on a dignified posture. Fei Wenli, welcome back. From now on we will fight side by side again. Upon hearing this, little Fei Wenli's amethyst-like big eyes curved into crescent moons. Although she tried hard to maintain the composure of a deity, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and nodded vigorously. Master, please take care of me. This time I will also protect you. Although she had become a lowly and her power was suppressed, the bond and trust that spanned time and space remained undiminished. Ningyu knew that with Fei Wenli's addition, his future path would be more exciting and safer. It was time to start planning the next move. For example, first use that bottle of contracted beast modification potion on Jiwawa. Jiwawa's perspective, it was originally enjoying a rare, undisturbed time of the day. Jiwawa was comfortably sprawled flat, ready to drift into dreamland, where there was endless though strange-tasting but filling paste. However, an indescribable aura that made every cell of its body scream and tremble descended without warning. It was not a physical pressure, but rather a suffocating feeling from the absolute gap in life level and soul essence. It was as if an ant had been suddenly thrown into a dragon's lair, unable even to look up. Jiwawa instantly switched from lying flat mode to extreme alert mode. Its entire frog body stiffened, heart pounding wildly, almost jumping out of its throat. It used all its strength to barely control itself from rolling its eyes and fainting on the spot. Demonic aura. No, it was more terrifying, older, more sacred, eerie, indescribable. In any case, it was a super existence that must never be provoked. What the hell did this demon do? How did such a terrifying existence suddenly appear in the house? Jiwawa's small mung-bean-sized eyes were filled with terror, carefully moving its eyeballs to look through the glass of the terrarium toward the direction of the aura. It saw that beside the demon boy there was suddenly a stunning beauty emerging from a mirror. Silver hair, purple eyes, exquisitely unreal. But soon that stunning beauty turned into a little lowly, yet the aura still made the frog despair. And that soul-trembling aura was exactly emanating from her. It's over, it's over. One demon was enough. Now there's an even more terrifying little witch. Frog life is hard. What made it even more desperate was that the demon boy's gaze, after exchanging a few words with the little witch, actually turned toward the frog. That look carried scrutiny, assessment, and a hint of eagerness. Chihuahua life is in danger. Chihuahua screamed inwardly in frenzy. His body uncontrollably retreated, pressing tightly against the cold glass wall of the terrarium. Don't come near me. Stay away from me. I just want to be a quiet ingredient. Spitting a quiet mascot. Ningyu's gaze fell back onto that chihuahua with an astonishingly tenacious vitality. He needed to confirm. This frog, which he had inadvertently cultivated into something peculiar, whether it was qualified to use that precious bottle of spirit beast modification potion. With a thought, he activated the spiritual talent, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes as he looked at Chihuahua in the terrarium. Soon several lines of simple information appeared above Chihuahua's head. Spirit beast. A white-skinned frog that has undergone an unknown mutation and is somewhat lucky. Strength below grade. As expected. Ningyu understood in his heart. Chihuahua's basic race limited its potential, but its outrageous vitality and tolerance, as well as the suspected emergence of intelligence, all proved its extraordinary nature. Perhaps the spirit beast modification potion could create a special spirit beast. Fei Wenli also curiously approached. Her amethyst-like eyes stared at Chihuahua for a few seconds, her little nose wrinkled, and she spoke with some disdain. Master, what is this? It looks stupid and silly. Is it a new ingredient you've prepared? Can it be used for soup? Chihuahua, body trembling violently, rolling its eyes, almost fainting. Soup, a witch? Definitely a witch. More terrifying than a demon. Fei Wenli, don't scare it. Ningyu smiled helplessly. It's not an ingredient, although it was at first. Cough, anyway, it might be our future partner if the transformation is successful. Saying that, Ningyu summoned the ordinary spirit beast tome. He also summoned Xiao Lingdang again. The emerald green bellflower floated out lightly, curiously examining the new environment and the newly appeared person. Xiaomi, Master, who is this beautiful big sister? Xiao Lingdang transmitted a curious thought through the contract. Ningyu gently rubbed Xiao Lingdang's petals and introduced. Xiao Lingdang, this is Fei Wenli, your senior. Say hello quickly. Hearing this, the little lowly Fei Wenli, holding her precious mirror, looked Xiao Lingdang up and down, her tone carrying undisguised pickiness and a hint of imperceptible jealousy. Such a weak little flower. It hasn't even reached the peak of black iron. Master, having me protect you is enough. What's the use of summoning such a little thing? She was the first contracted, longest accompanying, and most emotionally bonded partner of the Master. Although she had turned into a lowly, now her admiration for the Master had not diminished at all. Xiaomi. Woo. Xiao Lingdang was rejected so directly for the first time. And by a senior who looked very formidable, she immediately felt extremely wronged, her petals drooping down and big tears quickly gathered in her eyes, spinning in the sockets. Xiao Lingdang, I'm not weak. I work hard. I'm about to evolve. Master said I'm great. Chihuahua beside watched with a trembling heart, so scary. This newly arrived ghost girl is definitely a witch. With just a few words, she bullied Big Sister Lingdang into crying, even daring to provoke Big Sister, too terrifying. Ningyu slapped his forehead and thought to himself, oh no, I forgot about Fei Wenli's jealous little temper. In his past life in the game, every time he obtained a new powerful spirit beast or invested too many resources into a certain one, Fei Wenli would always throw a little tantrum. Although she would eventually accept and help train the new partner, the process was always accompanied by her sharp tongue and tests. He quickly smoothed things over, his tone becoming a bit more serious. All right, Fei Wenli, you can't be like this. We are in a special situation now, and I need different partners to deal with different circumstances. If I only summon you and my power is temporarily suppressed, it would easily attract unnecessary attention and trouble. Xiao Lingdang works hard and is very important to me. Seeing that the Master's tone had become serious, Fei Wenli, though still reluctant, knew that the Master was right. She pouted, snorted coldly, and turned around with her mirror, leaving Xiao Lingdang at sunder back of the head. Fine. Considering that you barely protected the Master while I was still asleep, I'll reluctantly accept you. But she suddenly turned back, her purple eyes fixed on Xiao Lingdang, announcing in a babyish voice, but with full momentum. You are too weak. I don't acknowledge you as a partner who can fight alongside me, unless you become stronger. Xiaomi, you wait for me. I will definitely become stronger and then defeat you. Xiao Lingdang was also stirred up with competitiveness. She wiped away her tears, her petals stood up again, and she stared back defiantly. Ningyu watched this tense, yet strangely harmonious scene and felt relieved instead. Competition brings progress. Fei Wenli's high standards might be the catalyst that stimulates Xiao Lingdang's faster growth. Having resolved the internal conflict, Ningyu took out that bottle of luminous spirit beast modification potion, again his eyes burning as he looked at Chihuahua. Fei Winley's attention was also drawn. She looked curiously at the potion, then at the trembling Jiwawa. Master this ingredient. I know this white-skinned frog, are you really going to contract it too? Su Ningyu nodded, his eyes full of expectation. It has tenacious vitality and outstanding tolerance. It's a very good foundation. After the transformation succeeds, the daily training and special exercises of everyone in the future may rely on you, Fei Winley, as the senior, to guide and supervise. Hearing the master's appointment and the implied trust, a trace of pride and sense of mission immediately appeared on Fei Winley's little face. She raised her head and tried to recall. Oh, like the previous special training of Xiaoyuomen and the other partners. This I'm good at. As she spoke, she seemed to think of something fun, and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. With a slight sway of her figure, a mirror-like luster emanated around her. The next second, the silver-haired, purple-eyed little lowly standing beside Su Ningyu disappeared. In her place was another Su Ningyu. This Su Ningyu was identical to the real Su Ningyu in height, body shape, appearance, clothing, and even the look in his eyes and subtle expression habits. At this moment, Fei Winley was also imitating Su Ningyu's usual manner, turning around, moving her hands and feet, with a smile on her face that seemed a bit too bright compared to Su Ningyu himself. He, Master, how is it? 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 Activating the mirror clone talent, Fei Winley transformed into Su Ningyu's likeness. She spoke in a voice indistinguishable from Su Ningyu's, but her tone carried a distinct note of excitement and an eagerness to take credit. This way I can perfectly utilize all of my master's talents, like that amusing whipping and discipline and the newly acquired spiritual eyes, to help you train these little companions. Even if Master is away, I can take over daily management and training, just like before. This was precisely the ultimate proxy leveling technique that Fei Winley had mastered in the game Beast Taming sequence in her past life. When Su Ningyu logged off or was busy with other matters, Fei Winley would use Mirror Clone to perfectly replicate his appearance. In the game, she would take over his tedious grinding quests and even high-difficulty raid commanding and PvP battles. Her skill and grasp of battle situations were not inferior to Su Ningyu's own. Now this divine technique was recreated in reality. Although it replicated Su Ningyu's current black iron level body and talents, it was more than enough to train Xiao Lingdang and the future Jiwawa. Xiao Lingdang, seeing two masters suddenly appear before it, was completely bewildered. It fluttered between the two Su Ninjias, trying to touch them with its petals and sense them with energy, attempting to distinguish the real one. But their aura, energy fluctuations, and even contract connection were almost identical. Its little mind simply couldn't process such complex information, so it could only let out a confused "Xiaomi," even though they were exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences between the two Su Ninjias. The real Su Ningyu had a gentle, understated smile and calm, steady eyes, bearing the tranquility of one who had weathered storms. But the Su Ningyu transformed by Fei Winley, though similar in appearance, unconsciously revealed a hint of Fei Winley's original mysterious, alluring, and mischievous temperament in her brows. Especially when she smiled, her eyes sparkled as if they carried little hooks. If she went out, people would definitely wonder if Su Ningyu had awakened some strange attribute, or feel that today, Su was particularly enchanting. Su Ningyu looked at the clone that was an exact copy of himself, then at Fei Winley, who was eagerly awaiting praise, and at the bewildered Xiao Lingdang and the terrified Jiwawa. He couldn't help but chuckle and rub his forehead. With Fei Winley as the ultimate proxy leveler and golden coach, plus the soon-to-be transformed Jiwawa, the style of his small team was probably going to charge headlong into an increasingly strange direction. Very good, Fei Winley. Su Ningyu finally nodded with a smile. Then from now on, I'll leave the training to you. Now let's first tackle the first team-building task. Give Jiwawa a transformative upgrade. He picked up the Beast Taming transformation potion and walked step by step toward the eco box. Inside the box, Jiwawa watched as the two devils simultaneously approached it, its eyes filled with despair. Two devils coming together. One devil was already terrifying enough. Frog life is completely over. Help! Su Ningyu opened the lid of the eco box. Instead of grabbing Jiwawa directly, he leaned his face close and spoke in a tone as gentle as possible. Jiwawa, now a brand new path lies before you. It's up to you whether you choose to take it. To Jiwawa's ears, his voice was nothing less than the whisper of a demon. Jiwawa lifted its eyelids, glanced at the devil's face so close, then darted a look at the other replica beside it, which exuded the same dangerous aura, but with a more eerie temperament. It puffed out its cheeks and let out a weak croak, rib bit. As if I really have a choice. It's all up to you anyway. The helplessness and resignation in that croak were almost overflowing. Nearby, Fei Winley, still in the form of Su Ningyu, was displeased that this ingredient dared to speak to its master in such a tone, even if it was just a subtle expression of emotion. She immediately picked up the Star River whip that Su Ningyu had set aside, its starlight flowing. The tip of the whip tapped the ground with a crisp crack, and she gave Jiwawa a cold glare, the threat clear. Jiwawa froze, instantly feeling a far more intense sense of crisis than the usual spark training or poison needle tests. That whip was clearly no ordinary object. Getting hit by that thing would probably be more than just a quick thrill. It might actually shatter its soul. It immediately nodded its head like a chicken pecking rice, its voice rising several octaves. Ribbit. Ribbit. Agreed. I agree. 100%. Whatever master says goes. Suh Ningyu looked at Jiwawa's cowardly manner and couldn't help but chuckle happily. Glad you agree. Then let's begin. He held the iridescent beast taming transformation potion in his hand and shook it in front of Jiwawa. The dreamy, colorful liquid rippled inside the bottle. Drink this. If you successfully transform and gain the qualifications to become a tamed beast, I will formally contract you and make you one of us. But if you fail... He deliberately paused. Jiwawa's heart leaped to its throat. Ribbit, what happens if I fail? Turn back into a sandbag like before. Or, before Suh Ningyu could continue, the Fei Wenyu beside him, using the exact same face as Suh Ningyu, but with a completely different, sinisterly seductive voice, slowly chimed in. If you fail, you'll become my supplement, she said. A little frog full of survival instinct, having undergone a special mutation and with a seemingly interesting soul. It contains quite decent energy and spirituality. Maybe it could make my mirror shine a little brighter. The voice was soft, but carried a bone-chilling coldness. Jiwawa. Ribbit. Supplement. Nutrients. This witch is going to eat me. It immediately swore madly in its heart. I will succeed. I will hold on. Absolutely. Absolutely never become the witch's mirror-polishing cloth. Fei Wenli. Suh Ningyu glanced helplessly at his clone. Don't say such scary things using my face. Your master here always rules by virtue, not cruelty. Is that so? Fei Wenyu tilted her head, showing a naive and puzzled expression. But as I recall, your enemies in the past used to call you the tyrant in private, didn't they, eh? Suh Ningyu maintained a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes deepened a little. Those are just slanders and misunderstandings from the weak. I am always the gentlest to my companions, am I not? Suh Ningyu's gaze swept over Jiwawa, almost imperceptibly. Jiwawa roared, inwardly gentle. Your gentleness is roasting me with sparks, stabbing me with poison needles, and force-feeding me potions. Tyrant. Demon. None of these titles can capture your cruelty. As if sensing Jiwawa's inner lament, Suh Ningyu's eyes instantly locked onto it, his smile growing even more benevolent. Jiwawa, stop brooding. Come, it's time for your medicine. He brought the bottle's mouth closer. Jiwawa stared at the liquid shimmering with alluring light, its heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating, thumping against its chest. Instinctively it shrank back, trying to flee this unknown fate. Just then Xiao Lingdong, who had been floating nearby, landed lightly on the edge of the ecosphere. It gazed at the trembling white companion inside, its emerald petals drooping slightly, transmitting a wave of empathetic pity. Xiomi. Good luck, Jiwawa. Hearing Xiao Lingdong's blessing, Jiwawa felt even more desolate. Even the boss lady who had survived hellish training said so. But it knew there was no turning back. Better to gamble. It mustered the last shred of courage, puffed out its chest. Though Jiwawa might not have much of a chest, and let out a tragic croak. Gwa. I wish myself luck too. With that it hesitated, no longer lunged forward, opened its mouth and gulped down the thick iridescent jelly in one go. The anticipated burning, searing pain and tearing sensation did not immediately arrive. The elixir dissolved upon contact, carrying a strange, cool, slightly sweet taste as it slid down its throat. Jiwawa even chewed instinctively. A bizarre thought crossed its mind. Chew, chew, chew. Not gonna lie, the stuff this demon gives, though, always accompanied by pain, tastes pretty good. That paste last time, and this jelly now. It savored unconsciously while waiting for the legendary transformation agony to strike. Yet seconds passed. Dozens of seconds. Jiwawa blinked, feeling only a slight warmth and a faint itch on its skin, no other discomfort. This itch was negligible compared to the pain of being roasted by Xiao Lingdong's spark up close or pierced by poison needle. Goa. Chew, chew, chew. That's it. Seems. Nothing special. Much easier than Boss Lingdong's hell training. It looked up in confusion at the audience outside. Suh Ningyu, Fei Wenli, and Xiao Lingdang were all staring at it with expressions of extreme oddity, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Their eyes held surprise, curiosity, incredulity, and a hint of anticipation. Jiwawa felt a chill. Chew, chew, chew. What's wrong? Did I fail? Did the mutation go wrong? What's with those looks? Xiao Lingdang couldn't help drifting closer, gently tapping the glass of the ecosphere with a leaf, transmitting a clear thought. Jiwawa, you. Don't you feel pain? No pain at all. Jiwawa was even more bewildered. Goa. No pain, just a little itchy. What's up? Xiao Lingdong's petals pointed at its body. Your body. It's shedding skin. You don't feel it. Jiwawa was stunned, then looked down at itself. It was startled by what it saw. A translucent gelatinous film had appeared on its originally smooth, lustrous white skin. This film was thickening and hardening visibly, its color shifting from transparent to a dull grayish white, like a layer of plaster shell. Even more horrifying, this shell was slowly peeling away from its body with fine cracks forming at the edges. Crack, crack, a faint sound of fracturing. The grayish-white hard shell fell off in pieces, revealing beneath it a new skin, still pure white, but now even more delicate, as if imbued with a jade-like luster. Chihuahua stared dumbfounded at its own molting process, feeling no pain at all, only a slight tingling sensation from the new skin. Huh, molting. I turned into a cicada frog. Then an even more astonishing change occurred. The freshly molted reborn Chihuahua suddenly emitted a soft, yet brilliant pure white light from within its entire body. This light was not blinding but exceptionally pure, enveloping its entire frog form, making it look like an oversized charging incandescent bulb or a harmless white orb of light. Chihuahua, already white now, seemed to have activated flash mode, becoming the brightest and most conspicuous creature in the room. How peculiar. Ningyu stroked his chin, his interest deepening. This is the first time I've seen an ordinary animal react so peacefully to the beast transformation elixir. No struggle, no agonized cries, and even the signs of energy surge were extremely faint. Indeed, Chihuahua's vitality and adaptability have reached a level that defies common sense. He had prepared for Chihuahua's painful struggle, energy loss, or even self-destruction, but the process turned out to be so gentle. The transformation was clearly not instantaneous. The softly glowing Chihuahua seemed to have expended a great deal of energy, and a powerful drowsiness surged over it like a tide. It couldn't help letting out a huge yawn, its eyelids drooping heavily. So sleepy. I'll take a nap first. Can't escape anyway. With that thought, Chihuahua, completely enveloped in pure white light, gradually curled up. The light converged and condensed inward, eventually forming a smooth, oval cocoon, emitting a steady, gentle white glow resting quietly on the moss cushion of the ecosphere. The light, dimmed, no longer glaring, yet exuded a vibrant vitality and a mysterious aura of impending metamorphosis. Ningyu gazed at the white cocoon, his eyes full of anticipation. The transformation has begun. I wonder what Chihuahua will look like when it emerges. A white-skinned flash frog. Or some never-before-seen, uniquely mind-magical beast. Fei Wenli drifted over, her violet eyes studying the cocoon with curiosity. An interesting little thing. I hope it becomes something worthwhile when it wakes, so as not to waste Master's elixir and the time I'll spend training it. Xiao Lingdang silently flew to the cocoon's side, carefully releasing a faint healing aura, as if cheering on its sleeping companion. Chihuahua's metamorphosis had officially begun, and Ningyu's small team was about to welcome its second official member, likely with an even more peculiar style. The transformation of Chihuahua evidently required time. The white cocoon lay quietly in the terrarium, emitting a stable and gentle vitality, as if brewing a complete metamorphosis. It could be as short as a few days, or as long as over a month. No one could tell. Ningyu glanced at Chihuahua, which had entered a temporary, dormant period, stretched his arms, and loosened his muscles. Promoting to Black Iron rank, Beast Tamer successfully summoning Fei Wenli and initiating the transformation for Chihuahua. After completing several major tasks in a row, his tense nerves could finally relax for a moment. Now, what should I do? For a moment, he felt a rare sense of leisure. The most critical step, improving his strength, had already been achieved. The special admission qualification for Beichin High School was firmly in his grasp, and the pressure of the high school entrance exam had vanished for him. Xiaolingdang was only one step away from evolution, but the accumulation from Black Iron level 8 to level 9 required resources and time. It couldn't be rushed. Thinking about it this way in the short term, there really isn't much that I absolutely have to strive for right now. Ningyu scratched his head. High school was already secured, and the next goal seemed naturally to study hard at Beichin, then enter a top-tier Beast Tamer University, following a step-by-step path of a prodigy. But the next second he cast this overly peaceful thought out of his mind. I can't let my guard down. His eyes sharpened again. The current stability is just an illusion. Although there are still a few years until the cataclysmic turning point of the story world, various signs and undercurrents have already begun to emerge. The prelude to the Great Awakening era, anomalous fluctuations in various secret realms, ancient organizations hidden in the shadows, transnational criminal syndicates, and the alliance war that swept across multiple galaxies in the late game of his past life. Ningyu knew well that in this Beast Tamer world with supernatural powers, turbulent undercurrents often lurked beneath the peaceful daily life. Only by mastering sufficiently powerful strength could one protect oneself in the future turmoil and even strive for a voice and the opportunity to change fate. Enjoy a stable life. Know it's about using the calm before the storm to improve strength and accumulate capital as much as possible. Ningyu reaffirmed his direction in his heart. He walked to the bed and lay down, relaxing his body. The soft mattress brought a long-lost sense of comfort. The fatigue accumulated from continuous high-intensity training assessments and battles finally welled up slightly. Xiaolingdang seemed to want to float over and snuggle up to him, while while Fei Winley held her mirror looking at him with her amethyst-like eyes pleadingly. But Su Ningyu only wanted to be alone to clear his mind. With a thought, 2 phantom volumes of the Beast Tamer Codex appeared, and a soft glow enveloped Xilingdang and Fei Winley. "Xiaomi, Master." The 2 spirit beasts, puzzled, turned into streams of light, and were taken back into the Codex space. Fei Winley seemed somewhat dissatisfied with being forced offline. Su Ningyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally gaining a moment of solitude. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, unlocked the screen, and prepared to see if there was any noteworthy information, while also planning his next specific actions. The first thing, naturally, was the middle school class group. He tapped the familiar icon. Unread messages had long exceeded 99. The homeroom teacher by Yang's roaring voice messages flooded the screen like a machine gun, each filled with the anxiety of a teacher who wishes his students would do better. There are only 3 days left. Only 3 days left. Everyone focus. Study hard. Stop posting useless game guides and Beast Tamer photos in the group. Look at your miserable mock exam scores. Homeroom teacher by Yong Zhongquan. I'm talking about you. Zhongquan. Stop posting videos of your little fire dog learning a new spark splash skill every day in the group. If you don't get into a key high school, I'm afraid your dad will beat you like a dog. Homeroom teacher by Yong. Wei Lin. Wei Lin. I know your bubble frog is very cute, but it can't take the written exam for you, and the practical battle score is not insignificant. Take it to the training ground more often. Don't hold it like a baby all day. In battle, it needs to fight. Homeroom teacher by Yong. All members and you. XXX. All of you pull yourselves together. Final sprint. Don't let me down. Between the lines was the unique tension of the eve of the high school entrance exam and the homeroom teacher's irrepressible worry. Soon the name Zhang Quan jumped out, trying to drag someone else down. Old bye. Why only scold us? Su Ningyu. This guy hasn't been to school for so long. Why don't you criticize him? This is unfair. This seemed to flip a switch. However, the homeroom teacher's reply was faster and harsher. Zhang Quan. If you could also be like Su Ningyu, getting a special admission offer from Beichin High School without taking the high school entrance exam, I would personally drive you to and from school and treat you like an ancestor every day. Can you do that? This sentence was like a bucket of ice water, directly chilling Zhang Quan to the bone. Teacher, I was wrong. I'll go study now. Wei Lin, who had originally wanted to chime in with a complaint, silently deleted the exactly Su Ningyu is too carefree. She had typed in the chat box, replacing it with a come on emoji. The privilege brought by the gap in strength was so real and cruel. Su Ningyu watched the familiar, yet somewhat distant farce in the group, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. This was ordinary campus life, tense, busy with youthful restlessness and the expectations of teachers and parents. And he had already stepped ahead into another track. Smiling, he closed the class group, swiped his finger, and opened another much quieter chat. The Binjiang Junior Breeder Mutual Aid Circle that Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu had invited him to. This group usually had few messages, mostly sharing resources, simple discussions, or occasional commission notices. But today the group was unusually lively, with messages flying by quickly. The source of the discussion was a news link forwarded by a group member with the nickname Jixia Feixing Xiao Duan, accompanied by an excited comment. Everyone look. Those guys from the Caesar Federation are up to something again. The latest issue of the journal Frontier Beast Tamer Science published their research results, claiming that through targeted gene editing and special resource induction of the fire source lizard, they successfully cultivated a new evolutionary branch. They named it Flame Wing Dragon and classified it as a rare soaring dragon lineage spirit beast. What are they trying to do? Provoke our Longting Federation's supreme lineage. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly flushing out a bunch of lurkers. Regarding the discussion, a member nicknamed From Hen to Phoenix Meichin soon spoke up. Her avatar was a selfie of her holding a hen. She immediately raised a doubt. From Hen to Phoenix Meichin, little Duan, don't get excited yet. I've read the abstract of that paper and the released video footage. Their so-called Yini Filong is at best a large four-legged lizard with 2 pairs of fleshy wings, an enlarged body, and the ability to breathe fire. In terms of form, energy level, and dragon might characteristics, it's not even in the same league as our Longting Federation's orthodox Tenglong sequence. A classic case of selling dog meat under the guise of mutton, just a publicity stunt to attract attention. Theirs is at most a flying four-legged lizard. Mechanical Ascension Xiao Duan Meichin is right. But these Kaisa guys have thick skin. With this kind of propaganda, the international public and ordinary people unaware of the truth might actually believe they've created some remarkable dragon-type tamed beast. Isn't this indirectly belittling the authority and orthodoxy of our Longting Federation in the field of dragon-type tamed beasts? Moreover, I heard they are actively applying to the International Tamed Beast Sequence Registration Committee to officially include this Yini Filong into the Tenglong sequence. Can we tolerate that? A passing pharmacist, it's just academic disputes and political games. But on the other hand, Kaisa Federation's technology in gene editing and biological modification has indeed always been quite aggressive. This time targeting the fire source lizard is probably not just for a name. There may be deeper considerations of technical verification and military application behind it. Raising rookie Xiao Wang hiss. Listening to you all, it feels so complicated. We small fries at the beginner level should just focus on improving our tamed beast skill proficiency. That's more practical. The discussion in the group grew increasingly heated, escalating from technical analysis to international competition, and then from academic ethics to future trends. Su Ningyu watched silently, not joining the discussion, but a storm was brewing in his heart. Kaisa Federation. Yini Filong. Tenglong Sequence Controversy. He murmured these keywords under his breath. In the Tame Beast Sequence Expansion Pack, Serpent God's Lament, the antagonist Qinger was captured by an evil organization from the Kaisa Federation. And this organization, in order to create special tamed beast sequences, conducted numerous horrific experiments. Yet it was also the driving force behind the creation of the Serpent God Qinger. Relying on its radical biotechnology, the Kaisa Federation continuously attempts to create, or modify, powerful tamed beast sequences challenging the traditional evolution-dominated taming system. It seems the gears of change in the world are turning earlier than I anticipated. Beneath the surface of academic controversy, there are likely already surging undercurrents. Su Ningyu closed the group, his gaze growing deeper. There must be no slackening now. This vacation after the middle school exam must be fully utilized. Not only must he complete Xiao Lingdong's evolution and quickly adapt to the power of the Black Iron Rake, he also needed to wait for the result of Ji Wawa's transformation, and perhaps he should actively seek out and learn more about the outside world, preparing in advance for the coming tide of change. The night passed without incident. A deep and peaceful sleep washed away the exhaustion and tension of the past few days. When the first ray of dawn slipped through the curtain gap and gently brushed Su Ningyu's eyelids, he naturally awoke. The moment his consciousness returned, a thought immediately surfaced. By the way, how is Ji Wawa? Su Ningyu immediately turned over and got out of bed, walked a few steps to the ecological tank, and cast his gaze inside. The oval-shaped luminous cocoon, emitting a steady and soft white light, still lay quietly on the moss pad. The intensity and frequency of the light seemed unchanged from last night. Still in transformation. It seems it won't be completed in a short while. Su Ningyu observed carefully for a moment, confirming that the cocoon state was stable with no signs of energy surge or depletion, and then felt a little relieved. Such a transformation involving the essence of life was unpredictable in duration, so there was no use in rushing. He turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself. Simple fried eggs, toast slices, and a cup of hot milk. The aroma of food gradually filled the air. After preparing his own portion, he moved his mind and summoned his two companions. With a flash of light, Xiao Lingdang lightly floated down to a corner of the dining table, curiously sniffing the aroma of the food. As soon as Fei Wenli appeared, she turned the huge ornate mirror behind her into a round mirror and held it up. Her amethyst-like eyes glared angrily at Su Ningyu. I can also protect my master and ensure the master's safety. Su Ningyu. Faced with the mirror god's accusation, he was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain the simple need of just wanting some quiet time alone. Fortunately, Xiao Lingdang timely saved the scene. It floated over to the ecological tank, looked at the cocoon inside, then floated back to Su Ningyu, conveying a concerned thought. Xiaomi, Master, how is Ji Wawa? Has it succeeded in its transformation? Su Ningyu took the opportunity to change the subject. While pushing a specially prepared energy paste in front of Xiao Lingdong, he said, it should be soon. I can feel the life fluctuations in the cocoon growing more active, and the energy is stabilizing. The transformation may be nearing its end. As if to confirm his words. Crack. A faint but exceptionally clear cracking sound suddenly rang out in the quiet living room. The source of the sound was precisely the ecological tank. Su Ningyu, Fei Wenli, and Xiao Lingdong's gazes instantly snapped to the tank. They saw that on the surface of the white cocoon a fine crack had appeared at some point. Immediately the cracks spread and expanded like a spider web. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of shattering rang out one after another, and the smooth surface began to peel off in flakes, turning into tiny white glowing specks that dissipated into the air. The light gradually converged and dissipated, revealing the new life within. It was no longer the round, plump, white, slightly goofy, white-skinned frog. Appearing on the moss pad was a special toad slightly larger than before, with a body that displayed a warm, lustrous mutton fat white jade color. Its skin was smooth and delicate as if finely polished jade. It glowed with a soft luster under the morning light. What was most striking were the several smooth and mysterious golden patterns that stretched from its forehead along its back and down to its limbs. Like natural runes, they added a touch of nobility and unfathomable mystery to its aura. Ji Wawa slowly opened its eyes. Ji Wawa's originally ordinary black eyes now seemed to be covered with a faint golden membrane. There was less of the previous confusion and fear in its gaze. More intelligence appeared, along with a subtle, almost imperceptible calmness that seemed to see through the world. Ji Wawa blinked. It looked down at its own rejuvenated jade-like hands and feet. It raised its head and looked around, still seeming somewhat unaccustomed. It opened its mouth, and the sound it made was no longer a simple ribbit. Instead, it was a peculiar jade-like clinking. Ribbit. Jiwawa thought I. Am I still alive? It feels strange yet so comfortable. Su Ningyu's eyes flashed with sharp light. His spiritual eye talent activated instantly as he gazed at this reborn lucky one. Several lines of information quickly appeared above Jiwawa's head. Tamed Beast Lucky Toad Strength Black Iron Tier 3. Lucky Toad. Su Ningyu was slightly stunned. He rapidly searched his memory for all the tamed beast illustrated guides and cultivation knowledge he had mastered. Neither in the common rare nor even some legendary tamed beast records was there this name or a fully matching description. It seems this is truly a unique individual born from the combination of the potion's effect and Jiwawa's own traits. Su Ningyu understood in his heart, but was not worried. The world of taming beasts was vast and boundless. New species were discovered or born through special means every day. As long as it wasn't something earth-shattering or harboring world-shaking secrets, it usually wouldn't cause much commotion. Unless this beast later displayed extraordinary potential or abilities attracting the attention of researchers. And Su Ningyu, from the simple name, Lucky Toad, and the light attribute perceived by his spiritual eye, vaguely guessed that Jiwawa's newly acquired power was far from simple, perhaps even very interesting and practical. Su Ningyu's face broke into a warm and sincere smile. He walked to the eco-box, opened the lid, and extended his hand to the lucky toad inside. Jiwawa, how do you feel? You should clearly sense that you are completely different from before, right? You have gained power and also clearer thoughts. He summoned the phantom of his taming codex. The pages turned, emitting a soft glow of contract. Come become my official partner and contract with me. Together we will see a wider world, and together, grow stronger. At this moment, Jiwawa's consciousness was indeed somewhat chaotic. Vast information about its own abilities flooded into its newborn mind like a tidal wave. Things like Lucky Arrival, Evil Chihuahua, Mystic Armor, Frog's Chaotic Call, Light Beam, Angel's Kiss. A bunch of inexplicable, yet seemingly powerful skill and talent descriptions made its toad head feel like it was about to smoke. But amidst the chaos, its heart was crystal clear. It was the person before it who had given it a new life. An opportunity to transform from an ordinary frog that could be eaten or toyed with at any moment into its current form. Without Su Ningyu, there would be no Jiwawa now. Gratitude, dependence, and vague expectations for the future. All kinds of emotions intermingled. Without any hesitation, it nodded vigorously and let out a clear, resonant cry, Ribbit. I am willing. Su Ningyu summoned his second taming codex. Jiwawa leaped up on its own, its small jade-carved-like claw gently touching Su Ningyu's codex. In an instant, the light of the contract blazed brightly, enveloping the man and the toad. A connection even tighter and deeper than before was established between Su Ningyu and Jiwawa when the light faded in Su Ningyu's ordinary taming codex. Following Little Bell on the second blank page, Jiwawa's detailed information rapidly emerged with clear writing and illustrations. Tamed Beast Lucky Toad Jiwawa, Attribute Light Strength Black Iron Tier, 3 Talents 1. Lucky Arrival possesses an extraordinary fortune blessing able to subtly influence probability, making it easier for the beast and its contractor to obtain favorable outcomes in daily life, exploration, combat, etc., and has a higher chance of turning misfortune into blessing in crises. The effect's intensity fluctuates with the beast's strength and event complexity. 2. Evil Chihuahua, also known as evil dispelling enemies with clear malice intent to kill or attempts to harm Jiwawa, will at the moment of attack or execution of evil thoughts forcibly experience the sensory equivalent of eating feces. Potential rating Silver Tier. Skills 1. Mystic Armor mobilizes light attribute energy to form a translucent energy shell around the body, greatly enhancing physical and energy defense. Proficiency Beginner. 2. Frog's Chaotic Call emits a ribbit sound containing special mental fluctuations, effectively interfering with the enemy's mind, making them irritable and unable to concentrate. Proficiency Beginner. 3. Light Beam shoots a condensed pure beam of light from the mouth for attack. Proficiency Beginner. 4. Angel's Kiss jumps up to kiss the target. The kissed target is instantly enveloped by an extremely disgusting chaotic sensation with a chance of falling into a brief, petrified state. Proficiency Beginner. After carefully reading every word of Jiwawa's complete data, especially the detailed descriptions of the 2 talents, Su Ningyu fell silent. The expression on his face gradually changed from initial joy and curiosity to shock and astonishment. Finally, it settled into an indescribable complex look that mixed laughter and tears with struck gold. After a few seconds, Su Ningyu slowly exhaled and murmured, this evil Chihuahua talent, its effect description, is terrifyingly powerful, making the enemy continuously experience the sensory feeling of eating feces. This was no longer mere mental attack, it was a torture at the soul level, and it came with a built-in malice radar and automatic counterattack. In the future, if anyone harbored ill intentions toward Jiwawa, wouldn't their fate be quite flavorful, coupled with the mysterious, lucky arrival talent? Su Ningyu looked at the seemingly noble, mysterious, and harmless Jiwawa in the eco box, and his gaze completely changed. What ordinary modified beast was this? This was clearly a walking lucky charm, and a self-propelled spiritual pollution source for tamed beasts. Jiwawa seemed to sense its master's shock. It proudly lifted its chin, and the golden patterns on its body seemed to glow even brighter. Ribbit, see that? Your frog now has status and ability. From now on, who dares to treat me as a punching bag? No training is still necessary, but treatment must be improved. Seeing the current Jiwawa, Xiao Lingdang floated over curiously, using a petal to gently touch his smooth back, conveying a thought of congratulations. Meanwhile, Fei Wenli by the window had turned around at some point, her purple eyes scrutinizing this new member with interest, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, it seems quite an interesting little fellow. A peculiar combination of abilities. Master, your investment this time seems to have an unexpectedly high rate of return. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and a smile reappeared on his face. He stepped forward and gently patted Jiwawa's head. Welcome to the team, officially Jiwawa. From today on, you are our official partner. Your abilities are quite distinctive. In the future, make good use of them, but of course don't use the evil Chihuahua talent on your own people. Jiwawa nodded vigorously, his talent surging forth. He could control it. At this moment, his amber golden eyes were filled with anticipation for his new life and fighting spirit for the future. Croak. No problem, Master. I'll let all those who have ill intentions towards us taste the flavor of evil Chihuahua. Su Ningyu, future enemies, I hope you can withstand this great gift. Su Ningyu's small team member 1, style uniqueness 10,086. The future journey will surely be more splendid and uniquely flavored. Since you have become my official spirit beast, the next priority is to formulate a plan to become stronger. Su Ningyu withdrew his hand from Jiwawa's head, his tone becoming serious and methodical again. Jiwawa, who had just been basking in his new identity and powerful talent, dreaming of a wonderful future life, without getting beaten, instantly stiffened upon hearing these words. Croquet. So soon. I just broke out of my cocoon. Can't I first enjoy some leisurely time as a newly promoted spirit beast, getting familiar with my new body and abilities? Devil. A devil indeed. Not giving a single chance to breathe. Xiao Lingdang floated beside him, gently patting his jade-white back with her emerald petals, conveying the experience and encouragement of a senior. Xiaomi. Not slow, not slow. Cultivation should be done early. Only then can we become stronger so that no one dares to bully us. Jiwawa raised his amber golden eyes and looked at this senior in confusion. Bullied? Who would bully us? His gaze subconsciously swept over the other two in the room. The formidable combat power, bizarre skills, and Fei Wenli, who had once regarded him as ingredients. And beside him, that seemingly gentle but actually ruthless master Su Ningyu, who shows no mercy during training. Who bullies us? Isn't it you? Especially you, Master. Su Ningyu. Jiwawa wailed inwardly, but on the surface he could only try to look obedient, as if he was very much looking forward to training. Su Ningyu paid no attention to Jiwawa's inner turmoil. He had already entered strict teacher mode. The Star River Whip was eager to swing. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let me first see your future evolution path and potential direction. He extended a finger and gently touched Jiwawa's smooth, jade-like forehead. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart and activated his talent, Bloodline Directory. In an instant, it was as if a library door connecting the origin of life and infinite possibilities had been opened. Countless streams of path information, each shimmering with different lusters and representing different evolution directions, poured into Su Ningyu's consciousness like a brilliant galaxy, focusing on the lucky toad before him, which had been transformed from an ordinary frog. The information was quickly filtered and categorized. Several evolution paths, the clearest, most promising, and most suitable for the current state, were clearly presented in his vision. Path 1, Angel God Holy Light Sequence. First sequence, Lucky Light Toad. Evolution prerequisite: strength reaches Black Iron rank 9, absorb and integrate a sufficient amount of pure light stone, or an equivalent light type energy core. Subsequent paths: Halo Toad, Holy Light Toad. Path 2, Death God Ghost Sequence. First sequence, Unlucky Dark Frog. Evolution prerequisite: strength reaches Bronze rank 1, successfully devour and refine more than 100 ghostly spirits, or absorb a large amount of pure death energy. Subsequent paths: Nether Spirit Frog. Path 3, Forest Goddess Green Spirit Sequence. First sequence, Precious Herb Toad. Evolution prerequisite: strength reaches Bronze rank 9, long-term ingestion and digestion of various rare herbs and spirit fruits, condensing a medicine spirit core within the body. Subsequent paths: Master Herb Toad, Forest Guardian. Path 4, Fortune God Lucky Sequence. First sequence, Fortune Golden Toad. Evolution Prerequisite Strength reaches Silver Rank 1. Personally comprehend at least one special skill related to fate or luck. Obtain and integrate a rare spirit object containing the concept of coin wealth or good fortune. Subsequent paths. Ningyu carefully browsed these paths, inwardly marveling. It is itself pure light attribute. Taking the angel god holy light sequence is reasonable and promising with a bright and smooth future. Unexpectedly, even the eerie death god ghost sequence has compatibility. Is it because of the evil nature in the evil G-Wawa talent? Forest Goddess Green Spirit sequence is a bit surprising. Perhaps it's related to some affinity for medicinal properties accumulated from long-term trial of medicines. But when Ningyu's gaze finally settled on the path marked Fortune God Lucky sequence, especially upon seeing the words Fortune God and Lucky sequence, his pupils slightly contracted and a considerable wave surged in his heart. Something's not right. Ningyu furrowed his brows, lost in thought. In my understanding, neither the game data from my past life nor the public spirit beast taming system of this world has clearly recorded any so-called fortune god, nor does there exist a systematic lucky sequence. A sequence directly involving fate and luck. Its very existence would overturn many existing theories. Could it be? A bold guess emerged in his mind. Is it because I used the beast taming transformation potion combined with G-Wawa's unique experience plus the good luck comes talent he awakened that under the combined effect it unexpectedly catalyzed or revealed in advance an evolution path that does not exist in the current era or is extremely secret? Bloodline Directory talent reads the deepest potential blueprint of life. It knows that the past and future hold countless evolution paths seeking the most suitable godhood sequence. It doesn't create something out of nothing. This path means that G-Wawa himself possesses the potential to evolve in this direction. This discovery made Ningyu feel a surge of excitement. The unknown often means risk and opportunity, and Fortune God Lucky sequence sounds full of infinite possibilities. This is a perfect match with G-Wawa's miraculous good luck comes talent. However, Ningyu quickly calmed himself and looked at the clearly stated evolution prerequisites in the message. The first sequence evolution requires silver tier strength mastery of a fate-related skill and a special coin-type spirit item. The requirements are rather demanding, and the goal is still quite far off. Without hesitation, Ningyu made up his mind. I've decided. He pointed at the phantom path of Fortune God Lucky sequence and said to G-Wawa, G-Wawa, this is the direction you must strive toward. Fortune God Lucky sequence is definitely the path most suited to your talent. Though G-Wawa could not understand the complex sequence names, it could feel the certainty and expectation in its master's tone, so it nodded vigorously. Croak. Whatever master says goes. The Fortune God sounds incredibly powerful, even more awesome than the God of Death or an angel. Of course the road must be walked step by step. Ningyu withdrew his finger, and the information stream of Bloodline Catalogue faded away. Right now you're only at Black Iron rank 3, still far from Silver rank. What matters most at this moment is to stay grounded, raise your strength, and polish your current skills. In particular, you must thoroughly develop and utilize your good luck talent. He patted G-Wawa's head and said in an unyielding tone, so the training plan starts right now. First, let's begin with Little Bell's Spark Adaptability Training and your Beam Precision Drills. Faye, please keep an eye on them. Yes, Master, a mischievous glint flashed within Faye's violet eyes. I'll make sure their training is full of surprises. Little Bell was brimming with fighting spirit. Show me. Bring it on. G-Wawa. I knew it. The devilish training never fails to arrive. Come on. For the sake of becoming the fortune god. For the sake of no longer being a punching bag. Croak. Thus a new training day officially began amid utter chaos. Meanwhile, Ningyu began to formulate a more detailed and long-term blueprint for growth for his two companions, especially the extraordinarily talented Lucky Toad. Though the silver rank goal was still distant with a clear direction, and these unconventional partners, he believed that day would not be too far away. After everything was settled, Ningyu packed up his things to prepare for the day's affairs. Inside the training room of the Beast Taming Battle Club, I'm so angry. I am absolutely furious. Ningyu, has your Bell Blossom mutated too far? How did it become this terrifying? It completely defies all logic. Zhang Quan plopped down on the ground staring at his little fire hound, which had been knocked flying by a tricky beam of light and was now lying on the floor whimpering pitifully, his face filled with disbelief and unwillingness. He felt that all the beast taming battle theories he had painstakingly studied in school, type advantages, skill combinations, racial strengths, had been mercilessly stomped on and ground into the dirt by that seemingly delicate little flower during that short battle. What kind of fire-type beast, especially a little fire hound known for its offensive power, gets beaten to the ground by a grass-type, plant-type, wood-type supportive beast? Where's the type advantage? How are you also a master of counter-type combat? What about the bonus fire damage against plants and wood? That's not how the script was supposed to go. Standing on the other side of the arena, Ningyu looked at Zhang Quan's frantic expression and felt somewhat helpless inside. There wasn't much he could do about it. Little Bell's current strength had reached Black Iron rank 8, just one step away from the peak of Black Iron rank 9. Its energy reserves, skill, power, and physical condition were all far beyond what they used to be. As for Zhang Quan's little firehound, Su Ningyu's eyes flickered slightly as his spiritual eye talent silently activated, focusing on the dejected little creature. Beast Little Firehound rank Black Iron 5. Black Iron 5 against Black Iron 8, a gap of 3 full ranks. Although the little firehound had a type advantage over Little Bell, the enormous disparity in strength combined with Su Ningyu's meticulously designed tactics was more than enough to compensate for, or even reverse, the type disadvantage. Su Ningyu had long ago crafted a special, absolute silence tactic for Little Bell centered around its soothe talent and specifically tailored for situations where the type matchup was unfavorable. Whenever the little firehound tried to gather flame energy to unleash a powerful skill, Little Bell's specially trained and highly effective soothe bell tone would ring out in time. Like the most effective silent curse, it would forcibly interrupt or weaken the hound's skill condensation and fighting will. If its concentration wavered, it would be pacified, shut down, and left utterly frustrated. Combined with Little Bell's highly polished Phantom Clone for confusion, Light Beam for precise pinpoint strikes, and Spark for close-range sneak attacks, plus photosynthesis to recover itself, and the occasional sudden poison needle that made it foam at the mouth. The fact that Zhang Quan's little firehound managed to last 3 minutes already meant it was well trained. Of course, those were only the conventional tactics. Recently, Su Ningyu had discovered something more advanced in the beast taming training manual rewarded by the system: how to elevate ordinary skills through special energy circulation, spiritual resonance, and external conditions into ultimate techniques with greater power and unique effects. Combining this with Little Bell's currently most powerful and stable light beam skill, he had already begun designing and training the prototype of an exclusive ultimate technique. Although it was still in the experimental stage, some tentative energy compression and trajectory variation techniques had been incorporated during the previous battle. These had increased light beam's penetrating power and speed even further. That was also one of the reasons Zhang Quan felt it had become even more terrifying. Facing Zhang Quan's accusations, Su Ningyu could only spread his hands and flash an innocent yet infuriating grin. Nothing I can do. Maybe it's just too strong. Or perhaps your little firehound just isn't in good form today. Zhang Quan, I really want to strangle this guy right now. What should I do? Asking urgently. He took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to go down together with Su Ningyu, then changed the subject. By the way, the midterm exam is tomorrow. How the hell are you still willing to come out and battle with me? Don't you need to save some energy for your Bell Blossom? While speaking, Su Ningyu directed Little Bell to drift over and use the gentle green glow of Healing Bell to envelop the little firehound. Su Ningyu didn't dare send the little firehound back injured. If it affected Zhang Quan's battle assessment tomorrow, that guy might actually show up at his door with a knife. Zhang Quan watched as his little firehound rapidly recovered its vigor amid the pleasant bell chime and green light, then let out a couple of huffs. I was just a bit anxious before the exam and wanted to come here to calm down. Su Ningyu, you call this calming down? This is basically asking to be tormented. Zhang Quan recalled his mostly recovered hound stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and much of the usual pre-exam restlessness had indeed faded from his face. It was replaced by a kind of serene, world-weary calm. Yeah, I feel much better now. After being thrashed by you so brutally, I think no opponent in tomorrow's exam will make me nervous or overconfident anymore. After all, I've already experienced that freakish flower of yours. What else is there to fear? Su Ningyu. For a moment, I don't know whether to sympathize with him or admire his unusual method of stress relief. Alright, if you can think of it that way. That's good too, Su Ningyu replied dryly. Zhang Quan waved his hand and turned to walk out of the training room. I'm off. Go back to your devilish training. I'll come find you after the exam. I mean after I get stronger. Watching Zhang Quan's retreating figure, Su Ningyu shook his head. This guy, though occasionally a bit daft, possessed a remarkably resilient spirit. Having been thrashed so many times, he only grew more tenacious, a true talent in his own right. After bidding farewell to the punching bag come client, the training room fell silent once more. Su Ningyu's thoughts returned to the matter at hand. Ultimate skill. He murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening with focus. The manual mentioned that the essence of creating or elevating an ultimate skill lies in resonance. It's not merely about the transformation of energy patterns within the skill, it demands a profound synchronization between the beast tamer and the tamed beast, in spirit energy, and even the rhythm of life. Among these, an advanced breathing technique serves as a crucial bridge to achieve this synchronization and channel the eruption of energy. The stellar breathing technique he currently mastered effectively tempered his spirit-enhanced perception and guided energy flow. The problem was the breathing technique was a cultivation method for the beast tamer. How could he make Little Bell learn and coordinate with it? On the other side, Little Bell about the breathing technique. Su Ningyu began intending to explain. He saw his little flower earnestly imitating a human puffing out its petals, inhaling and exhaling with a whoosh, huff sound. Its earnest yet comical expression was utterly unlike the formidable being that had just dispatched the fire hound in a few swift moves. Chirp, breathing. See, I can breathe. Little Bell performed with all its might, its petals opening and closing with each breath. Ningyu couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to gently stroke it and said softly, I know you can breathe, little one. But a breathing technique is different from ordinary breathing. It's a method with a specific rhythm and cadence capable of guiding internal energy to flow and strengthen along special pathways. Just like when we release a skill, the energy must follow a fixed route. A breathing technique is a more fundamental, more sustained rhythm of energy flow. Little Bell seemed to understand, only half its petals drooping slightly, conveying a hint of confusion. Sounds so hard. No rush, Ningyu comforted. Creating an ultimate skill isn't something that can be done in a day. It requires extensive practice, insight, and even a stroke of opportunity. Our most urgent goal now is to quickly advance to Black Iron rank 9, then complete the evolution. Once you succeed in evolving, your life level will elevate and your energy control and spiritual power will undergo a qualitative leap. Then attempting to cultivate the breathing technique and create the ultimate skill will be much easier. He always remembered that evolution was the most critical step for Little Bell at this stage. Once it evolved into Sunlight Flower, not only would its strength surge, but its attributes might change, and its skill system could expand and strengthen. A true transformation. Chirped. Understood. Little Bell nodded vigorously, perking up again. Evolution. It had been looking forward to it for a long time. All the current efforts were worth it for that day. Ningyu looked at the spirited Little Bell, his heart brimming with anticipation. From Black Iron rank 8 to 9 seemed only a step away, but it often required ample accumulation and a spark of opportunity. Perhaps it was time to consider taking Little Bell to some special places for training or seeking resources that could accelerate its energy accumulation. The holiday after the high school entrance exam must be put to good use. He looked out the window, his gaze already reaching toward a broader world. Ding! A crisp notification sound broke the stillness of the room. Ningyu, just emerging from post-training thoughts, picked up his phone lying nearby. The screen lit up, showing the sender as Zhang Hengyu. Zhang Hengyu Jr. Su, are you busy? A few of us junior cultivators who get along well are planning a small offline gathering this weekend at a quiet place outside Binjiang City. It'll mainly be casual chat, sharing recent cultivation insights, discussing problems we've encountered, or maybe researching some interesting topics together. Would you be interested in joining us? Seeing this message, Ningyu was slightly taken aback, then began to seriously consider it. A cultivator exchange gathering. It sounded like a good idea, despite his past life gaming experience and hidden talents. In this world's beast taming cultivation system, many orthodox theories, cutting-edge developments, and the myriad problems and solutions encountered by peers in practice were exactly what he lacked. Working in isolation could never match the collision of ideas. Moreover, during this period of special admission exams, promotion to Black Iron, and modifying the Frog, he had been under high-intensity, fast-paced pressure, and his nerves were indeed a bit taut. Changing the environment, exchanging ideas with these knowledgeable peers, and relaxing his mind might yield unexpected inspiration or whimsical thoughts. Perhaps new ideas for Little Bell's evolution or Frog's cultivation might emerge. Changing the environment, meeting different people and perspectives. It was both relaxation and learning. Without much hesitation, Ningyu tapped lightly and quickly replied, Ningyu, thank you for the invitation, Senior Zhang. I'm very interested and have time to attend. Zhang Hengyu, great. I've sent you the address. It's a private small campsite by Bishui Lake on the outskirts. Nice environment, quiet. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. See you there. Ningyu, got it, I'll be there on time. The next morning, Ningyu took intercity public transport to the agreed location. But due to the high school entrance exam, some traffic sections were congested, so he arrived a bit late. A private campsite on the outskirts of Bishui Lake. Nestled against hills and beside water shaded by green trees, a few simple wooden cabins stood on the grass. In the distance, the murmur of a stream could be heard, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and earth. Truly a good place away from the city's hustle, suitable for quiet exchange. More than an exchange gathering, it felt like a small, relaxed academic seminar. Ningyu, over here. As soon as he stepped into the campsite, he heard Zhang Hengyu's familiar voice. He was standing in front of the largest wooden cabin, waving at him. Beside him stood Song Xinyu, smiling warmly. Ningyu quickened his pace. Brother Zhang. Sister Xinyu. Hey Junior Su, welcome. Song Xinyu greeted him enthusiastically, looking him up and down. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you seem even more energetic. Looks like passing the special admission has put you in a good mood. Not bad, Ningyu replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the clearing in front of the cabin. Besides Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu, there were two strangers, a man and a woman. The two also noticed Ningyu and walked over together. Two people walked over. The man appeared to be about 23 or 24, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile at the corners of his mouth, making a good first impression. But what caught Ningyu's attention most was a spirit beast quietly lying on his shoulder. A pure white plump larva that was slowly wriggling. Silkworm baby. Su Ningyu's heart stirred. He was deeply impressed by this classic research-type spirit beast with limitless potential for modification. The bespectacled man approached and spoke first, his tone curious. You must be Su Ningyu the junior that Zhang Hengyu mentioned earlier, the one who passed the assessment with high scores on his first try at such a young age. Su Ningyu hadn't expected Zhang Hengyu to mention him in front of friends. His expression unchanged, he smiled modestly and said, if there's no other junior breeder named Su Ningyu in Binjiang City, then it must be me. Haha, it must be you. The bespectacled man laughed as well, extending his hand. Let's get acquainted. I'm Duan Long, a few years older than you, specializing in the cultivation of insect-type spirit beasts. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Long. Hello, Brother Long. Su Ningyu shook hands with him. Brother Long. I think Bug Brother is more like it. The girl beside him immediately teased. She looked slightly younger than Duan Long, with neat short hair at ear-length, bright eyes, and an air of competence and straightforwardness. A guy who spends all day with bugs, constantly talking about Buggy Baby and Buggy Darling, dreaming of turning caterpillars into dragons, and he still has the nerve to ask to be called Brother Long. Duan Long's face reddened at her words. He adjusted his glasses and retorted awkwardly, Mei Qin, what do you mean by spending all day with bugs? This is called deep research and cultivation of insect-type spirit beasts, and Buggy Baby is a way to express care for the research subject. What do you know? Oh, the girl named Mei Qin drew out the word, rolling her eyes. What normal person would hug a furry stinging caterpillar and say, baby, you look so beautiful today? It gives me goosebumps all over. Junior Su better stay away from this guy, or you might catch his weird hobbies. Su Ningyu's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Zhang Hengyu put his hand to his forehead, wearing an expression of, here we go again. Song Xinyu covered her mouth and chuckled, clearly used to this scene. Ahem. Zhang Hengyu cleared his throat, interrupting the daily bickering of this pair. Alright, Duan Long, Mei Qin, you two can keep arguing later. Junior Su is here for the first time. Don't scare him off. He turned to Su Ningyu and formally introduced. Junior Su, this is Mei Qin. Don't let her bluntness fool you. She's very knowledgeable about plant-type spirit beast cultivation and herbal medicine preparation. She's the sarcastic one in our little circle. Mei Qin nodded at Su Ningyu as a greeting, then glared at Duan Long. Did you hear that? Next time someone wants me to help prepare insect-type attractants, they'd better show some respect. Duan Long snorted twice, but didn't dare to retort. Zhang Hengyu continued to explain to Su Ningyu. Junior Su, I invited you here for no other reason than that we, a few junior breeders who get along well, often gather privately to exchange ideas about the difficulties we encounter in cultivation, new phenomena we discover, or some immature thoughts. We inspire each other and progress together. We know you're new to the field and might not have built your own network yet, so we wanted to invite you to join us to discuss and learn together. Don't be restrained, just treat it as a casual chat among friends. Su Ningyu felt a warmth in his heart. This kind of exchange, circle devoid of much utilitarianism, purely bonded by interest and curiosity, was exactly what he needed now. He nodded sincerely in thanks. Thank you, Brother Zhang, and everyone for the invitation. It's my honor to have the opportunity to learn and exchange ideas with all of you. Don't be so polite. Duan Long seemed to have recovered from the earlier blow. He clapped his hands and said eagerly, since everyone's here, let's not stand around. Let's go inside and get started. I can't wait to hear how Junior Su made the silkworm larva evolve into a fire moth during the assessment. Also, I've been trying to guide the silkworm larva toward the soaring dragon sequence, but I've hit a bottleneck. I need everyone's advice. The silkworm larva on his shoulder seemed to sense its owner's excitement and raised its head slightly. Mei Qin couldn't help but tease again. See, every other word is about bugs. Everyone exchanged smiles, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Su Ningyu followed them into the wooden cabin, feeling full of anticipation for this small seminar. Perhaps here he could gain some valuable inspiration regarding Xilingdang's evolution, Chihuahua's cultivation, and even the challenge of breathing technique sharing. The exchange with Zhang Hengyu, Song Xinyu, Duan Long, and Mei Qin indeed benefited Su Ningyu greatly. These young breeders who had received systematic cultivation education and were experienced opened doors for him to a more specific and diversified understanding of the profession of spirit beast breeder. So the channels to earn resources and funds are not just limited to accepting public commissions on the Alliance's official website, which are tedious, strictly reviewed, and highly competitive. Su Ningyu was a bit surprised after hearing the experiences they shared. That's only natural, Zhang Hengyu explained with a smile. The official platform is mainly for the public, ensuring safety and standardization. But the ones that bring in money quickly, efficiently, and help build connections are often the private jobs within the circle. For example, a young master or lady from a certain family needs a customized cultivation plan, an expedition team needs a breeder to handle temporary situations, or some wealthy collectors want to develop the potential of rare spirit beasts in specific directions. These demands are often circulated through private recommendations or specific circles. He looked at Su Ningyu, his tone tinged with regret. Junior Su, given your abilities, if you weren't so young, people would probably have contacted you through various channels already. Seniority and age are sometimes the threshold of trust. Duan Long nodded in agreement. Indeed, when we were your age, we were still struggling to get the breeder qualification certificate or focusing entirely on our initial spirit beasts. How could we have the energy and capital to take on external jobs? Your starting point is already far beyond ours back then. Mei Qin's focus was more practical. Actually, if you want to make money helping others cultivate spirit beasts is just one direction. Making special food for spirit beasts, mixing specialized potions, and even developing targeted nutrient solutions. These are all hard demands with high technical content and large profit margins. Junior Su, how well do you know about this? Asked about refining potions and making nutrient solutions, Su Ningyu rarely showed a bit of a beginner's attitude. When it came to refining potions, Su Ningyu possessed the Bloodline Directory talent, which granted him a veritable clairvoyance eye for judging the potential of spirit beasts and guiding their evolutionary paths. However, when it came to the concrete practice of refining potions, energy ratios, chemical reactions, and other intensely hands-on fields, he had indeed only recently begun. His knowledge relied more on past life gaming experience and present life trial and error. On this point, I'm truly a beginner. I have some theoretical knowledge, but I'm quite lacking in practical experience, Su Ningyu admitted candidly. Mei Qin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and with a hint of pride, she patted her chest. If you ever have any problems in this area, just come to me. Among the few of us when it comes to refining potions, mixing nutrient fluids, and studying all kinds of breeding byproducts, I dare say no one dares to claim to be better than me. Song Xinyu laughed and confirmed, that's no exaggeration. Mei Qin's talent and interest all lie in this area. The concoctions she whips up, those bottles and jars, sometimes work even better than the premium products on the market. It's just the names and appearances. Well, they're quite unique. Song Xinyu recalled a strange concoction Mei Qin had once made for her spirit beast, a thing called rainbow candy nutrient fluid. The effect was indeed outstanding, but the name and its eerie fluorescent color were truly unforgettable. Su Ningyu nodded seriously. Understood. To better nurture my own spirit beasts and to gain more versatile abilities in the future, I really need to strengthen my study of potions and nutrient fluids. Please guide me well in the future, Sister Mei Qin. Mei Qin beamed at being called Sister Mei Qin and waved her hand generously. No problem, no problem. Seeing that the conversation was about to be hijacked by Mei Qin again, Duan Long quickly interjected, slapping a densely written sheet of paper onto the table. All right, let's stop discussing Mei Qin's potions for now. Take a look at my research proposal. I finally managed to wheedle a diluted sample of ordinary subdragon blood from my brother, and after painstaking effort, I found a silkworm that shows exceptional affinity to dragon blood energy, with almost no rejection reaction. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I can truly make this silkworm evolve dragon-type traits through my cultivation, even just a faint draconic aura or a few scales setting foot on the starting point of the soaring dragon sequence, then my name Duan Long will be renowned in both the insect-type and dragon-type spirit beast circles. It will be 100 times better than those guys from the Caesar Federation who fool people with their four-legged lizards. Hearing the keywords Caesar Federation and four-legged lizards, combined with the discussions he had seen before in the building group and recalling the ID mechanical ascension Xiao Duan, Su Ningyu instantly connected the dots. So the group member who was so indignant about the Caesar Federation's flame-winged dragon was none other than the bespectacled man before him, obsessed with turning insects into dragons. Mei Qin poured cold water without mercy. You're utterly delusional. Insect type and dragon type, their life forms and energy essences are worlds apart. Turning a silkworm into a dragon, even if it's just a little draconic trait, the success rate is lower than winning the lottery. Don't let the prize money and materials you squeezed from your brother go down the drain again. Remember the last experiment you did that nearly set the lab on fire? Duan Long stiffened his neck, full of confidence. That time it was just a small error in the material ratio. This time is different. I've consulted a vast number of ancient texts and modern research papers, and I've conducted thorough deductions. It's definitely feasible. As he spoke, he pushed the sheet of paper toward the others. Su Ningyu also leaned in curiously to look. The title of the paper read, Preliminary Plan for Inducing the Evolution of Mutant Silkworms Toward the Dragon-Type Soaring Dragon Sequence. Below were detailed steps and material lists. Target Spirit Beast Silkworm. Current Strength Black Iron 9th rank. Target direction initially awakened dragon bloodline, potential moving toward the soaring dragon sequence. Core material list 1. Diluted subdragon blood 10 milliliters. 2. Ground powder from old scales shed by a groundwalker dragon 5G. 3. Refined flame crystal powder 3G. 4. Dragon saliva herb extract essence 2 drops. 5. High purity insect type energy crystal 1 piece. 6. Various stabilizers blending agents. The rest included complex energy guidance ritual steps and risk assessments. Zhang Hingyu, Song Xinyu, and Mei Qin all read through this ambitious plan, and their faces displayed varying degrees of helplessness and headache. They all knew about Duanlong's obsession with turning insects into dragons. But this plan looked like dancing on a blade's edge. Its success rate was minuscule, the risks extremely high, and it could very likely cause the precious dragon blood affinity silkworm's genes to collapse and die. Just as Zhang Hengyu was organizing his words thinking of how to tactfully persuade Duanlong to give up this overly risky plan, Su Ningyu beside him furrowed his brow slightly. He frowned not because he thought Duanlong was delusional. On the contrary, the moment he saw the core idea of the plan, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He recalled that during the special recruitment exam, when he had checked the evolutionary paths for the silkworm used in the test, his bloodline directory had scanned countless branches. There seemed to be one very obscure path that led to the soaring dragon sequence. Although he had not chosen it at the time due to success rate and material issues, the principle of that path was similar to Duanlong's plan, yet differed in some key details. His memories were quickly recalled and compared. The core material of that path did not actually use real dragon scales. Instead, it substituted something called snake slough. Snake slough was the shed skin of snake-type spirit beasts. It also reduced the concentration of dragon blood and the intensity of flame crystals, placing more emphasis on a kind of gradual induction and the silkworm's own potential to transform into a dragon. In the end, at Black Iron 9th rank, it could evolve into a peculiar spirit beast called Fireworm Dragon, which was one of the most primitive forms for a silkworm-type spirit beast to shift toward the soaring dragon sequence. Seeing that Zhang Hengyu and the others were about to object, Su Ningyu spoke up, first using a tone of contemplation and inquiry. Brother Duan, your idea. It's not entirely without a line of thought. Stimulating and inducing a leap-type evolution in insect-type spirit beasts through dragon blood and dragon-type materials is theoretically possible. Duanlong's eyes lit up immediately, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Right. Junior brother Su, you think it's feasible too. See, I told you. Zhang Hengyu quickly covered his face and groaned. Duanlong. Stop. Don't fill junior brother Su's head with your weird low success rate ideas. He's still a newcomer. Su Ningyu waved his hand, signaling Zhang Hengyu to calm down. He looked at Duanlong, pointed at the material list on the plan, and continued, however, brother Duan, don't you think the ratios and quantities you've proposed here are a bit too intense? Real dragon blood and dragon scale powder contain draconic energy that is far too overwhelming for a black iron rank silkworm. Using them simultaneously is like throwing a small boat into both raging fire and icy sea. It's likely to cause its gene chain to collapse directly within a short period. Perhaps we could change the approach using some substitute materials that are milder in nature, but still carry the concept of dragons. At the same time, adjust the energy guidance method from forced infusion to resonance induction. The success rate might be higher. Su Ningyu did not directly refute Duanlong's decision. Instead, he presented his own perspective as a discussant and advisor. This not only saved face for Duanlong, but also successfully steered the conversation toward refining and optimizing the specifics of the plan. Far from being angered, Duanlong grew even more excited, grabbing Su Ningyu's arm. Alternative materials. Junior Su, tell me more. Do you have a brilliant idea? He seemed to see new hope. Zhang Hengyu and the other two, seeing this, temporarily set aside their words of discouragement and looked at Su Ningyu with curiosity. Could it be that even in the obscure field of insect to dragon transformation, he had unique insights? Facing Duanlong's eager gaze and the mixed expressions of concern and curiosity from Zhang Hengyu and the others, Su Ningyu decided to use an example to illustrate his thoughts. With a thought, a flash of light summoned Little Belle, her emerald figure floating lightly beside him. A faint healing radiance shimmered on her petals, making her appear delicate and gentle. In fact, I have been conducting some experiments and research on cross-sequence, cross-attribute cultivation directions, Su Ningyu said, gently stroking Little Belle's petals as he spoke slowly. Earlier during the assessment, I guided the silkworm to evolve into a fire moth. That was an example of taking the silkworm, which belongs to the swarm sequence, cross-sequence, into a fire moth. And now I have another concept for cross-sequence cultivation, this time with my bellflower. The four of them turned their gazes simultaneously toward the seemingly harmless bellflower. Duanlong adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with amazement and a hint of excitement at finding a kindred spirit. Bellflower, are you also planning to take it on a cross-sequence path? Could it be that you want it to evolve into the soaring dragon sequence? Wood to dragon. A very interesting idea. Mei Qin shot Duanlong a glance that clearly said, idiot, then turned to Su Ningyu with a tone of gentle admonition. Junior Su, don't follow this guy's example. Not everyone is like him, always looking for trouble, daydreaming about ideas with less than a 10,000th chance of success. Bellflower, following the orthodox green spirit sequence's support and enhancement path, has a bright future. Don't let it switch sequences to the soaring dragon sequence. There's no precedent for that. Su Ningyu shook his head, saying something even more surprising. It's not the soaring dragon sequence. My goal is to guide it toward the blazing sun sequence. The blazing sun sequence. Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu gasped in unison. The ease on Zhang Hengyu's face vanished, replaced by solemnity and seriousness. Junior Su, do you know that the Blazing Sun sequence typically belongs to the fire-type beast taming path? Your bellflower is a grass-type plant belonging to the broad category of the forest goddess green spirit sequence. Grass and fire are naturally opposed with inherent energy repulsion. Forcing bellflower to approach the Blazing Sun sequence is like throwing dry firewood directly into a blazing inferno. At the slightest misstep, the evolution process will trigger violent attribute conflicts. At best, evolution fails and potential is damaged. At worst, your bellflower could die outright from the energy clash. This isn't an experiment. It's a gamble, and the stakes are your initial partner. His words carried the weight of an experienced breeder's caution and concern for a junior. Su Ningyu nodded seriously, understanding Zhang Henyu's worry. Brother Zhang, I fully understand the risks you've mentioned. That's precisely why I've spent a long time researching and have attempted verification under controlled conditions. The fire moth earlier was a successful attempt proving the feasibility of cross-attribute induction under specific circumstances. Song Xinyu shook her head, her tone gentle but firm. Junior Su, the success of the fire moth was built on countless experiments by senior breeders on silkworms, an extremely genetically unstable beast, who summarized a few relatively mature cross-attribute paths. Countless silkworms perished during those attempts. It was a special case and risks still exist. You want a relatively genetically stable beast with clear attribute tendencies like bellflower to leap directly into the completely different Blazing Sun sequence. That is too ambitious with almost no precedent. Mei Qin, having set aside her attack on Duan Long, spoke earnestly. Junior Su, you're still young, talented, and have a long road ahead. Don't let that fool Duan Long with his bizarre ideas lead you astray into taking such unnecessary huge risks. Build a solid foundation first, master the orthodox path, and there will be plenty of opportunities to explore the unknown later. Feeling the genuine care in the words of his new friends, Su Ningyu felt a warmth in his heart. They didn't know that he possessed the Bloodline Catalogue, a heaven-defying talent that could directly glimpse the essence of evolution with almost no trial and error cost. Their concern was based on conventional knowledge and their affection for a junior. He accepted this goodwill. So Su Ningyu did not attempt to explain in detail where his confidence came from, nor did he continue arguing about feasibility. Instead, he nodded sincerely. His tone was calm. All right, Brother Zhang, Sister Yusin, Sister Mei Qin, I've taken note of all your advice. I will consider it carefully and won't gamble with little Belle's future. He would indeed be cautious, but the result of his consideration would likely still be to follow the risk-controlled path guided by the Bloodline Catalogue. However, there was no need to say that aloud. Hey, Junior Su, don't give up. Dreams are important. Duan Long, seeing that Su Ningyu seemed to be persuaded, grew anxious and wanted to extol the great significance of cross-sequence. But before he could finish, Mei Qin, having reached her limit, reached out and precisely grabbed his ear, twisting it hard. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts. Mei Qin let go. Duan Long screamed. Shut up. If you want to court death, do it yourself, but don't drag others into it. Mei Qin snapped, yanking him aside, physically cutting off the spread of heresy. Zhang Hengyu watched the scene with a helpless smile, then spoke earnestly to Su Ningyu. Junior Su, as beast breeders, we've all dreamed of cultivating a unique, world-shaking new beast sequence that would etch our names into history. That pursuit itself is not wrong, but the road to dreams is often strewn with thorns and unknown risks. Duan Long, he does have some fanciful ideas, but he has a capable brother and his family's resources are abundant. He can afford to pay for his wild ideas time and again. If he fails, he has a safety net. He can dust himself off and try again. Song Xinyu interjected, her tone pragmatic, but most of us are different. A major breeding failure costs not only money and time. It could also be our carefully nurtured, deeply bonded beast partner, or even our own confidence, and the foundation of our future development. So before taking risks, you must weigh them carefully and ensure you can bear the worst consequences. Listening to the others' earnest advice, Su Ningyu silently took their heartfelt words to heart. He knew these were invaluable lessons from experience. Just as he was about to speak, expressing that he would act within his limits, and had already learned much from the exchange, a scream erupted. Holy crap. Two horrified screams. What the heck? What's going on? Came from behind Duan Long, who was being dragged off by Mei Qin, and from behind Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu, who were educating Su Ningyu. The terror in the voices was so real that it shattered the peaceful tranquility of the forest camp. Su Ningyu, Zhang Hengyu, and Song Xinyu almost simultaneously turned their heads toward the direction of the screams. It was at the edge of the camp, a sparse woodland near the stream. The air in that area was violently twisting and folding at a visibly rapid pace. The light became grotesque and surreal, as if space itself was being kneaded by an invisible giant hand. A massive vortex over 10 meters in diameter with blurred edges and unstable energy currents flickering within was rapidly taking shape out of thin air. From the center of the vortex came a faint, heart-stopping low rumble and an eerie wind that seemed to originate from another world. The plants and trees around the vortex were being pulled and deformed by an invisible force. Even some small stones and fallen leaves were directly sucked in and vanished without a trace. Is this a spatial anomaly? Energy turbulence? Zhang Hengyu's face changed drastically. No. This scale. This energy signature. Song Sinyu's voice tightened, her eyes full of disbelief. Could it be a mystic realm entrance? An unstable new mystic realm entrance forcibly opening. A mystic realm? On the outskirts of the city. Mei Qin also let go of Duan Long's ear, her voice filled with astonishment. Mystic realms usually appear in remote wilderness or at special energy nodes. For one to forcibly open at the edge of a city's defense perimeter is extremely rare and often signifies unpredictable high risk. Not good. This mystic realm entrance formed too quickly, and it's extremely unstable. The energy currents will tear everything apart. Get out of here now. Zhang Henyu, the most experienced, reacted immediately and shouted harshly. Without a moment's hesitation, the five turned and sprinted toward the outside of the camp away from the vortex. However, the formation of the mystic realm entrance was unimaginably fast. Almost at the moment they turned, the twisted vortex suddenly expanded and violent, unstable spatial energy surged out like a tsunami. An irresistible, powerful suction instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius. Oh, hold on. The screams were drowned out by the loud roar of the spatial distortion. Su Ningyu only felt his body lighten, and the surrounding scene spun and blurred like a shattered mirror. The figures of Zhang Henyu, Song Sinyu, Duan Long, and Mei Qin flickered and vanished in the distorted light. He instinctively tried to recall Xilingdang back into his treasure tome. The next moment the world spun, and his five senses seemed to be stripped away simultaneously, only to be plunged into a passage filled with chaotic energy and unknown aura. After just 2 or 3 seconds, the terrifying suction and spatial tearing sensation abruptly ceased. Thud. Ouched. Cough, cough. Several dull thuds and cries of pain sounded almost simultaneously. Su Ningyu fell onto a soft but damp muddy ground, dizzy, and with his insides churning. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he quickly raised his head and looked around. What met his eyes was no longer the sunny private camp at Bisui Lake, but a dim, humid, and sweltering primeval jungle filled with giant ferns and twisted vines. The sky was blocked by dense, faintly glowing strange canopies with only scattered patches of light falling. The air was filled with a peculiar, never-before-smelled mixture of humus, some floral scent, and a faint sulphurous odor. Zhang Henyu, Song Sinyu, Duan Long, and Mei Qin were also struggling to their feet, not far away, their faces reflecting shock and bewilderment. They had been forcibly sucked in by the suddenly appearing, extremely unstable mystic realm entrance. And almost at the same moment, they disappeared. The alarms of the Binjiang City Beast Taming Alliance Command Center, the City Defense Department, and the Mystic Realm Administration Bureau all blared sharply at almost the same time. Surveillance satellites and energy monitoring stations deployed on the outskirts simultaneously captured the abnormally violent and brief spatial fluctuation in the Bisui Lake area. Cough. Are you all okay? Zhang Henyu was the first to recover from the brief dizziness and discomfort of the fall. Ignoring the pain in his back, he immediately forced himself to stand up, his gaze anxiously sweeping over the other four. After confirming that the others seemed only bruised and had no obvious external injuries, his expression turned serious, and without hesitation, he summoned his own beast-taming tome. With a flash of light, a massive black bull of extraordinary size appeared beside him. This black bull had bulging muscles and glossy fur. Most striking were the pair of curved, thick black horns on its head, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, as if they could easily shatter rocks. Its hooves landed steadily on the soft mud, making dull thuds, and from its nostrils came 2 puffs of heavy breath. Its bell-like ox eyes warily scanned the surrounding dim and eerie jungle. It exuded a powerful aura and a reassuring sense of solidity. This was the beast renowned for its defense and strength, the Great Horned Brute Bull. As soon as Zhang Hengyu's Great Horned Brute Bull appeared, its steady mountain-like aura did calm the shaken group a little. I'm fine, just my butt hurts a bit from the fall. Duan Long grimaced, rubbing his lower back as he got up and immediately summoned his own beast-taming tome. In the light, a huge butterfly with a wingspan over 1 meter flew out gracefully. Its wings were covered with dazzling, complex patterns that shimmered and changed like a rainbow. This was his beast, the Spirit Rainbow Butterfly. Though it looked beautiful and fragile, the fact that he trained it as his main beast clearly indicated its extraordinary qualities. Song Sinyu and Mei Qin also acted quickly. Beside Song Sinyu, an elegant white light flashed, and a white cat with pure unblemished fur, a slender build and movements as swift and ghostly as a phantom, silently appeared. It had emerald-like eyes, sharp and observant, and was the beast known as the White Spirit Cat. Mei Qin, on the other hand, summoned a bizarre-looking beast. A succulent plant. It was as large as a small round table, shaped like a thick rosette with plump, juicy leaves that were emerald green with faint purple streaks and topped with a few tiny yellow flowers. Or rather, a succulent flower monster. It seemed clumsy, but once rooted in the ground, it emitted a rich life aura, and the edges of its leaves faintly glowed. Su Ningyu also summoned Xilingdang, which floated in the air with its petals slightly closed, ready to respond to danger at any moment. Everyone summoned their spirit beasts and stood on guard. When Su Ningyu came to his senses, he realized that his condition seemed the best among the five. Don't spread out too far, stay back to back and remain alert. Zhang Hengyu, being the most experienced among them, immediately began to take command. We still don't know the level of this secret realm, the type of environment, or the potential dangers. The most important thing now is to ensure our own safety, then search for. However, before he could finish his cautious and well-organized words, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh. A streak, almost flesh-colored, covered in slime, moving too fast for the naked eye to catch, like a lizard's tongue or a giant octopus's tentacle, burst forth without warning from the shadow of a huge fern to their front, its target unmistakably the speaking Zhang Hengyu. The thing was too fast and too stealthy. Zhang Hengyu's attention was still on speaking and observing the surroundings. Although the great horned bull was alert, it couldn't intercept in time. Squelch. A faint sound like the squeezing of viscous liquid. The flesh-colored tentacle wound precisely around Zhang Hengyu's waist. The slime instantly soaked through his clothes. An immense, irresistible dragging force came. Oh! Zhang Hengyu only had time to let out a short cry before he was yanked from the spot by the terrifying force, flying like an arrow into the depths of the fern thicket. Everything happened in a flash. Hengyu. Brother Zhang. Holy shit. Song Xinyu, Mei Qin, and Duan Long watched helplessly as Zhang Hengyu was dragged away instantly. Their minds went blank, then they erupted into horrified screams. As for Zhang Hengyu's spirit beast, the great horned bull, though its reaction was a beat slower, loyalty and fury instantly drove it into a berserk state. Moo! The great horned bull let out a deafening roar filled with anxiety and rage. It kicked off the ground with its powerful hind legs. The earth was dented into shallow pits. Its massive body exploded with astonishing speed, belying its size, like an out-of-control heavy tank charging madly in the direction its master had been taken. The heavy hoofbeats rumbled, snapping several obstructing vines. No, we have to save him. Song Xinyu was the first to react. Her pretty face was pale, but her eyes were exceptionally resolute. She quickly glanced at Duan Long beside her, then swiftly swept her gaze over the obviously weaker Mei Qin and Su Ningyu, making a decisive choice. Duan Long, come with me to chase after him. We must bring Hengyu back. Mei Qin Jr. Su, you stay here, and don't move. Under normal circumstances, near the entrance where one is pulled into the secret realm after the realm stabilizes, there is a chance that an unstable exit will reappear. If an exit appears, don't worry about anything else. Rush out immediately, then contact the official rescue. Her arrangements were quick and clear, clearly considering the combat abilities and survival chances of the team members. Mei Qin was so worried her face turned pale, and she clenched her hands tightly. But she knew that she and her succulent flower monster were not good at frontal combat or high-speed pursuit. Following would likely become a burden. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling. Xinyu, you must be careful. Please come back safely. Song Xinyu then turned to Su Ningyu with deep apology and helplessness. Junior Su, I am truly sorry. We only meant to invite you for an exchange of knowledge, never expecting to drag you into such a dangerous situation. If we can get out safely. She didn't finish her sentence, but the guilt in her eyes was evident. Su Ningyu shook his head, his tone calm, yet understanding. Senior Song, no need to apologize. No one could have predicted the appearance of the secret realm. Go and save Brother Zhang quickly, don't worry about us. This place seems relatively safe for now. He didn't say anything like, I'll come help too, to show off. Because at the moment Zhang Hengyu was attacked, his spiritual eye talent had subconsciously swept over Duan Long's spirit color butterfly and Song Xinyu's white spirit cat. Spirit beast, spirit color butterfly, rank silver tier 3, spirit beast, white spirit cat, rank silver tier 5, silver tier. And they weren't low tier silver. Meanwhile, his own Xiao Lingdang was only black iron tier 8, and Jiwawa was merely black iron tier 3. Fei Winli, though suppressed, was nothing to worry about below gold tier. As long as Su Ningyu wasn't in mortal danger, he wasn't planning to reveal her. This was his trump card, not to be easily exposed. Thus the vast gap in strength made him clearly realize that following them would not only be unhelpful, but might also distract Song Xinyu and Duan Long, due to needing protection, increasing the difficulty and risk of the rescue. He might even become a new target because of his weakness, causing even more chaos. Acknowledge reality, don't act foolishly. Not causing trouble for teammates on a dangerous mission was the most responsible choice he could make for the team at this moment. Let's go. Song Xinyu wasted no more time and gave a low command to Duan Long. Duan Long nodded firmly. The spirit color butterfly fluttered its wings, scattering a touch of dreamy light powder, and quickly flew to Song Xinyu's side. The white spirit cat darted out like a white ghost, leading the way. The two people and two beasts plunged without hesitation into the thick fern grove, where Zhang Hengyu and the great horned bull had disappeared. Their figures were quickly swallowed by the dense, dimly lit jungle, leaving only the fading sound of hurried footsteps and the faint glow of the spirit color butterfly's wings. Left behind were only Su Ningyu, Mei Qin, and their spirit beasts, Xiao Lingdang, and the succulent flower monster. The air was thick with tension, worry, and the unknown danger. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He activated his spiritual eye talent to its fullest, vigilantly observing every inch of the ground and every leaf around. Xiao Lingdang also sensed its master's tension. The healing radiance between its petals retracted instead, emitting a condensed aura of readiness for battle. Junior Su. Mei Qin's voice trembled slightly. Are we just going to wait here? Su Ningyu nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Right now, ensuring we don't become extra burdens or targets is the biggest help we can give them. Sister, may have your succulent flower monster expand its alert range, paying attention to the ground and any abnormal plants. Let's stand back to back and keep watch on the surroundings. He gripped the Star River whip in his pocket, ready to respond to any attack at any moment. At the same time, his mind raced what kind of spirit beasts were in this secret realm. What were their ranks? What spirit beast had attacked Zhang Hengyu just now? Could Song Xinyu and the others rescue him successfully? Su Ningyu surveyed his surroundings warily. The light was dim, the vegetation dense, and any rustle of leaves could conceal a lethal threat. He activated his spiritual eye talent, hoping to discern any danger or nearby beasts. A faint luminescence flickered in his eyes, sharpening his vision. Yet what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Through the special vision of the spiritual eye, beneath the seemingly ordinary branches and trunks, there lurked pale figures that clashed starkly with the surrounding colors. They were toads the size of wash basins, with smooth, pallid skin like that of corpses soaked in formalin for days. They crouched silently, their bulging white eyes unblinking fixed on Su Ningyu and Mei Qin. Their tongues, covered in fine barbs, extended slightly from the corners of their mouths, poised to strike. Beast long-tongued frog. Strength Iron Tier 6. Iron Tier 6. And not just one or two. A quick scan revealed no fewer than 7 or 8 within sight. They had clearly marked Su Ningyu and Mei Qin as prey, forming a tightening encirclement. Long-tongued frogs were not rare. They were known for their extraordinarily long, explosively striking tongues, but what truly distinguished them was their eerily pale skin, often joked to be whiter than a corpse 3 days dead. In the wild, this was a form of camouflage, corpse mimicry, or playing dead. Meanwhile, the experienced Mei Qin also sensed something amiss, thanks to the sensitivity of her succulent flower monster to plants and ground vibrations. Her expression shifted, and she immediately whispered, Junior Su. Something's wrong. Beasts are closing in, many of them. Come get close to me. Soon she too spotted the long-tongued frogs. Though not adept at direct defense, her main beast, the succulent flower monster, was far from weak. The spiritual eye scanned, revealing information. Beast succulent flower monster. Strength Bronze Tier 7. Bronze Tier 7. That was a full major tier above Little Bell. With it, their defensive and sustained combat capabilities were greatly enhanced. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ningyu retreated with Little Bell to Mei Qin and the succulent flower monster. Sister, may my bellflower can provide auxiliary control. Mei Qin nodded, a decisive glint in her eyes, and ordered the succulent flower monster needle shot, cover the forward fan-shaped area, drive back these long-tongued frogs. The succulent flower monster's bulky body sank downward. Its roots rapidly burrowed into the soft soil, forging a tighter connection with the earth. In the next instant, countless hard, gleaming spikes sprouted from its seemingly harmless thick leaves and stems. Shoo! A dense barrage of spikes tore through the air like a storm, raining down upon the area where the most long-tongued frogs were lurking. The wide coverage and formidable force were clearly meant to disrupt the encircling formation. The moment the succulent flower monster launched its attack, Su Ningyu's command rang out clearly. Little Bell, soothe maximum range, target those long-tongued frogs. Show me. An ethereal, melodious bell tone rippled outward with a strange rhythm, gentle yet firm, washing over the pale toads that were poised to shoot their tongues or leap. The soothe talent. These long-tongued frogs were of low intelligence, acting mainly on hunting instinct and pack coordination. Little Bell's specially trained, highly potent soothe power surged like an invisible psychic tide, instantly flooding their consciousness. Due to the strength disparity, the effect was swift. Their once hostile, attack-driven eyes visibly grew dazed, vacant, even languid. Their protruding tongues drooped limply, their poised leaps halted, as if they had suddenly forgotten what they were doing and only wanted to lie down for a comfortable nap. And at that very moment, the succulent flower monster's dense needle shot descended. Thud, thud, thud. Spikes pierced flesh. Croak, croak. Cries of agony shattered the forest's silence. Many of the soothed, sluggish, long-tongued frogs had no time to dodge. They were directly impaled by the sharp needle's, blood splattering, jolting them from their stupor into frantic, pained leaps and screams. In one round, at least a dozen long-tongued frogs were incapacitated. The rest were startled and lightly wounded, creating gaps in the encirclement. Beautiful. Mei Qin's eyes lit up. Junior Su, what perfect coordination. The bellflower's soothe talent. You've actually trained it into such practical combat effectiveness. It's a mass control god skill. You've thrown off their attack rhythm instantly. But Su Ningyu had no time to rejoice. Through the spiritual eye, he saw more denser clusters of pale energy points emerging from the deeper forest shadows. Croaking sounds came from all directions, growing closer. Something's wrong. Mei Qin, hearing the mounting noise, turned pale. How can there be so many long-tongued frogs in this secret realm? And it seems the entire colony has been roused. We can't stay and hold our ground. We'll be surrounded and worn down. Let's go. Su Ningyu decided instantly. Head in the opposite direction from Senior Song and the others. Break out of the encirclement first. Little Bell beamed straight ahead, clear the way. A brilliant white light condensed in Little Bell's stamen, and a focused beam shot out, blasting a long-tongued frog that had just emerged from behind a tree, clearing a short path. The two dared not linger. The succulent flower monster quickly retracted its roots, shielded Mei Qin, and followed Su Ningyu and Little Bell in that direction. However, the number of long-tongued frogs far exceeded expectations, and they seemed to follow some rudimentary command. Some flanked from both sides, while more chased fearlessly from behind, and the flanks, their ghastly pale forms leaping through the dim forest, a chilling sight. This won't do. We can't shake them. Mei Qin panted. The succulent flower monster, though strong in defense, was slow. Su Ningyu's eyes flickered with an idea. As he ran, he summoned the beast tome once more. Light flashed, and a small, delicate figure leaped out, far more refined than the surrounding long-tongued frogs. It was his newly contracted companion, G Frog. G Wawa was summoned. Croak, croak. Master. Finally, it's my turn to shine. The moment G Wawa emerged, it sensed the tense atmosphere of battle. Far from being afraid, it was instead somewhat excited. It leaped directly onto Su Ningyu's head, its amber golden eyes scanning the frog-type spirit beasts that were chasing them from behind. A flicker of disdain passed through G Wawa's eyes. A bunch of pale-skinned freaks. How dare they chase my master and me? Su Ningyu quickly commanded. G Wawa listened carefully. Use the skill frog cacophony on the group chasing the closest. Distract them, then immediately activate your evil Chihuahua talent. Su Ningyu also wanted to test the effectiveness of this talent in actual combat. Croak, watch me. G Wawa immediately turned around, puffed up its cheeks at the pursuing long-tongued frogs, opened its mouth, and let out croak, 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 croak. A piercing, ear-splitting frog cry erupted. The sound was not only unpleasant, but also carried the unique mental interference waves of the frog cacophony skill. Like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The effect was immediate. Dozens of long-tongued frogs that were chasing the most fiercely all halted in unison, their white eyeballs instantly locking onto G Wawa, this outsider. The grating cries, the strikingly different flamboyant appearance, the arrogant posture perched on the human shoulder, instantly ignited the simple fury of these low-intelligence creatures. Long-tongued frog, there's a traitor among us. A flashy heretic who has defected to humans. Smaller long-tongued frogs, kill it. Kill the traitor first. Hatred was instantly and powerfully drawn. Yet just as the long-tongued frogs locked the majority of their hostility and attack intent onto G Wawa, readying their collective tongue strikes, a golden light flashed in G Wawa's eyes. The talent Evil Banishment, or rather Evil Chihuahua, was activated. It did not passively wait for malice to accumulate. Instead, it actively and consciously hurled the power of its talent, like a thrown stone, toward the frog group, harboring the strongest hostility. No light or shadow effects, no energy explosions. But the next second, Su Ningyu and Mei Qin, who were sprinting, heard an extremely eerie, hair-raising collective sound from behind you. Ugh. You. It was not the cry of injury, nor the roar of rage, but a dry, heaving sound triggered by an extreme nausea and revulsion that seemed to surge from the depths of the soul, one after another instantly becoming a chorus. The originally ferocious long-tongued frog army with tongues about to shoot out suddenly froze in their movements. Then, as if rehearsed, the heart-wrenching, stomach-churning sound of dry heaving and retching filled the area. Countless long-tongued frogs opened wide their mouths, their tongues hanging limply. Their white eyes rolled wildly, and their bodies twitched violently, as if they had just swallowed a huge mouthful of rotten, stinking, indescribable filth. The extreme nausea, revulsion, and sickening sensory impact flooded the consciousness of the long-tongued frogs like a tsunami. The leading long-tongued frog, which had been angrily commanding, "Kill it. You, the smaller ones behind you. What's happening? Why does it suddenly feel? In my mouth. In my stomach. You. As if it's stuffed with filth. Attack. You. Hold on. Let me vomit for a while." The long-tongued frog group fell into a brief state of chaotic self-loathing and physical discomfort. Their pursuit speed drastically decreased, and their formation became scattered. G Wawa, standing on Su Ningyu's shoulder, turned back to look at the frog group caught in collective morning sickness, proudly lifted its chin, its amber golden eyes filled with haughty disdain. "Croak. You weakling frogs, see how powerful I am. This is the price of opposing me. You all get to taste what it's like to eat shit." Its voice transmitted clearly to Su Ningyu through the contract. Su Ningyu. The practical effect of this evil Chihuahua talent is indeed terrifyingly effective, though the description is a bit pungent. It works wonders on enemies. Mei Qin also heard the strange commotion behind. She glanced back, seeing the long-tongued frogs suddenly start dry heaving and slowing down while chasing. She asked with a puzzled face, "What's wrong with them? Got a stomach bug? Maybe. They're not acclimated to the environment." Su Ningyu gave a vague explanation, not slowing his pace. Quick used this chance to widen the distance. With Jiwawa's unexpected mental pollution and biochemical weapon talent, the pressure from the long-tongued frog pursuit abruptly lessened. The two struggled through the dim, primeval jungle, finally shaking off the entanglement of the long-tongued frog group. They ran all the way until they could no longer hear the hair-raising collective dry heaving behind them, then they breathlessly escaped the dense forest. They stopped before a tranquil lake. Huff! Huff! What was up with those long-tongued frogs? Mei Qin, hands on her knees, gasped for air, her face still pale with lingering fear. And with deep puzzlement, they were chasing so well, then suddenly, all started dry heaving together. Are the spirit beasts in the secret realm this fragile? Su Ningyu. A barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. What could he say? Was he supposed to tell Mei Qin that his Jiwawa possessed a bizarre talent that could make malicious enemies continuously experience the sensation of eating shit? It was too troublesome to explain and sounded a bit too sinister. This ability seemed like a heresy specifically designed to disgust people. Su Jinjin silently glanced at Jiwawa, still lying on his shoulder, looking smug with its amber golden eyes darting around. The latter felt its master's gaze. Jiwawa immediately puffed out its jade-white chest. It transmitted a thought of seeking credit. Croak. Master, I did a great job, right? Any normal creature would be extremely uncomfortable with the experience of eating shit, right? Su Ningyu thought to himself. Of course, except for certain special species or perverts with peculiar fetishes. Su Ningyu quickly pushed aside this pungent topic. He looked around and said seriously, who knows? Maybe it's the special environment of the secret realm. These long-tongued frogs aren't adapted to it. But Sister Mei Qin, although we're safe for now, we've strayed far from our starting point. We know nothing about this secret realm and must be even more cautious. Su Ningyu deftly shifted the topic. Mei Qin nodded. Then she looked anxiously in the direction from which they had come. We have left the original landing site. I wonder how Zhang Hengyu and the others, or whether they encountered danger, and whether Xinyu and Duan Long managed to rescue him. Su Ningyu did not respond. He was equally worried. He focused his mind once again, activating spiritual eye talent, carefully scanning this new area. It seemed they had now left that dark, sweltering primeval rainforest. Before them was a relatively bright lakeside area. The lake water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky. The shore was covered with soft grass and scattered low shrubs. The scenery was beautiful, the atmosphere serene, forming a stark contrast to the jungle fraught with danger they had just left. Here, it looks so peaceful, as if there's no danger. Mei Qin relaxed a little, walked to the lake, cupped a handful of water to wash her face. The cool water refreshed her spirits. Su Ningyu, however, did not let his guard down. The more peaceful it seemed, the more likely unknown dangers lurked. His spiritual eye carefully scanned the lake, grass, bushes, and even the air, but for now found no obvious energy anomalies or signs of lurking spirit beasts. But this only made him feel uneasy. Better be careful, don't get too close to the lake. Many water-type spirit beasts are adept at lurking. Su Ningyu warned. Just then, moo. A deep, angry, and somewhat anxious bellow of a bull. Like muffled thunder, it came from the depths of the rainforest they had just fled, shaking the leaves with a rustling sound. Mei Qin abruptly stood up. That's the sound of Zhang Hengyu's great horn bull. Her words had barely fallen when the bushes at the edge of the rainforest shook violently. Then a huge figure burst out first. It was indeed Zhang Hengyu's great horn bull, but now it bore several shallow wounds on its body, its breathing heavy, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. What surprised and slightly astonished Su Ningyu and Mei Qin even more was that on the bull's broad back lay three people. They were Zhang Hengyu, Song Xinyu, and Duan Long. All three looked somewhat disheveled. Zhang Hengyu's clothes were torn in several places. Song Xinyu's hair was disheveled. Duan Long was even more covered in dust. But he was still tightly holding a spirit butterfly with drooping wings and somewhat faded colors. The great horn bull's four hooves pounded the ground, running to the lakeside grass before stopping, panting heavily. Are you all okay? Mei Qin was the first to rush over, her face full of worry and lingering fear. Oh my god. You have no idea what we just saw. It was terrifying. So disgusting. Duan Long almost rolled off the bull's back, landing on the ground with a thud. Still shaken, he patted his chest and began to pour out his grievances. Not long after chasing Hengyu, we encountered countless long-tongued frogs and one frog king as big as a small house. Its tongue tisk almost like a high-pressure water gun. Mucus splattered everywhere. It was both stinky and foul. My little butterfly almost got its wings stuck in the mucus. It was so scared. He stroked the spirit butterfly in his arms with tender care. Little butterfly, don't be afraid, it's okay, Dragon Bro is here. Su Ningyu. Little butterfly. That nickname. Song Xinyu also jumped off the bull's back and tidied herself up. Although her face was a bit pale, she was still composed. Fortunately, Hengyu's great horn bull is thick-skinned and tough. It withstood most of the attacks. My white spirit cat was fast enough to distract the Frog King's sight, so we found a chance to lure it away, then snatch the person. I rescued Hengyu and ran. There were too many long-tongued frogs, and that Frog King was at least Silver Peak, maybe even touched gold rank. It wouldn't be wise to fight head-on. Zhang Hengyu was helped off the bull by Song Xinyu. His clothes were torn where a tentacle had wrapped around his waist, revealing a purplish-red bruise underneath that looked somewhat frightening, but he was still conscious. He smiled bitterly. Good thing you came quickly, otherwise I might have really been dragged off by these long-tongued frogs as emergency rations. Zhang Hengyu then looked at Su Ningyu and Mei Qin. Glad to see you two are okay. Mei Qin quickly nodded. It seems very peaceful here. We just arrived and haven't found any danger yet. Su Ningyu, however, reminded him, Brother Zhang, your injuries. Just a flesh wound, nothing serious. Zhang Hengyu waved his hand, then looked around, frowning slightly. Here. Is it a lakeside? No idea which area of the secret realm this is. But since there's no immediate danger, let's rest here for a while and wait for rescue. The secret realm entrance was forced open. The Alliance must have noticed by now and will send people. Song Xinyu also agreed. Right, let's rest first. Everyone's spirit beasts are quite exhausted. Su Ningyu saw that Zhang Hengyu and the other two were in bad shape and their spirit beasts all had minor injuries of varying degrees. So he took the initiative. Let Little Bell heal everyone. Show me. Little Bell obediently floated forward, its petals spread, and the clear melodious healing bell rang out. A soft, pure healing aura spread like ripples, enveloping the injured spirit beasts and the weary people. Where the aura passed, the small wounds on the spirit beasts began to slowly heal. Fatigue was alleviated, and the burning pain from the bruise on Zhang Hengyu's waist also lessened considerably. Junior Su, your bellflower's healing ability is truly remarkable. Feeling his body recover, Zhang Hengyu praised sincerely. He had been healed by the healing chime of a bellflower before, but Su Ningyu's bellflower's healing ability was exceptionally fast and strong. Su Ningyu's little bell possessed an additional healing light talent, so its healing effect was naturally extraordinary. It was also that Little Bell's greatest strength was not battle, but healing. Just as everyone was relaxing a little, beginning to treat wounds, rehydrate, and discuss whether to hold their ground and wait for rescue, or to try to explore and find an exit. Outside the secret realm in the Qingxi Valley area of Binjiang City, a tight cordon had been set up. Several vehicles bearing the emblems of the Spirit Beast Alliance and the Secret Realm Management Bureau were parked at the edge of the camp. Fully armed emergency response team members and professionals in research suits were busy setting up instruments and clearing the scene. A middle-aged officer with a stern face, wearing a captain's badge on his shoulder, was listening to a subordinate's reporting, sir. Based on secret realm analysis and residual traces on site, it has been confirmed that the entrance point is inside the Qingxian residents' private camp beside Bisui Lake. The opening process was brief, but the energy burst was intense, typical of an unstable secret realm. The entrance is now completely closed, and the spatial coordinates cannot be locked for now. Camp registration records show that 5 visitors had made reservations before the opening, and their identities have been confirmed: Zhang Hengyu, Song Xinyu, Duan Long, Mei Qin, Su Ningyu. All 5 disappeared the moment the entrance opened, confirming they were pulled into the secret realm. Another technician holding a tablet added, "Sir, according to the weak energy spectrum leaked during the entrance opening, and the few spirit beasts that have spilled from the secret realm to the edge of the real world, which we have captured or driven back, we have identified several types of spirit beasts appearing in the secret realm." A soldier reports his findings. 2 primary species of beast have been confirmed emerging from the secret realm cracks and successfully contained by our forces. Long-tongued frog ranging from black iron to bronze tier, these creatures operate in packs and excel at ambush tactics using their elongated striking tongues. Their skin carries a sickly pallor. Vine viper, primarily bronze tier, these beasts masterfully mimic vines to ambush prey with lightning-fast constricting strikes laced with venom. They are highly efficient predators within rainforest environments. No signs of mass emergence from higher tier or more dangerous specimens have been detected at present, though we cannot rule out their existence deeper within the secret realm. I recommend initiating search and rescue operations immediately. The officer studied the footage and profiles of both beast species displayed on the screen, his brow furrowing deeply. Long-tongued frogs and vine vipers. Neither of these are easy foes. 5 beast tamers with uneven combat capabilities. The situation is not promising. Prepare for deployment. We must locate them as swiftly as possible. Yet within the secret realm, Su Ningyu and his 4 companions, having temporarily eluded the pursuit of the long-tongued frogs, had unexpectedly found a brief window of respite. They had gathered beside a lake of unsettling clarity, their backs pressed against a relatively open clearing. Before them lay the temporarily tranquil waters, while behind them stretched the rainforest they had just fled, a place still fraught with lingering dread. None of the 5 lowered their guard, yet their frayed nerves could afford a moment's relaxation. Awaiting rescue had become the most pragmatic course of action. With no fresh threats materializing, their attention gradually shifted toward surveying the unfamiliar environment surrounding them. I never expected to stumble upon a descending secret realm. Duan Long adjusted his glasses, which had nearly slipped askew during their desperate escape. He muttered with lingering trepidation, "Hasn't it been years since an uncontrolled secret realm opening appeared in our Binjiang City? The last incident, if I recall correctly, occurred 3 years ago at the eastern suburb mine cave. But once this matter is settled, a fresh wave of secret realm specialty, long-tongue frog materials, or juvenile beasts will surely flood the market. As he spoke seemingly to ease the tension, he crouched down and absently traced circles in the dark red soil, with his mind already drifting to the anticipated fluctuations in the beast market ahead. Mei Qin felt no interest whatsoever in the long-tongued frog's ashen, deathly pale skin and grotesque, elongated tongue. She was actually somewhat repulsed. Her gaze, however, was drawn instead to the lazily perched frog atop Su Ningyu's head, its unusual appearance impossible to ignore. Its warm jade-like texture stood in stark contrast to the hideous long-tongued frogs they had just encountered. "Junior brother Su, what beast is that on your head? I have never seen such a form before." Mei Qin could not restrain her curiosity and asked aloud. As a beast tamer, she possessed an innate fascination with unusual creatures. Her question immediately drew the attention of both Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu examined it carefully, speaking with some uncertainty. "The skin is also white. Could this be a special mutated variant of the long-tongued frog? But the form, the aura, and even the luster. The difference is enormous." Mei Qin nodded. "Indeed, there is some superficial resemblance, but the overall essence is worlds apart. The long-tongued frog's pallor is dead and lifeless, whereas this one resembles fine white jade adorned with golden patterns. Clearly, it is no ordinary creature." Jiwawa, sensing the attention directed at him, immediately perked up. It puffed out its jade-white chest and raised its tiny head, a flicker of pride flashing within its amber eyes. It even attempted to convey a thought through their contract bond. "Hurry and praise me. Introduce me. Su Ningyu." He could almost hear Jiwawa's inner monologue, "Ribbit. I am nothing like those low-class, pale-skinned uglies of the same species. I am the incomparably adorable, infinitely promising, extraordinarily gifted Lord Jiwawa." Su Ningyu chose to ignore Jiwawa's self-indulgence, offering the group a smile as he explained, "This is my second beast, one I recently formed a contract with. I named it Lucky Toad, though I call it Jiwawa for short. It originally was merely an ordinary albino frog. A chance breeding experiment combined with a stroke of fortune transformed it into what it is today." He kept his explanation deliberately vague, omitting any mention of the beast modification potion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hengyu and the others wore expressions of understanding. They showed no excessive surprise. They were all beast tamers themselves. Throughout their lengthy breeding careers, who among them had not tinkered with a handful of unique beast variants whose forms and abilities diverged from conventional bestiaries? Through pharmacological stimulation or accidental mutations that cause ordinary animals or low-tier beasts to undergo unexpected transformations, it is hardly uncommon within tamer circles. One might even call it a common starting point for exploring novel evolutionary pathways. The caveat is that such artificially or accidentally created unique beasts typically face far more arduous growth trajectories than those with established evolutionary routes. For their path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty, with no predecessor's experience to draw upon. No mature evolution formulas can be applied. Every advancement in power and every attempt at evolution becomes like groping through darkness. It demands immense effort from the tamer to observe, analyze, and learn through trial and error, carrying extremely high risks and failure rates. Many initially dazzling mutant beasts ultimately fade into obscurity, unable to break through bottlenecks or succeeding in their evolutionary attempts. Precisely because they understood this hardship, Zhang Hengyu and the others did not press further on the topic. They simply nodded to Su Ningyu, their eyes conveying encouragement. "Hey, nurturing your own unique companion is quite a rewarding endeavor," Zhang Hengyu said gently. "But the road ahead is long. Junior brother Su, you must prepare yourself for a prolonged struggle." Su Ningyu nodded, indicating his understanding. It was at that moment. "Whoa!" Duan Long's sharp exclamation shattered the lakeside's fragile tranquility, instantly raising everyone's heart rate once more. "What is it? Another beast attack?" Zhang Hengyu and Song Xinyu reacted the quickest, springing to their feet as their respective beasts entered alert stances. Su Ningyu turned to look as well, finding Duan Long, who had just been squatting and absently drawing circles, now seated on the ground. He pointed at the ground a short distance ahead, his face contorted with astonishment. Following his gestured direction, the others fell silent, equally stunned. On the damp earth beside the lake, several round, semi-transparent pale blue orbs, resembling fine gelatin, had quietly materialized as if appearing from nowhere. Roughly the size of fists, they swayed gently in the breeze, their surfaces catching faint shimmering reflections. They appeared entirely harmless, even somewhat endearing. "Are these slimes?" Song Xinyu said uncertainly. Zhang Hengyu also furrowed his brow. "Slimes? How could slimes appear here? Aren't they typically low-tier beasts commonly found in the Caesar Federation region?" He saw it was a slime. Su Ningyu's heart stirred. He activated spiritual eye to inspect these suddenly appearing slimes. Tame beast slime, strength black iron, tier 3 indeed. It's a slime. Su Ningyu suddenly recalled that the slime's innate ability was water fusion. Water fusion, upon entering water, it becomes immune to physical attacks and can conceal its presence. Su Ningyu instantly understood why he hadn't detected them earlier. This slime had likely been lurking in the lake all along. Water fusion merged it with the lake water, perfectly masking its energy fluctuations and life signs. Only now, driven by curiosity or other reasons, had it voluntarily come to the shore. Duanlong was startled mainly because it caught him off guard. Recovering his senses, he immediately scrambled up from the ground. Brushing the dirt off his rear, he leaned in for a closer look. His face was filled with amazement. Holy cow. It really is a slime. I never thought our Longting Federation's secret realm would have these things. The appearance of the slime instantly diluted the tension and disgust brought by the long-tongued frog earlier. Instead, it subtly shifted the mood of the several tamers. From the tension of seeking safety, it turned into professional curiosity and a research mindset. After all, within the Longting Federation, the slime was indeed a very rare tamed beast. It was one of the iconic low-tier tamed beasts of the Caesar Federation star system. Just like the Longting Federation's silkworm baby, it had a strong regional representation. When mentioning the Longting Federation, people first thought of the supreme and mighty soaring dragon sequence, and the silkworm baby, a favorite among tamers for its versatile potential. When mentioning the Caesar Federation, people often thought of the holy angel sequence, and this slime, which looked soft and seemingly harmless, but actually possessed excellent elemental adaptability and plasticity. Interestingly, these two highly representative low-tier tamed beasts, the silkworm baby and the slime, shared a strikingly similar fate within their respective federations' tamer circles. Both were tamed beasts with relatively unstable genes and strong plasticity. Silkworm babies could be induced to evolve into a dazzling variety of butterflies, moths, and even attempt to break into other sequences. Slimes, on the other hand, could absorb different materials to mutate into fire slimes, lightning slimes, poison slimes, and so on. Thus, they became the most beloved research subjects and mainstays among tamers. Countless tamers, one after another, conducted various experiments on them, attempting to tap into their ultimate potential, create new evolutionary forms, or obtain valuable research data. It could be said that these two seemingly weak tamed beasts contributed countless invaluable results to the development of taming science in both federations. At this moment, seeing the iconic tamed beast of a foreign land, the professional instincts of Duanlong and the other tamers were instantly ignited. The fatigue and tension from before seemed to dissipate considerably. The group began to discuss in lowered voices cautiously. Judging by its color and texture, it's a pure water element slime, very weak. They don't seem hostile towards us. Are they observing? Could there be a slime colony in this lake? If we could catch a few samples to take back for research. Be careful. Slimes may be weak, but in groups or encountering variant individuals, they could cause trouble. And don't forget where we are. Su Ningyu also observed quietly from the side. The appearance of the slime raised more questions in his mind about the ecological structure and origin of this secret realm. At the same time, he remained secretly vigilant. Could these seemingly harmless jellies be the vanguards of some more dangerous entity? I recall my mentor's recent research topic. He was just looking to study some tamed beasts from the Caesar Federation. These slimes appear at just the right time. They're practically research samples delivered to our doorstep. Zhang Hengyu stared at the blue jelly-like creatures, his eyes glinting slightly, his tone filled with a researcher's fervor. You know what, you really have a point. Duanlong also stroked his chin, his gaze behind the glasses full of inquiry. I'm also quite interested in this life form of soft elemental aggregation. It's the complete opposite of my insect type. Maybe I can borrow some ideas. Seeing this, Su Ningyu couldn't suppress his curiosity and cautiously approached a few steps to observe the slimes up close. Xiao Lingdang floated beside him, while Ji Wawa perched on his head. Both little ones stared warily at these uninvited guests, providing vigilance for their master. In truth, Su Ningyu was not too worried inside. This type of tamed beast, the slime, was almost synonymous with weakness and harmlessness before evolving or undergoing special mutations. Similar to the status of the silkworm baby in the Longting Federation, it was often used as an initial choice for novice tamers or as experimental material for breeders. They moved slowly, had poor attack methods and fragile defenses, truly the type that was at the mercy of others. Seeing Zhang Hengyu and the others instantly enter research mode, Su Ningyu's own curiosity and exploratory desire for the tamer profession was piqued. Perhaps this cross-regional study of tamed beasts could really spark some interesting ideas. His mind even began to flash with thoughts of using the slime's characteristics for auxiliary training or resource recycling. Ji Wawa, perched on his head, keenly captured the familiar curiosity and contemplation in his master's eyes, along with a glint of calculation. Its jade-white body involuntarily shuddered. Ji Wawa's inner alarm bells rang loudly. Master's gaze like this. Something is off. The familiar feeling is back. These soft blue jellies are clearly about to be targeted by the demon master. As a senior, Wawa will mourn for them for 3 seconds. Xiao Lingdang also curiously touched a slime closest to her with her leaf. The slime wobbled springily, showing no intention to attack. Xiao Lingdang turned to Su Ningyu in confusion. Xiaomi. Master, what use are these soft things? They seem very weak. Su Ningyu smiled and casually listed a few uses he thought of. Uses? There are plenty. They can serve as training targets for skill precision. They can be experimental materials for researching new tamed beasts. I heard a rumor that some slimes taste pretty good, rich in gelatin. They can be used as food ingredients. Even if they have the dissolve skill, they can be used to process waste from alchemy or cultivation. And so on, all possible. The slime. GAA. Although it couldn't understand the specifics, it instinctively felt a chill. Jiwawa. Indeed. Terrifying, as ever. Master's mind is always so frighteningly pragmatic. Those few slimes had originally come ashore out of sheer curiosity, wanting to see what those bipedal creatures standing upright on the bank really were. Although their intelligence was low, they instinctively sensed the malicious gaze of the humans. In their simple minds, alarm bells rang. Danger. Run, legs. Those slimes have no legs. However, it was already too late to flee. Although all present were cultivators, dealing with a few black iron tier 3 slow-moving slimes was as easy as picking them up. Zhang Hengyu gently but swiftly covered one. Duan Long commanded his spirit butterfly to sprinkle hypnotic scales, making another drowsy. Song Sinyu's white jade cat gently brushed with frosty breath, temporarily freezing the third one. Mei Qin's succulent flower monster wrapped its vines around the fourth. As for Su Ningyu, he simply reached out and gently pinched the one nearest to him, which looked the most bouncy. The slime wriggled futilely in his palm, sensing no malice, but unable to break free. In the blink of an eye, the 5 poor slimes were each in hand, falling into the clutches of evil. Slimes at Black Iron tier usually have only one core skill, dissolve. They can quickly break down and digest objects swallowed into their bodies. This skill makes them highly popular biological cleaners in the cities of the Caesar Federation, extremely efficient at waste disposal. Of course, when facing enemies, if one is swallowed whole or injected with digestive fluids, it can be very troublesome. However, as long as you are careful not to be devoured or tightly entangled, these little creatures pose little threat. Not bad. Let's take them back first. Su Ningyu weighed the cold, bouncy slime in his hand, feeling quite pleased. From now on, we won't have to worry about dealing with the waste and scraps from alchemy or training. Jiwawa, you are temporarily relieved. Jiwawa, great. I'm free. Previously, Jiwawa was often used by Su Ningyu to test the side effects of potions, or to handle some failed experimental products. Although it also gained something from it, such as being less susceptible to poisoning. This was discovered during battles with Xiao Lingdong, whose poison needles hit dozens of times, yet the chance of poisoning was pitifully low. Of course, it could also be the effect of good fortune. But for Jiwawa, such experiences were definitely not pleasant. Upon hearing this, Jiwawa immediately jumped from the top of Su Ningyu's head to the side of the poor little slime that was trembling in his grasp. It looked at the slime with pity and transmitted thoughts in frog language. Croak. Do you hear me, little blue jelly? Treasure your current freedom and ignorance. Soon you will understand that once you fall into my master's hands, this silly time will be very short. What awaits you is a life more hellish than being eaten. As a lucky toad, I will pray for you. Good luck. The slime. I don't understand at all, but I feel even more scared. The look in this mutated long-tongued frog's eyes is so strange. Just as the 5 were observing the captured slime samples with interest while staying alert to their surroundings, waiting for the secret realm's exit to open or for rescue to arrive, a new mutation occurred. A clear, pain-filled and extremely nauseating retching sound suddenly came from the edge of the rainforest behind them. The sound was so loud that it stood out sharply in the relatively quiet lakeside. And familiar. The sound instantly pierced everyone's nerves like a needle. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted as he instantly understood. A creature had triggered Jiwawa's evil Chihuahua talent. That iconic "you" sound, he was too familiar with it. Danger is approaching. Everyone be careful. Su Ningyu shouted in a low voice, quickly stuffing the slime in his hand into his pocket while going on full alert. Zhang Hengyu and the others also reacted instantly. Although they didn't know the cause, the pain and eeriness in the sound were enough to set off alarm bells. Everyone immediately stood up, and their spirit beasts quickly assumed combat positions facing the direction of the rainforest where the sound came. The next second, the trees at the edge of the rainforest shook violently, sending leaves and branches flying. A massive, heart-stopping dark green figure rushed out of the forest like a runaway train accompanied by a fetid wind. When they saw the full appearance of the creature, everyone present, including the well-traveled Zhang Hengyu and Song Sinyu, instantly turned pale and gasped. Song Sinyu even cried out, her voice trembling, "Vine Viper. No. This is too big." Indeed, an ordinary vine viper, a type of spirit beast with both plant camouflage and snake constriction abilities, usually grows to 4 or 5 meters in length as an adult, already a troublesome bronze-tier predator. But this one, its body was almost as thick as a water barrel, and its length was estimated to be over 40 meters. Its body was covered in dark green scales with dark brown ring patterns. Between the scales, thin vine-like tendrils grew, gently swaying as it moved. On its triangular snake head a pair of cold vertical pupils stared fixedly at the group by the lake. Its forked tongue flickered constantly, emitting a suffocating pressure and a strong smell of blood. This was no ordinary vine viper. It was clearly a monster nearly 10 times larger. Ningyu's spiritual eye swept over instantly, and the feedback information made his heart sink. Spirit Beast Giant Vine Viper King Forest Goddess. Green Spirit Second Sequence. Approaching Breakthrough Power Silver 9 Peak. This is not a simple vine viper, Ningyu analyzed rapidly. It is a giant vine viper king that has successfully evolved into the Green Spirit Second Sequence and is approaching the third sequence. Power. Silver 9 Peak. Silver 9 Peak. Only one step away from gold. And it is a mutant with an abnormally large body after sequence evolution. Its true combat power probably far exceeds that of ordinary Silver 9 spirit beasts. Zhang Hengyu swallowed hard cold sweat beating on his forehead. We're in trouble. We've been targeted by this giant vine viper king. Looking at it. Seems very angry. No, not just anger, its expression. Seems like disgust. He also noticed the giant vine viper king's mouth opening and closing repeatedly, as if retching, and in its eyes besides killing intent, there was a hint of barely concealed disgust. Indeed, this giant vine viper king had been lurking in the forest regarding the humans and their spirit beasts by the lake as a sumptuous feast, and was about to launch an attack. However, just as it locked onto its target, and its killing intent surged, an indescribable feeling of nausea exploded in its consciousness like a psychic bomb. It nearly made it vomit on the spot. This sudden mental pollution completely enraged it, and it directed all its fury at these suspicious, bipedal creatures. Giant vine viper king, despicable humans, you have successfully angered me. What should we do? Mei Qin's voice trembled, her face ashen. Against a predator of this caliber, her succulent flower monster's control effects would be negligible. Song Xinyu clenched her teeth, the white spirit cat arching its back and emitting a threatening growl, yet the disparity in size was too vast. Duan Long's spirit color butterfly also shivered in fear. How much effect could its phosphorescent powder have against such a colossal beast? Zhang Hengyu's great horn bull let out a low bellow, stepping forward to shield the group. Its massive horns aimed at the giant serpent, but even this formidable beast appeared dwarfed before the terrifying presence over 40 meters long. Ningyu's mind raced at lightning speed. Flee. Where to? The lake might be even more perilous. Who knew what lurked beneath the water? The rainforest was the opponent's domain. The open ground offered no cover whatsoever. He glanced around. Aside from the lake behind them and the giant serpent ahead, there was only the barren shore. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze hardened, and he said in a low voice, "It seems we have nowhere to hide. Prepare for battle." Indeed, fight was the only option. No retreat, no escape. Facing a Silver 9 Peak giant vine viper king of such immense size, fleeing would only expose their backs to this deadly predator, hastening their demise. White Spirit Cat Blizzard. Since battle was inevitable, Song Xinyu issued the first command, her voice crisp and resolute. Beside her, the ice-type White Spirit Cat's pale blue pupils instantly blazed with light, its body radiating a chilling aura. It raised its head gracefully and spat fiercely toward the charging serpent. Instantly, a fierce blizzard laden with countless sharp ice crystals howled forth, covering a vast area and engulfing the front half of the giant vine viper king's charge path. Where the snow and ice passed the ground froze, the air temperature plummeted, aiming to slow the serpent's speed and inflict ice damage. Spirit Color Butterfly Tornado to coordinate with Sinyu's White Spirit Cat. Duan Long followed, his eyes sharp behind his glasses. Though his Spirit Color Butterfly was famed for its beauty, it was no mere ornament. Among the many evolutionary sequences of insect-type butterflies and moths, the lineage of the Spirit Color Butterfly also possessed considerable potential and combat prowess. One must know that the Longting Federation's iconic beast, the Silkworm Baby, was so popular not only because of its ease of study and versatile potential, but also because a millennium ago a brilliantly talented beast tamer had nurtured an ordinary silkworm baby all the way to the legendary level, just one step away from the mythical realm. Thus was born the glorious mythical sequence prototype unique to the silkworm baby lineage, and that tamer was revered as the Butterfly Fairy. Unfortunately later, due to encirclement and fear from other nations' federations, the legacy of the Butterfly Fairy was severed. Since then, no beast tamer had been able to cultivate a silkworm baby or its evolution to such heights. Yet this did not prevent butterfly and moth-type beasts like the Spirit Color Butterfly from displaying formidable power under proper nurturing. At that moment, Duan Long's Spirit Color Butterfly responded to the command, its wings adorned with resplendent patterns, fluttering rapidly, radiating peculiar energy fluctuations. In an instant, a small tornado over 3 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters high formed beside the giant vine viper king. With a roaring spin, it swept up sand, gravel, and fallen leaves. More crucially, it precisely channeled and amplified the blizzard unleashed by the White Spirit Cat. Snow and ice merged with the tornado. Whoosh! A far larger, more violent snowstorm laden with countless sharp ice blades took shape instantly. It slammed fiercely into the giant vine viper king's massive body, engulfing most of its form. The grating sound of ice crystals cutting scales echoed. Extreme cold attempted to freeze the serpent's body, while the tornado's tearing force hindered its advance. Great! We have a chance. Mei Qin couldn't help but exclaim in delight at the sight. The giant vine viper king was weak to ice. The type advantage combined with the combo technique seemed remarkably effective. Yet Zhang Hengyu and Su Ningyu's faces showed no relief, instead they grew more solemn. Surely enough. Hiss! A deafening roar filled with agony and fury exploded from within the snow tornado. The enormous dark green figure suddenly strained its surface, surging with dark green energy, stubbornly enduring the ice blade cuts and freezing erosion. The next moment, the giant vine viper king's scale-covered body lashed out violently, shattering the snow tornado that had coiled around it. Ice crystals scattered, the gale dissipated. Though it broke free with numerous fine scratches and frost, its speed slightly reduced, the killing intent in its cold vertical pupils burned even fiercer. The strength of a silver nine peak combined with its massive size and the robust vitality from sequence evolution meant that the combined attack of the white spirit cat and spirit color butterfly failed to inflict fatal damage. Great Horn Bull. Savage charge. Block it. Don't let it get close. Sweat beaded on Zhang Hengyu's forehead as he shouted the command. This was the only beast that could offer some frontal resistance. Moo. With a resolute bellow, the great horn bull kicked the ground, charging like a battering ram, lowering its head and aiming its gleaming massive horns at the oncoming serpent's head. It was fighting to buy time for its master and companions. Little Bell focused on healing. Prioritize the great horn bull. Su Ningyu also gave orders promptly. He turned to Mei Qin. Sister May, have your succulent flower monster harass from the flanks. Use needle shot to disrupt it and stay safe. Mei Qin nodded grimly, directing the succulent flower monster to circle to the side, continuously firing needle shot and spraying small areas of paralysis poison mist. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The great horn bull collided violently with the giant vine viper king. Horns met serpent head, producing a dull, thunderous impact. The great horn bull was knocked back repeatedly, but its thick hide and sturdy frame withstood the initial shock, and it tried to pin the serpent's neck with its horns. Yet the giant snake held an overwhelming advantage in strength and size. Its long, thick body was already beginning to coil, attempting to constrict and crush the bull. The white spirit cat and spirit color butterfly kept up ranged attacks from the periphery. Ice blades, wind blades, phosphorescent powder interference, but with limited effect. The giant vine viper king's scales boasted formidable defense, highly resistant to attacks of non-countering attributes. Su Ningyu watched the battle, tensely unable to resist voicing the question in his mind. Brother Zhang, sister Song, don't you have a second or third beast or stronger ones that could join the fight? Logically, being university students, they had ample opportunities to contract and bond with beasts, and their strength was not weak. They shouldn't have only one primary combat beast. His own lucky frog wanted to join, but at Iron 3, it would be mere cannon fodder. All it could do was hide behind, constantly using the evil Chihuahua talent to continuously stack the nausea debuff on the giant vine viper king, trying to disrupt its combat state. The lucky frog, belittled by its master for its low strength and inability to fight, didn't defend itself, though instead it croaked even more vigorously at the giant serpent. Frantically channeling its talent, it inwardly cursed, damn long worm. Taste your frog grandpa's mental pollution. Gross you out. The giant vine viper king would occasionally stiffen, showing an expression of extreme disgust, and its attack rhythm was indeed somewhat disrupted. Upon hearing Su Ningyu's question about whether they had other spirit beasts, Zhang Hengyu, who was struggling to direct the battle, gave a bitter smile and quickly explained. Junior Su, the few of us have taken a rather pure cultivation path. We have devoted almost all our time and energy to the study of spirit beasts. As for the practical combat training of the beasts themselves, we have been somewhat negligent. He paused, then added, moreover, even if we contract new spirit beasts, it's mostly for research purposes. So, most of us have only focused on raising this single main battle spirit beast. The others have little combat capability. Su Ningyu. He understood. Their spirit beasts were more like research assistants and companions. But now they were facing not an academic problem, but a life and death struggle. Watching their side gradually fall into a disadvantage, the great horned bull had begun to let out labored low growls, with visible wounds appearing on its body. The attacks of the white spirit cat and the spirit butterfly became increasingly ineffective. The harassment of the fleshy flower monster was like scratching an itch through a boot. Although Little Bell's healing was timely, it consumed massive energy and only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Su Ningyu's heart sank little by little. Then we're done for. I wonder if the rescue team outside can arrive in time before we are swallowed into the belly of this giant serpent. The giant vine viper king seemed to have sensed the prey's fatigue and weakening resistance. A cruel excitement flickered in its vertical pupils. just as Su Ningyu hesitated whether to risk summoning the sealed Fey Winley to deal with this terrifying giant vine viper king. Another change occurred. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out. Everyone saw a flash of blue light. A thick, condensed, terrifying water jet, like a high-pressure water blade, shot out from the center of the lake. The water flow was not scattered. It was highly compressed and condensed. With a sharp roar and terrible cutting power, it struck the giant vine viper king, which was about to bite with pinpoint accuracy. A teeth-gritting sound of cutting. The tough, dark green scales of the giant vine viper king were easily sliced through by this condensed water jet, like a hot knife through butter. A ferocious, bloody gash deep enough to reveal the bone, and several meters long, instantly appeared on its thick serpentine body. Dark red serpent blood spurted out like a fountain. Hiss! The giant vine viper king let out a wail 10 times more miserable and painful than when it was struck by the ice and snow tornado earlier. The biting motion was forcibly interrupted. The massive serpent head jerked violently toward the lake, its cold vertical pupils filled with fury, shock, and disbelief. This sudden turn of events stunned Su Ningyu and the others. What the hell? Zhang Hengyu exclaimed. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the attack. The clear lake. The once calm surface was now churning violently, as if boiling. Then an enormous pale blue figure slowly rose from the water. It was a giant mountain-sized jellyfish. Or rather a slime of unimaginable proportions. Its entire body was a deeper, purer pale blue, its translucent form shimmering with a soft glow, and within it energy seemed to flow slowly like a galaxy. It had no fixed form, currently appearing as a huge hemisphere, but its surface constantly undulated, shifting into various outlines. That terrifying water jet cut was obviously its doing. Whoa, what's going on now? A slime. Duan Long's eyes bulged. How did another, even bigger monster pop out of the lake? Su Ningyu's spiritual eye immediately swept over it. Spirit Beast Slime King, Strength Silver, Grade 9th Tier, a Slime King. There's a king of slimes hiding here. Su Ningyu exclaimed softly. Clearly this Slime King was the absolute overlord of this lake. The giant Vine Viper King had intruded into its territory, and the commotion of the earlier battle was seen as a grave provocation and destruction, thoroughly enraging this aquatic lord. Quick! Use this chance to get away from the battlefield. Zhang Hengyu was the first to react, immediately calling to everyone. Without hesitation, they retreated at top speed away from the lake and the giant serpent, not stopping until they reached a relatively safe spot behind a large boulder where they paused to observe. Phew! My God, we're finally temporarily safe. Duan Long plopped down on the ground, gasping for air, his heart still pounding as he watched the standoff by the lake in the distance. He stroked the spirit butterfly whose aura was wilting with a pained expression. My little darling, you've worked hard, scared right. I'll give you extra food when we get back, the best nectar. Mei Qin rolled her eyes beside him and said bluntly, it seems like Brother Zhang's great horned bull, which took the brunt of the giant snake's attacks and got hurt the most, is the one who deserves the sympathy. Your butterfly. Well, it was also useful. Mei Qin stopped mid-sentence when she saw the spirit butterfly looking at her with tearful eyes. She could only change her words. Zhang Hengyu's expression relaxed slightly. As he checked the great horned bull's injuries, he said in a low voice, don't let your guard down. 2 silver grade 9th tier peak monsters fighting. No matter which side wins, it could become a new threat to us who are exhausted. Keep observing and be ready to retreat further at any moment. Su Ningyu nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the lakeside battlefield. At this moment on his shoulders stood Little Bellflower and G-Frog, one on each side. Little Bell's petals were slightly open, watching the distant battle nervously. G-Frog on the other hand held its head high, its amber eyes unblinking, seemingly filled with longing for the power of the giant slime and the serpent. Su Ningyu sensed the emotions of the two little ones and gently patted them, saying softly, don't envy them. As long as we work hard, you two will reach, or even surpass, that level of strength in the future. Chumi, I will work hard. Ribbit. This frog will surpass them all sooner or later. The two little ones were encouraged, their eyes becoming resolute again. By the lake the battle had reached a fever pitch. The giant Vine Viper King, severely wounded by the Slime King's surprise attack, was enraged beyond measure. It abandoned Su Ningyu and the others, turning all its fury on this blue jelly that had dared to harm it. It spewed poisonous mist and lashed out with its thick tail, madly thrashing the lakeshore, trying to force the Slime King out of the water. However, the Slime King had the advantage of terrain, with most of its body hidden in the lake, moving freely. Facing the serpent's fierce assault, it continuously shot condensed high-pressure water blades and powerful water cannons from the water, while also using the lake water to construct water prisons in an attempt to trap the serpent. In terms of elemental affinity, water had no clear advantage over grass, but the Slime King's nearly inexhaustible energy supply in the water and its flexible tactics gradually gave it the upper hand. More critically, the wound on the giant Vine Viper King's abdomen kept bleeding and its stamina was rapidly depleting. Seeing that it could not break through the giant Vine Viper King, seemed to consider retreat, trying to break free from the water prison and slip back into the rainforest. But the Slime King clearly had no intention of letting this intruder go. At that moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The Slime King emitted a peculiar rippling hum like water waves. Immediately, countless blue jellies of various sizes emerged from the once calm lake surface, precisely the ordinary water slimes they had seen earlier. Their numbers likely reached hundreds or even thousands. As if summoned by their king, these small slimes rapidly flowed toward the Slime King's location. This Slime King actually possesses the fusion skill. Song Sinyu gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with shock. The fusion skill is typically mastered only by certain elemental or specially gifted spirit beasts. The slime race is among the foremost in this regard. Under the horrified gaze of the group, the hundreds of small slimes like rivers flowing into the sea swiftly merged into the Slime King's massive body. The Slime King's body swelled visibly once more. Its color deepened, and the flow of internal energy intensified dramatically. A terrifying pressure far beyond the silver rank, almost tangible, radiated outward. The oppressive force left even Su Ningyu and the others standing at a distance, gasping for breath. Gold rank. It has temporarily broken through to gold rank through fusion. Though it was a temporary breakthrough achieved by fusing with its kin, yet the might of gold rank was worlds apart from silver. Having absorbed the power of countless kin, the Slime King now stood like a colossal blue water elemental. Facing the fleeing giant Vine Viper King, it simply raised a part of its body, condensed it into a massive blue fist, and punched toward the snake's head through the air. No sound was heard, but a concentrated invisible fist force containing terrifying water pressure and impact instantly traversed space and slammed into the giant Vine Viper King's head. Boom! A dull thud. The giant Vine Viper King's enormous head, along with a small part of its neck, exploded instantly, as if struck by 10,000 tons of water pressure. Flesh and shattered bones turned into a mist of blood. The massive snake body lost all strength, collapsed limply to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. One blow. Just one blow. The giant Vine Viper King, which had driven them into a desperate situation moments ago, was instantly slain by the Slime King, now temporarily at gold rank. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Su Ningyu and the others were rendered speechless by the display of such overwhelming power. However, before they could recover from their astonishment, clear shouts and hurried footsteps sounded from a distance. Over there. Life signals detected. Quick. Stay alert, let's check it out. Watch out for the large energy reaction near the lake. It was the official rescue team. They had finally found this place. Su Ningyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Following the rescue team's instructions, they were soon located and protected by a fully armed group of rescuers with professional spirit beasts. Escorted by the rescuers, they began to evacuate toward the entrance of the secret realm. Before leaving, Su Ningyu looked back at the lake with a hint of regret. The giant Vine Viper King's massive corpse lay there, and the Slime King, which had dispersed, returned to its normal size, seemingly exhausted, sinking back to the lake bed. What a pity. Su Ningyu sighed inwardly. A peak silver rank 9 spirit beast must have condensed a high-quality energy core within its body. If I could let Xiao Lingdang absorb it, combined with its current accumulation, it might break through the bottleneck of Black Iron rank 8 and reach Black Iron rank 9, meeting the evolution conditions. The energy core is a crystal of pure energy and life essence formed within a spirit beast's body. Upon reaching a certain power level, an excellent resource for cultivation and evolution catalyst. But now their own safety came first, and they obviously had no chance to collect the spoils. Soon they passed through the rainforest they had traversed earlier, encountering scattered spirit beasts along the way, all easily dispatched by the rescue team. They arrived at the unstable energy fluctuation of the secret realm's entrance. Passing through the water like spatial barrier, familiar sights met their eyes. The outline of the Shiyu Linyuan campsite by Bisui Lake. And outside, flashing police lights, official personnel on high alert. Also, many reporters and onlookers who had rushed to the scene. Indeed, it had been years since a secret realm opening, a major event, had occurred within the city limits. It instantly drew the attention of the entire city. Journalists with cameras and microphones clamored for the first scoop. Su Ningyu was wrapped in a blanket by the rescuers. Along with Zhang Hongyu and the others who looked equally disheveled, he was quickly escorted away from the scene to a temporary medical checkpoint. Before leaving, he overheard excited chatter from the crowd. Did you hear? This time a slime spirit beast, typically found only in the Caesar Federation, was discovered in the secret realm. Really? That makes the secret realm incredibly valuable. Many beast tamers and breeders will certainly be drawn to apply for exploration. Maybe we'll even discover slime evolution paths or rare variants. Binjiang City is going to be bustling. Su Ningyu understood. A secret realm featuring a foreign specialty spirit beast had its economic value skyrocket. It was foreseeable that in the coming days Binjiang City would become exceptionally lively. All kinds of forces would flock in. Yet these things had no connection with Su Ningyu and the others who had been rescued. Train hard. It's because you're too useless that Master encountered such great danger in the secret realm. Inside a strange space with soft light boundaries seeming made of flowing mercury and objects bearing a subtle distortion echoed a stern reprimand from Su Ningyu. The voice resembled Su Ningyu's own, yet carried an extra layer of coldness and unyielding authority. This was exactly the independent training space condensed by Mirror God Fei Wenli using the Mirror World talent. A small training space within the mirror not too large but sufficient for them to move around, and capable of completely isolating external perception, allowing them to make noise without worry. At this moment, Su Ningyu, in this mirror world, no, it should be Fei Wenli disguised as Su Ningyu, was holding the starlight glimmering Star River whip and swinging it mercilessly. Crack! A crisp sharp whip sound accompanied by trailing starlight precisely struck the back of Ji Wawa, who was struggling to maintain the mystic armor skill. The talent taming whip activated. Croak! Ji Wawa let out a brief cry of pain. The pale golden energy armor on its surface rippled violently, nearly collapsing. Ji Wawa activated the Xuanjia skill to resist. But immediately after a strange sensation traveled up from the tip of the whip, causing Ji Wawa to falter involuntarily. The sensation from the whipping made it feel both pain and something else, its eyes beginning to glaze over. Within its heart, Ji Wawa cried out, so terrifying. I know the being before me is Master, but is this what Master looks like when truly angered? So frightening. Usually during training, although harsh, Master at least wore a smile. Now there isn't even a smile left. Only this dreadful whip and those cold, piercing eyes. Frog life is so hard. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Dang was also trembling uncontrollably. Yet it dared not relax in the slightest, gathering all its strength to condense the beam. This was Xiao Dang's training for its ultimate technique. Even though it knew the Master before it was Fei Wenli, it still felt profound fear. It had never seen its Master in such a frenzied and high-pressure state. Its heart was filled with fear and an indescribable drive. It absolutely could not let Master down. Xiao Dang wanted to grow stronger. However, just as this, Fei Wenli was frantically wielding the whip to drive the two contracted beasts, in another corner of the mirror world sat the real Sun Ningyu. The real Sun Ningyu was sitting cross-legged on the ground with various bottles and jars, medicinal herbs, energy crystals, and all sorts of alchemical equipment arranged before him. His expression focused, his fingers steadily blending various materials as he attempted to refine a basic potion capable of gently stimulating spiritual power. These were some fundamental formulas he had just learned from Mei Qin. Simple and easy to master. Indeed, at this moment in the mirror world there existed two Sun Ninjas. One, the original, was quietly refining potions, studying and contemplating. The other, as Fei Wenli, played the role of a strict drill instructor responsible for the high-intensity training of Xiao Dang and Ji Wawa. This was precisely the brilliant application of Fei Wenli's mirror clone talent combined with the mirror world's spatial properties. The clone perfectly replicated Sun Ningyu's current physical template and talents used for training and disciplining the contracted beasts. While carefully controlling the furnace flame temperature, Sun Ningyu spoke with some helplessness. Fei Wenli, don't demand too much from them. Let them progress gradually. Xiao Dang and Ji Wawa have already tried their hardest. This incident in the secret realm was mainly unforeseen. You cannot blame everything on their insufficient strength. Regarding Fei Wenli's near-infernal training methods, although the results were excellent, Sun Ningyu felt somewhat pain for them. Master, you are simply too merciful toward them. The purple-eyed Sun Ningyu paused the whip, turned around, and looked straight at the original. If back then in the secret realm Ji Wawa had been a few ranks higher, or Xiao Dang had already evolved and mastered stronger offensive or defensive techniques, how could you have been forced into such a desperate situation by that giant snake? She paused, her voice even more resolute. Therefore, Master, from now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not recall Ji Wawa and Xiao Dang back into the Beast Tamer Codex's space to rest. Bring them directly into my mirror world. I will take full responsibility for all their daily training and skill refinement. I will drill them strictly according to the highest standards. I guarantee in the shortest time possible they will possess sufficient power for self-defense and be able to protect you better. Upon hearing this, Ji Wawa instantly snapped back to full awareness. Terrified out of its wits, it frantically shook its head and wriggled, letting out a shrill frog croak. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. No, Master. Help. Fei Wenli is too terrifying when she strikes. I am just a poor little one who recently became a contracted beast, inexperienced in the world, needing gentle care. I swear I will definitely train twice as hard from now on. Please do not keep me locked in this horrifying place forever. However, its protest was clearly ineffective. Shut up. No distraction during training. Fei Wenli's eyes turned sharp. The Star River whip struck again. With a sharp crack, it lashed against Ji Wawa's newly formed Xuanjia. This time the force was controlled even more precisely. Ribbit. The sound Ji Wawa emitted this time carried a trembling quality at the tail. It sounded surprisingly somewhat. It was stunned by this realization itself. Then mortification and anger overwhelmed it. yet it could not control the eerie sensation brought about by its innate talent's influence. At this moment, it desperately wanted to use the evil Jiwawa talent, but it felt that if it used it against Fei Wenli, it would die a miserable death. Even Master could not save it. Seeing Jiwawa's wretched state, Xiao Lingdang's petals trembled even more violently. It drifted over to the real sun, Ningyu gently tugging at his clothes with its leaves, letting out aggrieved whimpers tinged with fear. Chiomi, Chiomi. Master, can the training? It wanted to complain to the original and beg for mercy. However, before it could finish, Fei Wenli's icy gaze had already swept over Xiao Lingdang. It is precisely because Master is too indulgent toward you normally. Look at yourself. Having followed Master for so long, you are still stuck at Black Iron rank 8, unable to break through to rank 9 for an extended period. Are you worthless? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with the anger of expecting more. Do you want to helplessly watch Master fall into danger again, while you can only stand by powerless because of your insufficient strength? That feeling, can you bear it? Chiomi. Xiao Lingdang shuddered violently. Fei Wenli's words, like a sharp awl, pierced straight to the most tender and sensitive part of its heart. It recalled its own sense of powerlessness in the secret realm when facing the giant Vine Viper King. It recalled what Master might look like if in danger. It recalled the resolution it had secretly sworn to grow stronger and protect Master. No, I absolutely will not be like that. I refuse to become a burden. I want to grow stronger. I must have the power to protect Master. An unprecedented fighting spirit, an almost self-flagellating determination erupted from Xiao Lingdang's tiny body. Chiomi. Of course not. I want to grow stronger. Xiao Lingdang suddenly flew back to the training area, no longer looking at the original for mercy. Its petals rapidly opened and closed several times, then, as if making a momentous decision, it somehow produced a blazing chili pepper. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Lingdang directly swallowed that fiery red pepper. Chiomi Mimi. The entire flower of Xiao Lingdang instantly turned fire red. As if ignited. Xiao Lingdang, I am burning up. But this was not over. In a frenzied state, Xiao Lingdang saw Jiwawa beside it with dazed eyes, and thought this guy was not training hard enough, was not committed enough. It dove down, wrapped another fiery chili in its leaves, and while Jiwawa was not paying attention, stuffed it directly into its mouth. Jiwawa. Ribbit. The next second. Ribbit. Jiwawa's eyes instantly widened to their fullest. Its amber pupils filled with utter disbelief. A fiery chili was stuffed into its mouth. Jiwawa's jade-white body visibly reddened and heated up. An uncontrollable surge of scorching energy erupted from within it. Jiwawa opened its mouth wide from the spiciness. Phew! A blazing flame far thicker and more orange-red than its light beam skill shot uncontrollably from Jiwawa's mouth. The flame streaked across the mirror world space, leaving a scorched black mark on the various mirror walls. Ding! Your Beastmaster Jiwawa's talent good fortune triggered successfully, learning new skill flamethrower. The crisp system notification chimed in Su Ningyu's mind. Su Ningyu. He paused the alchemy he was working on. He looked in astonishment at the two little ones, one self-igniting and the other spitting fire, then glanced at the equally stunned Fei Wenli. It can work this way. It seems Jiwawa's good fortune talent can be utilized like this too. Su Ningyu shook his head and said. He was still pondering whether to buy more fiery chilies. Both Xiao Lingdang and Jiwawa had learned skills from the fiery chilies. After a brief moment of surprise, Fei Wenli weighed the Star River whip in her hand. A dangerous curve tugged at the corner of her mouth. So, this method can stimulate potential and accelerate skill comprehension. It seems our previous training was too gentle. Good. Mystic armor defense training ends here. Next, focus on elemental resistance training and burst skill mastery. Jiwawa, since you've grasped flamethrower, practice it well. Fei Wenli had already begun planning the next phase of stimulating training. At the very edge of the mirror world, in an inconspicuous corner, a trembling pale blue jelly gazed at the terrifying scene before it. This was the little slime that Su Ningyu had casually brought back from the secret realm. At this moment, with its simple consciousness, the slime was terrified by everything happening nearby. Slimed, its simple neural circuit echoed only one thought: the outside world is so terrifying, so scary. Those two identical bipedal creatures are demons. I want to go home, back to the lake. Mom, help, I've been kidnapped. The results of Fei Wenli's demonic training quickly became apparent. Time in the mirror world seemed to speed up. Under Fei Wenli's hellish whip, Xiao Lingdang's progress was visible. Especially under its own nearly self-torturing training, the energy accumulated within its body finally reached a critical point. One day after Xiao Lingdang had once again depleted all its power and precisely hit the bullseye with a compressed light beam reduced to a thin line. It felt a certain shackle inside it snap with a crack. A surge of energy purer and vaster than before gushed out like a fountain. Instantly it flowed through every petal and every vein of its body. Its size swelled slightly. The patterns on the petals became clearer and brighter, emitting a faint moon-like luster. The light at the center of the stamen also grew more solid. The stagnation of black iron 8th rank vanished, replaced by a feeling of fullness, smoothness, and the readiness to unleash greater power. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Beastmaster Bellflower has improved in strength. Current level black iron 9th rank. The pleasant system prompt sounded promptly in Su Ningyu's mind. Su Ningyu, who was studying potions in a corner of the mirror world, looked up with an irrepressible smile of joy. Finally, black iron 9th rank. He put down the materials and quickly walked to the training area. Xiao Lingdang also sensed its own transformation. It let out a clear, cheerful "Xiaomi" and floated lightly to Su Ningyu, rubbing its petals affectionately against his palm, conveying excitement and anticipation. Even Ji Wawa, who was undergoing brutal training nearby, paused and turned its head, its eyes showing happiness for its companion, even though it was exhausted like a dead dog. Fei Wenli also stopped her whip. Ji Wawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fei Wenli looked at Xiao Lingdong, whose aura was noticeably different after the breakthrough, and a hint of relief flickered in her violet eyes, but it was quickly replaced by stricter expectations. Finally, the master's resources and my training weren't wasted. But this is just the beginning. Black Iron 9th rank is merely the minimum threshold for evolution. Su Ningyu ignored Fei Wenli's stern teacher attitude. He gently stroked Xiao Lingdong's petals, feeling the surging energy within it, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. Finally, I can prepare for evolution. I've waited too long for this day, and you've been looking forward to it too, haven't you, Xiao Lingdang? Xiaomi. Yes, very much looking forward to it. Xiao Lingdang nodded vigorously. According to Su Ningyu's research and the guidance of the Bloodline Catalogue talent, Sun God Blazing Sun Sequence, first sequence, Sunlight Flower, requires several key conditions. 1. Strength Foundation Black Iron 9th rank achieved. 2. Prerequisite skills Photosynthesis mastered, Spark mastered. 3. Evolution timing. The best time is noon, when the sunlight is most intense and pure, harnessing the supreme yang energy of heaven and earth to trigger the accumulated blazing sun potential within and complete the life form leap. Su Ningyu checked the time. It was already evening, clearly not a good time for evolution. Tomorrow at noon. Su Ningyu's eyes glinted with determination as he made the decision. Xiao Lingdong, rest well today, adjust your state, and optimize your body and energy. Tomorrow we will witness the miracle. Xiao Mimi. Understood. Xiao Lingdang was full of fighting spirit. It had indeed waited too long for this day. Alright, today's special training ends here. Ji Wawa, you rest too. Su Ningyu said to the exhausted Ji Wawa, who was sprawled on the ground. Ji Wawa, as if granted a pardon, let out a feeble gua and lay flat on its back. Just then Su Ningyu's phone, placed aside, lit up with a soft ding. He picked it up and saw a text message from the homeroom teacher by Young. The message was simple but warm. Teacher, by everyone, the middle school entrance exam has ended. Regardless of the results, the teacher believes you all did your best. Relax well, adjust your mindset, and welcome the new stage. Have a pleasant holiday, and continue to shine in high school. Alright, the exam is over. Su Ningyu suddenly realized. He had been so immersed in cultivation and the secret realm incident that he had almost forgotten. He immediately opened the middle school class group, which was already flooded with exam reflections, answer comparisons, and holiday plans. He thought for a moment, and also sent a message. Su Ningyu, I wish everyone ideal results, a bright future, and a happy holiday. The moment Su Ningyu sent the message, it immediately drew a flurry of replies. Zhang Quandam, the missing person returns. You finally showed up. After the exam, the class is organizing a gathering. The time and place are set. You must come. Whoever doesn't show is a dog. Su Ningyu, a gathering. If it's set for tomorrow, I might not make it. My bellflower is at a critical stage. I need to prepare for its breakthrough tomorrow. The day after tomorrow works. Wei Lin, oh my god sis, you've already gotten into Beichin High School, and you're still working this hard. Every day it's either training or exams. Seeing you, I always feel like I don't fit in, as if I'm letting someone down if I don't work hard. Classmate passerby, Wei Lin, you're not the only one who feels that way. Zhang Quan, alright. Then it's the day after tomorrow. I've sent the location in the group chat, the Starlight Airship and aerial tour. Be there or be square. All expenses are on me. Anyone who stands me up, I'll print out their embarrassing moments and plaster them all over the school bulletin board. Su Ningyu, you absolutely have to come. Su Ningyu, okay, got it. I'll be there. Su Ningyu certainly intended to attend the class gathering. Though his mind was no longer on such trivial matters, it held memories of his 3 years of junior high familiar classmates, and a testament to his youth. He was not an indifferent person. He would not deliberately avoid necessary bonds and social interactions. Inside a room, a full-length mirror suddenly began to change. The mirror's surface rippled like water. Su Ningyu stepped out from it. He returned to reality from the mirror world. The next moment, the mirror turned into a holographic projection. An image appeared. Fei Wenli sat on a swing, gently swaying. Tomorrow the bellflower will evolve. Su Ningyu's voice carried anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible emotion. Admission to Beichin High School, the bellflower's first evolution. The first stage goals I set before are about to be fully accomplished. But this is only the beginning. Su Ningyu looked into the distance. So, what's next? He fell into brief contemplation. Once the bellflower successfully evolved into the sunlight flower, that would be a feat of breaking the conventional green spirit sequence and crossing attributes into the blazing sun sequence. This would undoubtedly attract considerable attention and stir up a commotion. However, I am a spirit beast cultivator. Su Ningyu quickly sorted out his thoughts. A cultivator successfully guiding their own beast to an unprecedented cross-sequence evolution. Though astonishing, it is not entirely incomprehensible. At most, he would be hailed as a genius. It would draw some research and even recruitment offers. There would be a stir, but it would remain within controllable bounds, not touching deeper secrets. Su Ningyu had already planned the next steps. After the evolution, I must immediately register the new form of Little Bellflower and the evolutionary path of the Blazing Sun sequence with the Spirit Beast Association and the Cultivator Guild. A shrewd glint sparkled in Su Ningyu's eyes. Under the prevailing rules of the Universal Federation, when a spirit beast trainer or cultivator first discovers and confirms a brand new beast evolution sequence, as long as they register it officially, they can obtain a 1-year knowledge protection period. During this year, the knowledge related to this evolutionary path is protected. Other trainers who wish to cultivate their beasts along this path must pay the corresponding knowledge usage fee to the registrant. Imagine how vast the Universal Federation is. The number of trainers and cultivators numbers in the billions. Although the bellflower is not the most rare beast, its audience is extremely broad. How many people long to make their bellflower stronger? How many cultivators would flock to this brand new, immensely promising, blazing sun sequence? It is foreseeable that once registration is successful within the next year, just the knowledge licensing fees from all over the universe will amount to an extremely substantial, sustained, and massive income. Enough to support Su Ningyu's subsequent deeper research, purchase rarer resources, and cultivate more powerful beast partners. This is one of the reasons why so many aspire to become top-tier spirit beast cultivators. Su Ningyu's lips curled into a smile. Not only can I personally create miracles, but I can also transform knowledge into wealth and influence, laying a solid foundation for the road ahead. With this anticipated income, he could more calmly plan the cultivation of Ji Wawa's lucky sequence. He could also accelerate his own strength, preparing to unseal his other beasts, and even provide resource guarantees for acquiring stronger subsequent beast partners for himself and his team. Tomorrow's evolution is not just a leap in power, it might be a key to opening the door to wealth and opportunity. The night deepened. Su Ningyu stood still, his eyes bright, filled with clear plans and high spirits for the future. Everything was steadily advancing in the intended direction. The next day the sun was bright, the sky was clear, and it was perfect weather. Su Ningyu set out early. He did not choose to go near the troublesome area of Bishui Lake Secret Realm, but instead went to the northern suburbs of Binjiang City, a relatively secluded, deserted, yet sun-drenched hillside clearing. Far from the hustle and bustle, with a wide view, the midday sun poured down unobstructed, the ideal spot for Little Bellflower's evolution. He walked along a forest path. On his shoulder, Ji Wawa was particularly eye-catching. In the sky, wild or domesticated bird-type beasts occasionally flew by, some raptor-type beasts with sharp eyes. When they spotted the seemingly plump and delicious Ji Wawa perched on Su Ningyu's shoulder, instinctively they revealed a desire to hunt, circling lower, as if preparing to dive. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Just as these bird-type beasts locked onto their target and descended to a certain height, ready to accelerate, they suddenly all stiffened in unison. Then, as if collectively infected by some strange disease, they flapped their wings wildly in the air, let out painful cries, and then, "You! Ugh! Call! You!" The sound of retching echoed across the sky. Several raptor beasts, while retching and flailing clumsily, gained altitude. They fled without looking back, as if what lay below was not a tasty morsel, but a toxic gas bomb emitting an extreme stench. Su Ningyu. He helplessly glanced at Ji Wawa on his shoulder. The little creature was holding its head high, its eyes gleaming with pride and a hint of mischief. It seemed to thoroughly enjoy watching enemies retch in misery. "All right, Ji Wawa, settle down." Su Ningyu gently flicked its forehead. "Keep a low profile." Ji Wawa croaked, ribbit, and retracted its neck. But that mischievous glint in its eyes was not so easily dispelled. Su Ningyu sighed inwardly. After Vivian's hellish training and lashings during this period, Ji Wawa's strength and skill proficiency had soared from Black Iron Tier 3 to Black Iron Tier 5. But it seemed his personality had also developed in some strange direction. No longer just timid and mischievous, he now had a newfound fondness for watching others make fools of themselves, especially a malicious delight in the quirks of his own talent. Perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger. Su Ningyu could only console himself with this thought. As long as his core loyalty remained unchanged, a few eccentricities weren't entirely unacceptable. Never mind, he would guide him gradually later. Arriving at the predetermined hillside clearing, Su Ningyu checked the time. There was still a short while until noon. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and cast aside all distractions. "Xiao Lingdong, get ready." A flash of light, and Xiao Lingdang floated out lightly, landing before Su Ningyu. It seemed to sense the importance of today, its petals slightly furled, appearing solemn and expectant. Because the core driving force of evolution was sunlight. Ningyu had deliberately chosen this day of scorching sunlight. As time passed, nearing noon, the sunlight grew increasingly intense. Xiao Lingdang unconsciously activated its photosynthesis skill, actively absorbing the solar energy permeating the air. A faint warm radiance began to emanate from its body. At first this radiance was merely a weak fluorescence, but as the sun climbed higher it grew brighter and more intense. Ningyu watched intently from the side, activating his spiritual eye talent to closely observe the energy changes within Xiao Lingdang and the degree of resonance with the external sunlight. Time ticked by second. The sunlight fell vertically. Noon had arrived. Now, Xiao Lingdang, channel with all your might. Absorb the solar power. Show me. Xiao Lingdang let out a clear piercing cry, no longer holding back. The power accumulated within its body like a lit fuse, exploded forth with a roar. Hum. A blinding, dazzling radiance like a miniature sun burst forth from Xiao Lingdang's body, instantly enveloping it in a massive sphere of light over 2 meters in diameter. The light sphere radiated astonishing heat and light radiation, warping the surrounding air with high temperature. Ningyu was forced back a few steps, squinting, using his mental power to perceive the interior of the sphere. Evolution had officially begun. However, cross-sequence evolution, especially from the gentle green spirit sequence to the violent blazing sun sequence, was by no means a smooth journey. It was fraught with unimaginable danger and agony. Inside the light sphere, Xiao Lingdang felt as if its body were being torn apart. Its originally gentle plant energy and meridians were now being violently assaulted and transformed by the raging solar power and the erupting blazing sun potential within. Every petal, every vein felt as if it were being calcined in a furnace, searing with heart-wrenching pain. Even more terrifying was the energy conflict. A single misstep could trigger energy loss of control, leading to evolution failure or even bodily collapse and reduction to ashes. Xiaomi, it hurts. My body is burning up. Hold on. Xiao Lingdang, think of our goal. Think of all your efforts these days. Ningyu's voice through the contract and spiritual link like a calming pill penetrated into Xiao Lingdang's consciousness. Xiaomi, I can do it. My master's nurturing my sweat, all my efforts, all for this moment. I want to become stronger. Xiao Lingdang's will displayed astonishing resilience amidst the pain. The light sphere fluctuated violently. The light flickered, the heat rose and fell, indicating an extremely unstable internal state. Ningyu's heart was in his throat, but he could not intervene. Evolution could only be accomplished by the spirit beast itself. He could only fully maintain the auxiliary array, providing the most stable external environmental support. Just at this stalemate fraught with peril, Xiaomi. From within the sphere another cry rang out, even higher and more resolute. It seemed to be Xiao Lingdang's final desperate shout. Then a startling transformation occurred within the sphere. Blazing flames not ignited from the outside, but born from within the sphere, accompanied by even more intense light. Golden red flames intertwined with pure light, instantly turning the entire sphere into a massive, burning fireball. The fireball no longer stayed on the ground, but as if weightless began to rise slowly. Higher and higher the flames and light merged more fiercely, emitting scorching heat waves and dazzling radiance. Ningyu looked from afar. It truly resembled a miniature sun suspended above the hillside. The grass and trees on the slope were scorched slightly yellow by the high temperature, the air distorted, and heat waves rolled. Ningyu held his breath, staring unblinkingly at the blazing little sun in the sky. Jiwawa also clung nervously to his collar. Success or failure hung on this single moment. Finally, boom, a sound not loud, yet as if resonating on a soul level came. The little sun in the sky suddenly contracted inward, then exploded. Endless light and heat spread outward. But after spreading to a certain range, it rapidly retracted and condensed. The light faded, the flames subsided. A brand new figure bathed in the remaining specks of light and flame hovered silently where the fireball had been. Ningyu stared intently, his face showing excitement. The figure still retained the outline of a flower, but its form was vastly different from the previous bellflower. It was suffused with a warm, bright pale gold. Not the cold hardness of metal, but as if forged from flowing sunlight. The petals were no longer soft velvet. Instead, they had become more expansive, sunflower-like, with fine flame patterns along the edges. Layered one upon another, the center was a denser cluster of stamens that emitted light and heat like a miniature sun. The entire flower was twice as large as before, elegant and noble, floating in the air, naturally exuding a warm, bright, yet subtly majestic aura. The sunlight flower had evolved successfully. When that pale gold sunflower with flame patterns flowing along its edges emerged from the burning sphere of light, hovering gracefully in midair, the air itself seemed to pause for a moment. The wind on the hillside also stopped, as if afraid to disturb the newborn miracle. Xiao Lingdang was filled with curiosity and delight at its new form. It gently rotated its flower disc like a sunflower following the sun's path, but now it was its own light source. With its graceful rotation, tiny petals formed of pure flame like dandelion seeds blown by the wind silently drifted from its layered petals, then quickly turned into specks of firelight in midair swirling around it, like a flowing ring of flames breathtakingly beautiful. Jiwawa perched on Su Ningyu's shoulder. Its eyes were wide round, its mouth forming an O shape as it let out a short, terrified croak, croak. Mom, Xiao Lingdang is on fire. Will it be burned to death? It instinctively tried to burrow into Su Ningyu's collar. But curiosity got the better of it, and it poked half its head out to peek. Su Ningyu paid no heed to Jiwawa's fuss, for at this moment the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed from curling upward. It worked. He murmured softly, his voice filled with long-suppressed excitement and relief. Finally evolved. Cross-sequence evolution. He had waited a long time for this day. From pure grass type crossing the chasm of attributes stepping into the realm of the blazing sun sequence. He had done it, and Xiao Lingdang had done it too. He took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. The spiritual I talent activated instantly, sweeping over the floating Riguanghua. Translucent streams of information spread like ribbons of light in his vision. Beast Riguang, Hua rank bronze, rank 1 bronze, rank 1. Su Ningyu's heart skipped a beat. From black iron rank 9 to the current bronze rank 1. This evolution of Xiao Lingdang was not merely a transformation in form, but a genuine leap in power. It had crossed the final step of the entire black iron major realm, directly stabilizing at the bronze rank. And just as Su Ningyu finished checking, buzz, the space beside him rippled slightly, and the ordinary beast taming tome bound to his soul actually emerged on its own without being summoned. The pages rustled as they turned automatically, finally stopping at the contract page belonging to Xiao Lingdang. The bellflower pattern on the page was slowly and clearly changing. The outline reshaped, colors flowed, and finally settled into an elegant spreading sunflower image burning with pale golden flames. At the same time, a warm and vast energy surged back along the contract bond from Riguang, Hua's body. This was the natural feedback to the Beast Tamer when a beast evolved and broke through a major realm. Especially from black iron to bronze, this was the first true leap in life level. The power of the feedback was particularly evident. Su Ningyu felt a warm current surge from the beast space into every limb and bone. Muscles, bones, blood, even the tiniest cells were strengthened and tempered under the scouring of this power. His physical constitution was enhanced. He clenched his fist, clearly feeling the power surging through his meridians. It was an extremely solid feeling. Su Ningyu looked down at his arm, which seemed not particularly muscular. He silently estimated now, even without summoning a beast, relying purely on physical strength, punching a black iron rank 3 slime into pieces should not be a difficult task. The little slime that Su Ningyu had forgotten, in a corner of the mirror world which was struggling to adapt to the new environment, suddenly shuddered without any reason. It wriggled its body in confusion, completely unaware that it had just become someone's unit of power measurement. Slime. It always felt like some treacherous subject wanted to harm me. Su Ningyu withdrew his thoughts and refocused his attention on the evolved Riguang, Hua, Xiao Lingdang. The beast taming tome's information had been updated. He focused his gaze and detailed data appeared line by line. Beast Riguang, Hua, Xiao Lingdang, attribute Firegrass, rank bronze, rank 1, talents, soothe, healing, light, sunshine, potential rating silver, rank new, skills 1. Blazing flame petal blade, condense flame energy into several high-speed rotating scorching petals to perform continuous cutting attacks on the target. Proficiency beginner 2. Vine whip, extend 2 tough vines imbued with fire attribute energy from the stem, capable of mid-range whipping, entangling, and dragging. Proficiency beginner 2. Crimson Lotus Bloom, after charging, compress a large amount of fire attribute energy into the center of the stamen, then release it all at once, blooming into a huge destructive crimson lotus flame, dealing extremely high damage to targets within range. The cost is that it also suffers a considerable amount of recoil damage. Added 1 talent and 3 skills. The attribute changed from single grass type to include fire type. The skill Blazing Flame Petal Blade combines the burn of fire and the agility of grass, making it Xiao Lingdang's first true area of effect combo output skill. The Vine Whip skill, once mastered, can achieve more complex manipulation. When Su Ningyu noticed the skill description, his eyes flickered subtly. Vine Whip. Whipping. Good, very suitable for his talent, could be combined with his talent. The last skill learned, Crimson Lotus Bloom, is a true self-sacrifice technique. Judging from the description, its power is immense. It should not be used lightly unless in critical moments. Newly added talent. Talent Sunshine, under direct sunlight, the beast's all attributes, attack, defense, speed, skill, power, etc., increase by 20. The natural recovery rate of life energy and skill energy increases by 20. This effect can be further enhanced under noon or high-intensity sunlight conditions. Sunshine Talent. Su Ningyu carefully pondered the effect of this core talent. Under sunlight, all attributes increase by 20. A recovery speed also increases by 20. Su Ningyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. With the Sunshine talent plus the active output capabilities of Blazing Flame Petal Blade and Vine Whip, and the auxiliary healing capabilities of Soothe and Healing Light, Xiao Lingdang had directly transformed from a pure support in the past into a beast that can fight, control, and heal. If it also learned a defensive skill, it could become an all-rounder beast. As long as there is sunlight, Xiao Lingdang's combat power, endurance, and survivability will all reach a very terrifying level. Su Ningyu quickly simulated tactics in his mind. Even if encountering an opponent with a tribute advantage or stronger strength, if we can't defeat them directly, we can rely on high recovery and high mobility to slowly wear them down, exhausting them to death. Looking at Xiao Lingdang before him, emitting a warm radiance, struggling to adapt to its new body, and attempting to manipulate a blazing flame petal blade spinning among its petals, Su Ningyu praised sincerely, "Great job. Xiao Lingdang, you did even better than I imagined." Xiaomi. Hearing the master's praise, Xiao Lingdang brightened all over, and the flame petals around it leaped joyfully. It let out a clear, powerful cry conveying its current mood. "Master, I feel. My body is filled with power. Sunlight seems to have become my companion, and every petal can feel the flame flowing. I can become even stronger." It gently floated to Su Ningyu, and with a warm, non-scorching petal affectionately touched his cheek, as if acting spoiled or making a vow. Ji Wawa crouched on Su Ningyu's other shoulder watching the scene, its amber eyes revealing complex emotions. There was genuine happiness for its partner's growth, some anxiety about its own weak status, and a bit of sourness from being left out. Seeing the newly evolved little bell being affectionate with its master, Ji Wawa couldn't help but let out a croak to try to get some attention. Su Ningyu tilted his head and glanced at it, a familiar smile tugging at the corner of his lips, one that made Ji Wawa's scalp crawl. "Don't worry, Ji Wawa. Little bell has evolved. Next, I'll focus everything on helping you improve so you can reach the evolution condition as soon as possible." Ji Wawa croaked. "I knew it. There really was no escape." It shrank its neck, but this time, aside from fear and resignation, a trace of anticipation seemed to appear in its eyes. On the hillside, the sunlight was just right. A pale golden sunlight flower radiated a warm glow, while a white jade lucky toad with golden markings crouched on its master's shoulder. The youth stood quietly, his eyes bright, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, "Hurry, hurry." The commotion came from this hillside. A fireball so huge hung in the sky like a small sun. This is definitely the scene of a rare spirit beast evolution. Maybe it's a completely new spirit beast. Binjiang City has had secret realms and evolution anomalies one after another recently. When fortune arrives, nothing can stop it. Don't push. The energy reaction hasn't fully dispersed yet. Be careful. Noisy voices and hurried footsteps rapidly approached from the woodland path at the foot of the hillside. Su Ningyu frowned. He had long expected that Little Bell's evolution would stir up such a commotion. That fireball, burning unabated as it soared skyward like a small sun, was a glaring beacon on the relatively open hillside of the northern outskirts. It was bound to attract people nearby. Su Ningyu just hadn't thought they would arrive so quickly. If I'm seen now, it will be a hassle. His mind raced. The new evolution sunlight flower hasn't been registered yet. If an unwitting passerby or someone with ulterior motives filmed it and posted it online, it would be exposed ahead of time. That would not only disrupt my plan, but might also invite unnecessary questioning and covetous eyes. He didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, the phantom of the gorgeous, mysterious full-length mirror instantly appeared in the depths of his spirit beast space. Fei Wenli Mirror World Passage. Coordinates home. Understood. An ethereal and steady voice answered in his mind. The next second, the full-length mirror materialized out of thin air beside Su Ningyu, its frame flowing with moonlit patterns. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. What it reflected was no longer the wild grass and blue sky of the hillside, but another familiar space, the bedroom corner of his small rented room. Su Ningyu stepped into it. Little Bell followed, drifting lightly through the mirror, while Ji Wawa, on his shoulder, gripped his collar tightly. Then it was over. The mirror dispersed, and the passage closed. The hillside fell silent again, leaving only traces of fire attribute energy that had yet to fully dissipate, and marks of scorched earth left by the high temperature. Almost the very next minute after Su Ningyu left, a crowd of people noisily rushed up the hillside. Leading them was a young man. Behind him were several companions equipped the same way, and even two people with cameras hanging from their necks who looked like self-media bloggers. "This is it. The strongest signal point." The young man excitedly pointed at the red glow still visible on the detector screen, then looked around. "Huh. No one." Several people split up and searched the small hilltop thoroughly over and over. Really no one. Weird. Then what about the fireball earlier? It can't be a wild spirit beast breaking through, right? Not impossible. After that secret realm opened, the energy density in the area has changed. Maybe some wild fire-type spirit beast had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time and took advantage of the good weather today to finally break through. TSK. What a waste of a trip. But judging from the residual energy intensity, that spirit beast was at least mid-bronze level. Since when did this area have wild spirit beasts of this level? Alright, enough. Let's take a few photos of the scene. We can write a story about high-grade wildfire spirit beasts possibly appearing in the northern suburbs. We might even grab a headline. Their voices gradually faded into the mountain breeze. In Su Ningyu's rented room, the full-length mirror's surface rippled faintly one last time, then returned to stillness, standing quietly against the wall as it reflected the warm indoor light and its owner's calm face. Phew. Su Ningyu let out a gentle breath, his tense shoulders relaxing. Little Bell's evolution had succeeded and no irrelevant person had disturbed or prematurely exposed it. Everything went smoothly. He walked to the window, pulled the curtain open a crack, and looked at the sky in the northern outskirts, which had returned to complete calm. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Next up, high school life. I'll study to my heart's content, raise my combat strength, nurture more spirit beast companions, and do it all openly, one step at a time. In an excellent mood, Su Ningyu decided to reward himself and his companions who had worked hard all day. He went into the kitchen, tied on an apron, got the ingredients from the fridge, and started making a sumptuous dinner. The frying pan sizzled and savory aromas drifted through the room. Little Bell floated nearby out of curiosity, occasionally using its petals to poke at this and that, full of desire to explore the new formed senses. It was no longer satisfied with simply soaking up sunlight. A subtle interest in humanity's art of flame cooking had begun to stir within it. Jiwawa squatted on the edge of the stove, staring eagerly at the cutlets being flipped in the pan. Saliva was almost dripping from its mouth. Although it hadn't taken part in the battle directly, just witnessing the evolution process had already used up all of its froggy brain cells. Fei Winley had not come out. In Su Ningyu's form, she was still giving a certain slime a lesson in love. The slime thought, "My life really is tough." After the sumptuous dinner, Su Ningyu leaned back in his chair and opened his phone, savoring a rare moment of leisure. News alerts popped up one after another. Yunming Star Daily. Today's headlines. According to monitoring data from the Federal Ecological Stability Administration, the frequency of unknown secret realms opening on Yunming Star has increased by 37 compared with the same period last year. Experts say it may be related to changes in interstellar energy tides. Binjiang Evening News. Urgent notice. A cult organization from the Caesar Federation recently infiltrated Yunming province through illegal channels, and its members' whereabouts are currently unknown. The organization believes in extreme doctrines and has repeatedly plotted kidnappings targeting rare spirit beasts and spirit tamers with special talents. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and report any suspicious persons immediately. International Spirit Beast Sequence Committee Bulletin No. 1892. The latest communique from the International Spirit Beast Sequence Committee states that a breeder from Xiling Yunming Star Longting Federation has successfully discovered a new evolution sequence for the Flame Pup, the Flame-Armored Battlehound. This sequence emphasizes close combat and defense, making up for the traditional weakness of the Firehound lineage's thin skin. It has passed official certification and entered the intellectual property protection period. Su Ningyu's finger, which was scrolling through the screen, paused slightly. Many things had indeed happened recently. Secret realms opening, frequently foreign cults infiltrating, and new spirit beast sequences being discovered one after another. Beneath the calm surface of daily life, undercurrents were surging faster. Su Ningyu put down his phone, his gaze calm and steady. To ordinary people, these news items might be nothing more than idle chatter over tea. But for one who knew the future's course, every signal was a reminder the times were calling. So I must move faster. He rose to his feet, and with a single thought stepped back into the mirror world. Within the mirror world space, Su Ningyu spent an entire hour meticulously testing all the skills and combat performance of Little Bell after its evolution. The results left him thoroughly satisfied. If before evolution Little Bell was a tactical spirit beast primarily focused on support and control, then now the Sunlight Flower was a spirit beast that combined formidable frontal offensive power with considerable sustained recovery. Blazing Petal Blade was swift and agile, ideal for combos and harassment. A Vine Whip for mid-range control, versatile in application. Beam, now much more powerful after evolution, became a stable single-point penetrating attack. And the ultimate trump card, Crimson Lotus Bloom. Su Ningyu didn't dare let Little Bell unleash its full power, but from the energy fluctuations during its charge, it was clearly a devastating ultimate move that could reverse the tide of battle, albeit at a great cost. Yet what delighted Su Ningyu the most was not these newly acquired skills, but the one he had always attempted, yet never fully mastered with Little Bell, the ultimate skill. In the mirror world's simulated battlefield, Little Bell hovered in midair, its petals fully spread, and the light at the center of its stamen flickered with a rapid breath-like pulse, contracting and concentrating. It was different from the pure penetration of Beam and different from the destructive explosion of Crimson Lotus Bloom. It was a terrifying light energy shockwave released by compressing light heat and Little Bell's own life force to an extreme degree, then sublime. The light was like a pillar, the roar like thunder. Su Ningyu withdrew his gaze, looked at Little Bell, who was slightly tired from unleashing the ultimate skill, but with bright eyes and a smile he couldn't suppress curled at the corners of his mouth. Time to give this move a name, he said, stroking his chin. Chihuahua immediately jumped up, excitedly raising its front paws. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Master. How about Super Cosmic Universe, Dazzling Lightning, Big Impact? Cool, right? Su Ningyu. He stared at Chihuahua expressionlessly. Chihuahua shrank its neck and put down its paws sheepishly. Little Bell also floated over excitedly, offering its opinion. Xiaomi. Kimamai. I think Invincible Dazzling Big Light Bulb is not bad either. It's both vivid and easy to remember. Su Ningyu. He fell silent for another 3 seconds, then said very seriously to Little Bell. Little Bell, you've been corrupted by Chihuahua. Really corrupted. Little Bell. Xiaomi. Really? Chihuahua defamation. Su Ningyu decided to ignore these two unreliable ones and name it himself. He looked at the pale golden sunflower, emitting a warm radiance with flame patterns swirling along the edges of its petals, and thought of its nearly limitless endurance and amplification when bathed in sunlight. This move reaches its peak power under the sun, using the form of the sunlight flower to unleash the might of the sun. He paused. Let it be called Sun Wheel Flower Sunlight Cannon. Xiaomi. Sunlight Cannon. That sounds nice. Little Bell nodded in satisfaction. Chihuahua muttered quietly, my Super Cosmic Universe Dazzling Lightning Big Impact is clearly better. No one paid it any attention. Of course, the greatest credit for successfully creating this ultimate skill actually went to another person, or rather another existence. At this moment, Vivian was standing not far away. She had somehow transformed into Little Bell's form. The same pale golden petals, the same flame patterns, and even the aura was perfectly imitated. When Su Ningyu was explaining the energy compression principle of Sunlight Cannon to Little Bell simply couldn't grasp the complex energy circulation rhythm of multiple spiral retraction, energy compression, and instant release. Little Bell was so anxious its petals drooped. Then Vivian, unable to bear it, directly copied the form of the bell flower and floated over. She said nothing, but simply followed Su Ningyu's description and calmly circulated the energy. The next second, an even more condensed, more stable, and no less powerful ultimate skill Sunlight Cannon shot out from between her petals. Little Bell. Shocked Chihuahua. Shocked Vivian expressionlessly reverted to the form of the purple-eyed Su Ningyu, the starry river whip already in her hand, and stared coldly at Little Bell. Such a simple energy circulation can't be learned. Are you embarrassing your master? Xiaomi. Kayamimami. I'm sorry. Lady Vivian, I'll practice now. Right now. Little Bell's petals trembled in fright, and it immediately threw itself into practice with frenzy. Thus, under Vivian's strict hands-on teaching, Little Bell finally succeeded in mastering its first ultimate skill. Now, looking at Little Bell, who was breathing slightly heavily from exhaustion in the corner, but with eyes full of accomplishment, Su Ningyu walked over and gently touched its petals. Well done, you did great. Little Bell let out a soft, contented Xiaomi. Just then, Chihuahua, who had been squatting nearby watching the entire process, suddenly leaped up. It jumped in front of Su Ningyu, head held high, amber eyes burning with unprecedented fighting spirit, and a hint of anxiety that said, if I don't fight for it, I'll be left completely behind. Ribbit. Master. It used all its strength to let out a frog's croak that echoed through the mirror world. Ribbit. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. I want an ultimate skill too. I want one. You can't be biased. Wawa wants a cool big move too. Su Ningyu looked down at this little creature of white jade and gold patterns, now desperately showing off its I'm strong posture, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Chihuahua's eyes lit up. Once your flamethrower is mastered, we'll start researching your own ultimate skill. Chihuahua. It looked down at its own flame, which would occasionally spray crooked, and then at Little Bell, who had just mastered an ultimate skill and was now resting under its own healing light. An unprecedented sense of urgency and mission burned fiercely in its tiny chest. Ribbit. I'll practice. I'll practice to the death. In a corner of the mirror world, the thoroughly forgotten little slime, which was trying hard to shrink into a puddle of water to reduce its presence, quietly and silently wriggled deeper into the shadows. It felt that this world full of madmen and overachievers was truly terrifying. Zhang Quan lowered his head to glance at his phone screen. Then he looked up toward the restaurant entrance, his brows furrowed. Why hasn't Su Ningyu arrived yet? It's already almost 20 minutes past the agreed time. He shook his phone. The chat interface showed the time they had set. Wang Hao bored poked at his lemonade with a straw. Without lifting his head, he said, this guy isn't coming, is he yet? He's now a prospective top student admitted to Beichin High School with higher standards, doesn't want to hang out with us, ordinary folks. What nonsense are you talking about? Wei Lin rolled her eyes. In a firm tone she said, Brother Su said he's coming, so he will definitely come. He's late, not absent. Why are you in such a rush? Wang Hao muttered aggrievedly, I was just saying. As his words faded, the automatic glass doors of the restaurant slid open to both sides. Several people turned their heads in unison. There stood Su Ningyu wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses that covered almost half his face, a shoulder bag slung over his shoulder, one hand holding the strap, the other hand yawning. After yawning, he squinted lazily, shook his head looking like he hadn't woken up. Zhang Quan was speechless. What's going on with you, kid? Stayed up late. Su Ningyu swayed over to them, pushed his sunglasses up, revealing eyes that did have faint dark circles, but were still clear and alert. Sorry I'm late. There was a trace of barely perceptible fatigue in his voice. Something came up last night. It was more than just something. He had merely casually proposed an extremely abstract and absurd idea to Ji Wawa, an ultimate move concept that even Su Ningyu himself hadn't taken seriously. Perhaps it was because Ji Wawa's good luck talent was too conceptual. The good luck talent suddenly triggered its mechanism. At that time he had purely concocted a theoretical hypothesis on a whim. Su Ningyu really had just said it casually. He had even prepared himself for Ji Wawa to completely not understand or understand, but fail to execute. Then pouting squat in the corner and draw circles in preparation. But the result? Ji Wawa actually comprehended it. In that moment Su Ningyu finally deeply understood a fact. Good luck this talent to some extent was even more unreasonable than Fei Winley's mirror replication. It didn't follow energy conservation, didn't follow basic logic. Perhaps Ji Wawa thought as long as good luck was triggered it might be able to realize it. The reason he now had such heavy dark circles was that once this skill was experimented with the scene was really. The corner of Su Ningyu's eye twitched slightly behind his sunglasses, and he decided to stop the recollection. Poor slime. That guy definitely has developed a psychological shadow from Ji Wawa. Alright, better late than never. Zhang Quan didn't press further, waved his hand, and cut straight to the point. Hurry up, the party is about to start. The area our class booked is almost full. Today it's not just our class gathering here. I just found out that class 3 also booked tickets for the Xingqian Hao. We'll probably run into a bunch of familiar faces when we get on. He gestured with his chin toward the window. Su Ningyu followed his gaze. Then his eyes froze. In the distance, under the azure sky, a massive airship was quietly moored at its dedicated berth. That was indeed a scale that couldn't be easily summed up by the word airship. The streamlined silver-white hull stretched nearly 100 meters, refracting warm metallic luster in the midday sun. Multiple decks were arranged in a staggered pattern with clear outlines of the observation deck, dining deck, and open-air viewing platform. The enormous gas bag was not traditionally bloated, but designed in an elegant airfoil shape. It hovered there like a sleeping cloud whale or like a floating garden in the sky. An airship. Wei Lin's eyes were already sparkling. I've never been on a long-haul one like this. I heard it takes 3 days to fly from Dongjun to Xiling. Along the way we'll pass many cities and dangerous wild upper airspace with amazing scenery. Of course Brother Quan really splurged this time. Wang Hao immediately started playing the hype man with exaggerated admiration. He bought tickets for the whole class, and the per-person cost is almost 4 figures. Brother Quan is awesome. Brother Quan is generous. Brother Quan, do you need a leg pendant? Zhang Quan hummed modestly, but his hand uncontrollably reached for the back of his head, rubbing it with feigned humility. It's nothing. Graduation, after all, everyone goes their separate ways. Who knows when we'll be able to gather like this again. Anyway, my allowance was just sitting there. Su Ningyu watched him, looking as if his tail was about to wag with pride, yet pretending to be calm, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Thank you for the gold coins, Zhang Quan, he said sincerely. Zhang Quan's tail wagged even higher. Alright, stop joking, let's go in. My stomach is starving. Wei Lin grabbed Wang Hao by the collar, dragging him like a suitcase toward the boarding passage. I'm going to eat until I'm stuffed, don't stop me. Are you a reincarnation of a rice bucket? Wang Hao rolled his eyes from being choked. The group laughed and chatted as they passed through the security checkpoint and boarded the gangway to the airship. Su Ningyu walked at the end of the line. Just as he stepped onto the last step, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. By the railing of the open-air observation deck, a girl in a light blue thin shirt with her long hair loosely tied at the back of her head was quietly watching the distant clouds. Sunlight swept across her profile, outlining a gentle and soft contour. And Chingy, perhaps sensing his gaze, she turned her head slightly. Their eyes met in the air. And Chingy nodded lightly, a greeting. Su Ningyu nodded back, without further pleasantries, following Zhang Quan and the others toward the dining cabin. Behind him he faintly heard Zhang Quan's lowered voice. Hey Su Ningyu, did you know? During the senior high school entrance exam practical test, I was assigned to the same exam room as in Chingy. Damn, everyone was stunned at that time. Do you know why? Why? Because she was already a black iron level beast tamer. Zhang Quan's tone still carried the shock from back then. I heard she even contracted a second beast. Although during the battle exam, she didn't reveal what the second beast was, it was still shocking enough. She was the only one in the entire exam room. The examiner gave her several extra looks. Su Ningyu paused slightly. Is that so, he said. I really didn't know that. After boarding the airship named Xingqian Hao, they took their seats. Before the menu had even been passed around once, Zhang Quan had already started a new round of information sharing. Of course, everyone present knew him well. Zhang Quan had a look that said, ask me quickly. I have a great new plan, ask me what it is. Hey, did you all see the bulletin released by the International Beast Sequence Committee yesterday? Zhang Quan casually tossed out the topic, though his gaze had already begun drifting towards Su Ningyu. Wei Lin was stuffing a piece of smoked fish in her mouth, And at the word she responded vaguely, that new evolution sequence for the small fire dog you mentioned. Yes, exactly. Zhang Quan perked up at once, setting down his chopsticks and straightening his back. The flame-armored war dog. A branch of the solar flame sequence with dual attributes of fire and fighting. Its close combat capabilities are greatly enhanced. High potential. Have you seen the official demo video? That flame-armored war dog landed a combo that directly took down a water-type armored turtle of the same level. It took only 13 seconds. Wang Hao cooperated with an exaggerated look of astonishment. Wow. Brother Quan, you've studied it so thoroughly. Could it be that you? Haha. Zhang Quan could no longer hold back. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug grin. His thoughts were written all over his face. I've decided to take my small fire dog down this evolution path. Whoa. Wang Hao's prompt follow-up came immediately, his voice even 2 octaves higher than when Wei Lin had shouted. She was hungry, drawing glances from guests at nearby tables. Brother Quan is awesome. Brother Quan has great taste. This is the latest sequence. The knowledge protection period was just announced, and I heard the licensing fee alone starts at 7 figures. Zhang Quan gave a restrained cough, waved his hand, and tried to appear nonchalant. No big deal, just a drop in the bucket. I talked it over with my family. Consider it a reward for getting into my target high school. But the corner of his eye held a hint of subtle amusement, drifting almost imperceptibly towards Su Ningyu. That look clearly conveyed one sentence: what do you think? I've stepped onto the high-end path of custom evolution routes. From now on, your little bell is in for a rough time. Su Ningyu was drinking tea. He met Zhang Quan's praise me, envy me gaze, paused for a moment, then slowly set down his teacup. He recalled the data compilation on the Bellflower's cross-sequence evolution he had just finished. Once this is registered, it's enough to secure a 1-year protection period under the International Spirit Beast Sequence Committee. 1 year would be more than enough for Su Ningyu to rake in a fortune. He gently pressed all these thoughts back into the depths of his consciousness. In response to Zhang Quan's swagger, he nodded calmly. I'm not bad. The flame-armored war dog line is indeed very suitable for small fire dog. The close combat strengthening from the fighting attribute compensates for the weakness of fire-type spirit beasts in the mid to late stages. Although the licensing fee is expensive, the stability and reproducibility are guaranteed. He paused. You have good taste. His tone was that of a professional giving an objective assessment of a peer's choice. Zhang Quan. He felt as though he had been complimented, yet there was an odd hollowness, like punching cotton. I came here to show off, not to get this kind of result. What's wrong with you, kid? Wei Lin finally swallowed the smoked fish, raised her teacup, and joined the conversation. By the way, Su Ningyu, what about your Bellflower? Which sequence are you planning for it? The gazes around the table converged on him again. Su Ningyu lowered his eyelids, his fingers tracing lightly along the rim of his teacup. He said. It has already evolved. Really? Zhang Quan instantly perked up, the earlier subtle emptiness swept away. Evolved into what? A healing lily bell or a drifting bell? Su Ningyu was silent for 2 seconds. A new sequence, I researched myself. A new sequence? You're not joking, are you? Zhang Quan looked shocked. On the other side, Wei Lin suddenly stopped eating. Come to think of it, didn't I tell you guys that Su Ningyu passed the junior spirit beast breeder exam? He's already a junior breeder now. It's not impossible for him to research a new sequence. Zhang Quan, oh huh. Wang Hao, what the heck? Is this what they call other people's kids? No way, Su Ningyu, be honest. Did you hack the game? Wang Hao asked, stunned. Su Ningyu, you've hit the nail on the head. Zhang Quan, are you sure you're not lying? Self-researched sequence. You've got to be kidding me. He really found it hard to believe. Whether I'm lying or not, you'll find out in the future. Su Ningyu raised his teacup to hide the faintest trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Quan, what do I do? This guy is so smug. I want to hit him even though I can't. The airship gave a slight shudder and slowly set off. Outside the window, the buildings of Binjiang City gradually shrank into toy block outlines. Clouds drifted past the porthole, dyed a warm gold by the afternoon sun. In the dining cabin, the graduation party atmosphere grew livelier. Someone started urging Zhang Quan to demonstrate his small fire dog skills. The others wandered around with drinks, taking photos with acquaintances. Su Ningyu sat by the window, sunlight slanting in through the porthole. He turned his head slightly, gazing outward. The airship glided slowly through a sea of clouds. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing everything in a warm glow. This airship, named Star, was indeed the top-tier sightseeing vessel on the route from Dongjun to Xiling. The interior facilities were nothing short of luxurious. The entertainment cabin featured virtual battle arenas, a fully immersive panoramic cinema, and a leisure area with an open observation deck, a quiet bar, and a tea room. There was even a small spirit beast exchange corner for passengers to display and discuss their companions. Zhang Quan, Wei Lin, and the others were in their element the moment they boarded. Zhang Quan dragged Wang Hao straight to the virtual battle arena, declaring he would make his small fire dog dominate the simulator. The passengers were numerous, and soon laughter, shouts, and exclamations rose and fell as lively as a festival. But Su Ningyu just wanted to find a quiet spot and catch up on sleep. Last night he had been tormented until 3 in the morning by that bizarre, special move of Lucky Frog. And this morning he had been dragged out of bed by Zhang Quan's relentless phone calls. Right now he was in a state of soul about to depart from the body floating on the edge. No matter how dazzling the virtual battle arena in the entertainment cabin was, or how magnificent the view from the observation deck, nothing could match his current craving for a quiet corner. He greeted Zhang Quan and left the noisy cabin alone. The corridor had observation windows every few meters. Outside the clouds spread like cotton fluff, and occasionally a flying-type spirit beast streaked past, leaving an elegant silhouette against the sunlight. Su Ningyu yawned, thinking of finding an empty lounge, collapsing onto a sofa and sleeping straight through to Shieling. Turning a corner, he saw a half-open cabin door at the end of the corridor with a sign reading "Quiet Nook, Do Not Disturb." Su Ningyu's eyes lit up. This place was perfect. He reached out to push the door. Junior Su. A familiar voice tinged with surprise came from behind him. Su Ningyu turned around. Zhang Hengyu stood a few steps away holding a steaming beverage, his face full of surprise and astonishment. He was dressed in a well-tailored casual outfit, looking much more spirited than when he had been fleeing for his life in the secret realm. Senior Zhang. Su Ningyu's drowsiness was somewhat dispelled by this unexpected encounter. What are you? It's a long story. Zhang Hengyu walked over quickly, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Zhang Hengyu lowered his voice. It's about the secret realm. He gestured with his chin towards the other end of the corridor. Those slimes in the secret realm, they're a species from the Caesar Federation. We rarely see them here. Especially that slime king. Although we didn't catch it in the end, just the ordinary slimes on the periphery had already kept my mentor and some other beast cultivation experts so excited that they couldn't sleep for 3 days. This is exactly why, as there was a beast cultivation exchange conference in Shieling, my mentor took me and Song Xinyu there to exchange and learn. Su Ningyu nodded in understanding. Qi Wanqing, that is Zhang Hengyu's mentor. He had learned this from Duan long later. Back when he took the exam for the Junior Beast Cultivation Certificate, that middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor and sharp eyes left a deep impression on him. So what are you up to? Zhang Hengyu asked back, his gaze sweeping over the empty corridor behind Su Ningyu. The middle school exam is over and the class organized a graduation trip. Su Ningyu explained briefly, my classmates are all playing over there. I came out to find a place to rest. Zhang Hengyu, upon hearing this, said rest. He wrapped his arm around Su Ningyu's shoulders, a smile carrying a hint of "Junior, don't even think about escaping" enthusiasm. Rest? What rest? Such a great time, why sleep? Come on, follow me. Su Ningyu. Since you're here. Zhang Hengyu had already taken him by the shoulder and headed towards the other end of the corridor without giving him a chance to refuse. My mentor and several colleagues are in the exchange cabin discussing beast cultivation. They are all genuine senior cultivation specialists. As a cultivator, this is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity, far more meaningful than sleeping. Su Ningyu's drowsiness vanished in an instant. His eyes lit up. Okay. Zhang Hengyu led Su Ningyu through several cabin doors, arriving at a private cabin that was much more spacious than the ordinary passenger cabins. A sign on the cabin door read "Meeting Room. Do not disturb," but the faint sounds of conversation and occasional laughter from within indicated that a discussion was underway. Zhang Hengyu pushed the door open. The cabin was elegantly furnished with several sofas arranged in a semicircle, tea and snacks on the coffee table in the center. 4 or 5 people were sitting on the sofas chatting softly. Su Ningyu immediately spotted the familiar figure seated in the main seat. Qi Wanqing. He was currently tilting his head slightly, listening to a white-haired elderly man beside him. Occasionally nodding, occasionally interjecting a word or two, his expression focused and composed. Master, Zhang Hengyu walked in respectfully. I brought an acquaintance. Qi Wanqing turned his head, his gaze falling on Su Ningyu behind Zhang Hengyu. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Su Ningyu. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. You're here too? Clearly Qi Wanqing still remembered Su Ningyu and his remarkably young face. Zhang Hengyu stepped forward quickly and explained, Master Su's class is having their graduation trip on the starship. I happened to run into him outside, so I thought I'd bring him over to listen. You don't mind, do you? Before Qi Wanqing could reply, the white-haired elder next to him spoke with a smile. Xiao Qi, is this your new student? He looks unfamiliar. No. Qi Wanqing shook his head, his gaze lingering on Su Ningyu for a moment. His tone carried a hint of significance. This is the youngest student in our Binjiang city to obtain the Junior Beast Cultivation Certificate this year. At these words, several pairs of eyes in the cabin simultaneously fell on Su Ningyu. There was surprised scrutiny and also a hint of curiosity. Oh, the white-haired elder became interested. Qi Wanqing nodded, his gaze towards Su Ningyu carrying a hint of appreciation. When he came to take the Junior Beast Cultivation exam, his theoretical knowledge was solid and his understanding of beast characteristics was keen. The key point is Xiao Su has a lot of ideas about beast cultivation. Qi Wanqing thought of the fire moth that Su Ningyu had cultivated during the exam, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his chin towards the empty seat beside him. Since you're here, sit down and listen. The several people present today are all seniors in the cultivation world. It's a rare opportunity. Listen and observe more. Zhang Hengyu was already signaling to Su Ningyu with his eyes. Junior, sit down. What are you waiting for? Su Ningyu did not decline. He took the empty seat, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces of those present. The white-haired elder exuded a steady aura, and sharp eyes, clearly a veteran who had immersed himself in the field of cultivation for many years. Next to him sat a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, his fingers slender, evidently a hands-on cultivation specialist accustomed to delicate operations. Beside him was a woman who looked slightly younger than Qi Wanqing, with a round face and a gentle smile, but when her gaze fell on Su Ningyu it carried a professional scrutiny. As for Qi Wanqing himself, he was now lifting his teacup, taking a gentle sip, then raising his eyes to look at Su Ningyu. "Since you're here, it's just right," Qi Wanqing said. "We were discussing a topic, the optimization space for the evolution path of Bellflower." Su Ningyu's eyebrows moved almost imperceptibly. Qi Wanqing then continued, speaking to the several cultivation experts present. Recently, the Little Fire Hound obtained a new evolution sequence named Flame Armor Battle Hound, which was cultivated by the experts in Shieling. After it was confirmed, they didn't hesitate to tease us cultivators from Dongjun. Zhang Hengyu whispered to Su Ningyu. The cultivators of Dongjun and Shieling compete with each other. This time they made a new discovery on the Little Fire Hound and got official certification, so they're a bit proud. Su Ningyu nodded. He really didn't know about these situations, but now he had learned a lot. Qi Wanqing said, "We can't lose either. Bellflower, as one of the common beast types in Dongjun, has a very mature evolution path, but perhaps there are still new evolutionary possibilities." Qi Wanqing put down his teacup, his gaze turning focused. Have these paths really tapped the potential of Bellflower to the limit? Or is it that no one has tried to break through? The cabin fell silent for a moment. The white-haired elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. This question has been raised for several years. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses took over the conversation. The problem is that breakthrough requires cost. The cultivation base of Bellflower is large, but few cultivators are willing to take risks to try new paths. Success is good, but failure, that's a double waste of time and resources. The round-faced woman nodded slightly. And we also have to consider the issue of reproducibility. Even if there are individual cases that succeed in breaking through, if they cannot form a stable, replicable path, it's just an isolated case with no substantial contribution to the entire cultivation system. The several people spoke one after another, the discussion deepening. And Su Ningyu sat there quietly listening. His expression was very calm, even somewhat excessively calm. Su Ningyu listened as these breeders spoke with eloquence. However, if one observed closely, they would notice that the fingers on Su Ningyu's knees were involuntarily tapping lightly. That was his habitual gesture when deep in thought. Bellflower, evolution path, breaking the norm. These words at this moment were softly echoing in his mind in a subtle way. He recalled the interweaving of light and flame during Little Bell's evolution. He also remembered the compilation of evolution data he had organized last night. Within it, there was a complete set of comparisons of various data before and after Little Bell's evolution. Perhaps these people did not know that he had already led the Bellflower down a different extraordinary path. And now these experts at the forefront of the breeding world were discussing precisely this issue. Su Ningyu lifted his eyes, his gaze settling on Qi Wanqing. The latter was still speaking, his expression focused and absorbed. Su Ningyu did not rush to speak. He did not hasten to present his own data and conclusions. He did not rush to say, "My Bellflower has already walked an extraordinary path." If he interrupted their conversation, now it might backfire, making them think Su Ningyu was overestimating himself, a young man prone to boasting. The admonitions of Zhang Hengyu and others still echoed in his ears. Su Ningyu first listened quietly to their discussion, absorbing a great deal of knowledge from it. He nodded occasionally. Inside the cabin, the discussion on the Bellflower's evolution path continued. Su Ningyu quietly absorbed every valuable viewpoint from the debate. Meanwhile, in Binjiang City, a heavily guarded criminal detention facility, Duan Xing stood at the entrance of an empty cell, his expression grim and terrifying. Inside the cell, the person who should have been imprisoned here, the criminal codenamed Black Cat, gifted with the eye of investigation, was nowhere to be seen. On the wall, a perfectly circular hole, nearly a meter in diameter, silently told a story. The edges of the hole were smooth as a mirror, suggesting it was not broken open by force, but rather silently cut by some precise cutting skill. "Sir," a subordinate in the investigation bureau uniform hurried over, his face equally grim. "We found out. The one who took Black Cat was a recently emerged cult in the Caesar Federation, the Truth Society. To abduct Black Cat, at least 3 members collaborated with clear division of labor and swift action. Based on the residual energy fluctuations at the scene, it is highly likely that an expert proficient in space-type or cutting-type spirit beasts was involved." Duan Xing's fist slowly clenched. "What is their target?" "According to intelligence analysis, it is likely Black Cat's eye of investigation talent." The subordinate lowered his head, speaking rapidly. "Black Cat himself is not particularly strong, but his eye of investigation has unique value in intelligence gathering and target locking." Duan Xing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them. "Citywide search. I hope these lawbreakers don't cause any trouble." And Black Cat was the very one who had attempted to kidnap Sun Zhuowei and was subdued by Su Ningyu's peculiar talent. In summary, I believe that the Bellflower as a spirit beast still has tremendous potential for development. Guan He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the faint glow of the data panel, his tone impassioned. We cannot let those people from Shilling outshine us. They managed to develop the Flame Armor Battlehound sequence from the small Firehound simply by adding the fighting attribute to the fire type, turning the originally fragile Fire Hound into a balanced warrior capable of both offense and defense. Why can't we in Dongjun add new attributes to the Bellflower as well? He paused, then voiced his idea, for instance adding the water attribute. Or the ground attribute. Even if handled properly, is it possible to make it evolve from a pure grass type into grass poison? Or grass psychic? Liu Yu held a cup of hot tea, a gentle smile on her round face. However, after hearing Guan He's words, her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Old Guan, your idea is good, but the practical difficulty is too great. The genetic structure of the Bellflower is relatively stable. Rashly adding a new attribute could easily lead to energy conflict, evolution failure, or even endanger the spirit beast's life. That's why we need research and discussion. Guan He waved his hand dismissively. If Shilling can succeed, why can't we? This trip to Shilling, I just want to have a good talk with them. Take a look at their research data on the Flame Armor Battlehound. Not to mention anything else. That set of attribute fusion guidance methods definitely has something we can learn from. Zhang Hengyu, sitting next to Su Ningyu, took advantage of the discussion break to lower his voice and introduce the identities of the several seniors present. See that old man with the white beard? He gestured with his chin toward the head seat. Xiao Yixuan, 93 years old, president of the Dongjun Breeders Association. Don't be fooled by his age. His mind is sharper than us youngsters. It's said that in his youth he discovered 3 new sequences, and several well-known breeding institutions in Dongjun were founded under his leadership. Su Ningyu followed his gaze. That was an old man with white hair and beard, a gaunt face, but astonishingly bright eyes. At the moment he was tilting his head, listening to Liu Yu, nodding occasionally, his demeanor serene. The one with glasses, Zhang Hengyu continued, is Guan He, associate professor at the Spirit Beast College of Binjiang University, specializing in spirit beast attribute mutation and cross-attribute evolution. He has a bit of a sharp temper, but he's genuinely knowledgeable. The round-faced lady is Liu Yu, a researcher at the Dongjun Spirit Beast Ecology Research Institute, focusing on adaptive evolution of spirit beasts to the environment. She looks gentle, but her words hit the nail on the head. Guan He never gets the upper hand when arguing with her. Su Ningyu nodded silently, committing this information to memory. As Zhang Hengyu was speaking, his ears suddenly perked up, catching Guan He's next words. So I believe the direction of adding new attributes to the Bellflower is completely feasible. Our trip to Shilling this time is to prove that the breeders of Dongjun are no worse than anyone else. Zhang Hengyu was taken aback, then recalled something. He turned to Su Ningyu and said in a low voice with a smile, Junior Su, you know Teacher Guan's idea is quite similar to that. Impractical breeding idea you had before. He paused, recalling the excited look of Duan Long when he met a kindred spirit. He couldn't help adding, but seriously, I think that idea of yours was led astray by that guy Duan Long. Cross-sequence evolution. Moving the Bellflower from the green spirit sequence to another. That's too risky. Guan He with sharp ears caught the words cross-sequence and immediately turned his head. Oh. Does this young student have a similar idea? His gaze fell on Su Ningyu with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Tell us, what attribute do you want to add to your Bellflower? Which sequence do you plan to cross into? Su Ningyu met the eyes of the seniors and calmly said, Fire attribute. The target is the Blazing Sun sequence. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin fell silent for a moment. Guan He's eyes widened slightly, his glasses nearly slipping off. Liu Yu's hand holding the teacup paused in midair. Qi Wanqing's eyebrows raised almost imperceptibly. Upon hearing Su Ningyu's words, Grandmaster Xiao Yixuan paused his beard-stroking motion, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, interesting. Young people with boldness and daring to think and act. That's a good thing. However, he shifted his tone, gazing at Su Ningyu with a warm look. Crossing the Lingdang flower from the green spirit sequence to the Blazing Sun sequence is no trivial matter. Grass and fire, life and combustion. The conflict of attributes is among the most intense. If you're not careful, your spirit beast could die during the evolution. Guan He stood up abruptly, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Though he too desired to create cross-sequence spirit beasts, he understood the peril of certain sequence transitions. He strode swiftly to Su Ningyu, looking down at him with a stern tone. Do you know the natural fear grass-type spirit beasts have of fire attributes? Do you know the immense impact forcefully merging a fire attribute would have on the energy circulation of the Lingdang flower? You're gambling with your spirit beast's life. Zhang Hengyu quickly intervened to smooth things over. Teacher Guan, please don't get agitated. We've already discussed this with Su Ningyu, and he's aware of the risks and difficulties. Guan He, ignoring him, fixed his gaze on Su Ningyu, about to say more. Then in the next moment, Su Ningyu stunned everyone. I'm not being reckless. Because my Lingdang flower has already successfully undergone cross-sequence evolution. As Su Ningyu finished speaking, the air in the cabin seemed to freeze. Guani's words caught in his throat. Liu Yu's teacup landed on the table with a thud. Qi Wanqing's eyes widened. Xiao Yixuan's hand stroking his beard came to a complete halt. Zhang Hengyu turned his head abruptly, staring at Su Ningyu with an expression that screamed, "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Hengyu's inner thoughts. Wait, what? Didn't you tell me earlier that the idea of adding a fire attribute to the Lingdang flower and crossing into the blazing sun sequence was just a direction for consideration? Weren't you wearing a "I know it's hard, I'll think it over carefully" expression then? How has it already succeeded? The Lingdang flower of the green spirit sequence has evolved into a spirit beast of the blazing sun sequence. Zhang Hengyu's brain short-circuited for a full 3 seconds. Guani was the first to react, his voice distorted. What did you say? It succeeded. Are you sure the Lingdang flower evolved from the green spirit sequence into the blazing sun sequence? What is its current form? What is its power level? Any side effects? Quick, summon it, and let us see. A barrage of questions came crashing down, completely lacking the stern, "You're being reckless" attitude from earlier. In its place was an irrepressible excitement, and a trace of barely perceptible shock. Liu Yu couldn't help but ask, "Little classmate Yu, how did you manage this? This defies all reason. We've studied the energy structure of cross-sequence evolution many times. The danger is extremely high, the guidance process is incredibly complex, and the success rate is theoretically low. From what you're saying, you succeeded on your first try." Xiao Yixuan stood up, walked over to Su Ningyu and fixed his aged, but still sharp eyes on him. "Child, are you serious? If what you say is true, this is no ordinary evolution. This is forging a completely new evolutionary path." Qi Wanqing remained seated in the main seat, but his expression had completely transformed. He looked at Su Ningyu as if beholding an uncut gem that had suddenly burst forth with astonishing radiance. Su Ningyu met the gazes of the several seniors, but did not immediately reply. He stirred his mind slightly. The contract's connection lightly touched his consciousness. The next second, a spirit beast tome was summoned. A special spirit beast manifested in the cabin, materializing as a warm, non-glaring light. A pale golden sunflower quietly appeared beside Su Ningyu. Its petals unfurled like a canopy with faint flame patterns flowing along the edges. The center of the flower seemed to harbor a miniature sun, emitting a soft, warm radiance. The entire flower hovered in midair, naturally exuding an aura that calmed the mind, and yet subtly conveyed a sense of solemnity. Everyone looked at this spirit beast. Its appearance was no longer that of the Lingdang flower, nor was it any spirit beast they recognized. This was a brand new spirit beast that had never appeared in any public compendium. Guani stepped back. Liu Yu covered her mouth. Xiao Yixuan's eyes blazed with astonishing brightness. Qi Wanqing slowly opened his mouth. The cabin was deathly silent. Only the pale golden sunflower gently rotated its flower disc, letting out a familiar, yet clearer, and more melodious chirp than before. "Xiomi, master, did you call me?" Su Ningyu looked at the several seniors in the cabin, all rendered speechless, while staring intently at Little Bell, and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. "Originally, I planned to register this new sequence at the Breeder Association after this trip," he added. However, no one was listening to him. Everyone's attention was glued to the pale golden sunflower floating in midair, radiating a warm glow. Guani's eyes behind his glasses were wide as saucers, as if he wanted to press his face against Little Bell's petals. Liu Yu had already circled Little Bell, half a time muttering to herself, as if reciting a formula. Qi Wanqing, though still seated, leaned slightly forward with piercing eyes. Little Bell was startled by the commotion, instinctively retracting its petals a bit, letting out a wary "Xiomi" sound as the light in the center of its flower flickered. "Master, why are these people looking at me so strangely? Could they be weirdos?" It drifted a little closer to Su Ningyu, seeking refuge. Ahem. Xiao Yixuan cleared his throat, realizing he had been a bit undignified, and stepped back half a pace, but his eyes still hadn't left Little Bell. Have you given a name to the evolved form of the Lingdang flower?" "Sunlight flower," Su Ningyu replied. "The form of the Lingdang flower after evolving into the blazing sun sequence, I named it Sunlight flower. The evolution of the Lingdang flower requires the midday sun as a guide, and its current form resembles a sunflower, so Sunlight flower. Sunlight flower." Xiao Yixuan repeated twice, then slowly nodded. Very fitting. Light and fire merging with the aspect of a solar disk. A well-chosen name. He scrutinized Little Bell for a moment longer. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Su Ningyu with a shrewd glint in his eyes. "You said you were planning to go register at the Breeder Association." Su Ningyu nodded. "Yes, Grandmaster Xiao. According to the rules, a newly discovered sequence requires official certification and registration to obtain a knowledge protection period. No need to wait." Xiao Yixuan waved his hand grandly. "We can do it right now." Su Ningyu was taken aback. "Now?" Guani, snapping out of his excitement, pushed up his glasses and explained. "Classmate Su, Grandmaster Xiao is the president of our Dongjun Breeder Association, so of course, he has the authority to conduct a temporary registration. We can complete the formal procedures once we return to Dongjun. Qi Wanqing with a knowing smile added slowly. Grandmaster Xiao wants to use your sunlight flower to slap the faces of those fellows from the Shilling Breeder Association. Xiao Yixuan stroked his beard looking innocent. How could that be? I'm helping Young Su protect his intellectual property in a timely manner. How can that be called slapping faces? The people present all exchanged knowing smiles. Clearly the incident with the flame-armored hound had put considerable pressure on them. Even Little Belle sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Her wariness receded slightly, and she curiously surveyed the group of humans laughing in a strange manner. What could Su Ningyu say? Of course he agreed. Then Xiao Yixuan took out a sleek, yet clearly specially modified laptop from his bag. Booting up logging and fingerprint verification iris scanning. A series of operations executed with fluid precision. His fingers flew across the keyboard completely unlike a man in his 90s. Xiao Su, what's your breeder number? XXXXX. The Sunlight Flowers DW attributes talents, skills, evolution conditions. You enter them yourself. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Yixuan pressed the last enter key. Alright, everything has been entered. Now it's just waiting for your confirmation. Click Publish, and this new sequence will officially enter the association's knowledge base, simultaneously initiating a 1-year knowledge protection period. Su Ningyu did not hesitate. Publish. Xiao Yixuan's finger descended. A small golden icon popped up on the screen reading congratulations. The new beast taming sequence you registered Sunlight Flower branch of the Blazing Sun sequence has been successfully recorded. Knowledge protection period initiated 365 days. From this moment on, any beast tamer or breeder who wishes to evolve their own bellflower into a sunlight flower along this path must pay Su Ningyu a knowledge licensing fee. Xiao Yixuan thought. When they present this brand new branch of the Blazing Sun sequence, discovered single-handedly by a young breeder from Dongjuan at the Shilling Exchange, meeting the expressions on those Shilling people's faces will be absolutely spectacular. Su Ningyu hadn't expected that an ordinary graduation trip would incidentally accomplish such a major feat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Hengyu had already set off a storm in the group chat. Zhang Hengyu, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. You guys will never guess what just happened. Duan Long. Mei Qin. Song Xinyu, what's wrong? Aren't you attending the exchange meeting with your advisor? Zhang Hengyu at Su Ningyu. That idea he mentioned earlier about cross-sequence evolution of the bellflower into the Blazing Sun sequence. It actually succeeded. He succeeded. Duan Long. Mei Qin. Are you serious? Song Xinyu. Wait, what did you say? Su Ningyu is also with you. Zhang Hengyu, that's not important. What matters is that his bellflower is right in front of me now. It evolved into a brand new form called Sunlight Flower. Firegrass. Bronze Tier 1. Old Xiao just registered the new sequence for him. Duan Long, hey, if Su Ningyu's cross-sequence evolution succeeded, does that mean my bug into dragon could also succeed? Mei Qin, Duan Long, you'd better stay grounded. Junior Su succeeded because he's a genius. You. Duan Long, don't force me to challenge you to a real fight. Song Xinyu. I suddenly need a moment of silence. The group messages scrolled wildly. At that moment aboard the star vessel, another unknown event was quietly unfolding. In a relatively concealed storage room in the lower cargo hold of the star vessel, the air suddenly warped, as if torn open by an invisible hand, creating a rift. The rift expanded, forming an unstable small spatial gate barely large enough for one person to pass through. One after another black-clad figures filed out of the gate. After the last figure stepped out, the spatial gate silently closed as if it had never existed. The leading black-clad figure removed his hood, revealing a grim face. If Duan Xing were here, he would certainly recognize that face. It was the tall, thin kidnapper who had been rescued from the detention point. Black Cat. Finally escaped. Black Cat took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Those people from Dongjun were really relentless. But, now that we're on this airship, once we leave Dongjuan's territory, they won't be able to catch up. A nearby black-clad figure whispered, the organization ordered us to escort you to Shilling, where someone will receive you. Being on this ship means we've left Dongjuan's jurisdiction. We're safe. Safe. Black Cat sneered, a flicker of indescribable complexity, pain, and anger in his eyes. He recalled that night. That young man, that ruinous flying kick, and then the strange slap that was both painful and Su Ningyu. He gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. Once I recover, I will settle this score. The black-clad figures began quietly setting up a simple concealment formation within the storage room, suppressing their auras. Outside the window, an endless sea of clouds. The star vessel carried hundreds of passengers sailing steadily toward Shilling. Some were immersed in the joy of the gathering. Some were excited by the birth of the new sequence. Others were plotting conspiracies in the shadows. Senior Zhang, could you please stop looking at me like that? Su Ningyu helplessly sidestepped half a step. Zhang Hengyu's head slowly turned to follow his movement, his eyes fixed unblinkingly, like an owl eyeing a mouse. I'm just wondering, Zhang Hengyu said with genuine bewilderment. How is your brain wired? Why don't I have a brain like yours? I study beast taming every day, read papers, do experiments. How come it never occurred to me to have my beast cross over to the Blazing Sun sequence? let alone actually succeed. Su Ningyu. He opened his mouth, then closed it. What could he say? Should he say, Senior, don't follow my example, I have a cheat? Well, Su Ningyu chose his words carefully. Maybe it's just luck, plus a bit of bold conjecture. Zhang Hengyu nodded thoughtfully. Bold hypothesis, bold verification. So we should also learn from you. Dare to think and dare to act. No. Su Ningyu immediately stopped him. Absolutely not. My case involved many coincidences. Blindly imitating it would be too risky. You'd better stick to the safe and steady path. No way. If Zhang Hengyu actually followed his example and attempted cross-sequence evolution with his own beast, and it failed, wouldn't he be the one to blame? Zhang Hengyu was about to say something else when Su Ningyu's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID Wei Lin. As soon as he answered, Wei Lin's urgent voice came through with a noisy background where faint arguing could be heard. Brother Su, something's wrong. Zhang Quan is fighting with someone. Su Ningyu. A few minutes later, Su Ningyu and Zhang Hengyu arrived at the scene. It was a rest area at the junction of the star vessels, ordinary class and VIP class. A crowd had already gathered, some passengers watching the excitement and uniformed star vessel staff trying to mediate. From the center of the crowd came Zhang Quan's spirited cursing along with the sarcastic taunts of another young man. Brother Su, you're finally here. As soon as Wei Lin saw Su Ningyu, she immediately rushed over, her face etched with relief that said, finally someone who can handle this trouble has arrived. What happened? Su Ningyu asked. Wei Lin began explaining at a rapid pace. Why did Zhang Quan get into a conflict with others? The cause was so trivial, it left one at a loss for words. As a luxury airship, the Xingqian naturally maintained internal class divisions. Economy, business, and VIP lounges. Passengers in different cabins had access to different common areas. Although Zhang Quan had treated his entire class to an airship ride, he had purchased the tickets carelessly. Economy class tickets. That was the crux of the problem. Zhang Quan himself didn't realize he'd purchased economy seats. When he led a few classmates toward the VIP observation deck, they were stopped. Normally the staff would have explained the situation clearly and Zhang Quan could have simply paid the difference. But at that moment several well-dressed young men emerged from the VIP area. Upon seeing Zhang Quan's group blocked, they immediately launched into mockery. A look at the country bumpkins from economy class trying to sneak into the VIP area. I heard some nouveau riche is treating the whole class to a trip. Typical nouveau riche can only afford the economy tier. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be wealthy. What an embarrassment. Was Zhang Quan the patient type? Zhang Quan, a true idle rich kid, had never been spoken to like this before. He shot back immediately. The exchange grew heated until they came to blows. If not for the Xingqian's strict regulations prohibiting Beast Tamer combat aboard the airship, violations triggering the security system, they likely would have already summoned their beasts and fought each other to pieces. After listening, Su Ningyu's gaze fell on Zhang Quan. Good heavens, his left eye was already bruised clearly from a solid punch. He then looked at those who had clashed with Zhang Quan. Dear me, they looked even worse off. The leader among them, a young man, bore at least 3 bloody marks on his face, though it was unclear whether they came from scratches or impacts. One of his associates clutched his nose, fingers seeping blood. Another limped along, clearly having taken a heavy blow to the leg. On Zhang Quan's side, over a dozen classmates stood behind him, all watching with predatory intensity, while his opponents numbered only 4. They stood no chance of holding out. Zhang Quan had insisted on inviting everyone, determined none of them should be mistreated. You nouveau riche scum. The leader roared, clutching the bloodied marks on his face in a fit of rage. Just you wait. I'll have the Xingqian's management throw all of you off. All of you. Despite his bruised eye, Zhang Quan wore an expression of utter disdain, his confidence unshaken. What's wrong? You think you're somebody? Bring your people then. Who's afraid of whom? Su Ningyu fell silent. He realized intervening wouldn't solve anything. The atmosphere was tense when several crew members in Xingqian uniforms pushed through the crowd. The leader was a man in his 40s with sharp calculating features, wearing a badge that read Xingqian Crew Director. What's the situation here? The director asked grimly. Staff members immediately stepped forward to whisper their reports. After listening, the director scanned both groups with a furrowed brow. On one side stood VIP guests whose backgrounds were unknown, but whose tickets spoke of wealth and status. On the other side were a group of teenagers who appeared ordinary at first glance, though the boy with the bruised eye wore clothes that suggested a well-off family. This was getting complicated. Both sides, please calm down, the director said. Per Xingqian regulations, any conflict in public areas requires all parties to cooperate with the investigation. Please follow me. Before he could finish, the crowd of onlookers continued to grow. Among them stood a man wearing a mask and ordinary sweatshirt who had merely passed by out of curiosity. But his casual glance froze in place. At the center of the crowd, surrounded by students, stood a boy with an expression of helpless resignation. It was him. It was him. His face contorted beneath the mask. Black Cat. The kidnapper whose masculinity had been shattered by a single kick and tormented by an eerie gift until he begged for death. Blood surged to his head in that moment. Su Ningyu, the man who had ruined him completely. The one whose name still conjured traumatic shadows whenever he recalled that night. His eternal enemy. Black Cat's breathing grew ragged as his fingers clenched, involuntarily, nails digging into his palms. He wanted to charge forward, but he forced himself to hold back. The Xingqian hasn't left Dongjun airspace yet. If I act now, neither of us gets away. Black Cat took a deep breath, compelling himself to look away. Right, he couldn't rush this. Once they crossed the border into Shilling territory, there would be plenty of opportunities. He slowly unclenched his fists, stepped backward, and melted back into the crowd. But those eyes hidden behind the mask kept locked onto the boy's figure at the center of the crowd. Su Ningyu seemed to sense something and turned his head slightly in that direction. But Black Cat had already turned away and vanished into the crowd, leaving behind only a cold, hateful gaze lingering in the air. Su Ningyu returned his gaze and frowned slightly. Had someone been watching him just now? An illusion. His divine concealment hadn't activated, so it was likely just a spectator drawn by the commotion. Under the crew director's mediation, the minor confrontation was quickly resolved. The spoiled youths from the VIP section were escorted away by staff, half persuaded and half dragged. Before leaving, they couldn't resist throwing insults over their shoulders, only to be met with scornful stares from Zhang Quan. The surrounding passengers, seeing the spectacle had ended, gradually dispersed. Unbelievable. Zhang Quan rubbed his bruised eye, still seething. When in my life have I ever been treated like this? So what if it's the VIP area? What's the big deal? Once I'm back, I'll have my dad get me a black card for the Xingqian, and next time I'll book out the entire top floor. Wei Lin rolled her eyes beside him. All right, stop boasting. You'll blow a hole in your excuses if you keep going. What do you mean boasting? I'm just stating facts. Seeing Zhang Quan about to launch into another round of self-aggrandizement, Su Ningyu quickly changed the subject. Look over there. He pointed out the window. A flock of fat puffins is flying by. Everyone instinctively followed his gesture. Through the window against the azure sky, a cluster of round, plump bird-type beasts was indeed passing alongside the Xingqian. These creatures were 3 to 4 times the size of ordinary sparrows, their bodies encased in fluffy gray-brown feathers. Their short wings flapped rapidly, making them resemble winged balls of fluff rolling through the clouds. Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. That's actually quite fitting, fat puffins. Why do they fly so laboriously? Because they're too fat, a classmate chimed in. Zhang Quan looked speechlessly at Su Ningyu. Is your skill at changing subjects really this lazy? Just this? Is that so? Su Ningyu remained composed. Actually, I wanted to talk about something else. When you all advance to Black Iron Tier Beast Tamers, what do you plan to contract as your second beast? The topic clearly held more appeal than fat puffins. Wei Lin's expression immediately grew complicated. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Brother Su, that's quite far ahead for you to be asking about. I'm just an orphan, what am I supposed to contract? Probably a silkworm, the kind that eats those fat puffins. Keeping one bubble frog has already drained me completely, and another would leave me unable to even afford nutritional meals. Several nearby classmates wore expressions of deep understanding. For students from ordinary families, raising even a single beast tamer was somewhat burdensome, a second one. That was simply unthinkable. But Zhang Quan was different. His family possessed abundant wealth, which made it entirely no problem at all. His attention was instantly diverted, and the lingering displeasure from before vanished without a trace. He even forgot his aching eye socket and immediately puffed out his chest. My second beast tamer is of course also of the fire attribute. My talent Flame Frenzy is no joke when it comes to fire attribute amplification. When the time comes, little fire hound combined with another fire-type beast, that output, Wang Hao immediately jumped in with enthusiastic praise. Brother Quan is mighty. Take me along, Brother Quan. If I had a second one, I'd contract a flying beast and follow your lead. Easy to say. Soon the students in the classroom began discussing with great excitement. Some wanted to contract speed-type beasts while others favored defensive types. Some even fantasized about contracting a rare beast that was both handsome and powerful. In an instant, the gloom brought by the earlier conflict was thoroughly dispelled. Su Ningyu watched his chattering classmates, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Being young was truly wonderful. Young people could quarrel over the slightest matter and find joy in the smallest topic. Zhang Hengyu stood beside him, also watching the young people, and shook his head with a smile. Youth means boundless energy. A minor friction and they forget about it in no time. Su Ningyu glanced at him. Senior Zhang, you speak as if you were quite elderly. Zhang Hengyu. He was only in his early 20s. Being called playing the elder by a 15 or 16-year-old on the verge of entering high school left him momentarily at a loss for words. They shared a look and smiled, then turned their gazes back to the window. The scenery outside was changing rapidly. The airship had left the city and entered the vast wilderness. Below lay rolling green grasslands dotted with lakes and winding rivers. Occasionally groups of wild beasts could be seen running across the grasslands or circling in the sky. Truly beautiful, Su Ningyu sighed sincerely. We'll soon arrive at the border between Qinglin grassland and Wanmu forest. To enjoy the view, the two moved to a better vantage point. Zhang Hengyu pointed to the faint green boundary in the distance. There are more species of wild beasts there, and with good fortune you might spot some rare ones. However, he paused. The Xingqian will increase its flight altitude. The beasts in the wild are more ferocious, and incidents of them attacking airships as intruders have occurred before. So generally when entering densely populated wild zones, we activate the energy barrier and raise the flight path. Su Ningyu nodded, his gaze turning toward the distance. Qingling Grassland. Wamu Forest. These two place names stirred faint impressions in his memory. In his past life, while playing the game Beast Tamer sequence, he seemed to have completed certain missions in these areas. He couldn't recall the specifics clearly, but something lingered in his mind. Encounters with trouble were always part of the journey. He spoke up half-jokingly, I just hope there won't be any sudden attacks. Zhang Hengyu smiled, about to respond. Boom. The entire Xingqian shuddered violently. A thunderous explosion roared from somewhere within the hull. Outside the window, the previously calm energy barrier flickered violently. The ship tilted. Shouts of alarm erupted in all directions. Su Ningyu grabbed a nearby handrail, steadied himself, and his pupils contracted sharply. Zhang Hengyu's words caught in his throat, his smile freezing into an expression of disbelief. The two exchanged a glance. Zhang Hengyu said, Junior Su, are you practicing the art of verbal law? Su Ningyu. He also wanted to ask himself, was he the reincarnation of a jinx? But now was hardly the time for such things. What's happening? Has the Xingqian been attacked? Not clear, but it's clearly dangerous. Boom. Before Zhang Hengyu could finish, the entire Xingqian shuddered violently once more. This explosion was far more ferocious than before, the tremor resonating from deep within the hull, as though something had detonated inside. The energy barrier outside the window flickered violently, emitting a piercing hum. The ship began to tilt, and objects on the tables clattered to the ground. Several passengers who failed to steady themselves fell directly onto the floor. Ah! Screams rose continuously. Su Ningyu staggered and braced himself with one hand against the wall. His thoughts raced. The beast taming manual flashed with light, and Ji Wawa instantly appeared on his shoulder, its large eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Ribbit. Master, what's going on? We've got trouble, Su Ningyu whispered, his gaze sharpening as it swept toward the rear of the ship. Through the window, he could see several Gale Eagles still frantically crashing against the energy barrier. But the explosions were clearly not caused by them. The Gale Eagles' attacks were all deflected by the barrier, while the tremors originated from inside the hull. Internal explosion. Zhang Hengyu's face went pale. Someone is making a move from within. Su Ningyu said nothing. At the rear of the Xingqian, in a concealed cabin temporarily converted into an operational base. Scott, you were too impulsive. A red-haired woman crossed her arms, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. We aren't ready yet. You're rushing things. Her hair burned as red as living flame. Crimson lips, a tall and striking figure, and on her feet a pair of stiletto heels so sharp they could serve as weapons. She glared sideways at the blond, burly man beside her, her expression plainly screaming, are you an idiot? The blond man named Scott shrugged offhand, unfazed, and flashed a brilliant smile. Shoshana, you're just too cautious. We've already traveled so far from Dongjun. Even if the pursuit squad grew wings, they couldn't catch up. As he spoke, he stretched his arms, showcasing his well-defined muscular lines. I've been on the run these past few days, unable to find so much as a proper gym. My muscles are practically wasting away. He then spun around in front of Sashina like a peacock displaying its feathers, flexed his biceps, and winked. How about it? Still perfect, right? Sashina looked at him with a blank expression. Do you have a problem? Oh yes, Scott grinned broadly. Muscle hunger disorder. Sashina rolled her eyes, too bothered to waste another word on this muscle-obsessed man. She lowered her gaze and looked downward. Lying there was a man. Dressed in the uniform of Xingqian security personnel, his body covered in blood, his face pressed into the ground by the stiletto heel of Sashana, completely immobilized. Regardless of who you are, the man managed to speak, his voice breaking apart, but carrying an unyielding fury. Committing crimes on the Xingqian. You will never escape justice. Sashana raised an eyebrow. Noisy. She pressed her toe down slightly. Crack. The sound was like a watermelon splitting open. Blood splattered outward, with a few droplets landing on Scott's body. Blood was splattered across his body. Psyche immediately sprang up, staggering back 2 steps dramatically. Looking down at his shoes with a face full of disgust, Shoshana, you've stained my shoes. These are limited edition. Shoshana withdrew her foot without even glancing at him. Shut up. Psyche pursed his lips, but said nothing more. In the corner, a figure silently swallowed hard. Hey Mal. He crouched in the shadows, gazing at the headless corpse on the floor, then at the red-haired woman in high heels with an expression of serene indifference, a chill running down his spine. Is this the modus operandi of the notorious cult organization of the Kaisa Federation? Kill without batting an eye, treat human life like dirt. He used to run kidnapping and extortion rackets in Binjiang City, thinking he was ruthless enough. Now he saw that his own tricks were not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Hey! A voice interrupted his thoughts. Heimao looked up and found Shoshana staring at him. Those eyes were as cold as a winter lake devoid of any warmth. Don't just stand there, she said. The Truth Society saved you, not for you to daydream. Heimao immediately straightened up. Yes. Your talent, the survey, I can detect the talents of beast tamers, right? Yes. Heimao nodded. As long as they are within a certain range, I can directly see the talents of beast tamers and scout them. Shoshana nodded with satisfaction. Good. There are many students on this starship, and among them should be some promising talents. You find them out. After the operation, these people will be our resources. Of course, this is also a test of your usefulness. The benefits of the Truth Society are not obtained for nothing. Heimao's heart tightened. Resources. He certainly knew what that word meant here and understood his own situation going forward. Yes. He bowed his head in response. But he did not immediately turn to leave. He raised his head, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, which then transformed into a kind of twisted anticipation. He swallowed. Can I kill someone while I'm at it? Shoshana raised an eyebrow. That person is the one who got me caught. Heimao hastily explained, his tone filled with barely suppressed hatred. He is also a student on this ship, like me. If it weren't for him, I would never have been locked up in that damn place, and wouldn't have become like this. He paused, his voice dropping even lower, tinged with shame and venom. He destroyed me. Destroyed my dignity. Shoshana glanced at him. That gaze was like looking at an ant, or like looking at an interesting toy. As you wish, she said, her tone nonchalant. Anyway, when everything is over, not a single person on this ship will survive. Heimao was stunned. Then a wild joy that he could not suppress spread across his face. Thank you, my lady. Shoshana did not look at him again, turning and walking deeper into the cabin. Psyche finally stopped showing off his muscles. With a wave of his hand, a dark shadow emerged from the shadows behind him. It was a shadow cloak. To be precise, it was a cloaked spirit beast formed of black mist. It floated in midair, shaped like a wide black cape with subtle energy fluctuations at its edges. This was Psyche's spirit beast, named the Shadow Cloak Cape, possessing the abilities of flight and opening temporary spaces. It was an extremely rare spirit beast in the Kaiso Alliance. This was also the reason why their team could escape pursuit in various interstellar crimes. In front of the Shadow Cloak, the air began to twist, and a pitch-black vortex slowly emerged. From the vortex, 4 figures filed out. Hiding for so long, finally, I can stretch my limbs. The first to come out was a bald man, cracking his neck as he walked. This damn place is suffocating me. The second was a thin young man, pale-faced, but with a sinister gaze. The third was a taciturn woman holding a dagger of unknown material, wiping it down. The fourth was a short, stout man grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. I heard there are many students on this ship. Hee, I like. Shut up. Shoshana coldly interrupted him. Get the Real work done first. As for slaughter, you can do whatever you want after the mission is complete. The short, stout man closed his mouth sheepishly, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Psyche clapped his hands. All right, stop wasting words. Let's take control of the cockpit first, then slowly deal with this ship. Remember, prioritize capturing talented beast tamers alive. These are the excellent experimental materials that the leader likes. The 5 responded in unison, yes. Heimao stood by watching this group of killers who didn't blink, both fearful and excited. He was afraid because these people were too dangerous. He could be discarded as a pawn at any time. Excited because with these people around, that damned Ningyu would definitely die today. He quietly stepped back a few steps and closed his eyes. Talent survey, I activate. His consciousness, like intangible tentacles, began to spread throughout the entire starship. One cabin after another, one passenger after another. Su Ningyu and Zhang Hengyu rushed through the twisted, deformed cabin door. The scene before them made Su Ningyu's breath catch for a moment. The corridor was no longer a corridor. Blood everywhere. Dark red liquid splattered on the walls, the carpet soaked into a deep brown, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of rust and an eerie Swedish stench. The originally pristine energy lighting tubes were mostly shattered, leaving only a few flickering, with a sizzling sound casting the scene of carnage in a dim, shifting light. Help! Monsters! Monsters are on a killing spree. Someone save us. Where are the security guards? Where the hell are the security guards on this ship? Screams, cries, desperate pleas for help mixed with eerie roars and the sounds of heavy objects falling from unknown directions echoed through the twisted passage. Su Ningyu's gaze swept quickly through the crowd. Wei Lin. He stood at the corner of the corridor, leaning against the wall, his face as pale as paper. The most striking thing was the cowlick on his head. That cowlick which classmates usually teased him about was now standing on end like it was electrified, trembling wildly, as if screaming silently. Danger prediction talent. Wei Lin felt that no matter which direction he ran, it was a dead end. Am I going to die here? His lips moved, muttering almost inaudibly. Su Ningyu was about to call out to him. A heart-wrenching scream came from not far away. Su Ningyu looked toward the sound, his pupils suddenly contracting. Zhang Quan stood there motionless, as if his soul had been drained. At his feet lay a familiar figure, Wang Hao. That lackey who always followed Zhang Quan, calling him Brother Quan every step of the way. Now he lay in a pool of blood, his body cleanly cut in half at the waist, the two have stacked misaligned. Beside Wang Hao, another classmate was being pinned down by a giant spider covered in colorful patterns. The spider was the size of a millstone, its 8 limbs like scythes of death firmly pinning the victim's limbs. The next second, The spider's chelicerae pierced in. The classmate's body convulsed violently, countless black lines spreading like living snakes under his skin. That was the trail of deadly poison surging through his veins. In just 3 seconds the convulsions stopped, his pupils dilated, and life was extinguished. Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Watching Wang Hao's lifeless form, Zhang Quan's lips trembled. A hoarse voice escaped his throat. Get up. Please get up. He reached out wanting to touch Wang Hao's clothes, but recoiled as if burned. The little follower who had stuck by him for 3 years, always grinning, running errands for him, never complaining. Now. Zhang Quan's mind went completely blank. Su Ningyu's heart sank. He saw them. Not far away, a group of people in dark combat uniforms were patrolling the other end of the corridor. Like reapers strolling through a wheat field after the harvest. At their head was a gaunt man wearing a hood, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light as he swept over the remaining survivors. His gaze settled on a shivering student, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This one, too mediocre in talent. Dismissed casually, kill him. Before the words had even faded, a lean, pallid man behind him slightly tilted his chin. From the shadows, a massive white figure quietly materialized. It was a bone golem, a grotesque abomination stitched together from countless human skeletons. Eerie green ghost flames danced within its hollow eye sockets. It appeared silently behind that man, its enormous bony claw reaching out. Don't kill me. My dad is. The sentence was cut short. A wet sound echoed. The student's head exploded into fragments within that giant bone claw like a ripe tomato being crushed. The headless body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted into more horrific screams, scattering in all directions. But those few followed at a leisurely pace, like cats playing with mice, occasionally striking to harvest another life. Purgatory. A living hell. Su Ningyu's fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. In his past life, he had witnessed countless scenes of slaughter in games, even perpetuated many himself. But those were behind a screen, mere data. This was reality. The screams were real. The iron scent permeating the air was overwhelming. For the first time, he was confronting the fragility of life so vividly. Zhang Quan. Run. Su Ningyu shouted. Zhang Quan snapped back to reality, stumbling backward 2 steps before tripping over something and falling to the ground. Zhang Hengyu stood beside Su Ningyu, his body trembling as well. But his gaze was fixed on a peculiar emblem on those people's coats. A single eye embedded in the center of an open book, its pupil reflecting a twisted starry sky. The Society of Truth. His voice was raspy. It's the Society of Truth. That cult organization that has been rising to prominence in the Caesar Federation. But how could they appear here? The Society of Truth. Countless pieces of information flooded Su Ningyu's mind. In the game, this organization had caused tremendous upheaval. They worshipped an indescribable entity known as the God of Truth. Their organization conducted various ruthless vivisection experiments. They abducted beast tamers and beasts with extraordinary talent, studying them in an attempt to open a gateway to the real world. And that legendary villain who had sent shockwaves through the entire Galactic Federation during the Snake God's Lament expansion. Chinger. She was born from the laboratories of the Society of Truth. That terror known by countless players as the final boss. A being who single-handedly confronted multiple federations and nearly overturned the entire interstellar order, whose origins lay upon the experimental tables of the Society of Truth. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling emotions in his mind, and scanned the scene. Wang Hao lay in a pool of blood, motionless. But his chest still rose and fell slightly. He was still breathing. Little Bell, he called out sharply. The sunlight flower immediately floated forth, its pale golden petals emitting a warm radiance in the blood-soaked air. Healing chime. Hurry. Go all out. Chiomi. Little Bell hesitated not a moment. Brilliant light erupted from the center of the flower, and a beam of healing energy infused with profound vitality poured down, enveloping Wang Hao's shattered body. Within the light, cells at the edges of the terrible wound began dividing and regenerating furiously, but the very next second the glow faded. The wound had healed only slightly. Only slightly. The gash was too deep, too many organs were damaged, and the blood loss was too severe. The Little Bell's healing power had grown stronger after evolution against such fatal injuries. It was far too slow. Far too slow. Wang Hao's body twitched. He struggled to open his eyes, his pupils unfocused, his gaze blankly scanning around before finally settling on Zhang Quan's face. His lips moved. Brother Quan. Su Ningyu, save me. The voice was so faint it was barely audible. Then his eyes closed. His chest no longer rose. Su Ningyu's hand froze in midair. The light on Little Bell's petals dimmed, and it emitted a low sobbing Chiomi. Little Bell felt responsible for not being able to save Wang Hao. Zhang Quan opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. Nearby, that gaunt hooded man turned his head sharply as if sensing something. Black Cat. His eyes blazed with eerie light. Then his mouth stretched into a hideous yet triumphant grin. Found you. Su Ningyu. Black Cat knew about Su Ningyu thanks to information those officers had shared while interrogating him. How could he forget the student who had tormented him so cruelly? Su Ningyu keenly sensed that malicious gaze. He turned around. At the end of his vision, a gaunt man stood in the shadows at the far end of the corridor, his hood half covering his face. But those dark, glowing eyes locked onto him with piercing intensity. Su Ningyu frowned slightly. That face looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. After all, to him, he was merely a background character from a long-forgotten chapter. An ordinary criminal who had attempted kidnapping, been subdued, and handed over to the police. Such a person was not worth occupying memory space. Seeing Su Ningyu's slightly puzzled expression, Black Cat's smile faltered for an instant. He didn't recognize me. The man who had ruined him utterly, who made him shudder every night in his dreams, had actually failed to recognize him. A wave of blood mixed with humiliation and rage surged to his head. Have the others been dealt with? Black Cat took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to erupt on the spot, and turned to ask the emaciated white man beside him. That man was yawning listlessly. Upon hearing the question, he lazily glanced toward the passengers fleeing at the corridor's end. Dealt with? He sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. His voice rasped from deep within his throat, carrying an unawakened lethargy. Do we really need to bother finishing off trash like that? Among the students you've observed, few possess remarkable talent. Heimao took a deep breath, forcing himself to shift his attention away from Su Ningyu. He pointed in a certain direction and said in a low voice, over there. There is a female student whose talent is the beauty serpent. The talent is good, and it is showing an anomaly reaction. Oh, the gaunt man's eyelids lifted slightly, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. An anomaly grade talent. That is an unexpected gain. He glanced at Heimao, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile of unfathomable meaning. Seems it wasn't for nothing that we went to so much trouble to pluck you out. With those eyes of yours, finding test subjects from now on will be much easier. Heimao put on a fawning smile, but in his heart, he was cursing. Once that kid is dealt with, I'll take the first chance to bolt. Who the hell would keep mixing with you madmen? Heimao's gaze had never left Su Ningyu. That one. He began in a hoarse voice, the one with the sunflower-like spirit beast floating at his side. Leave him to me to deal with. The gaunt man followed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. Oh, a grudge. A deep, bloody grudge. Fine, have it your way. The gaunt man shrugged casually, then raised a hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Bone, time to work. Clear away anything in our way first. From the shadows, the enormous bone golem emerged silently. The ghost green flames in its eye sockets flickered twice. Like a killing machine that had received its order, it turned slowly toward the dense crowd. Watch out. Zhang Hengyu's thunderous roar exploded. The colossal form of the great horned bull crashed like a wall into the gap between the bone skeleton and the bone golem. Its huge horns lowered and caught the bone golem's bone claws precisely as they swung at the crowd. Moo! The savage bull's roar detonated through the narrow corridor, stabbing everyone's eardrums with pain. Run! Head for the bow. There are emergency escape pods there. Zhang Henyu roared, without looking back, veins bulging on his forehead. I'll hold them off. At the other end of the Xingqian, in the temporary meeting room, the violent tremors sent the instruments on the table tumbling every which way. Xiao Yixuan shot to his feet, his white beard trembling. What's going on? Qi Wansheng was looking at his phone, and his face suddenly turned white. Elder Xiao, it's the Truth Society. Members of the Truth Society have snuck aboard the Xingqian, and they're slaughtering people right now. What? Guanyi sprang up, his glasses nearly falling off. The Truth Society. That cult from the Caesar Federation. How can they be inside the Longting Federation? There's no time for that. Qi Wansheng was already charging toward the door. Zhang Hengyu and Su Ningyu are over there. I have to save them. Wait. Xiao Yixuan's voice was calm, yet forceful, halting Qi Wansheng in his tracks. Qi Wansheng turned back and saw Elder Xiao slowly raising his hand. The next moment, the air twisted faintly, and a figure materialized out of thin air beside Xiao Yixuan. It was an ape. No, not an ordinary ape. It was a full size larger than a normal ape, its body covered in silver-gray short fur. Its eyes were deep as an ancient well, utterly devoid of emotion. It stood there quietly, yet it gave off a pressure like a mountain. A yuan. Xiao Yixuan said, his tone as calm as if he were assigning some trivial matter. Go deal with those troublemakers. The silver-gray ape nodded slightly. The next second, it vanished. Not fast movement, but true vanishing. Not even an afterimage remained. Qi Wansheng froze for a second, then turned and rushed back out. I'm going to meet up with my students. Meanwhile, Su Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly. The Spirit Eye talent activated instantly, and information about the bone golem surfaced in his vision. Spirit Beast Bone Skeleton Strength Silver Rank 8th Stage. Silver Rank 8th Stage. That was more than a full major realm above Little Bell's Bronze Rank 1st Stage. What's more, the bone skeleton was a ghost-type spirit beast. Spirit beasts of this kind excelled at fighting above their rank, because their attack patterns were bizarre. Su Ningyu clenched his fists. At his current level, he truly couldn't intervene in a battle of this tier. But he didn't flee. His gaze crossed the battlefield and landed on the gaunt, dark-skinned man who was strolling slowly toward him. Heimao. He finally remembered that face. What Su Ningyu said coldly didn't get beaten enough last time. Here for another beating. At those words, He Mao halted mid-step. His expression instantly became a spectacular mix of emotions. Anger and humiliation twisted his whole face. Silence. Look around you. Today is your death day. Su Ningyu said, oh really? I don't believe that. He Mao took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his chest. With a wave of his hand, the spirit Beast Codex flashed with light. Meow. A dark claw cat, its entire body pitch black, and its claw blades gleaming with cold light, appeared at his side. It was the very creature that had nearly cost Su Ningyu his life that night. The moment it appeared, the dark claw cat instinctively arched its back and adopted an attack stance, its scarlet vertical pupils sweeping the surroundings. Meow. This master is finally out. But when its gaze fell on Su Ningyu, the cat's body jolted. Dark claw cat meow. Wait. This human looks familiar. It tilted its head and stared at Su Ningyu for 2 seconds. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, it remembered something. It turned to look at its master He Mao, its eyes filled with complexity and confusion along with a subtle faint, "Are you sure?" question. Dark claw cat meow meow meow. Isn't this the one who slapped you until you howled that night and made you cry and beg to be slapped? Servant, are you sure you want to fight him? Do you want to be slapped in the face again? If you really want it, there's no need for him. I'll slap you myself. He Mao. He understood exactly what his spirit beast's eyes were saying, and a wave of shame shot straight into the crown of his head. He Mao realized that after his dark claw cat had consumed the drug from the Truth Society, it had become far more intelligent. But it had also gained more sly thoughts, and that new talent especially made He Mao's heart pound with unease. Once this is over, I must contract a new spirit beast. Dark claw cat. Attack, he ordered, nearly roaring. The dark claw cat licked a paw and gave a slow, lazy meow, its tone sounding just like, fine, since you insist on being humiliated, this cat will play with you. But I'll warn you now, if you get beaten into crying for your daddy and mommy again, this cat will seriously consider finding a new servant. After all, following a master who gets abused every day is far too embarrassing for a cat's face. It stretched its body with deliberate slowness, and then, its eyes suddenly turned sharp. Fierce, icy, killing intent burst forth from its scarlet vertical pupils. Even if it was a cat that loved to complain, an order was an order. It was not some coward who would retreat out of fear. Su Ningyu looked at the spirit beast that had once nearly taken his life, and the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. This time it was different. Beside him, Little Bell, the sunlight flower, rose slowly into the air, its pale gold petals unfurling slightly as light began to condense at the core of its blossom. On his shoulder, Chihuahua let out a croak. Its amber eyes locked tightly onto the dark claw cat across from it, and its jade-white body began to emit a faint golden glow. Behind him, the aura of the mirror world rippled faintly. It was Fei Wenli asking, "Do you need me to make a move?" Su Ningyu sent a thought back, "Stay ready. There will be a chance for you to strike." Su Ningyu's gaze swiftly swept across the battlefield. Zhang Henyu's great horn bull was covered in wounds. The strength of silver rank 3 in the face of the silver rank 8 bone skeleton was like a child pitting against a giant. Each time the bone arm slammed down, the great horn bull could barely block it at a tremendous cost. Its forehooves were already trembling and blood seeped from the corners of its mouth. It won't last much longer. Su Ningyu withdrew his gaze and looked at the small white frog before him. "Chihuahua," he said in a low, resolute voice, "prepare to activate the evil Chihuahua talent. Use the new ultimate skill you comprehended last night." Chihuahua turned around, its pea-sized eyes wide open. "Croak, Master, are you sure about this? There are many enemies here, and the scene will be." Its eyes were filled with hesitation. It wasn't that it lacked confidence in itself, but, moreover, that move wasn't very powerful, but its visual effects were simply too terrifying. The scene would be very, very disgusting. Su Ningyu didn't hesitate. "Do it." Chihuahua took a deep breath. "All right, since the master said so, then. Let's do it." It turned around, facing the Truth Society members who were slaughtering, wildly puffed up its cheeks, and let out a sharp, eerie frog croak. Croak. Skill frog's random cries, activate. This was not an ordinary croak. It was a sonic attack mixed with spiritual interference. No matter what you were doing, no matter whether you wanted to hear it or not, this sound would drill into your ears like a fly buzzing in your mind, making you so irritated that you wanted to rush over and crush that frog to death. The Truth Society members turned their heads in unison. The gaunt man who had been torturing stopped his hand. The black cat glared fiercely at Su Ningyu. The fur of the claw cat, which had been bristled up, hadn't even had time to settle down, and it was so stimulated by the sound that its ears nearly flattened against its head. In the hollow eye sockets of the bone skeleton, the green ghost fire trembled. Everyone's gaze, all the hostility, instantly converged on that small white frog. That was exactly what Su Ningyu wanted. The next moment, Chihuahua opened its mouth again. This time it was not a croak. It was the talent. Evil Chihuahua, fully activated. An invisible spiritual pollution swept out like a tsunami. It was unreasonable, indiscriminate, and disregarded levels. Every living being that held hostility toward Chihuahua and Su Ningyu would trigger the talent effect in that instant. The gaunt man's expression froze. The black cat's eyes flashed with bewilderment. The claw cat's fur bristled completely like a hedgehog. The bone skeleton. Well, it had no expression, but the ghost fire in its eye sockets trembled violently, and its entire skeleton quivered slightly. An indescribable feeling of nausea surged from the depths of the soul. It was not physical nausea. It was spiritual, striking at the very essence, as if truly eating something indescribable. Bleg. The gaunt man was the first to lose control, bending over and letting out a dry heave. Damn it. Bleg. The black cat followed suit, tears nearly streaming out. The claw cat, meow meow meow, Bleg. Its forelegs were trembling, and its tongue hung out long. Even the bone skeleton let out an eerie creak creak sound, as if dry heaving. Zhang Hengyu was stunned. He had originally prepared to fight desperately to hold off the enemy. But the next second, those murderous guys opposite suddenly bent over in unison, emitting a chorus of dry heaves. What was happening? Had they all fallen ill? Before he could react, an even more horrifying scene occurred. Jiwawa opened its mouth again, emitting a short, eerie frog croak. Croak. Watch my ultimate move, ultimate skill, spewing fragrance. True excrement descends. This was Jiwawa's inspiration in the mirror world from Su Ningyu's words. Since it can make people feel like they're eating shit, can it really make them spew it out? Of course, from the mouth. Inspired by that casual remark, who would have thought that Jiwawa's good luck comes talent would accidentally comprehend it as an ultimate skill? Its principle was simple. Evil Chihuahua caused the target to experience the spiritual pollution of eating shit, while true excrement descends turned that illusion into reality. The next moment, Blerg. The gaunt man bent over, suddenly spewed a stream of yellowish-brown viscous liquid with an overwhelming stench from his mouth. I'm fucking Bleg. The black cat followed suit, spewing even more exaggeratedly than the gaunt man, tears and snot smeared all over its face. The claw cat, meow, Bleg. The stuff it spewed splattered all over itself, and the entire cat instantly turned an indescribable color. Even the bone skeleton let out a strange creak creak sound, and then from its hollow eye sockets and bone crevices some black, equally foul-smelling mucus flowed out. For a moment, the entire rest area was filled with a stench that reached the heavens. Zhang Hengyu's nose twitched. The next second, his face turned green. Damn it. He nearly lost his footing, tightly covering his nose and mouth. What the hell? How much shit did they eat? Zhang Hengyu's nose only took a slight breath. Bleg. He also vomited. The great horn bull. Bleg. Little Bell had long floated behind Su Ningyu, its petals tightly covering its face, making faint chiomi sounds, uncertain whether it was crying or vomiting. Only Jiwawa. It perched proudly on Su Ningyu's shoulder, its amber eyes filled with pride and arrogance. It was like a general who had just won a battle. Croak. How about that? This is your lord's ultimate finishing move. Su Ningyu. Zhang Henyu looked at Jiwawa in terror. He then looked at Su Ningyu, his eyes filled with, what kind of demons are you? Su Ningyu didn't explain, because he was also almost knocked out by the stench. But he held on tightly, taking advantage of the moment when the opposite group was still vomiting wildly. In that instant of their incapacitation, he grabbed the terrified Zhang Quan beside him and pulled the equally stupefied Wei Lin with his other hand. Senior Zhang. Let's go now. Zhang Hengyu snapped out of it with a start. He glanced at the Truth Society members who were still wildly spewing indescribable substances. He then looked at his own badly injured great horned bull, gritted his teeth, recalled his beast, and turned to run. 5 people: Su Ningyu, Zhang Hengyu, Zhang Quan, Wei Lin, and Jiwawa, who was clinging tightly to Su Ningyu's shoulder. They frantically sprinted toward the other end of the passage. Behind them, vomiting sounds rose and fell, and the stench permeated the air. Only after running a long distance did Zhang Hengyu dare to look back. That group was still vomiting. The bone skeleton, a being of only bones, could even spew out those indescribable things, and it was vomiting so violently that its skeleton was nearly falling apart. He silently turned back and looked at the white frog on Su Ningyu's shoulder, which was now licking its paw. Jiwawa noticed his gaze, looked up, and revealed an innocent smile. Croak. Zhang Hengyu shuddered. He decided to stay far away from this frog in the future. Very far away. The black cat's emotions at this moment were indescribably complex. Anger. Of course there was. Humiliation. Overflowing to the brim. Fear. That eerie white jade frog made him tremble from the depths of his soul. But more than that, it was a kind of incomprehensible collapse. He was, after all, a bronze-tier beast tamer, having followed these ruthless killers from the Truth Society, believing he could finally hold his head high and exact revenge. And what was the result? The result was that a toad had made him publicly spew forth fragrance. Literally projectile vomiting. This? What kind of ability is this? Blek. He staggered backward while retching yellow residue still hanging from the corners of his mouth, his gaze vacant, his entire being as if drained of its soul. The gaunt man beside him. That seasoned assassin who manipulated white bone skeletons prided himself on having seen life and death and regarded everything with disdain. At this moment his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Not a metaphor. Truly black. The kind of black where melanin seemed ready to seep through his skin. He wiped the corner of his mouth without a word, his fingers trembling like a Parkinson's patient. The flames of rage burning in his eyes were enough to incinerate the entire star vessel to ashes. I will. Kill them. His voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, each word laden with murderous intent. I will mince them into meat paste. Feed them to my skeleton. No. Before mincing them, I'll make them lick these things. Clean first. He stood up trembling, and just as he took a step his foot slipped again. Bam! He fell once more into that pool of vomit. "Ah!" His scream echoed throughout the cabin. Behind him the white-bone skeleton also staggered to its feet. This silver tier 8 ghost-type beast with ghostly flames wildly flickering in its eye sockets, the frequency of those flickers written with shame. Yes, shame. A skeleton actually feeling shame. It had been subjected to some unimaginable ability by a black iron tier toad. And Sharpclaw Cat. Sharpclaw Cat was now lying spread-eagled on the ground, its tongue hanging out, long eyes rolled back, limbs still twitching slightly. Its body was covered in filth, making the cat look as if it had crawled out of hell. But its mind was at this moment unprecedentedly clear. Meow. Why must I suffer this kind of torment with this worthless servant? It recalled the scene just now. That white, seemingly harmless little frog had only croaked a few times, causing everyone, including itself, to start vomiting violently. That feeling was worse than death. Meow. I'm done. A flicker of determination crossed its eyes. These past days, to increase its master's strength, the Truth Society members had fed it many experimental potions. They claimed it was to awaken potential. Most effects were painful, but among them one potion granted it a special talent, breach of contract. The effect of this talent was simple, yet heaven-defying. It could forcibly dissolve any contract without any backlash. Whether it was a beast-taming contract or any other form of soul binding, as long as it wanted to dissolve it, it could. Sharpclaw Cat hadn't originally planned to use this talent. After all, it had been with Hey Mao for so long. Although this servant was a waste, stupid, and often provoked people, he shouldn't, at least he fed and sheltered it. It was a passable life. But now, it glanced at its own body covered in indescribable filth. Then it looked at Hey Mao, who was still dry heaving. Meow? Enough. It slowly stood up, ignoring Hey Mao's presence, its gaze becoming clear and cold. The next second, its figure vanished abruptly. That wasn't ordinary speed, it was a brief burst of explosive power gained after dissolving the contract with breach of contract. It would use this burst to escape this damn place, escape these madmen, and escape that terrifying white frog. Hey Mao had just wiped a smear of dirt from his face when he saw a white blur streak past him, dashing wildly into the depths of the corridor. He was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. He thought this was Sharpclaw Cat, enraged and seeking revenge, chasing after Su Ningyu. Good job, Sharpclaw Cat, he exclaimed, his voice breaking with excitement. Kill that brat for me. Let him know the consequences of crossing Hey Mao. He waited to hear the sound of Sharpclaw Cat catching up, followed by Su Ningyu's screams of agony. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing. No. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. The Beast Tamer Codex. He unconsciously probed into his consciousness to check. Then his expression froze. The contract link was severed between him and Sharpclaw Cat. The contract that had been established since Sharpclaw Cat's birth, maintained for years, had disappeared. Completely vanished. Hey Mao. Sharpclaw Cat, he murmured, his voice laced with disbelief. No response. Only the faint, distant meowing of a cat. Meow, meow, meow. The sound was clearly tinged with relief. Hey Mao's face shifted from confusion to shock, from shock to pallor, and finally settled into utter collapse. His beast had run away. His beast had actually run away. On the other side, Su Ningyu was fleeing with Wei Lin and the dazed Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was still completely dazed. His eyes were vacant, his steps mechanical, like a walking corpse. The death of Wang Hao before his eyes had shaken him too deeply. Wei Lin was in slightly better condition, but his face was also pale. The cowlick on his head remained standing straight up, indicating that his danger premonition was still screaming warnings. Quick, let's go find the teacher. Zhang Hengyu shouted as he ran. Only Elder Xiao and the others can handle those Truth Society people. Before he finished speaking, behind them came the sound of bones grinding, crack, crack. Zhang Hengyu turned around, and his expression changed instantly. The white bone skeleton, that silver tier 8 ghost-type beast, was chasing after them in a bizarre manner. Its movement wasn't like running, it was more like floating, each step covering a great distance, the eerie green ghostly flames in its eye sockets locked firmly onto them. Further behind was the gaunt man with a face as black as a pot, his mouth still not fully wiped clean, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Not good. They're catching up. Zhang Hengyu's voice tightened. Countless possibilities flashed through Su Ningyu's mind in an instant. They couldn't outrun it. The white bone skeleton's speed far exceeded theirs. If they kept running, they would only be caught and wiped out. Someone had to hold it off. He took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Hengyu. Brother Zhang. His voice was calm, unlike someone being hunted. Take Wei Lin and Zhang Quan, quickly go find Elder Xiao for reinforcements. I'll hold them off. Zhang Hengyu's pupils contracted sharply. Are you crazy? You can't even block it. That's a silver tier 8. I know. Su Ningyu's expression didn't change. But you saw what happened just now. I have ways to discuss them, and buy time. As he spoke, the Jiwawa on his shoulder let out a cooperative croak and flashed an evil grin. Even if I can't defeat it, I can stall for a while. Use this chance to go call for reinforcements. Hearing Sun Ningyu's decision, Zhang Hengyu wanted to say something. Stop wasting time. Sun Ningyu raised his voice, cutting him off. Take these two, and run. His gaze swept past Zhang Hengyu to Wei Lin. Wei Lin's eyes reddened. Brother Su. Go. Sun Ningyu then turned his gaze to Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan had finally come to his senses. He looked at Sun Ningyu, his lips trembling as if wanting to say something. You? Please don't die. His voice cracked as he shouted. Sun Ningyu did not answer. He simply turned around back to them, facing the increasingly near skeleton. Zhang Hengyu gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, seized Zhang Quan with one hand, and Wei Lin with the other, and sprinted toward the conference area. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. In the corridor, only Sun Ningyu remained. And on his shoulder, Jiwawa. Behind him, that ever closer white skeletal frame. It stopped 10 meters from Sun Ningyu. The gaunt man stepped forward slowly, the yellow stain at the corner of his mouth standing out sharply in the firelight. His eyes brimmed with the satisfaction of imminent revenge. Run. His voice was raspy and chilling. Why aren't you running? Can your disgusting frog do it one more time? Jiwawa croaked, puffing out its cheeks, but nothing came out. Its energy had been largely depleted from that last burst. There was no way around it. Being Iron Rank 5th was simply too weak. The gaunt man noticed this, his smile twisting into something more ferocious. Out of tricks are we? Then, he raised his hand ready to give the order. Then he saw Sun Ningyu's face. That face, which should have been filled with fear, now showed not a trace of panic. No, more accurately, the worry was gone. The unease had vanished. All that remained was a cold calmness, as if looking at a corpse. Sun Ningyu's lips curved slightly upward. It wasn't a smile. It was pure killing intent. His voice was very soft. Soft as a falling leaf, yet clear enough to reach the gaunt man's ears. Fei Wenli. The air slightly distorted. Let us begin our slaughter. Stephen stared at the youth before him in shock. A moment ago, he had been prey, desperately fleeing with no escape. Now he seemed like a completely different person. Those eyes held no fear. No panic remained. Only a detached calmness, as if observing an ant struggling to survive. Looking for death. Stephen could not bear being looked down upon with such a gaze. That was how he regarded insects. What right did a black iron Beast Tamer student have to look at him like that? Bone skeleton. Crush him. The ghost fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flared suddenly. Its massive bone arm rose high, tearing through the air with a howling wind smashing down towards Sun Ningyu. Then it stopped. It wasn't that it wanted to stop. Instantly, the entire world halted. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound pierced the silent corridor. Crack. 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 The cracking sounds grew denser, faster. Like countless panes of glass shattering simultaneously. Stephen's pupils contracted sharply. He realized in terror that the world he saw was shattering. Not metaphorically, but literally. The corridor's window panes fractured into spiderweb patterns. Decorations on the ceiling exploded with countless cracks. The water reflections on the floor, appearing unnoticeably, rippled outward like a pond struck by stones. The entire world, like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer, crumbled before his eyes. What? Before he could finish. The world shattered completely. The next moment, Stephen's footing vanished, and he plummeted into endless void. When he finally regained his vision of the surroundings, his expression completely changed. This was a bizarre space. All around, in every direction, endless mirrors stretched to infinity. Countless reflections of him gazed back from the glass in twisted postures. Some appeared terrified, others grotesque, some wearing eerie smiles. What place is this? His voice echoed through the mirror dimension. Reflected, amplified, and distorted by countless mirrors, it ultimately merged into a maddening hum. At that moment, a figure materialized before him. She was a girl of extraordinary beauty. Suspended midair with bare feet, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her purple eyes held no warmth whatsoever. Her skirt fluttered gently in an unseen breeze, and behind her loomed the faint outline of an antique, full-length mirror. Fei Wenli. The mirror god Fei Wenli. She extended her pale, slender hand and gave a gentle wave. Crack. The space trembled. Every reflective surface, the walls, ceiling, and floor lining the corridor, transformed into genuine mirrors with that single motion. The mirrors spread like living organisms in all directions, converting the entire space into her domain. Within the glass, a figure gradually began to take shape. It was a figure cloaked in black robes. The fabric concealed most of his face, revealing only sinister eyes set deep in shadowed sockets, a gaze like an abyss that chilled the spine just to behold. The moment Stephen caught sight of this figure, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Lu, leader. His voice quivered with terror rising from the depths of his soul. The leader of the Truth Society. Or more precisely, one of its highest echelons. That legendary Herald of Doom. A diamond-level terror. Legends spoke of thousands of beast tamers and their companions who perished at his hands. Why would he appear here? Fei Wenli's lips curved upward slightly. This was her innate ability, Eris Mirror. It could reflect whatever desire or fear ran deepest within a target's heart. Fei Wenli could expend enormous energy to materialize it. Clearly this robed figure before him was not someone Stephen desired. Rather, he was the nightmare that woke Stephen screaming in the dead of night. The robed figure spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse, echoing, as if from the depths of hell, "Stephen, you truly are useless." Stephen's body trembled violently. "I'm sorry, leader. I'll do what needs to be done." But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized his leader would never actually be there in person. After a mere second of terror, he bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself back to clarity. "An illusion," he roared. "It's just an illusion. You think this can fool me, Sun Ningyu stood at the edge of the mirror world, watching coldly. He had no patience for wasted words. Fei Wenli stopped playing. His voice was calm and cold. "Deal with him." His gaze swept over the illusory robed figure. The Herald of Doom. A true core member of the Truth Society. A diamond-level powerhouse who would leave countless blood debts across the history of the Interstellar Federation. But now the version conjured by Fei Wenli was only at the silver tier. Fei Wenli gave a slight nod, her desire to continue tormenting him fading at her master's command. Little Belle's golden red petals erupted in flames. "Show me. I'm here to help." From Sun Ningyu's shoulder, Jiwawa leaped down, puffing out its cheeks. "Goo. I'm coming too." Vivian Li cast a glance at little Ling Dang and the others. "You are too much in the way." With a gentle wave, the two spirit beasts were instantly pushed to the edge of the battlefield by a soft, yet irresistible force. They landed steadily, unharmed, but unable to break through. Little Ling Dong meow. "Let me fight." Jiwawa ribbit. "I want to output too." Vivian paid them no heed. Her hands slowly rose. In the mirror world, countless mirrors lit up simultaneously. Within each mirror, light began to coalesce. The brilliance grew brighter, more intense. The energy fluctuations became increasingly terrifying. The intensity of each beam surpassed the full-powered ultimate move of little Ling Dang. Solar Flower Sunlight Cannon. 1 mirror. 10 mirrors. 100 mirrors. The entire mirror world transformed into a cage of light. Skill Mirror Light Flash. Stephen's pupils reflected countless beams about to descend. His face was as pale as paper. "Impossible. This is impossible." He roared, his voice filled with despair. "How can you be this strong? You, a black iron-level beast tamer, how can you possess a spirit beast of this level?" He stared at the ethereally beautiful girl, suspended in midair. The bone skeleton, his ghost-type spirit beast, a silver-rank 8th-tier creature capable of crushing any of its own rank, was now kneeling on the ground, its skeleton trembling violently, the ghostly flame in its eye sockets flickering like a candle in the wind. That was suppression from the depths of bloodline. A crushing of rank. The fear of a life form from a higher dimension. Su Ningyu did not answer. Vivian Li answered even less. She merely hovered silently, her violet eyes coldly observing the trembling ant below. She could not be bothered to answer. Nor did she need to. "Time's up," Su Ningyu's voice rang out. Vivian's hand fell gently. The next second, a rain of beams poured down. Countless beams condensed to their utmost shot out from mirrors on all sides, weaving into an impenetrable net of light that descended upon Stephen and his bone skeleton. "No!" Stephen let out a final scream. Light swallowed everything. No explosion, no roar, only pure, blazing, annihilating radiance. When the light faded, Stephen was no longer in the mirror world. Neither was the bone skeleton. Its energy core floated, collected by Su Ningyu, into the mirror world. Only energy residue remained, slowly dissipating on the mirror surface, proof that 2 lives had once existed. Su Ningyu withdrew his gaze and turned. "Let's go." His voice was calm, as if he had just casually brushed aside an ant in his path. Vivian withdrew the mirror world and followed behind him. The mirror surface rippled like water, sending them back to reality. Behind them, little Ling Dang and Jiwawa exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Little Ling Dong meow. Jiwawa ribbit. It glanced back at the dissipating entrance to the mirror world silently, deciding never to anger Vivian Li. "Absolutely. Master." Vivian's voice sounded in Su Ningyu's mind, tinged with rare gravity. "There is a battle outside the airship. Gold-level spirit beasts are confronting each other." Su Ningyu paused mid-step. He turned his head to look out the porthole. In the distant clouds, 2 terrifying surges of energy were clashing violently. One was a blazing crimson, like a burning meteor. The other was a deep, profound blue. Every collision triggered intense tremors in the air. Even through the energy shield and thick cabin walls, one could feel the suffocating pressure. "It seems the experts aboard the airship are beginning to counterattack," Su Ningyu murmured. The Truth Society wouldn't have only a silver rank like Stephen. But that was not his concern now. His gaze fell ahead. In his mind, the image of his classmate Wang Hao surfaced. That always grinning, carefree boy who followed Zhang Quan, shouting, "Boss Zhang is awesome." Su Ningyu's eyes darkened. "Vivian." His voice was calm, eerily calm. "Yes. Transform into my appearance, take little Ling Dang and Jiwawa, and continue toward the conference area. I will deal with someone. I'll be back soon." Vivian was momentarily startled. She wanted to protest, that it was too dangerous for Master to go alone. But it was Master's command. As the mirror goddess, as his contracted spirit beast, she could not disobey. Master, please be careful, she whispered. The next second, under the gaze of her little Lingdong and Jiwawa, Su Ningyu's figure vanished into thin air. Not quick movement, not invisibility. It was a true vanishing. As if he had never existed in this world, leaving behind not a trace of presence or energy fluctuation. Divine concealment. One of the dual talents of Su Ningyu's black gold tome. It hides all traces of one's existence to such an extent that even gods cannot perceive it. From sight, hearing, and smell, to energy perception and mental detection, every layer of presence is erased. He moved like a ghost walking between reality and nothingness. Vivian took a deep breath. The next moment her form began to twist and change. When the light faded another, Su Ningyu stood in her place. The exact same face, the exact same build, even the same calmness in his eyes, all flawlessly imitated. Only in the moments when no one noticed, a faint glimmer of violet would flash in those eyes. She pulled the Star River whip from the mirror world. The whip's body gleamed with a striking silver light. Let's go, little ones. Her voice had also become Su Ningyu's timbre, but the tone carried a hint of coldness that didn't belong to Su Ningyu. Our battle is not over yet. She paused, the corner of her mouth lifting into a dangerous arc. Whoever dares to target Master will die. Little Lingdong's petals instantly ignited, golden red flames danced fiercely. Meow. Jiwawa puffed out its cheeks, its bean-sized eyes brimming with battle intent. Ribbit. Vivian. She silently glanced at Jiwawa. This child, had its mind been corrupted by the skill it had comprehended? Forget it. Let's go. 3 figures dashed toward the conference area. On the other side, Black Cat sat slumped on the ground as if his soul had been drained. How is this possible? How is this possible? He muttered, staring blankly at his spirit beast tome. The contract was severed. Truly severed. The Claw Cat had fled. That spirit beast which had followed him since it was a tiny kitten, that had braved life and death with him, that he had regarded as his final trump card, had actually run away. Clearly Black Cat had not yet recovered from the betrayal of his own spirit beast. His own Sharp Claw Cat had even escaped using a new ability he had derived from the potion he obtained from the Truth Society. The Black Cat felt that his life had never been so utterly defeated. But he was after all a man who had weathered storms. A few minutes later he took a deep breath and forced himself to stand. This is no time to dwell on that, he muttered through gritted teeth. The Truth Society's mission must be completed, or those people won't let me go. He glanced into the distance. That was the direction Su Ningyu had just fled. Stephen had already pursued him. With Stephen's strength, dealing with that kid should be a matter of minutes. Even if I didn't kill him with my own hands, as long as he dies. The Black Cat murmured, a twisted relief spreading across his face. As long as he dies, I can. He couldn't finish. Poochie, a soft sound. The Black Cat's eyes bulged wide. He looked down. At his neck a bloodstain was rapidly expanding. The next second blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the wall and floor in front of him. He opened his mouth to scream, but only a raspy breath escaped. He tried to cover his neck, but his hands couldn't stop the blood. He wanted to turn around and see who it was, but his body was already growing weak, and there was no one around him. Because the killer simply did not exist within his perception. Su Ningyu stood behind him, coldly watching this person convulse, struggle, and finally fall silent in the pool of blood. The kitchen knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. It was just an ordinary kitchen knife he had picked up from a restaurant area. But it was enough. 1 stab was not enough. 2 stabs were not enough. Su Ningyu stabbed the Black Cat's body again and again. With each stab, he thought of the innocent people taken from the star, and Wang Hao's face still bearing the remnants of a smile. With each stab came the screams of those innocent passengers before their deaths. Until the Black Cat's body completely stopped moving. Until his eyes were wide open, staring sightlessly into the void. Only then did Su Ningyu stop. He took a deep breath to steady himself. As he was about to turn and leave, his gaze suddenly fell on the Black Cat's unblinking eyes. Those eyes now glowed with an eerie luminescence. Not the cloudiness of an ordinary corpse, but a glossy, almost alive sheen. Deep within the pupils, some mysterious patterns slowly swirled. Like remnants of ability essence. Su Ningyu's heart stirred. A possibility occurred to him. Could he have the perception eye or keen eye ability? In the beast taming sequence game, evil organizations would illegally acquire abilities. Some directly plundered them. Some dropped upon killing. Because some abilities would coalesce on the corpse after the player's death. Such abilities were very rare. And perception eye was one of them. Perception eye could detect a beast tamer's abilities within a certain range. Even to a certain extent see through a person's essence. Thinking that the Black Cat had appeared together with the Truth Society, it might be precisely because of this that the Truth Society had gone to great lengths to fish him out of the detention center. And now the Black Cat was dead. But his eyes. Su Ningyu did not hesitate. He bent down, raised his knife, and cut. 2 glowing eyeballs were neatly severed. Blood flowed from the eye sockets, staining the Black Cat's face, which stared with unblinking eyes. But the 2 eyeballs, after being removed, still faintly glowed, as if the power within them had not dissipated with their owner's death. Su Ningyu wrapped them in a clean handkerchief and took them away. Zhang Hengyu, using almost all his strength, dragged Zhang Quan and Wei Lin through the hatch into the conference area. The sight before him made him gasp. This was no longer an ordinary battlefield. It was an upgraded version of hell. The originally spacious terrace of the star was now barely recognizable. And the most shocking were the figures confronting each other outside. A golden ape, all of its body shimmering, was now suspended in midair. It was 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in metal-like golden fur. Each breath sent tangible energy ripples spreading outward. Its eyes were like 2 small suns, emitting blazing golden light, staring intently at the disheveled figures below. The martial combat ape, Xiao Yixuan's beast. Gold rank. Zhang Hengyu only knew that old Xiao was strong, but he had never seen him fight. Now, seeing the giant ape casually pulverize a Truth Society member's beast into mincemeat, he finally understood why old Xiao had sat firmly in the position of East County Cultivator Association president for so many years. Damn it. Shisana's red hair danced wildly in the energy storm. Her fiery red lips were pressed into a thin line, her eyes full of shock and anger. She was controlling a huge bird covered in flames, her beast the blazing fire sparrow. The blazing fire sparrow was locked in combat with the martial combat ape. In the air, the blazing fire sparrow should have had the advantage, and it was also a peak silver rank existence. But in front of the martial combat ape, every clash sent its feathers flying, and it cried out in pain. Scott stood beside her, his muscular body covered in fine wounds. His shadow cloak had already shrunk into a ball, trembling in the corner. There were 3 or 4 more Truth Society members nearby, but each wore a look of terror, clearly terrified by the martial combat ape. No. Shasana gritted her teeth and growled. This old man is too strong. We must retreat. This whole journey has been bumpy and unlucky. We already have a lot of research materials, plus that little girl with the beauty snake ability and the black cat with his special talent. Enough. If we drag this out any longer, we'll all be finished here. She planned to destroy the entire star to buy time for escape, then use Scott's beast ability to flee. Everyone prepare to, Shasana. Scott's voice suddenly turned sharp, cutting off her retreat order. The life reactions of Steven and the black cat have disappeared. Shasana froze. She spun around, staring at Scott, with eyes full of disbelief. The energy marks I left on them. Shattered. Shasana's mind went blank. Steven, a silver rank 8 assassin who controlled the bone skeleton, dead. The black cat, that precious treasure with the rare perception eye ability, also dead. Who did it? Her voice was hoarse. Is there another strong person on the ship? Her gaze swept across the battlefield. Xiao Yixuan. No, the old man had been here the whole time, never left. The star's security. A bunch of chickens and dogs already slaughtered. Then who could it be? But there was no choice. She could only order retreat. Shasana no longer hesitated, issuing a sharp command. Whoever had killed Shitafin and Hei Mao meant there was still a hidden threat aboard this vessel they were unaware of. If they did not leave now, annihilation was imminent. Wanna run? An elderly voice resounded. Xiao Yixuan's, carrying unquestionable authority. The Wudo Yuan unleashed a deafening roar, smashing its twin fists together. Boom! A ring of golden energy rippled outward, crashing across the battlefield like a tsunami. Just then, Teacher! Zhang Hengyu's voice rang out. Qi Wansheng turned his head and saw his student staggering toward him, flanked by 2 other battered companions. Hengyu, you're all right. Qi Wansheng beamed with relief and hurried forward. Zhang Hengyu panted heavily, waving his hand. I'm fine. But, where is Su Ningyu? Qi Wansheng asked. Zhang Hengyu's face drained of color. He stayed behind alone to hold off that. Before he could finish, a figure slowly emerged from the corridor bend. Zhang Hengyu whirled around. Su Ningyu. Tears of relief welled in his eyes as he charged forward, ready to punch the audacious fellow. You scared the hell out of me. But the Su Ningyu before him merely cast an indifferent glance and offered no response to his excitement. A faint amethyst sheen flickered within those eyes. Yet Zhang Hengyu failed to notice. He simply exhaled in relief and patted Su Ningyu on the shoulder. Thank goodness. You're all right. The Su Ningyu nodded but remained silent. And then, in Zhang Hengyu's astonished gaze, the Su Ningyu walked straight past him and headed toward the battlefield. Toward those ordinary Truth Society members still resisting. Wait. Su Ningyu, what are you doing? Zhang Hengyu cried. It's dangerous over there. Come back. But the Su Ningyu did not look back. He, or rather she, simply raised a hand. A whip shimmering with starlight materialized in his palm. The Galaxy Whiptail. Little bell. A cold, clear voice sounded. Healing chime. Restore our side. Prioritize the critically wounded. Xiao Lingdang drifted forth, pale golden petals unfurling as a soft healing light began to envelop the injured security personnel and passengers. Jiwa. Bayou Frog hopped onto the shoulder. You'd best stay out of the fighting. Fei Winley had no desire for defilement to mar her domain. Jiwa croaked. This is discrimination. It stared with wide eyes, cheeks puffed out, determined to prove itself. Then it spotted the Galaxy Whiptail swaying idly in Su Ningyu's hand. Jiwa croak. It silently shrank its neck and obediently perched on the shoulder motionless. Discriminate all you want. It was better than getting beaten. Su Ningyu paid it no mind, gripping the galaxy whiptail and striding toward the battlefield. Zhang Hengyu stood frozen in disbelief. Was this still the Su Ningyu who was usually gentle, composed, and calm under pressure? Did he feel like a completely different person? Then he witnessed something even more shocking. Su Ningyu raised a hand. The galaxy whiptail shot forward like a spirit serpent, stretching to over 10 meters in an instant. Its tip gleamed with dreamlike starlight, slicing through the air like a meteor. Smack. It struck a Truth Society member squarely in the face. That man had been engaged in battle with his beast against the security forces, utterly unaware of the sudden youth. One lash sent him flying horizontally. He crashed into the wall and lay unconscious. What a... Another Truth Society member beside him roared in fury and instinctively commanded his beast to counterattack. Smack. Another whip. It lashed his occiput. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. Zhang Hengyu. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. Was that a beast master or a beast? Fei Winley assumed her master's form. As a mythic being herself, though her power was suppressed to the 9th rank of silver, her replication of the master's innate gift proved far more potent than anything Su Ningyu wielded. Moreover, she did not attack the beasts. She targeted the beast masters exclusively. And every lash landed with terrifying precision. Even stranger, the expressions on the faces of those struck Truth Society members were peculiar. Some winced in agony, yet the very next moment beneath that grimace a trace of inexplicable smile flickered across their features. And before being knocked unconscious. Don't stop, they pleaded. Zhang Hengyu's lip twitched. What was going on here? Only Jiwa Hua, perched on Su Ningyu's shoulder, swallowed hard. It knew that sensation all too well. Master Fei Winley's whip combined with the master's perverse whipping talent. Those who understood. At this very moment, those Truth Society members who had been lashed were likely experiencing some bizarre state, simultaneously agonizing and grotesque. Jiwa Hua gazed at the enemies sprawled everywhere, foaming at the mouths, some even wearing eerie smiles, and silently lit a candle in their honor. Fei Winley was thoroughly enjoying herself. However, perhaps the shock of Shidafen's sudden demise was too great. Or perhaps the revelation that a gold-tier beast master lurked aboard the Xingqian Henho made Shoshana realize the situation had spiraled entirely beyond control. Her expression darkened dreadfully, a flash of resolve piercing her eyes. Menghuake. Her voice was low and grave. The colossal flame bird that had been circling her side let out a piercing cry. Every feather on its body erupted into true flames, illuminating the entire Xingqian Henho with scorching radiance. Destroy the Xingqian Henho directly. Shoshana's voice was cold as ice. Raise it. Force them to choose between rescue and pursuit. Menghuake screamed to the heavens. The very next moment, its wings tore wide, gathering terrifying fire around its body. The light grew brighter, more ferocious, the air thick with searing heat. Even distant clouds were dyed crimson. A pillar of flame descended from the sky, not aimed at any enemy, but directly at the Xingqian Henho beneath their feet. Boom! Deafening explosions thundered. Blazing fire devoured everything. The entire Xingqian Henho shuddered violently as massive fractures spread from the ship's center. Bulkheads were torn apart, floors collapsed, and flames crept madly along the fissures. Fierce winds howled through the breaches like wailing specters. Terrible. Qi Wanqing's face contorted. The Xingqian Henho is going down. Xiao Yixuan reacted fastest. Wudo Yuan, he barked, cease pursuit. Full rescue efforts. The silver-gray ape vanished from its position in an instant. The next second it appeared before a collapsing bulkhead, both fists striking outward to pulverize falling debris into dust, shielding a crowd of terrified passengers behind it. The Truth Society members had already taken the opportunity to retreat. Scott's shadow cloak spread open, a massive black vortex, instantly swallowing Shoshana Scott and the remaining Truth Society members. In the last moment of the vortex's contraction, a few students could be seen bound hand and foot with despair in their eyes. They were the experimental subjects captured by the Truth Society. Xiao Yixuan wanted to save them, but it was too late. The vortex vanished. The Truth Society members with their spoils disappeared without a trace. But no one had time to pursue, because the Star Ark was rapidly falling from the high altitude. The massive airship had lost power, its hull tilting, plummeting toward the ground at breakneck speed. The wind howled, flames raged. Countless passengers fell from the ruptures like dumplings into a pot, screaming, crying, carving desperate trajectories across the night sky. Some summoned their own flying spirit beasts, desperately clutching their master's clothes to steady themselves. Some huddled together, eyes closed, waiting for death. Some were struck by flying debris, while falling blood blooming in the air. In the chaos, Su Ningyu quietly completed the exchange with Fei Winley. No one noticed. Fei Winley returned to the mirror world. Xiao Lingdang was anxiously circling Su Ningyu, its petals twitching rapidly. Chiomi, Master. I think I can't carry you to fly. Although it was a bronze rank and a firegrass dual attribute, it was after all just a flower. Flight relied on energy suspension with limited carrying capacity. It simply couldn't lift a human's weight. Jiwawa crouched on Su Ningyu's shoulder, its two front paws clinging tightly to his clothes, its pea-sized eyes filled with terror. Gua, gua gua, master. Frogs can't fly either. Help. Su Ningyu did not panic. His gaze swept quickly around, his mind racing. But before he could come up with a plan, rescue arrived. 3 pink beams of light flared up simultaneously. Su Ningyu felt his body lighten, and his falling speed abruptly decelerated, as if he were being cradled by an invisible soft hand hovering steadily in midair. He looked up. 3 identical foxes were floating in the air, their bodies covered in light pink fur. Their fluffy tails swayed gently in the air, and most striking was the area between their brows, each inlaid with a purple gemstone now emitting a soft glow. Spirit Beast, the Jade Gem Mind Fox. A psychic attribute, an extremely rare species of spirit beast. It is said that only beast tamers with extraordinarily high spiritual power have the chance to contract with them. And to contract 3 at once. That was the rarest of the rare. LVU stood on the ground not far away, her hands slightly raised, and the 3 Jade Gem Mind Foxes simultaneously followed her command, releasing powerful telekinetic force. The survivors who were falling were caught one by one by the invisible telekinetic force. Their falling speed slowed more and more until they finally landed softly like feathers. The elderly, children, women, men, beast tamers, ordinary passengers. Not one was left behind. At the same time, a clear and melodious crane cry rang out from the sky. A giant snow-white crane spread its wings, gliding gracefully past. Each beat of its wings stirred up a gentle breeze, and those who had been buffeted off balance by the wind were steadily cradled by this breeze, guiding them to a safe landing. Guanhe's spirit beast, the wind spirit crane. Graceful and powerful. With the fight against the Truth Society members concluded, Guan, he and LVU also turned their hands to rescuing the survivors. The two worked in perfect coordination, one using telekinesis to control, the other using wind to guide. Within just a few minutes, all the falling passengers were safely rescued. The moment Su Ningyu's feet touched the ground, the 3 Jade Gem Mind Foxes simultaneously withdrew their telekinesis. The little pink creatures landed lightly beside LVU, nuzzling their owner's hand, as if seeking praise. LVU smiled, and gently patted their heads, saying, "Well done." Guanhe's white jade crane also circled in the air once, then slowly descended, folding its wings, its posture as elegant as a painting. Huff! Zhang Hengyu plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. We survived. We survived. Wei Lin's antenna hair had now completely flattened into a plane. He sat slumped on the ground, eyes staring blankly, clearly not yet recovered from the shock of the fall. Zhang Quan knelt on the ground, hands propping himself up, trembling all over. Whether it was fear, anger, or both, it was hard to tell. Xiao Yishuan landed slowly, with Battle Ape following behind him. His deep eyes scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no more danger did he slightly relax his guard. The night was deep. In the distance, the wreckage of the Star Ark was still burning, its orange-red flames illuminating half the sky, tearing a hideous wound in the darkness. Thick smoke billowed upward, merging with the night. The air was thick with the smell of scorch and a suffocating heaviness. On the open ground, near the crash site, survivors gathered in small groups, clinging to life. No one spoke. Or rather, no one could speak. Some curled up, hugging their knees, burying their heads deeply, their shoulders shaking violently. Some stared blankly at the distant flames, their faces expressionless, as if their souls had been drained. Fear, grief. These emotions enveloped everyone. The scenes moments ago, the Truth Society's massacre, the roars of spirit beasts, the deaths of companions. The fall from the sky was etched into their minds like a nightmare, impossible to shake off. Ugh, ugh. Muffled sobs came from a corner. As if a switch was flipped, more sobs arose one after another, echoing in the night. Su Ningyu stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over these survivors who had cheated death. He saw the mother who had lost her child holding the already cold young body, silently weeping. He saw the youth whose companion was crushed to death by a white bone skeleton sitting dazed on the spot, eyes hollow. He saw passengers with wounds on their bodies, bleeding profusely, yet oblivious their pain, having transcended the physical realm, reaching deep into their souls. He took a deep breath. Xiaolingdang. A flash of golden red light, and the sunlight flower floated beside him, its petals radiating a warm glow in the night. Soothing talent activate. Su Ningyu's voice was calm and resolute. Then use healing chime, prioritizing those who are severely injured. Xiaomi. Xiaolingdang did not hesitate. It slowly flew to the center of the crowd, hovering in midair. The golden heart, like a sun core, began to glow. It was not a fierce combat light, but a soft, warm glow like the spring sun. The light spread out, enveloping the surrounding crowd. Soothing talent activated. That intangible warm ripple, like a mother's hand, gently stroked everyone's hearts. The soothing began. The survivors, deep in the grip of fear, felt as if something held them up, preventing them from sinking further. The stifled sobs gradually steadied. Those hollow eyes began to regain focus. But this was not enough. Xiaolingdang rose higher, gliding to the side of those most severely injured. Some had been torn by Beast Tamer's wounds so deep the bone was visible blood flowing unceasingly. Others had been struck by debris during the fall covered in blood, their breath faint. Some bore no external wounds, but suffered severe internal injuries, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Xiao Lingdang lingered beside them. The healing chime sounded. A clear, crisp sound like a mountain spring, like wind chimes softly ringing, echoed through the night sky. With each chime, a gentle radiance fell upon the wounds. The ghastly wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Feeble breaths gradually steadied. Pale faces regained their color. Like a tiny sun, Xiao Lingdang darted through the darkness. It illuminated every wounded person and also the hearts that were deep in shadow. Wei Lin sat on the ground, clutching the bubble frog he had just summoned. The little blue creature had no idea what was happening. It simply sensed its master's fear, instinctively rubbing its slick skin against Wei Lin's face and making a gurgling sound. Wei Lin buried his face in the bubble frog, his shoulders trembling slightly. He dared not recall what had just happened. The Truth Society members, the passengers who had died horribly, the splattered blood. But even more, he dared not think that without Su Ningyu, he might have already. He lifted his head and looked at the golden-red radiance weaving through the crowd. Was that the bellflower? No, that was not right. He had seen Su Ningyu's bellflower before. It was absolutely nothing like this. Now it was like a tiny sun radiating a comforting warmth. Wei Lin suddenly recalled what Su Ningyu had said on the airship earlier. My bellflower has evolved. At the time he thought it was a joke. Now he understood. It was no joke. It was true. And the direction of evolution was by no means ordinary. He watched that golden-red flower healing one wounded person after another. He saw it as a beacon in the night, bringing hope to the despairing. Wei Lin suddenly felt that his own thought, raising a bubble frog is already hard enough, was somewhat ridiculous. Others started from scratch too. Why was the gap so vast? He bit his lip and said nothing. But his eyes never left that radiance. I have to change. I cannot just hide behind others when danger comes. Zhang Quan sat on a nearby rock, clutching his head, his body trembling slightly. I'm too weak, too weak. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and broken. In his mind, that scene kept replaying. Wang Hao right in front of him was cut open by that sharp attack. Blood pooled on the ground. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on him, his mouth opening, as if to say something. Then those eyes never closed again. Brother Quan, save me. That voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Quan suddenly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms until blood seeped out. He remembered his usual arrogant, spoiled demeanor. He recalled boasting about his family, his beast tamer, everything he could show off. But in the face of true life and death, he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his friend died before his eyes. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. He lowered his head, shoulders shaking violently, stifled sobs escaping his throat. Just then a warm light fell upon him. Zhang Quan jerked his head up. The golden-red radiance he did not know when it floated in front of him. Xiao Lingdang hovered silently, its heart facing him, its light gently enveloping his entire body. The healing chime rang softly like the lullaby his mother used to hum. Like some kind of solace. Zhang Quan's tears flowed even more fiercely, but the bone-chilling cold and despair gradually began to dissipate. Thank you. He choked out, not knowing whether he was addressing Xiao Lingdang or the Su Ningyu he had once secretly resented. Xiao Lingdang gently swayed its petals as if saying, "You're welcome," then drifted toward the next place in need of healing. In the distance, several elders stood in the shadows watching this scene. Xiao Yixuan stood with his hands behind his back, his white beard fluttering slightly in the night breeze. His gaze followed the golden-red radiance, a glint of admiration in his eyes. This child, he began slowly, a note of emotion in his tone. Even if he were not a cultivator, he would be outstanding in battle. Qi Wanxing stood beside him and nodded. Calm, decisive, with excellent command. And that sunflower's healing ability far exceeds its rank. It's not just healing. Xiao Yixuan shook his head slightly. Look at its path, first calm the crowd, then prioritize the severely wounded, and then those with psychological trauma. This is not blind rescue, it is strategic. He paused and smiled. This boy has a compassionate heart. Qi Wanxing nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Guan, he ended his communication and strode over quickly. Elder Xiao, the Dongjun police will arrive shortly, he reported. They have already locked down the surrounding area and are organizing rescue teams. Additionally, the Beast Tamer Association has dispatched personnel to assist with the aftermath. Xiao Yixuan nodded. Good. He glanced at the wreckage of the star in the distance, then at the survivors who had cheated death, and sighed softly. Tonight will surely be a sleepless night. The night wind blew, carrying the smell of burnt things and a faint scent of blood. But in the wind, the clear healing chime could still be faintly heard. Ding, ding, like a glimmer of hope echoing through the darkness again and again. The fiery explosion of the star in the night sky became the most glaring scar at the border between Dongjun and Shilling. The crash site lay exactly on the administrative boundary of the two regions. Police airships and rescue vehicles rushed in from both directions. Red and blue lights flashed and interwove in the night, illuminating the wilderness as bright as day. The Dongjun police arrived. The Shilling rescue teams also arrived. The scene was quickly cordoned off and survivors were registered, examined, and accommodated in groups. The severely injured were given priority and sent to medical airships. Those with psychological trauma were taken by comfort personnel for counseling. Those who could no longer speak were covered with white cloth, lying quietly in a temporary morgue. Su Ningyu stood in the crowd watching everything. He bore no visible wounds, but his clothes were stained with others' blood. His expression was blank, his eyes unnaturally calm, as if this massacre and crash were just another obstacle in his life that he needed to overcome. Student Su Ningyu. A man in Dongjun police uniform approached. Please come with us. Someone will escort you back to Dongjun. Su Ningyu nodded and followed the instructions to board an aerial vehicle. Behind him, Zhang Quan was taken away by his father's men. That once cheerful playboy now stood speechless, his face entirely expressionless. His head bowed, his steps mechanical, as though he were a walking corpse. Wang Hao's death had devastated him. A graduation trip that should have been filled with laughter and joy had come to a hasty and tragic end. After returning to Dongjun, Su Ningyu's life temporarily settled into superficial calm. But he knew that certain things had already changed. The final casualty count from the incident was released. 47 lives lost. Passengers, crew members, security personnel, and several students like Wang Hao who had simply wanted to create beautiful memories on their graduation trip. And then there were the missing. Several individuals taken during the Truth Society's retreat remained unaccounted for to this day, and Qingyi was among them. A conjecture began to form in Su Ningyu's mind. The appearance of Officer Duan Xing. Su Ningyu learned from Zhang Hengyu that this officer was in fact Duan Long's elder brother. That kid Duan Long nearly rushed straight to Xiling to find his brother when he heard the news, Zhang Hengyu said on the phone. His father locked him at home. Su Ningyu merely murmured an acknowledgement without saying more. He returned home, closed the door, and shut out all the clamor and sorrow. High school had not yet begun. He still had time. But what Su Ningyu had not expected next was that his name had already quietly spread throughout the holiday. It all stemmed from that video. No one knew who had filmed it or who had uploaded it, but the video began spreading virally across the internet the day after the accident. In the pitch-black night, with the burning wreckage of the Star Voyager as a backdrop, a golden-red radiance darted through the crowd. It was Little Bell, the sunflower. It hovered in midair, its core radiating a gentle glow like a miniature sun. Each healing chime resonated through the air, soothing every wounded person. What kind of guardian beast is this? How beautiful. That doesn't look like a bellflower, does it? Bellflowers don't look like this. My breeder says this could be a new evolutionary form. Dongjun Breeders Association, please explain. The comments beneath the video shifted from initial confusion to heated discussion, eventually erupting into complete chaos. And the real explanation came from Xiling. After Xiao Yixuan arrived in Xiling with the Dongjun breeder delegation, he dropped a bombshell on the very first day of the exchange conference. He announced that the bellflower had undergone a cross-sequence evolution into a sunflower. Sequence named Flaming Sun Sequence. Evolution path: Bellflower Green Spirit Sequence, Sunflower Flaming Sun Sequence. Developer Su Ningyu, Junior Breeder of Dongjun. Verified by Dongjun Breeders Association. Facing the complex expressions of his Xiling counterparts at the press conference, Xiao Yixuan slowly remarked, "Some previously claimed that our Dongjun breeders merely follow behind others patching things up. Now I would like everyone to see. This entirely new cross-sequence evolution path, is it mere repair, or is it groundbreaking creation?" The entire venue fell silent. When the news reached Dongjun, public opinion completely exploded. Holy shit. Is that guardian beast in the video Su Ningyu's? A bellflower can evolve into this. Does my bellflower have the potential to? Please tell me, when will this evolution path open for licensing? Are you out of your mind upstairs? If you have money, you can access it right now. Su Ningyu, big shot, please notice me. From that afternoon onward, Su Ningyu's phone never stopped ringing. Text messages, phone calls. Strange numbers kept coming in one after another, from breeding agencies seeking collaboration and ordinary beast tamers looking for consultation. There were media outlets wanting to conduct interviews, and all sorts of distant relatives who had somehow appeared out of nowhere. Su Ningyu, distant relatives. Come on, I'm an orphan. Su Ningyu stared blankly for 3 minutes. Then he powered off his phone. The world became quiet again. He tossed his phone aside, leaned back against the chair, and let out a long breath. Famous, he muttered to himself, his tone revealing neither pleasure nor sorrow. Little Bell floated over and nuzzled his face, chiming softly, "Chew. Master, what does famous mean?" "It means many people know you now." Su Ningyu gently stroked its petals. Little Bell blinked, not quite understanding, but pleased that its master was touching it. "Chumi." Jiwawa crouched on the windowsill watching the scene and silently rolling its eyes. "I want to be petted too. I want to be famous too. I'm not convinced. What's so great about being famous? I can do that too." As Wawa thought these thoughts, flames erupted from its mouth. But it quickly stopped for Fei when Li was watching it from within the mirror. In the days that followed, Su Ningyu completely entered a secluded training mode. No matter how bustling the external public discourse became, it had nothing to do with him. His world contained only cultivation. The star-breathing method after he had reached the black iron rank as a beast tamer flowed even more smoothly. With each breath, faint stellar energy was drawn into his body, nourishing his muscles, bones, and meridians. He could feel his physical condition steadily improving. Stronger, faster, more enduring. Of course, training his guardian beasts could not be neglected either. Little Belle, the sunflower, had stabilized at the bronze tier first stage. Its techniques needed further refinement, and its combat awareness required continued enhancement. Especially the red lotus bloom technique of blood-fueled explosive ability that demanded precise control. Chihuahua remained at black iron tier 5th stage. But its evil Chihuahua innate ability combined with the newly mastered fecundity ultimate skill had become a form of psychological warfare weapon in a certain sense. Though the imagery, well, it was not easy to describe, but its practicality was undeniable. Fei Wenli continued supervising training within the mirror world. The sound of her whip cracking occasional screams of pain primarily from Chihuahua and Little Belle's soft, chummy sounds during practice became the daily soundtrack of this tiny realm. Late at night, when all grew still, Ningyu would sometimes stand by the window gazing at the lights outside. The universe was vast. There were many powerful figures. The Truth Society was merely the beginning. His current strength was still far from sufficient. I must continue to grow stronger, he whispered. Outside the night was deep, but within the mirror world the light endured. Within the mirror world there was no peace. Distant heart-wrenching cries echoed, infinitely amplified by the refraction of countless mirrors, as though creatures were being tortured from all directions simultaneously. Meow, meow, meow. The claw cat curled into a corner, its fur bristled like a hedgehog, its tail tucked between its legs, tears streaming down its face as it stared at the two demons before it. No, I swear I'm not a beast tamer's companion. I'm a wild guardian beast. Please stop. Ah, it hurts. Its voice was shrill, sounding exactly like an ordinary cat whose tail had been stepped on. But no one paid it any mind. Belle hovered in midair, golden red flames flickering along the edges of its petals as it gazed down at the black cat. Nearby, Froggy squatted with puffed cheeks, its beady eyes brimming with restless anticipation. Clawcat dared not move. A single twitch was out of the question. It had witnessed something horrifying just moments before. It had successfully utilized its newly awakened talent, breach of contract, to sever the pact with the black cat. Now free to roam as it pleased, it had envisioned nothing but boundless freedom ahead. Thrilled, it raced through the corridors of the starship, already planning to find a reliable master or simply live as a free beast tamer, never again subjected to the scorn of that useless person. Then, taking a sharp turn, it tumbled straight into Fei Wenli's mirror world, right at the edge of a battlefield of all places. What did it see? Stephen, a silver rank 8th tier beast tamer who had been hunting them, and his skeleton of white bone. That girl, devastatingly beautiful, had obliterated him with countless beams of light shooting from the mirrors. He hadn't even managed more than a few desperate screams before being reduced to nothing. Clawcat froze on the spot, its four legs pinned as though nailed to the ground. It wanted to flee, but the entire mirror world belonged to that girl's domain. There was nowhere left to run. Then the girl glanced at it, just once. Her purple cold eyes regarded it as though it were nothing more than an ant. And then she vanished. It was left behind in this bizarre space alongside the flying flower and the white frog, their uneasy coexistence, making Clawcat believe the nightmare was over. But it had been wrong. The true nightmare was only just beginning. Meow. I'm really not a bad guy. It pleaded pitifully. I'm just an ordinary cat, or rather an ordinary beast companion. I got lost. Please let me go. Belle chimed, shaking its petals in what sounded like a scornful little noise. Enough talk. Face the whip. Though it held no actual whip in its grasp, that was beside the point. It had a vine whip. A bronze-colored vine lashed out from beneath its flower base, striking the mirror's surface beside Clawcat with a sharp crack and leaving a visible mark. Clawcat recoiled in terror, leaping upward to slam against the ceiling before falling back down. Froggy watched the spectacle with evident excitement, puffing its cheeks as it prepared to unleash its ability. Rib bit. Clawcat's pupils contracted to pinpricks. It had experienced this skill before. On the starship, Clawcat and the members of the Truth Society had been reduced to violent vomiting by that white frog expelling unmentionable substances. It refused to endure that fate again. Meow. No, I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. Whatever you want to ask, I'll. But before it could finish, an invisible force descended, suddenly blasting all three beasts, Belle, Froggy, and Clawcat, through the mirror world. They tumbled across the surface before colliding together against the mirror wall. Fei Wenli's figure materialized from nowhere, her purple eyes sweeping coldly over them. Froggy, she said in a voice that carried an oppressive weight, how many times have I told you? Do not use your ultimate technique inside the mirror world. Froggy stiffly turned its head and let out an awkward ribbit. Belle emerged from beneath Clawcat's belly, petals drooping slightly in a posture of contrition. Clawcat lay sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling back in its head. In the corner, a pale blue slime observed silently. The sage slime. Though Ningyu hadn't named it as such, the name reflected the slime's composure. Having entered the mirror world, it had witnessed far too much the flower's self-immolating training methods, and the frog's terrifying mental pollution. The slime had personally experienced its ultimate technique and dared not dwell on it further. The shadows loomed large, the beautiful girl's whip and the image of those three being blasted away together. The sage slime's gelatinous body trembled faintly, yet it found something unsettling watching Belle and Froggy suffer brought an unexpected sense of satisfaction. The feeling was hard to explain, like seeing the school bully who tormented it daily finally getting beaten by someone even stronger. It was exhilarating. The sage slime quietly retreated to its corner, content to remain a silent observer. To transform a simple-minded slime once content with nothing but croaking sounds into this grim entity. Only the mirror world's chaos could account for such a transformation. On the other side of the mirror world, Ningyu sat cross-legged, ignoring the commotion outside. He regarded it as mere routine training. Belle needed an opponent. Froggy required a sparring partner. And Clawcat, well, its arrival was perfect timing. It would serve as a free practice dummy. After all, Faye Winley would keep things controlled. It wouldn't die. He had more pressing matters at hand. Slowly he withdrew a cloth bundle from his chest and opened it to reveal two eyeballs resting quietly in his palm. Though separated from their owner for some time, they still emitted an eerie luminescence. Deep within the pupils, those enigmatic patterns continued their slow rotation as though the power they contained had never faded. The Black Cat Scout's eye? In the late stages of the beast taming sequence game, there had once existed a particularly brutal technique for enhancing talents, known as blood-soaked sublimation. The principle was straightforward. Certain beast tamers possessed talents rooted in the same essence or highly similar ones. By merging two talents sharing the same root, one might break through their original limits and evolve into a more powerful form. The issue was that talents were not tangible objects. They could not be separated or transferred, unless through special means. Those wicked organizations, after countless inhumane experiments, had finally discovered a viable method, using body parts from the talent's original owner as conduits to extract the talent's essence, then forcibly merging it into another beast tamer possessing a similar talent. Success rates were low. After effects were severe. The process was agonizing. Moreover, a medium was required, specifically a body part where the talent's remnants concentrated most densely after the owner's death. Take for instance the eyes Ningyu had acquired. As he gazed at the two eyeballs in his palm, his expression remained unnaturally calm. His spirit eyes allowed him to perceive the power levels of beast companions. The Black Cat Scout's eye could detect a beast tamer's talent. The two talents shared similar roots. Both fell under the category of penetrating essence. In theory, they could be merged. He fell silent for a long moment before raising his head to gaze into the depths of the mirror world where Faye Winley was disciplining three disobedient beast companions. The crack of whips mingled with cries of pain and pleas for mercy. He averted his gaze, returning his attention to the eyeballs in his hand. After a long pause, he slowly closed his fist around them. The claw cat's nose twitched suddenly. It jerked its head up, its amber eyes widening into perfect circles. Meow. This smell. It sniffed again, confirming it hadn't misidentified the scent. It was a familiar odor. The scent of that worthless servant. No, of the former servant. Following the direction of the scent, it slowly turned its head, and then it saw what Ningyu held in his hand. Meow. A piercing cat's cry exploded within the mirror world. The claw cat's fur bristled instantly, standing on end like a hedgehog, its tail shooting straight up. The cat leaped as if struck by lightning, crashed to the ground, then scrambled and rolled into a corner, trembling all over. Eyeballs. Those were the former servant's eyeballs. The two orbs it knew so well, which it had faced every day, always glimmering with a foolish light. Now they lay quietly in that human's palm, emitting an eerie faint glow. Meow, meow, meow. What the hell? The claw cat's mind went blank. It knew that human had killed the former servant, but it hadn't expected that the human would gouge out the eyeballs and hold them in his hand. What kind of move was that? The claw cat felt it had seen all sorts of perverts in its years, but one twisted to this degree. It was a first. Quiet down, little cat. A cool voice rang out. Faye Winley didn't even turn her head. The next second, the claw cat's bristling fur was smoothed down as if by an invisible force, instantly lying flat. Claw cat. Meow. It dared not cry again, but its heart was bitter. Truly bitter. It had thought it had escaped that worthless servant, the black cat, and could soar freely through the sky and leap across the sea. And what happened? It fell into an even more terrifying wolf den. What was here? A mirror ancient monster who could blast a silver 8 to smithereens with a casual wave. A blazing sunflower that loved to set it on fire and could even unleash a terrifying light cannon. A dung-playing frog whose fragrant breath, attack, made the cat sick just thinking about it. And their twisted master who was now holding the former servant's eyeballs with no idea what he intended to do. The claw cat curled into a ball in the corner, leaving only its two eyes fixed on Ningyu. Meow. What should I do? This place is too terrifying. I want to go home. But I have no home. The more it thought the sadder it became the entire cat, shrouded in low pressure. Yet its eyes never left Su Ningyu for a moment, because it had a strong premonition. Something even more terrifying was about to happen. In the distance a strange red light suddenly flared. Meow. What now? The claw cat's fur bristled again. This time Xiao Lingdang didn't mock it for being jumpy. Instead she proudly puffed out her petals and chirped, "Xiaomi," in a tone that said, "My master is the greatest in the world. My master is an incredibly powerful being. He is omnipotent." Jiwawa crouched beside her silently adding, "Gua gua. Indeed omnipotent. Of course I mean when it comes to tormenting people." As it spoke its gaze unconsciously drifted toward the whip in Fei Wenli's hand. "Xiao Lingdong Xiaomi. What do you mean by that?" Jiwawa gua. "Nothing. Just a reflection." The claw cat didn't catch a word of the two beasts' conversation. Its entire attention was drawn to the eyeball in Su Ningyu's hand. Those two eyeballs now slowly floated upward, leaving Su Ningyu's palm hovering in midair and rotating gently. A layer of eerie red light surged from deep within the eyeballs, writhing like a living thing, condensing in the air into two thin red threads. That was the energy core of the eyeball's owner, the black cat's scout's eye talent, the root of the talent, the remnant of the soul. The claw cat's pupils constricted to the limit. It could feel it. That power was all too familiar. After all, it had been contracted with that worthless servant for so many years. And now that power was being stripped, extracted, drawn, guided toward another direction. The other end of the red light was Su Ningyu's eyes. The claw cat suddenly understood. It gasped sharply. "Meow. This human. He's going to..." The red threads touched Su Ningyu's eyelids. Then they burrowed inside. At that instant, a stifled groan escaped Su Ningyu. A sharp searing pain like thousands of red-hot needles stabbed into his eyes simultaneously. That pain was not superficial, it was a tearing sensation erupting from the depths of his eyeballs, from the nerve endings, from the very core of his soul. He shut his eyes tightly, his body trembling violently, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking through his back. But he did not fall. He clenched his teeth, his hands balled into fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. He could feel an unfamiliar icy power forcibly merging into his eyes, tangling, colliding, and fusing with his spiritual eye talent. It was like two incompatible torrents being forced into the same channel, churning, tearing, crashing, threatening to burst the channel apart. Pain. So much pain. Pain that made him want to scream, cry out, roll on the ground, give up. But he couldn't. This was the path to strength he had chosen. Blood-baptized sublimation. In the late game of the Beastmaster sequence, this forbidden path had once created countless powerhouses. Those who relied on the fused talents they had acquired swept across battlefields and became renowned. But later the official authorities banned this path, because the process was too sinister. This secret art, if mishandled, could leave one influenced by the unknown entities lingering in the fusion. At worst, one's personality would drastically change, at worst one would go completely mad. Moreover, the origin of this path came from the Truth Society. Those madmen had experimented with countless lives to develop this brutal method of fusion. The villain Qinger was created as a terrifying monster fused with countless talents. Su Ningyu opened his eyes, peering through the blurred blood at the two eyeballs still floating in the air. Blood-baptized sublimation. The Truth Society. He would use the enemy's methods to strengthen himself. If it made him stronger, it was not shameful. As for whether he would be influenced by the unknown entities, he had Fei Wenli. He had the mirror world. He had his own will. That was enough. The red light blazed. Su Ningyu's eyes were now completely shrouded in a blood-red glow. The light grew brighter, more intense, intertwining with the red energy, surging from the eyeballs, forming a pillar of blood that shot straight to the top of the mirror world. Another suppressed roar escaped him, but his back remained straight, unwavering. Sharpclaw the cat, crouched in the corner, was utterly stunned by the scene. Meow. Is this human? Insane? Little Bell hovered in midair, its petals trembling slightly, but it did not approach to disturb. It trusted its master. Whatever the master intended to do, there must be a reason. G-Frog was unusually quiet, its bean-sized eyes fixed unblinkingly on the blood-colored beam of light. It suddenly felt that its own spitting fragrance didn't seem so terrifying after all. Fei Wenli stood quietly by the side, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her purple eyes. She did not stop him, because she knew that the master needed to grow stronger, and this path was one he had chosen for himself. She merely raised her hand and gave a gentle wave. In the mirror world, countless mirrors lit up simultaneously, wrapping the blood-colored beam in layers, sealing off any possible leakage. This way, no matter what happened, it would not affect the outside world, nor would it give any unknown existence a chance to exploit. Within the bloodlight, Su Ningyu's eyes were undergoing some indescribable change. I know not how long passed. The red light in the mirror world finally faded away. The two floating eyeballs had long turned to ashes, drifting away with the wind as if they had never existed. A faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation lingered in the air, like the aftertaste of some ritual concluded. Su Ningyu slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the entire mirror world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Sharp Claw in the corner suddenly tensed its body, its tail tucked even tighter. Little Bell's petals quivered slightly, letting out a soft, questioning Kayomi. G-Frog for once did not croak, it just stared at its master with wide, bean-sized eyes. A faint smile curled at the corner of Faye Winley's lips. Those eyes had now completely changed. They were no longer the clear black eyes from before. Deep within the pupils a pale blue light intertwined, flowed, and merged with a dark red light, like brilliant stars falling into an abyss or like a blood moon rising from the depths. The two lights slowly rotated in the depths of his eyes, entangling with each other, finally, achieving a delicate balance. Pale purple. Those eyes had turned pale purple. It was not an eerie purple, but a deep purple that seemed to perceive the essence of everything. When one met those eyes, there was an illusion of being completely seen through, as if all his secrets were laid bare. Ningyu blinked. The next second, those pale purple pupils turned back to black. Divine concealment. Not only could it conceal one's form, but also hide what one did not wish to be seen. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. In his field of vision, everything had changed. His original spirit eye talent allowed him to see the strength and weaknesses of spirit beasts. It was an ability to see through appearances, enabling him to read information about spirit beasts like reading a data panel. Now, after fusing with the Black Cat Scout eye, another layer of information appeared in his vision. He could see not only the strength of spirit beasts, but also the strength and talent of spirit beast masters. Ningyu raised an eyebrow. Interesting. That waste of a black cat possessing such a powerful talent, yet only used it to find targets, kidnap, and do those shady deeds. He could have easily become a talent intelligence broker specializing in evaluating the compatibility between spirit beasts and their masters, or helping breeders select suitable spirit beasts. This was far safer and more profitable than living on the edge. What a waste of a gift, he murmured softly. Then he withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking about it. He stretched his body, feeling the subtle changes brought by the fusion of the bloodstained sublimation secret art. It felt like a person who could only see clearly up close suddenly obtaining a telescope. His vision had not changed, but the things he could see had increased dramatically. No wonder the game banned this secret art, he murmured. Some things really are addictive. This feeling of seeing through others' cards, anytime, anywhere, was too easy to become addicted to. Once addicted, one would become dependent. Once dependent, one would lose vigilance. And once vigilance was lost, one would die without knowing how. Ningyu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to pry, and withdrew his newly acquired ability into his heart. There would be plenty of time to study it slowly. No rush. The following days were as calm as a stagnant pool. Ningyu hardly ever left the house. When takeout was delivered to the door, he would open it to collect it. Garbage was left outside, and the cleaning staff took it away. Occasionally, classmates sent messages to greet him. He replied briefly, then continued to immerse himself in his own world. Training, cultivation, adaptation to the fused talent. Occasionally checking the news. The pursuit by the Truth Society continued, but those people had vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated. The aftermath of the Xingqian was still ongoing. The list of victims had been released, and Wang Hao's name was among them. Ningyu silently scrolled past that news item and did not look again. Before long, the day of high school opening arrived. Beichen High School. Ningyu, dragging his suitcase, stood at the school gate looking at the imposing entrance. The entrance was bustling with people, all teenagers around his age. Their faces were full of longing and anticipation for the future, and they were accompanied by all kinds of spirit beasts. Some perched on shoulders, some followed at their feet, some hovered in midair, and some even rode directly on the backs of large spirit beasts. The air was filled with the scent of youth and the unique energy fluctuations of the spirit beasts. Ningyu took a deep breath. A new life had begun. He stepped into the school gate, and as he walked, he quietly activated his fused spirit eye talent. In his vision, lines of information began to appear above the heads of passing students. Talent tickling drum, he looked at a boy who was laughing and chatting with friends. Effect: when physical attack hits, there is a 20 chance to cause intense itching in the opponent lasting 3 seconds. Ningyu. What kind of bizarre talent is this? Make the opponent suddenly itch and scratch during battle, then seize the chance to attack. Seemed not unusable. He continued to scan. Talent: Fleet Feet, a girl who was running past by him. Effect: increases spirit beast speed by 10. Well, this one is much more normal. Talent: Iron Stomach, a chubby boy who was munching on a chicken leg. Effect: can digest any organic matter, increases poison resistance by 30. This one seems a bit off too. Talent: Chatterbox, a boy who was talking incessantly. Effect: when speaking has a 5 chance to irritate the enemy, affecting spell concentration. Ningyu silently averted his gaze. The talents of this batch of students were truly diverse. As he walked, he silently lamented that waste of a black cat, holding such a powerful talent, yet only used it for kidnapping. If he had honestly become a talent intelligence broker, helping people evaluate compatibility and find suitable spirit beasts, he might have become rich long ago. Why did he have to end up like that? Observing the peculiar talents of the students around him, he mused that talent, as it turned out, depended on how it was wielded. Even the most unusual abilities required an equally unusual approach. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Hey, Su Ningyu." Su Ningyu turned around. A sunshine-handsome boy was waving at him, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. Song Qingwei. His appearance reminded Su Ningyu of the battle between him and the specially recruited examinee at Beichin. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Ningyu's mouth. A new life, at least, starting with a familiar face. His spiritual eye talent was still active, and he habitually swept a glance over Song Qingwei. The next moment his movement paused slightly. The spiritual eye talent was still in effect, and he subconsciously scanned Song Qingwei. The next second, lines of semi-transparent information surfaced in his vision. Beastmaster Song Qingwei, talent Son of the Sky effect, contracted flying-type spirit beasts gain the sky's favor status. When fighting in the air, all attributes are boosted by 15-30, depending on altitude, weather, and harmony with the sky. At the same time, the Beastmaster's own perception of the air is greatly enhanced, allowing precise prediction of flight trajectories. Su Ningyu's heart stirred slightly. Son of the Sky. A rare talent of such a caliber. It was an extremely rare type of talent belonging to the high-order category within the entire Beast sequence game setting. Those who possessed such a talent were born to dominate aerial combat. He had seen many talents, but few that could directly alter the battlefield environment, and had such a high ceiling. A 15-30 boost to all attributes. Under special conditions like high altitude or thunderstorms, the amplification might be even higher. However, the limitations are also obvious. Su Ningyu pondered inwardly. Once this path was chosen, it meant giving up the ground. All his main spirit beasts had to be flying types. Birds, pterosaurs, insects, even certain special floating types. If one day he was dragged into an environment where flight was impossible, his combat strength would be severely compromised. But who cared? A king of the skies was enough. To fully utilize this talent, all spirit beasts contracted in the future must be flying types. On the ground, he would be an ordinary beastmaster, but once airborne, his strength would be far from ordinary. Su Ningyu withdrew his gaze and was about to greet him when he noticed a girl standing beside Song Qingwei. Her long hair reached her waist, her features were delicate and cold, and she wore a simple, white dress, her temperament like the first snow of winter. She stood quietly, her gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd as if nothing concerned her. Very aloof. That was Su Ningyu's first impression. He didn't stare further. It would be impolite to keep looking at someone upon first meeting. "Hey, long time no see, Su Ningyu." Song Qingwei strode over, raised an eyebrow, and laughed, his tone carrying the casual ease unique to old acquaintances. "You've been really popular lately. I kept scrolling through my phone at home, and your name kept popping up every day." Su Ningyu smiled. "Really? I thought the buzz would have faded by now." "How could it fade?" Song Qingwei waved his hand dramatically. "You don't know. Once the Breeder Association announced the new sequence for Sunlight Flower, so many people with Bellflower spirit beasts went crazy. I know several who are dying to meet you, wanting to ask if you're willing to take commissions to evolve their Bellflowers into Sunlight Flowers." He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, how did you do it? Was it really a cross-sequence evolution? From the Green Spirit sequence to the Blazing Sun sequence? How is your brain wired?" Su Ningyu laughed it off. "Hard work plus a little talent." He wasn't being modest. In this kind of setting, a proper show of confidence was beneficial. These people in front of him could all become his future clients. After all, the new sequence for Sunlight Flower had been registered. If anyone wanted their Bellflower to evolve along this path, they would have to pay him a knowledge licensing fee. Being modest would only make potential clients think you lacked confidence. "Qinghui, aren't you going to introduce me?" A clear, cool voice rang out. The aloof girl beside Song Qingwei now wore a faint smile, her gaze fixed on Su Ningyu. "Ah, Xiao Shui." Song Qingwei slapped his forehead. "You've probably heard of him. Su Ningyu, the guy who beat me in the special admissions exam." The girl's eyes flickered with recognition. "I see." She looked at Su Ningyu, gave a slight nod, and said politely, "Hello, I'm Xiao Shui." "Su Ningyu." Su Ningyu nodded back. "Xiao Shui. The surname Xiao?" His mind stirred, recalling the president of the Eastern County Breeder Association, Xiao Yishuan. Also surnamed Xiao. Coincidence? Or was he overthinking? Before he could dwell on it, "Hey, Shue, why didn't you wait for me?" A spirited voice came from a distance. Everyone turned to see a girl with a high ponytail running wildly, her backpack bouncing, her ponytail trailing a blur in the wind. Yuan Lily. A few months apart, and she was still the same impetuous person. She ran up to Xiao Shui, panting, hands on her knees, then raised her head to look at Su Ningyu, her eyes instantly lighting up. "Oh, Su Ningyu. The celebrity. Su Ningyu. Of course." Yuan Lily straightened up and began counting on her fingers. "Bellflower cross-sequence evolution. Sunlight Flower. Personally announced by old Xiao. The healing video online has gone viral. If you're not a celebrity, who is?" She leaned in and lowered her voice. "Hey, tell me secretly, when will you open the licensing for that evolution path?" Su Ningyu smiled but didn't answer. Yuan Lily wanted to press further, but Xiao Shui gently tugged her sleeve. "All right, don't block the entrance," Xiao Shui said, her gaze sweeping over the group. "Let's go in." Su Ningyu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's go in first and see what the school is like." The group passed through the school gate and stepped onto the campus of Beichin High School. The campus was even larger than he had imagined. The wide main avenue was lined with energy trees, special plants that absorbed ambient energy and purified the air, making the whole campus exceptionally fresh. In the distance, several uniquely shaped buildings could be seen. Some looked like colossal arenas, others like transparent cultivation pods, and a towering spire that pierced the clouds, its purpose unknown. Everywhere students with their spirit beasts were visible. Some rode flying beasts overhead, some walked leisurely with land-based beasts, and others sat on the grass with their beasts seemingly discussing something. Youth Passion Spirit Beasts. This was Beichin. However, what awaited them was not a warm welcome ceremony. It was a striking red notice on the bulletin board. The notice read, "Notice for incoming freshman joint wilderness survival training before class division." Su Ningyu stood before the bulletin board, swiftly scanning its contents. During the first week of the new semester, a 3-day joint wilderness survival training will be held. Location: Beichin High School's exclusive training area, the Misty Forest. Format: random grouping to complete designated tasks. During the training, carrying food and water is prohibited. Participants must rely solely on wilderness resources and their spirit beast abilities to survive. Assessment criteria: quality of task completion, spirit beast performance, teamwork, survival status. The purpose of this survival training is class division. Song Qingwei leaned over to take a look, showing little surprise as he nodded in agreement. It's an old Beichin tradition, he explained. Every year, incoming freshmen have to go through this. It's meant to help new students quickly adapt to Beichin's pace, experience true wilderness survival, and along the way gauge everyone's combat ability and teamwork. But most importantly, it's for class selection. Yuan Lily's mouth fell open. 3 days of wilderness survival. And we can't even bring food. I'll starve to death. Xiao Shui cast her a cool glance. Have your spirit beast find you something to eat. My spirit beast can't find food. Then go hungry. Shui, you're so heartless. Su Ningyu stared at the notice, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wilderness survival. Interesting. Su Ningyu put away his communicator, his gaze sweeping over the few people beside him. Song Qinghui, Xiao Shui, and Yuan Lily. These were all familiar faces from this year's Beichin intake. Although he wasn't close to Xiao Shui and Yuan Lily, getting to know them in advance was better than going in blind tomorrow. Survival training before class division, he asked. Song Qinghui nodded. Right? It's a Beichin tradition. Freshmen undergo wilderness survival in their first week, and afterward they're placed into classes based on performance. Regular, elite, and special combat classes. 3 tiers, and the treatment each receives is worlds apart. Special combat class. Yuan Lily's eyes lit up. You mean the one with heavy resource allocation and focused training? Exactly. Song Qingwei chuckled. But getting into the special combat class is no easy feat. Last year, out of over 300 students, only 20 made it. He then turned to Su Ningyu, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Still, I think you'll have no problem. Su Ningyu offered no modest denial, merely a faint composed smile. He truly wasn't worried. After that night aboard the starship, after the transformation forged in blood, his strength had already far surpassed the average new student. But there was no need to voice that. As the group chatted, Yuan Lily suddenly glanced around and asked in confusion, "Hey, where's your best buddy Chai Boy?" Song Qingwei let out an, "Oh," and waved a hand. "Him? He's coming later. Said something came up at home. He'll probably only make it right before the survival training starts tomorrow." Song Qingwei continued, "Forget Chai Boy. Where's your good friend Sun Zhuowei?" Yuan Lily replied her. She might not be able to come to Beichin. Due to special circumstances, her mother transferred her to a special school. Su Ningyu, hearing the name Sun Zhuowei, was reminded of his first client. Unfortunately, after the kidnapping incident, he had never seen her again. Xiao Shui stood off to the side, silent, simply listening. After a few more exchanges, the group split up to return to their dormitories and pack for tomorrow's survival training. Over on Su Ningyu's side, he soon spotted a familiar figure. Brother Su. Wei Lin came charging over from the crowd. A month had passed, and Wei Lin had changed greatly. Not in appearance. He was still brimming with vitality. But in his eyes there was less of the former bluster and more of an indescribable steadiness. That night aboard the starship had changed many people's fates. Long Hao was dead. Zhang Quan had left. Those who survived were no longer who they once were. Su Ningyu nodded, his tone calm. You're in high school now. Work hard. Of course. Wei Lin released his grip and nodded firmly. I don't want to hold anyone back again. He clenched his fist, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Su Ningyu looked into his eyes and gave a slight nod. Those who have faced life and death always grow faster. Beichin High School was a full boarding institution. Following the signs, Su Ningyu found his dormitory building. It was a 6-story structure clad in pale gray tiles, simple, clean, and elegant. The dorms were 4-person suites, but each student had their own private bedroom. The living room, bathroom, and simple kitchen were shared, not large yet compact and fully equipped. Su Ningyu pushed open the door. The living room was empty. He chose the bedroom by the window, set down his luggage, and began to unpack. As he was tidying up, the dormitory door opened once more. A young man stepped in. He looked about Su Ningyu's age, well-proportioned with handsome regular features and a neat short haircut. His face carried the excitement of a newcomer. His eyes roamed the dormitory as if committing every corner to memory. Upon spotting Su Ningyu, he immediately broke into a warm smile. Hello. He strode over and extended a hand. I'm Lindong, a freshman this year. Looks like we'll be roommates from now on. Su Ningyu looked at the outstretched hand and upon hearing the name froze for a moment. Lindong. That name. Why does it sound so familiar? No, not just familiar. It was far too common in certain novels. Those protagonists who defy fate and rewrite destiny. They always seem to be named Lindong Xiao, Yin Yi Fan, and the like. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, you're not some scion of a declining clan, are you? Is there a mysterious pendant hidden in your house? And a fiancé who breaks off your engagement? No way, right? Su Ningyu. He took Lindong's hand and responded politely. Lindong withdrew his hand, mumbling the name to himself, Su Ningyu. Su Ningyu. He furrowed his brow in thought, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Aunt. I knew it sounded familiar. Now I remember. You're the Su Ningyu whose bellflower evolved into sunlight flower. In that video online, your spirit beast saved a lot of people after the starship crash. Su Ningyu smiled without denying it. The look in Lindong's eyes immediately shifted, now tinged with admiration and curiosity. So you're the big shot. I thought you'd be some aloof cold genius, but you're actually this down-to-earth. Su Ningyu. You flatter me. No flattery at all. Lindong waved his hand, then suddenly recalled something. Oh right, Su Ningyu. Do you know who our other two roommates are? No idea, Su Ningyu replied with a shake of his head. Lindong nodded and let out a sheepish chuckle. Well, I worked hard to get into Beichin, so I'm just a little excited, haha. As he spoke, he walked to the window, gazing out at the campus with longing in his eyes. Beichin. I've wanted to come here ever since I was a kid. Su Ningyu looked at him without speaking. Everyone has their own reasons for striving. He merely hoped that this passionate sunny youth would not be crushed by the harsh reality one day. Who I assent though, he murmured. They chatted for a while longer. Lindong was a chatterbox, going on about how he got into Beichin, the breed of his spirit beast, and his plans for the future. He talked incessantly, as if eager to recount his entire life. Su Ningyu responded absent-mindedly, but didn't find it annoying. At least this roommate wasn't insufferable. Yet the other two roommates never showed up, even by nightfall. Su Ningyu didn't dwell on it. After washing up, he retired to his room. Tomorrow held more important matters. The next morning, Beichin High School's first training ground. The vast field was packed with new students, roughly 400 to 500 in number. Some were nervous, some excited, some feigned calm, while others quietly sized up their competitors. The instructor stood on the platform, his posture straight and gaze piercing. Su Ningyu froze slightly upon seeing that face. Yuan Sheng, the examiner he had met during the special recruitment assessment. A senior instructor at Beichin High School. Welcome to Beichin High School, new students. Yuan Sheng's voice boomed across the field. Today marks your first day in Beichin's tradition, the wilderness survival training. The crowd fell silent, everyone listening intently. The purpose of this training is not to torment you, but to screen you. Yuan Sheng's gaze swept over the crowd. 3 days deep in the misty forest. Based on your survival performance, compatibility, and teamwork, we will assign you to different classes: regular, elite, or special operations. At the mention of special operations, whispers rippled through the audience. If you want the best resources, the strongest rivals, and the fastest growth, then show me your full strength. With that, Yuan Sheng waved his hand. Now board the vehicles in order and head to the misty forest. The crowd surged. Su Ningyu and Lindong stood together, moving forward with the line. Lindong rubbed his hands together, a mix of nerves and excitement. I heard that Beichin's wilderness survival training once had major issues. A secret realm suddenly opened, trapping several students, almost causing a disaster. Hope nothing unexpected happens to our batch. Su Ningyu paused in his steps. He turned to look at Lindong. Lindong, bewildered, asked, what's wrong? Su Ningyu remained silent for 2 seconds. A complex, indescribable emotion surged within him. With a name like that sounding like a protagonist, couldn't you avoid setting up flags? But how could he say that out loud? Su Ningyu took a deep breath and silently averted his gaze. Nothing. Lindong scratched his head, shrugged it off, and continued walking with the group. Watching his back, Su Ningyu silently prayed, let this wilderness survival truly be just survival. The group soon boarded the vehicles, heading to the misty forest. The scenery outside the window sped by, the city's clamor faded, replaced by endless mountains and thickening mist. Su Ningyu leaned back in his seat, quietly activating his spiritual eye. He wanted to gauge the abilities and talents of his peers. A student's talent appeared: talent night vision, vision unaffected in darkness. Another talent, beast affinity, easier to gain the favor of wild spirit beasts. Yet another talent, endurance boost, increases stamina by 50. A myriad of talents flashed before his eyes. Useful, useless, powerful, or mediocre. He scanned them all silently, noting those worth watching. Then, his gaze fell on Lindong beside him. The talent information that surfaced made Su Ningyu's pupils contract slightly. Talent misfortunes embrace. Passive effect increases the chance of accidents for the user and allies within 10 meters by 300. This talent also attracts special spirit beasts. Su Ningyu. You're no fake Lindong, you're the real protagonist. You knew you'd be in trouble, so you set up the flag beforehand. As expected, something was bound to go wrong during this training. Su Ningyu immediately summoned his Gigi frog using its good fortune to counteract Lindong's misfortune. The Misty Forest. Beichen High School's designated wilderness training ground about 50 kilometers from the school. Perpetually shrouded in light mist with complex terrain, dense vegetation, and teeming with wild spirit beasts. From black iron to bronze rank and occasionally even silver rank, it was an excellent place to train newcomers, and a perilous one. The convoy stopped at the forest's edge. The new students filed out. Yuan Sheng stood at the front, his gaze hawk-like scanning the eager crowd. You will have 3 days of wilderness survival. His voice was steady and powerful, clear to everyone. The Misty Forest is rich in resources, herbs, fruits, water. Whether you find them, and how much is up to your own abilities. He paused, pointing to the wristbands uniformly issued to everyone. But don't worry too much about your safety. See this wristband? It's your distress signal. If you encounter danger beyond your control, press the red button, and a teacher will come to rescue you. Someone muttered, doesn't that mean admitting defeat? Yuan Sheng's ears twitched, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Correct. Pressing it means withdrawal from the training. Your survival ends there, and you'll be eliminated. So decide whether to press it. More whispers broke out. Enough talk. Yuan Sheng waved his hand. Team up or go solo, it's your choice. The Misty Forest awaits. Your 3-day survival test begins now. As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted into motion. Some students quickly found familiar partners huddling together to plan routes and division of labor. Others strode into the mist alone, without a backward glance. Su Ningyu stood still, surveying the crowd around him. Lindong stood beside him, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. He wanted to team up with Su Ningyu. After all, this was the first roommate he had met, the one who cultivated a bellflower into a new evolution form and had witnessed the grand spectacle of the StarCraft, a reliable teammate. But Lindong hesitated. Lindong lowered his head to look at his own hands. The figures of his 2 roommates who still had not appeared surfaced in his mind. He wondered whether they had been implicated because of his talent. He could not suppress the thought. After all, his talent was exceptionally unusual. If Su Ningyu teamed up with him, would it bring Su Ningyu some adverse influence? Once the thought surfaced, he could not push it down. Clenching his teeth, he ultimately said nothing. Then, I'll head in first. Lindong waved at Su Ningyu, forcing a smile. Good luck. With that, he turned and strode quickly toward the forest, soon vanishing into the mist. Su Ningyu watched his retreating back and raised an eyebrow slightly. He had a feeling this kid was hiding something, but he did not dwell on it. Everyone had their own secrets, there was no need to pry. He withdrew his gaze and swept a glance around. Most students had already entered the forest, and the rest were setting out one after another. Quite a few chose to work alone. After all, over 3 days they would face not only wild spirit beasts, but also potential rivals. Teaming up was safer, but the gains often had to be shared equally. Most of those confident in their own strength chose to act alone. Su Ningyu was naturally one of them. He stepped toward the edge of the forest, and a white figure leapt down from his shoulder. Jiwawa. Croak. Finally it begins. Jiwawa crouched beside Su Ningyu, took a deep breath of the outside air, its bean-sized eyes brimming with excitement. The mirror world was all well and good, but in there were Fei Wenli whips and endless training. How much better it was outside. The taste of freedom, fresh air, and the enemies who were about to suffer. The corners of Jiwawa's mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a smile that Su Ningyu considered rather twisted. Huh. I finally escaped that terrifying mirror world. King Wawa can finally blow off some steam. Enemies tremble. Get your stomachs ready. This king's ultimate move is going to fill you up. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. Jiwawa's cheeks puffed in and out. It must already be rehearsing in its mind scenes of wild spirit beasts tormented to the brink of death by its fragrant breath. Su Ningyu paused mid-step. He turned his head to look at Jiwawa on his shoulder. In those bean-sized eyes there flickered a kind of, how to put it, not quite normal excitement. It was like a cat that had not eaten for 3 days spotting a mouse. Like a chatterbox who had been holding it in for a week finally finding an audience. Like a pervert. Yes, exactly, a pervert. Su Ningyu fell silent. He remembered those training scenes in the mirror world. Fei Wenli's whip, Xiao Lingdong's vine whip, and the miserable image of Jiwawa being tormented until it croaked miserably. Could it be? This child had been abused too harshly and had become mentally twisted. Su Ningyu silently withdrew his gaze and sent Fei Wenli a mental message: lower the training intensity a bit from now on. Don't push Jiwawa too hard. Fei Wenli's voice quickly sounded in his mind with a hint of bafflement. Master, it has been improving rapidly lately. Why stop? Su Ningyu, because it's about to become a pervert. Fei Wenli was silent for 2 seconds. A pervert? Yes, the kind of pervert who gets so excited at the sight of an enemy that it drools. Fei Wenli fell silent again. Then she said flatly, Master, that means its battle instincts have been awakened. It's a good thing. Su Ningyu, a good thing. You call that a good thing? He lowered his head to look at Jiwawa. Jiwawa noticed its master's gaze, looked up, and gave an innocent, pure smile. Croak, master, rest assured I'll perform well. Ningyu. Fine. Anyway, the enemy isn't me. He took a deep breath, cast aside his chaotic thoughts, and stepped into Miwu Forest. Behind him the mist slowly closed and swallowing his figure. Inside the forest, mist curled everywhere. Visibility was less than 20 meters, the line of sight blocked by layers of pale gray fog. The trees were tall and dense, branches and leaves interlaced, blocking most of the sunlight and making the entire forest dim and silent. After entering Miwu Forest, most students dispersed as quickly as pebbles cast into water. Some sprinted toward the depths of the forest, ambitious to seize the best resources. Some cautiously explored along the edge, planning to get a feel for the environment before going deeper. Others gathered in twos and threes, discussing the route ahead as they walked. Ningyu walked his own path unhurriedly. He had looked up the information beforehand. Miwu Forest was fraught with danger, but it was also a treasure trove. An abundance of materials for refining medicines grew here. Starleaf, grass, moonlight, mushroom, dew-condensing flower. All were scarce goods that commanded high prices on the market. Since he was here, he naturally could not leave empty-handed. He did need some basic materials to practice medicine refining. He had learned some basics from Mei-Chin before, but he had never had the chance to practice extensively. This wilderness survival exercise was a good opportunity. Still, he was not arrogant enough to think this forest was absolutely safe. That was why he had summoned Jiwawa. Not for combat. Xiao Lingdang was stronger in combat. Rather, it was for Jiwawa's talent, which could be called a strategic weapon. Any target with hostile intent toward him would in the very first moment. Blurg. A clear retching sound came from behind the bushes not far ahead. Ningyu paused mid-step, the corners of his mouth lifting. Here it comes. Jiwawa, squatting on his shoulder, had its amber eyes light up in an instant. Croak. Oh, let this lord see which lucky one has the honor of being the first to experience this lord's talent. It craned its neck and looked toward the bushes. A plump gray rabbit came stumbling out of the bushes. It had a striking red horn growing from the top of its head. At this moment it was retching while frantically rubbing its mouth with its front paws as if it had just swallowed something indescribable. Spirit Beast Drill Rabbit. Power Black, Iron Rank 4. Talent drilling can move quickly through soil and create holes in a target's body. The drill rabbit is a spirit beast that loves to dig holes. It not only liked to dig holes in the ground to make nests, but it was even fonder of drilling holes in enemies. It was said that prey targeted by it would often, amid a sudden burst of pain, find several bloody holes on their bodies. And this fat rabbit would then poke its head out of the hole with a sly, smug smile that said, surprise, surprise. It was a spirit beast with a twisted sense of fun. At this moment, this drill rabbit was bent over, letting out one dry heave after another, clearly tormented by Jiwawa's talent. But its red eyes still glimmered with a fierce light. It clearly had not given up on attacking. Jiwawa looked at the fat rabbit, and the corners of its mouth lifted slightly. Jiwawa didn't hesitate for a moment. His cheek pouches puffed up, and a concentrated beam of light formed in his mouth. The next instant, a white radiance shot forth, striking the burrowing rabbit's head with pinpoint accuracy. A dull thud echoed. The burrowing rabbit didn't even have time to react before its skull burst open, its plump body swaying briefly before collapsing rigidly to the ground. One strike, one kill. No hesitation, no dragging things out, not even giving it a chance to employ its burrowing ability. Jiwawa retracted his gaze and calmly licked his paw. Burrowing. Please, anyone can do that. But the holes my king digs will make your head burst open. Ningyu cast a glance at Jiwawa, but said nothing. He walked forward and crouched beside the burrowing rabbit's corpse, drawing a small knife from his waist. The blade flashed coldly in the dim forest. He began to dissect. The burrowing rabbit may have possessed peculiar tastes, but it was undeniable that its body held considerable value. The crimson horn atop its head served as an ingredient for certain potions and could fetch a considerable sum on the market. Its hide, thick and supple, would make excellent protective gear for a tamed beast. As for the meat, Ningyu probed a piece of pinkish flesh with his blade tip. It would surely make a fragrant dish. The texture was firm and dense, promising a satisfying chew. He nodded in satisfaction, and with swift and practiced movements dispatched the entire rabbit. The meat was cut into uniform portions and wrapped in broad leaves. The crimson horn was set aside separately, the hide folded for later use. Then he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Vines. He approached a robust vine plant, and with a single stroke of his blade severed several flexible strips. His fingers danced skillfully, weaving the strips into a simple yet sturdy little basket. He placed the wrapped rabbit meat, the horn, and the hide inside, then lifted it to test the weight. Impressive, quite durable. Let's go. He spoke to Jiwawa. The frog croaked and hopped back onto his shoulder. Master and frog continued onward. Along the way he encountered quite a few fellow students. Some crouched on the ground, excitedly harvesting certain luminescent mushrooms, while companions kept watch nearby. Others were being chased up and down the hills by low-tier tamed beasts looking thoroughly disheveled, yet their faces bore thrilled smiles. And then there were those Su Ningyu's steps faltered slightly. In a nearby clearing, a group of students sat gathered in a circle around a picnic blanket, chatting and taking photographs. They laughed merrily, treating this survival trial as little more than an outdoor retreat. Over here, over here. Take a picture of me. Make sure to capture that mist in the background with an ethereal feel. Quick, quick. I'm posting this to my social feed. Title: Moments in the Misty Forest. Su Ningyu quietly withdrew his gaze. He shook his head. They would soon learn in this place how vital food and water truly were. Without food, and once they failed to locate clean water sources, once they found themselves running from tamed beasts on empty stomachs, they would understand. This survival trial was no joke. He didn't linger to watch further and pressed onward. Perhaps Jiwawa's talent of fortunate fate was indeed working in his favor, for Su Ningyu's luck proved genuinely impressive. After approximately half an hour of walking, a faint sound of flowing water reached his ears ahead. Following the sound, he soon spotted a small stream. The water ran crystal clear, babbling gently, with emerald green vegetation lining both banks. Dappled light and shadow danced upon the surface, and the occasional small fish darted past leisurely and at ease. Su Ningyu approached the stream's edge, crouched down, cupped a handful of water in his palm, and brought it to his nose to smell. No off-putting odor. He then carefully observed the creatures within. The few small fish swam with vigor, showing no signs of poisoning. It's safe to drink after boiling, he confirmed, verifying the water source's safety. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the area. The terrain here was relatively open, with good visibility, and no traces of large tamed beasts were detected nearby. With a water source, vegetation, and decent shelter, this was an excellent resting spot. He glanced at the sky overhead. Though mist still hung in the air, faint sunlight managed to filter through, likely around midday. Let's rest here for a bit, he muttered to himself. I haven't eaten since morning. I'm starving. At the thought of food, Su Ningyu couldn't help but inwardly grumble at the school. They forbade breakfast on purpose, undoubtedly. The aim was to make students feel hunger sooner, to push them into survival mode more rapidly. Starting a fire and cooking was a technical matter. Su Ningyu summoned Xiao Lingdang. The golden red sunflower floated in midair, its petals radiating warm light within the dim forest, resembling a small sun capable of flight. Jiwawa perched upon Su Ningyu's shoulder, cheek pouches slightly puffed, looking eager and ready. It was a frog that knew flame spray after all. Grilling meat should be a breeze, right? But Su Ningyu gave it a glance and directly ignored its pleading expression. Through Fei Wenli's rigorous training, Jiwawa's attack methods had become exceptionally. That flame spray, either it didn't fire at all, or it unleashed a blistering column of fire capable of reducing an iron-tier tamed beast to ash. Let it grill meat. The rabbit would turn to airborne dust. Not even a trace would remain. Xiao Lingdong, you're up. Su Ningyu pointed to a flat bluestone nearby. Press your body against it and rotate to roast using your body temperature. Xiao Lingdong. It hovered in midair, its flower center flickering several times, clearly bewildered. From the healing bell of old to the battle bell of later years, it had believed it had completed a magnificent transformation from support to damage dealer. And now, it had become a chef bell. Could the master's imagination grow any larger? But Xiao Lingdang only paused for a brief moment. Because, looking down at the pale pink rabbit meat on the ground, it remembered its master had previously stated that rabbit meat was delicious. And so it drifted over beside the bluestone and obediently pressed its body against it, petals gently closing, striving to distribute the released heat evenly across the stone's surface. Oh well, it was all in service of its master anyway. Besides, it wanted to taste what roasted meat was like. Jiwawa squatted nearby, watching Xiao Lingdang cook, its heart filled with sour envy. Wait until I'm master fine control. I'll make my master look at me with new eyes. But it dared not say it aloud. For the look its master had just given it clearly conveyed dissatisfaction with its professional competence. With Xiao Lingdang serving as a tamed beast barbecue grill, cooking became a simple affair. Su Ningyu sliced the rabbit meat into thin pieces and laid them flat upon the bluestone. Sizzling sounds arose as the meat quickly changed color, oils seeping out and fragrance began to spread. He also strolled around the area and found several edible mushrooms carrying a faint and pleasant aroma, common wild varieties safe for consumption. He washed the mushrooms clean, cut them into chunks, and arranged them along the stone's edge to roast slowly. Su Ningyu took out another small cloth bag. Inside were salt, cumin powder, and chili flakes. Indeed, this was what he had taken from Fei Wenli's mirror world. The school prohibited bringing your own food, but he could sneak it in. Moreover, Fei Wenli's mirror world had been turned into his personal storage space. Su Ningyu evenly sprinkled the seasonings over the rabbit meat and mushrooms. The aroma instantly grew richer. The pungent fragrance of cumin, the fiery kick of chili, and the savory depth of salt mingled with the natural meaty scent of the rabbit and the delicate aroma of mushrooms spreading through the fog-shrouded forest. Su Ningyu picked up a piece of roasted rabbit meat with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. The firm, springy flesh yielded to his teeth as the juices melted on his tongue, infused with the spices so delicious it made him want to swallow his own tongue. Excellent. Truly delicious. Su Ningyu couldn't help but exclaim. If only there were some flatbread to go with it. Xiaolingdang and Jiwawa had long lost their composure. Hearing their master declare the food delicious, the two beast tamers immediately crowded over, their eyes fixed greedily on the remaining roasted meat on the stone. Su Ningyu smiled and divided a portion for each of them. Xiaolingdang curled a petal around a piece of meat, and then the entire flower seemed to glow with radiance. Xiaomi, delicious. It spun joyfully in the air before quickly drifting back, its gaze still locked on the meat on the stone. As expected, I really am a genius. I learn everything so quickly. Jiwawa, on the other hand, was far more direct. Swallowing several pieces of meat in one go, its cheeks puffed out like two little balls, eyes squinted shut in blissful contentment. Guawak. So delicious. After swallowing the meat, an idea suddenly struck it. Master, we can stockpile more of this kind of rabbit meat in the mirror world. After training sessions, we can use the roasted meat as a reward. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingdang nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that way we'll have motivation to train. Watching his two excited beast tamers, Su Ningyu gave a slight nod. It was a sound idea. In the future, after tiring training sessions, they could have a wild barbecue, both to replenish their energy and to reward them. There was one concern, though. He glanced down at the remains of the burrowing rabbit on the ground and silently offered a prayer for the species. From today onward, burrowing rabbits would likely become a staple ingredient in the mirror world, a world where only the burrowing rabbits suffer had been achieved. After eating his fill, Su Ningyu tidied up and continued his exploration deeper into the mist forest. The further he ventured, the thicker the fog became and the denser the vegetation grew. Scratching sounds occasionally came from the bushes, and the fleeting shadows of low-level beast tamers occasionally darted past. Su Ningyu did not detour. He walked straight toward them. The Xinghe whip in his hand now served its purpose perfectly. This was his innate talent, but after so many battles and training sessions, he wielded it with consummate mastery. When a beast tamer attacked proactively, he simply whipped it. The results spoke for themselves. He didn't whip it to death. He whipped it until it submitted and obeyed. And then those unfortunate beast tamers became free sparring partners for Jiwawa and Xiaolingdang. Xiaolingdang used them to practice the precision of blazing flame blade. Jiwawa used them to train the charging speed of its light beam. Once they were done practicing, Su Ningyu would deliver one final whip strike to send them scurrying away. Along the way, cries of pain rose and fell like a symphony. Those captured beast tamers could never understand why their attempt to defend their territory ended up making them punching bags for two little devils. The sky gradually darkened. The lingering sunset tinted the fog with a pale orange hue. Light in the forest grew dimmer, and nocturnal beast tamers began to stir restlessly. Su Ningyu found a relatively safe spot beneath a rock face to spend the night. He leaned his back against the rock, facing an open area with a good field of vision. Xiaolingdang hovered beside him, emitting a warm glow that could both illuminate and serve as an early warning system. Jiwawa perched on his shoulder, ears upright, ready to activate its talent at any moment. Late at night, in the profound silence, just as Su Ningyu was about to close his eyes to rest, suddenly intense combat sounds echoed from a distance. Bubble frog. Water bubble. Quickly. A familiar voice pierced through the night and reached Su Ningyu's ears. He opened his eyes. The voice belonged to Wei Lin. Without hesitation, he rose immediately and followed the sound. Passing through a thicket of bushes, the sight before him made him pause. Wei Lin stood beneath a great tree, his face pale, but his eyes resolute. His beast tamer bubble frog stood in front of him, desperately expelling water bubbles the size of soccer balls. And opposite them, a large green spider. It brandished 8 sharp long legs, emitting piercing hisses. Green armored spider. Black iron 6th stage. Grass and bug dual attributes. And bubble frog. A faint purple light flickered in Su Ningyu's eyes. Beast tamer bubble frog power black iron 6th stage, same stage. But its attributes were suppressed. Water against grass was ineffective. Meanwhile, the green armored spider's grass plant skills and venom posed a lethal threat to Bubble Frog. No wonder Wei Lin was fighting so hard. But Su Ningyu did not intervene immediately. Because of Wei Lin's expression, not fear. It was thoughtfulness. Bubble Frog, he suddenly called out. Don't clash head on with it. Use water bubble to envelop it. Our attacks won't do much damage, but we can drown it. Bubble Frog croaked and violently spewed dozens of water bubbles, not as an attack, but flying in all directions around the green armored spider. The water bubbles floated in the air, growing thicker and layered upon layered, eventually forming a translucent water prison around the green armored spider. The green armored spider swung its long legs, attempting to shatter the bubbles. The bubbles were not particularly sturdy, easily burst with slight force. But after they broke, the water streamed down and was swiftly recondensed by Bubble Frog into new bubbles. Round and round it went. Gradually, the air around the green armored spider grew thinner. It began struggling, hissing frantically, attacking those endlessly regenerating bubbles with desperation. But it was useless. Bubbles burst, regenerated, burst again. Bubble Frog's innate talent was rapid bubble production. And as the battle progressed, its speed of creating bubbles grew faster and more skilled. Finally, The green-armored spider's movements grew slower, weaker. Its 8 long legs began to tremble, its hissing fading to a whisper. In the end it collapsed heavily onto the ground and lay motionless. Not killed by strikes. It had drowned. Trapped amidst countless bubbles, suffocated alive. Wei Lin slumped onto the ground, gasping for breath, yet a smile of victory spread across his face. We succeeded. Bubble Frog hopped over to him, making a purring sound, as if claiming credit. Wei Lin embraced it, tears of joy streaming down his face. Su Ningyu, standing in the shadows, watched the scene. A slight smile graced his lips. Wei Lin had grown stronger as well. The crisp sound of clapping echoed through the night. Wei Lin whirled around instinctively, his body going taut. Bubble Frog instantly bounced up from its exhausted state, puffing out its cheeks and aiming toward the source of the sound, then froze. Su. Brother Su. Su Nyu emerged from between the tree shadows, a faint smile playing on his lips. Impressive, Wei Lin. He praised sincerely. Ingenious idea. You managed to drown this green-armored spider by suffocation. Your attributes weren't superior, and a direct confrontation would have put you at a disadvantage, but you seized upon the opponent's weakness. Even the mightiest beast tamer needs to breathe. Only then did Wei Lin completely relax, letting out a long breath as his body nearly buckled beneath him. Brother Su, you scared me half to death. He clutched his chest, still shaken. I thought it was some wild beast or an enemy. After the incident aboard the Xingshan vessel, Wei Lin had developed a psychological shadow regarding figures appearing suddenly from darkness. Sorry, Su Nyu nodded. But your reflexes are sharp and your vigilance has improved significantly compared to before. The two made their way back to the resting spot Su Nyu had found earlier. Beneath that sturdy tree, the campfire still crackled. Nearby sat the prepared materials and several skewers of partially eaten grilled mushrooms. Wei Lin plopped down beside the fire, Bubble Frog hopping onto his lap and closing its tired eyes. In the firelight, Su Nyu studied Wei Lin. Remarkably clean. No obvious battle wounds marred his body, his clothes were intact, and even his hair was neatly arranged. Clearly he had not faced many tough fights along the way. What brought you so deep into the misty forest? Su Nyu asked. Normally new students should be staying in the outer areas. After all, no one knew what dangers lurked deep within, and venturing in carelessly was too risky. Wei Lin fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head with an expression more resolute than before. I want to grow stronger. His voice was low but earnest. On the Xingshan vessel, I watched Wang Hao die right in front of me, saw those classmates killed one by people from the Truth Society. I was paralyzed with fear, my mind went blank, unable to help with anything. If not for you, Brother Su, if not for Fei, if not for all of you, I probably would have died there too. Wei Lin lowered his head, his arms holding Bubble Frog tightening slightly. I don't want to be like that again. When danger strikes, I refuse to cower in a corner trembling. That's why I came deep into the misty forest to challenge myself. He looked up and added, of course I also know my own strength. Any danger that looks unassailable I'll avoid in advance. I just want to gradually push myself to grow accustomed to combat, to learn thinking and acting even when facing danger. Su Nyu listened quietly. Then, without revealing his intent, he activated his spirit eyes. The fused spirit eyes could perceive not only beasts, but also the talents of beast tamers. Lines of information materialized in his vision. Beast Tamer Wei Lin talent, danger perception effect in a passive state, provides a vague premonition of imminent danger, manifested as a tuft of hair standing upright on the crown. When actively triggered, it can briefly predict fatal attack trajectories directed at himself within 1 to 3 seconds. Su Nyu's pupils contracted slightly. Danger perception. A talent of such rarity. No wonder Wei Lin occasionally had a tuft of hair standing up on his head. So that was his talent, issuing frantic warnings. If cultivated properly, this talent could evolve into something akin to death intuition. At that level, one could even sense murderous intent directed at oneself in advance, enabling them to evade lethal attacks. A natural god-tier survival ability. Not bad. Su Nyu withdrew his gaze and nodded. It's good that you think this way. And your Bubble Frog has also grown considerably. He glanced at Bubble Frog resting on Wei Lin's lap. Beast Bubble Frog level Black Iron 6th stage talent. Water Bubble rapidly creates water bubbles. Black Iron 6th stage. This strength was already considerable among his peers. Moreover, Wei Lin's tactical execution in that battle had been excellent. Overcoming an attribute disadvantage, he had completely turned the tide using the strategy of suffocation. No need to praise me. Wei Lin looked embarrassed by the compliment and scratched his head. I didn't even expect that you, Brother Su, had already become a Black Iron level beast tamer. It hasn't been that long. As he spoke, his gaze shifted slightly toward the other side of the cave, where Bubble Frog sat crouching on the ground, round eyes fixed unblinkingly on Jiwawa. An expression of near obsession spread across its face, small claws pressed to its chest in a posture of utter adoration, like encountering one's idol. Guak, what kind of frog are you? Bubble Frog called excitedly. Guak guak. I have never seen such a beautiful frog before. Jiwawa, who had been lounging lazily, perked up at the words, ears twitching. Guak. Beautiful. Guak guak guak. Your skin, your eyes, your demeanor. You are simply the legendary frog princess. Jiwawa's mouth twitched. Gwa, I am the lucky frog, I am the king, not a princess. Gwa, wow, liking it even more. Jiwawa. It silently turned its head away, unwilling to look at this love-struck frog any longer. But Bubble Frog refused to let it go, edging closer once more. Gwa gwa. What do you usually eat to look so stunning? Gwa gwa gwa. What is your training regimen? Gwa 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 gwa. Can you teach me? Jiwawa's patience had reached its limit. It leaped up suddenly, a small claw pointing at Bubble Frog's snout. Gwa. Shut up. Say one more word, and I will blast you with my ultimate technique. Startled by the shout, Bubble Frog hesitated for a moment before murmuring Gwa. So fierce. I like it even more. Jiwawa was utterly speechless. Silently, it hopped back to Su Nyu's side and buried its face beneath its paws, refusing to acknowledge anyone. Wei Lin watched nearby, drenched in sweat. My Bubble Frog is not usually like this, he explained awkwardly. Su Nyu wore an impassive expression. It is fine. My Jiwawa occasionally acts strange too. The night deepened. The campfire crackled, casting light on the two figures in conversation. Wei Lin spoke of his recent cultivation progress, of Bubble Frog's improvements, of the preparations made for this survival training. Su Nyu occasionally interjected a few words, but mostly remained a silent listener. Suddenly, both fell silent at once. An overwhelmingly rich fragrance of energy swept through like an invisible tide from the deepest parts of the forest. The scent was so potent it seemed almost tangible. The moment it entered their nostrils, it invigorated their spirits and quickened the circulation of energy within their bodies. Su Nyu rose instantly, his gaze fixed on the distance. A colossal phenomenon had erupted there in that moment. In the distance, a beam of pink light shot up into the sky. It pierced through the dense fog of the misty forest, forming a magnificent pillar of light in the night sky. This is... Su Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly. A treasure emerging, or a spirit beast evolving. Wei Lin also stood up, her antenna-like strand of hair standing straight up wildly. The passive danger premonition triggered, indicating great peril ahead. Yet in Wei Lin's eyes there glittered an irrepressible curiosity and longing. Brother Su. He looked at Su Ningyu. Should we go take a look? Su Ningyu did not hesitate. Of course. Whether out of curiosity or a desire to grow stronger, an anomaly of this magnitude was worth investigating. Their figures vanished into the night. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the misty forest, Lin Dong sat slumped on the ground with a look of utter despair, his eyes glazed over, and a suspicious white foam at the corner of his mouth. Before him, a pitch-black steel stood in the center of a clearing. The steel emanated a towering pink radiance, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. The intense, concentrated energy fragrance surged from the steely, wave after wave, assaulting his senses. Fragrant. Too fragrant. It was so fragrant that his soul was utterly captivated, his consciousness blurred. It was so fragrant that he was foaming at the mouth. Mom, am I this unlucky? He murmured. What is this thing? Beside him, a translucent little ghost with a long, lolling tongue was pacing anxiously. That was his spirit beast, Little Ghost. A dangerous and powerful ghost-type spirit beast. It was now tugging at Lin Dong's collar, frantically slapping his face with its ethereal little claws. Slap, slap, slap. Whoa, master, don't fall asleep. You are my master. What will I do if you die? Little Ghost was nearly crying with anxiety. Its master seemed to be suffocating from that fragrance. Lin Dong's eyes grew more and more vacant. His consciousness became increasingly hazy. The last image he saw was Little Ghost's frantic face and the distant steel emitting an eerie glow. Then, his vision went black and he collapsed. His body quickly disappeared before the steel. Not only the freshmen in the misty forest saw that towering pink beam of light. Outside the forest at the temporary command camp of Beichin High School, the teachers monitoring the freshmen' movements were also startled by the sudden anomaly. What the hell is this? Yuan Sheng was the first to rush out of the tent, looking up at the pink beam piercing through the mist and soaring into the sky deep in the forest. His pupils contracted slightly, his face etched with disbelief. Beichin High School's outdoor survival training had been held for so many years without such an incident. Why this year? Liao followed him out, staring at the increasingly bright light pillar with knitted brows. It seems this year's freshman survival test is going to run into trouble. He took a deep breath and made a quick decision. I'll report to the principal and let him decide. You stay here, stabilize the situation, and notify all freshmen to stay put and not approach the light pillar area. Yuan Sheng nodded. Go quickly and come back. Liao turned and summoned his flight spirit beast, a silver bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters. He leaped onto its back, transforming into a streak of silver light, speeding toward Beichin High School's main campus. 10 minutes later, an even larger figure swept across the sky. It was a giant bird covered in azure blue feathers, its wings spanning over a dozen meters, each flap summoning a howling gale. On the giant bird's back, an old man with white hair but an upright posture stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes like lightning fixed on the pink beam deep in the forest. Chen Biming, the principal of Beichen High School. His spirit beast, the azure giant Peng, a gold-tier spirit beast. Before the giant bird landed, he leaped down and landed steadily before Yuan Sheng and Li Yao. What's going on? His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Li Yao hurried forward to report. Principal, the light pillar appeared deep in the misty forest. The cause is unknown. Yuan Sheng has already gone ahead to investigate. I've sent an order via the wristband system to all freshmen forbidding them to approach, but... He paused and gave a bitter smile. But you know at this age the more you tell them not to do something the more they'll do it. Chen Biming fell silent. Of course he knew. 16 and 17-year-olds were at the peak of curiosity and defiance. A do not approach notice would not stop them. Instead it would provoke more rebelliousness. He looked at the light deep in the forest. Those little rascals are probably already running toward it. Principal, Li Yao asked tentatively. Could this be the precursor to a secret realm opening? Chen Biming did not answer immediately. He took out a small device, a secret realm detector. The instrument's indicators flash data jumped, but the final result. It's not a secret realm. He put away the device, frowning deeper. The energy fluctuation is indeed intense, but there are no signs of spatial fissures. This is not a secret realm opening. Then what is it? Chen Biming did not answer. He simply stared at the pink beam, his expression growing increasingly grave. Let's go, he said in a low voice. We'll go see what it is. The azure giant Peng spread its wings and took off, carrying the two toward the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, deep in the misty forest, when Su Ningyu and Wei Lin arrived, quite a few people had already gathered around the light pillar. There were freshmen who had arrived earlier, their spirit beasts beside them, and more figures streaming in from all directions. The pink beam illuminated the entire area, casting an eerie blush on everyone's face. Su Ningyu pushed through the crowd and finally saw the source of the light, a stele. A massive pitch-black stele engraved with intricate patterns stood silently in the center of the clearing. The towering pink light surged from within the stele, pulsing in waves like a rhythmic breath. The ground around the stele was completely bare of vegetation, leaving only scorched earth and faint ancient patterns, the remnants of some kind of formation. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted sharply. His heart raced. He saw far more than others did. It was not an ordinary ancient relic, not a secret realm entrance. It was a legacy stele. The moment those four words exploded in his mind, countless memories surged like a tide. In the historical progression of the game Beast sequence, there were several landmark phases. The one closest to Su Ningyu's era was the third expansion pack. It was called the Serpent God's Lament. That marked the beginning of calamities for the Federations and the prelude to chaos. The subsequent phase was the Great Awakening era. The hallmark of the Great Awakening era was the frequent emergence of secret realms across the world, along with various ruins and ancient inheritances. The legacies of powerful beings who had slumbered for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years began to surface like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. This plunged the entire world into a frenzied treasure hunt. Among the countless ruins that appeared during the Great Awakening era, the rarest, most precious, and most coveted were the heritage stele. The lowest level capable of condensing a heritage stele was a diamond rank Beast Tamer. Diamond rank. This was a being who could single-handedly stand against an entire army. On the planet Yunming, that was already a powerhouse on the level of a regional overlord. And above diamond rank, there were stellar rank, legendary rank, and even mythical rank. The heritage stele left by powerhouses of those levels. Any one of them would drive Beast Tamers across the entire star domain into a frenzy. In the game, countless bloody conflicts erupted over the struggle for heritage stele. How many players drained their fortunes and perished in pursuit of a single stele? And how many lucky ones, thanks to a heritage stele, soared to prominence and ascended rapidly thereafter? And now, a real heritage stele stood before him. Su Ningyu's mind raced. Were there heritage stele on Yunming? He searched his past life memories, but found no relevant information. Had this stone tablet remained dormant throughout history, only surfacing during the Great Awakening era? Or had his presence triggered a butterfly effect, advancing certain things prematurely? He didn't know, but he knew one thing: the object before him was priceless. Students, step back. Do not touch it lightly. A sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. Yuan Sheng had arrived at the scene. He stood at the edge of the light pillar, spreading his arms to block the eager students, his expression stern. Don't approach. This stone tablet's origins are unknown. Touching it rashly could be dangerous. Everyone fall back. The students buzzed with discussion. Some halted, some hesitated, but a few. What's there to fear? It's just a stone tablet. A tall, burly boy stepped forward, his face full of disdain. Are we, the new students of Beichen, going to be intimidated by a rock? His companions chimed in, jostling and pushing toward the stone tablet. Yuan Sheng's expression changed. Stop. But the boy had already reached out and pressed his hand against the tablet. The next instant, the light flared blindingly. The boy's figure vanished from the spot. Not thrown back, not blasted away. He disappeared into thin air as if he had never existed. The scene fell into dead silence. Then, screams erupted. Where is he? Where did he go? He vanished. What the hell is this? The students stumbled backward in panic, no longer daring to approach the eerie stone tablet. Yuansheng's face also turned pale. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and picked up his communicator principle. Something major has happened. In the distance, the pink light pillar still soared skyward. The stone tablet stood silently at the center of the radiance, its ancient runes slowly flowing, as if the vanished students were nothing more than trivial specks of dust. Ningyu stared at the stone tablet, and deep within his pupils golden and violet light swirled slowly. Spirit Eye operating at full power. Deep in Ningyu's eyes, pale blue light and dark murky crimson intertwined wildly, as if both a star and an abyss had opened their eyes at the same time. He fixed his gaze on the heritage steel radiating pink light, trying to pierce its essence and see what lay hidden behind it. Yet, an invisible resistance like a heavy curtain blocked his scrutiny. The power was ancient and majestic, as if silently proclaiming, without permission no one may pry. Ningyu frowned slightly and withdrew his gaze. There was a restriction, and it was of a very high level. With my current spirit eye level, I can't penetrate it. He silently noted this, growing even more curious about the heritage steel's origin. An existence capable of setting up a restriction of this level must be at least a top-tier diamond rank, possibly even stellar rank. Just then an aged but powerful voice rang out. How can this be? A heritage steel? How did a heritage steel appear here? Chen Baiming stepped out from the crowd, his cloudy, yet sharp eyes locked onto the stone tablet, his face filled with disbelief. But soon disbelief was replaced by another emotion, excitement. As a gold-rank beast tamer and principal of Beichen High School, his knowledge far surpassed that of these new students. After learning of the student's disappearance, he immediately understood what this object was. Don't worry, he announced loudly, his voice overpowering the surrounding commotion and screams. This stone tablet is a heritage steel. It is the legacy left by a powerful being who sealed their life's knowledge and a portion of their power into this stone tablet before their fall for future generations. The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the white-haired old man, trying to process the information in his words. Yuan Sheng and Li Yao exchanged glances, their faces also filled with astonishment. A heritage steel? Yuan Sheng murmured. How could something like this, of the family sort, appear here? Chen Baiming did not answer. He strode toward the stone tablet, and under everyone's gaze slowly extended his hand, pressing it against the pink glowing steel. Light flickered. Chen Baiming's figure swayed slightly, but did not vanish. He withdrew his hand, a glint of understanding in his eyes. As I thought, he nodded. This heritage steel has a strength restriction. Only beast tamers below silver rank can enter. I have exceeded that limit, so I was repelled. He turned to look at the bewildered new students, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Don't worry about those students who disappeared. They were simply teleported into the trial space. Once they pass the test, or fail, they will be sent back. There's no danger to their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light. The boy who had vanished earlier reappeared in his original spot. He stood there dumbfounded, looking around blankly, then at his own hand, scratching his head. Huh, I'm out already. The students immediately crowded around him, asking excitedly what's inside. How did you come out so fast? Is it dangerous? The boy scratched his head, trying to recall something, but his face was only confused. Inside? What was inside again? He frowned, thought for a long time, and finally gave up. Forgot. Can't remember a thing. Everyone, hearing about the students who had been transported out, Chen Baiming nodded, as if he had anticipated it. It's normal. The memories from the trial space will be blurred after leaving only the fact that I participated in the trial. He paused, his gaze sweeping over all the freshmen present, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. As for the specific experiences, unless one passes the trial and obtains the inheritance, most will be forgotten. Since the inheritance steel has manifested here, it is fate. The originally scheduled wilderness survival training, cancelled. The crowd erupted in an uproar. From this moment on, your mission has changed. Chen Baiming's voice was resolute. Enter the inheritance steel and undergo the trial. If you can pass the assessment and obtain the inheritance of the powerhouses within, his eyes swept across every young face. That will be the fortune of a lifetime. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Wei Lin, standing beside Ningyu, had his eyes lit up. Brother Su, did you hear that? He excitedly grabbed Ningyu's arm. The inheritance steel? At the very least, it's the inheritance of a diamond rank beast tamer. If we can get one, we'll soar to the skies. Ningyu nodded, but his gaze passed over the crowd and fixed on the steel. The trials within the inheritance steel were not easily passed. Those who left behind their inheritance before falling were all proud and haughty beings. Their requirements for successors were bound to be extremely harsh. Talent, temperament, will opportunity, none were dispensable. Not everyone could obtain it. But he wasn't worried. What he had was more than others. Let's go. He straightened his clothes and said to Wei Lin. The two walked side by side toward the steel. Around them, more and more freshmen were gathering from all directions. Some rushed ahead excitedly, others hesitated and slowed down, while still others stood on the periphery, watching as if waiting for someone else to try first. Ningyu didn't hesitate. He reached out and pressed his hand against the steel. A flash of light. Everything before his eyes vanished instantly. His 5 senses were stripped away in a moment, then reassembled in another. The first sense to return was smell. A rich and complex fragrance surged into his nostrils. It was not a single sugary sweetness, but 1,000 floral scents interwoven layer upon layer like an invisible tide enveloping Su Ningyu entirely. Rose, jasmine, lily orchid, and some strange ancient fragrances he couldn't name. The next moment the darkness before his eyes shattered. Su Ningyu found himself standing in an empty expanse. Beneath his feet was a warm jade-like stone floor exuding a faint warmth. Above was a gray sky with no sun, no clouds, only a uniform and gentle light falling. Around him nothing but a boundless horizon of gray-white, empty, and featureless. No one. No other trial takers. Separated. Su Ningyu murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. If this inheritance steel teleported every trial taker to a different independent space, then the powerhouse who left this inheritance was at least star rank. Or even legendary rank. A star rank could already manipulate space rules to some extent, creating independent trial spaces without issue. And a legendary rank. The inheritance left by such an existence was invaluable. The next second, an invisible pressure descended from the sky. The pressure was not violent, but heavy as a mountain pressing on his shoulders, his back, his soul, making it almost impossible to breathe. But he gritted his teeth, did not bend, did not kneel, just stood still enduring. The pressure lasted 3 seconds, then silently faded. An ethereal voice resounded as if coming from all directions at once, or echoing directly in his mind. Trial taker, choose your opponent. As the words fell, 12 stone statues materialized in the air. They floated midair, each over a person tall, gray-white, their texture like weathered rock from millennia. But each one was utterly different in form. Some were majestic and solemn, like kings ruling the world. Some were grotesque and terrifying, as if nightmares from the abyss. Some were graceful and elegant, like noble flying spirit beasts. Some were curled into a ball, their form indiscernible, exuding only a strange aura. Su Ningyu's spiritual eye activated instantly. A faint purple light swirled in the depths of his pupils, but the feedback was only blankness. Blocked. He wasn't surprised. With his current level of fused spiritual eye, it was normal not to see through. So I have to choose one from these 12 stone statues as my opponent. His gaze swept over the statues, analyzing rapidly. Form, temperament, possible attributes, possible combat styles. But statues were statues after all. No aura, no energy fluctuations, no substantial information. Pick one that looks easy to deal with. His eyes finally settled on one statue. It was a bud-shaped stone statue. A huge bud, tightly closed petals layered, wrapping the interior securely. From its appearance, it should be a plant-type spirit beast. Plant type. Grass type. Whether it was the green spirit sequence or another branch, plant types were usually weaker in the early stages, unless they were special variants or high-level evolutions. Moreover, in terms of combat style, plant types mostly excelled in control and attrition, lacking burst power. That one. Su Ningyu raised his hand and pointed at the bud statue. The ethereal voice sounded again. By Hwasha, 4th spirit beast. Trial begins. By Hwasha, 4th spirit beast. Su Ningyu frowned slightly. This naming convention was interesting. Was By Hwasha the name of this spirit beast, or the master of the inheritance steel? And what did 4th spirit beast mean? Was it a ranking of this spirit beast in some system, or? Before he could think further, the other 11 statues silently dissolved. Only the bud statue he had chosen slowly descended from the air, landing 10 meters in front of him. The petrification lifted and the bud began to move. It trembled gently, petals unfolding layer by layer, emitting a faint rustling sound, like a spring breeze passing through a bamboo grove. The sound should have been pleasant, but for some reason a nameless unease surged in Su Ningyu's heart. The petals bloomed layer by layer, revealing what was inside. And then Su Ningyu's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw what was inside the bud. It wasn't a flower. It was an open, enormous mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth. The overlapping petals were merely the disguise of this mouth. Now the petals were fully spread, revealing a circular maw large enough to swallow a whole person. Dense, razor-sharp teeth lined the mouth like a mountain of blades, each one trembling, slightly glinting with a cold, murderous light. What was even more bizarre about this beast was that deep within its massive maw, a writhing, translucent orb of light could be faintly seen. That was likely its core or stomach. And its form continued to evolve. Beneath the colossal mouth, thick, vine-like limbs began to sprout, covered in barbed thorns. Above, 2 slender tentacles emerged, each tipped with a clenched, fist-sized, glowing eye that gleamed with an eerie light. Those eyes were fixed intently on Su Ningyu. A torrent of information flashed through Su Ningyu's mind. He recognized this creature. No, not recognized, remembered. In his past life, within the game Beast Taming sequence, there existed a terror that sent countless players fleeing in fear. Its official name was deceptively cute. It was called the Flower-Eating Big Monster. A name that sounded like it belonged in a fairy tale, innocent and adorably clumsy. But players never called it that. They called it the Devourer Lord. one of the apex existences of the Abyss sequence. The ultimate manifestation of the talent Devour. A legendary monster capable of consuming everything. Energy, matter, souls, even space itself. In the history of the beast taming sequence, such a creature had appeared. It had once devoured an entire small planet. Truly devoured it. In the game's historical lore, one flower-eating greater had evolved to a legendary level. From then on, players had given it a new name, the Devourer Lord. And now this terror, known to players as the Devourer Lord, stood before Su Ningyu, its gleaming eyes fixed upon him. Though it was merely a projection within the trial space, its power undoubtedly suppressed to a level challengers could handle, it was still the Devourer Lord. Su Ningyu's lips twitched. Oh, for heaven's sake. He stared at the flower, before him, its gaping maw open, and swallowed hard. After all his careful choosing, he had picked a bud form, thinking it a soft target among plant-type beasts. And what did he get? He had selected one of the most formidable presences among the 12 stone statues. Bai Huasha. Was that the name of the master of the inheritance steel? The fourth beast. That fourth was quite intriguing. Did this Devourer Lord rank only fourth among the contracted beasts of the mighty Bai Huasha? Su Ningyu drew a deep breath. Trouble had arrived. Of course, Su Ningyu understood well that the Devourer Lord before him was not the true entity. An existence like that, even a mere ripple of its breath would reduce him and his two beasts to dust. This was merely a projection conjured by the trial space based on the challenger's strength. It possessed part of the Devourer Lord's combat awareness and techniques, but its power was suppressed to match the challenger. The trial had begun. Su Ningyu hesitated no longer. With a thought, the Beast Taming Codex glowed. Little Bell Sunlight Flower drifted out gracefully. Its pale golden petals slightly unfurled, radiating a warm and scorching light. Lucky Frog Fortune Toad hopped onto his shoulder. Its jade-white body stood out starkly against the gray trial space. Its amber eyes swiveled, sizing up the massive bud, unfurling vines across from them. The moment the summoning was complete, Su Ningyu's spirit eye activated, automatically scanning the Devourer Lord projection. A line of information appeared in his vision: Beast, Greater Flower-Eating, Big Monster, Strength, Bronze, First-Ranked Talents, Devour. Devour can devour all objects and energy. There is a 10% chance of converting the devoured energy into one's own. Bronze, first rank. Exactly the same as Little Bell. Su Ningyu's lips twitched slightly. So the trial rule was that the projection would adjust to the same level as the challenger's current strongest beast. Did that mean the Devourer Lord before him, though suppressed to bronze first rank, still possessed the combat experience and techniques of that near-divine existence? Just like Farronley, a max-level veteran stripped of level advantage, but still a master. Though sealed to silver 9th rank, it still knew what it knew and understood what it understood. Level could be suppressed, but awareness and experience could not. This is really... Su Ningyu drew a deep breath. But he was not panicked. Because he had a trump card. Farronley was still in the mirror world. If it came to a point where Little Bell and Lucky Frog could not handle it, he could have Farronley step in for the kill. For now, this was a perfect opportunity to let Little Bell and Lucky Frog train. Not everyone gets to fight the Devourer Lord. Little Bell, Lucky Frog. He said in a low voice, fight seriously. This is a worthy opponent. Chumi. Understood. Croak. Watch this, master. The moment the words fell, the Devourer Lord across from them moved. The massive bud shuddered violently. Countless thick vines erupted from its base, proliferating wildly, like a swarm of green serpents spreading in all directions. Where the vines passed, the ground was gouged into furrows. Even stranger, on those vines new buds began to sprout madly. Fist-sized nascent buds densely covered the tendrils. Then they all bloomed simultaneously. Puff, 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 puff. Countless miniature, greater flower-eating burst from the buds, their mouths lined with tiny serrated teeth, turning in unison towards Su Ningyu and his beasts. In an instant, the entire arena was carpeted with hundreds of tiny greater flower-eatings. They layered thickly, some crawling on the ground, some clinging to vines, others opening their mouths to emit eerie hissing sounds. The scene was like something out of a horror movie. Lucky Frog's eyes lit up. Croak. A formidable skill. But encountering this master, Lucky Frog, no matter how formidable, you are futile. It took a deep breath, its cheeks puffing round. Evil Chihuahua activated at full power. Invisible mental ripples exploded outward from Lucky Frog, instantly covering the entire arena. The next second, all those densely packed, tiny greater flower-eatings froze in unison. Then, ugh, blurg, hiss. Ugh, a cacophony of strange retching sounds rose and fell. Those tiny greater flower-eatings' mouths agape, retched violently, some even rolled their eyes, completely losing combat capability. Even the Devourer Lord's main body, the massive bud, shuddered noticeably, its vines stiffening, as if struggling to suppress something. Little Bell seized the opportunity. Chumi. Blazing petal blade. Countless fiery petals like a rain of burning blades shot forth. Each petal was as sharp as a knife, blazing with scorching light sweeping across the retching tiny greater flower-eatings. Wherever the flaming petals passed, the little devouring flowers didn't even have time to scream. They were engulfed by flames and reduced to ashes. 1, 2, 10, 100. like a dance of fire sweeping across the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the dense army of devouring flowers was wiped out completely, though the main body of the devouring lord was still retching. It struggled to fight back, but it couldn't open its mouth. The devour talent required an open mouth to activate. At this moment, it was under the influence of the evil Chihuahua talent. That overwhelming nausea made it dare not open its mouth, terrified that once it did it would vomit. Rib bit. Chihuahua followed up with another flamethrower. The scorching pillar of fire shot straight at the devouring lord's main body, charring and shriveling its still twitching vines. Rib bit. Watch this master's invincible death-spitting fatal flame. Xiao Lingdang refused to be outdone, unleashing a barrage of light beams that drove the devouring lord's main body back step by step. One person and two tamed beasts working in perfect tandem pressed the attack against the so-called devouring lord. Su Ningyu stood at the rear, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Indeed, Chihuahua's evil Chihuahua talent was at times a game-breaking existence. No matter what devouring lord you are, no matter what almost deified existence you claim to be, as long as you have senses, as long as you can feel disgust, you have to shut your mouth obediently. Once the mouth shut, the devour talent was useless. Once the mouth shut, combat power was cut in half. Once the mouth shut, there was nothing but to be beaten. Yet, just as Xiao Lingdang and Chihuahua were about to push forward and claim victory, a voice suddenly exploded through the trial space. Tu. Aha! The voice was shrill and piercing, laced with extreme fury and disgust, as if it had just swallowed something indescribable. What kind of damned ability is this? So disgusting. So disgusting. Su Ningyu froze. Xiao Lingdang froze. Chihuahua also froze. All of them turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Was it the devouring lord? Clearly not. If not the devouring lord, then where was this complaint coming from? Who was speaking? Who? Complaining? Su Ningyu's mind went blank for half a second, but soon he noticed the difference. The devouring lord's figure began to flicker like a dropped frame. Clearly something had transformed into the devouring lord. Now, due to Chihuahua's talent, it had started to complain. He instinctively looked at Chihuahua. Chihuahua gazed back at Su Ningyu in confusion. Rib bit. Master, no. It wasn't me. Su Ningyu. Of course he knew. Ah, so disgusting, so disgusting. What kind of broken ability is this? Why does such an ability exist? Too much. Too much. Su Ningyu then noticed. The devouring lord, which had originally been nothing more than a projection program, had begun to change. Its abyssal glimmering eyes were now filled with fury, staring hard at Chihuahua, as if to say, "You damned toad, you have no sense of martial honor." Su Ningyu. Xiao Lingdang. Chihuahua. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the devouring lord was still madly thrashing its vines, cursing as it thrashed. Chihuahua weakly raised its little paw. Rib bit. Do we still keep fighting? The devouring lord jerked its head up, its dimly glowing eyes fixed dead on it. Then, fight you my ass, it shrieked. Let me catch my breath. Let me catch my breath. It's so disgusting. I've never been this disgusted in my entire life. Chihuahua silently shrank its neck. Su Ningyu stared at the devouring lord before him, whose style had completely changed, and frowned slightly. Something was off. This thing's reaction was a bit too vivid. Although the battle just now was brief, neither its tactics nor its reactions resembled a true self-aware devouring lord in combat. But this one now was different. The devouring lord seemed to have come alive. Especially after being disgusted by Chihuahua's talent, its reaction was too real. Thrashing vines, cursing, acting petulant. Would a projection do this? Would a projection have emotions? Would a projection hold a grudge? Just as he was pondering, a peculiar fragrance rose from all around. The scent was entirely different from the floral fragrance they had smelled upon first entering the trial space. This time the fragrance carried an eerie allure. The instant it entered his nostrils, Su Ningyu felt his mind slightly dazed, as if something was trying to erode his consciousness. He immediately held his breath and activated Spirit Eye at full power. Then he saw the devouring lord across from him began to melt. The colossal bud, the dense vines, the countless small devouring flowers melted away silently, like snow under the scorching sun, turning into specks of flowing light that scattered into the air. In its place stood a fox with a body of vivid orange-red, its 9 fluffy tails swaying behind it. It floated quietly in midair, its 9 tails swaying gently, each sway creating a dreamlike halo. Its eyes were an eerie crimson. Deep within its pupils seemed to lurk an endless abyss. The moment his gaze met those eyes, Su Ningyu felt as if his consciousness was nearly sucked in. Demon God, Calamity Fox. No, to be precise, it was a demigod. Calamity Fox, the legendary 9-tailed demon fox possessing the power to beguile hearts and manipulate calamity. In the game setting of Beast Taming sequence, it was only one step away from true mythic rank. But that step it ultimately failed to cross. So it was only a demigod. Moreover, this 9-tailed fox was quite special. It was a male fox. Yet even so, it was enough to make countless players quake in fear. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly. This thing, why was it here? In his memories, the Calamity Fox was not supposed to appear until many years later. And the location was Dun Star of the Longting Federation. That was the capital star of the Longting Federation, separated from Yunmeng Star by who knows how many light years. How could it be here? And inside this inheritance stele, the Calamity Fox's crimson eyes were now studying Su Ningyu with great interest. When it heard Su Ningyu call out its name, a flicker of surprise passed through its eyes. Oh! Its voice was languid and alluring, sliding over the eardrums like velvet. I never imagined that after all these years someone could still call out my name. It gently swayed its tail, its tone carrying a hint of amusement. How many years have I been sealed here? 100, 200, or even longer? It tilted its head, its crimson eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that those wretches Yunmeng and Bai Huasha would actually be spreading my reputation outside, to sing of my glorious achievements? The Fox of Calamity shook its head to itself. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Its tone became resolute, carrying a hint of malice. Yunmeng and Bai Huasha, the brother and sister who sealed me here at the cost of their lives, certainly did not do so to make my name renowned. They wished for me to be forgotten by all, to rot away in this place until death. Su Ningyu listened quietly, yet within his heart tumultuous waves surged. Yunmeng, Bai Huasha, two names he had never deeply encountered in the game's storyline. In his memory, the storyline of Beast Taming sequence was vast and complex with countless side quests, and he had never been the kind of player who meticulously studied every detail of the plot. He was more focused on nurturing his beast companions and strengthening his own power. His knowledge of the storyline was limited to those major events that influenced the entire course of the game, such as the lament of the snake deity, such as the Great Awakening era, such as the rise of the Truth Society. But these intricate personal grievances, he knew nothing of them. At this moment, the words of the Fox of Calamity were like lifting a corner of a long-sealed historical curtain before him. Yunmeng and Bai Huasha. These two names were clearly the masters of this inheritance stele, and her companions. Bai Huasha was precisely the name mentioned by that ethereal voice when Su Ningyu entered the trial. Bai Huasha, the fourth Beast Tamer. So was Bai Huasha the name of that powerful being who left behind the inheritance? And who was Yunmeng? One of the siblings who together with Bai Huasha had sealed the Fox of Calamity here. Su Ningyu's thoughts raced. But one question grew increasingly clear. If this was Bai Huasha's inheritance trial, then why was the Fox of Calamity here? Why would it disguise itself as a beast from the trial? What did it want? The Fox of Calamity seemed to read his doubts. It offered a gentle smile, charming, yet dangerous. Little one, are you wondering, why am I here? Su Ningyu remained silent, merely gazing at it quietly. I have been sealed here for countless years I can no longer count. The Fox of Calamity's 9 tails swayed gently, its tone carrying a trace of melancholy, but far more lingering resentment. I am an immortal existence. Those two wretched women Yunmeng and Bai Huasha gave their all, and paid with their lives to trap me within this stone stele. They thought such a measure could seal me forever, letting my legend vanish into the river of time. It paused, a flash of mockery crossing those crimson eyes. Pity, oh how pity. They never expected this stele would be discovered by later generations. I must say I am quite fortunate. I actually encountered a beast tamer blessed with the talent of misfortune. This talent directly stimulated my awakening. Even more unexpected, I was able to use their inheritance trial to reach living beings from the outside world. Su Ningyu. Lindong, what am I supposed to say? As expected, the problem has surfaced. Su Ningyu, so those students who entered the trial, relax. The Fox of Calamity gently swayed its tail. I have no interest in them. A bunch of mere children. They wouldn't even fill my teeth. What I desire is... Those crimson eyes of the Fox of Calamity now fixed their gaze tightly upon Su Ningyu, flashing with dangerous and exhilarating light. It stepped forward with elegant grace, its 9 tails swaying softly behind it like banners of death fluttering in the wind. That strange fragrance grew ever stronger, lingering around Su Ningyu as if seeking to seep into his very bones. I wish to leave this place. Its voice was intoxicating, low and demonic, as though whispered from the depths of his soul. First, I must choose a beast tamer of peerless talent to carry me away from this damned place. It stopped before Su Ningyu, leaning slightly forward, those crimson eyes meeting his at eye level. Young man, I think you are quite suitable. The corner of its mouth curled into a seductive smile. Become my beast tamer. I can lead you to conquer this world, to make you a being above all others. Conquer the world. What alluring words. Would Su Ningyu believe it? Of course not. Believing its words would be easier than believing men never lie. Yet Su Ningyu's face showed no expression. He merely gazed quietly at this 9-tailed fox, his eyes revealing just the right amount of tempted expression. Oh, his voice sounded somewhat hesitant, yet tinged with curiosity. How can I become your beast tamer? Inside, the Fox of Calamity was already setting off fireworks. Yes, it worked. It laughed wildly in its heart, while maintaining its outwardly profound and bewitching demeanor. He as expected, young ones are so easy to fool. The Fox of Calamity secretly reveled in its heart. Ha ha, if those two wretched women Bai Huasha and Yunming knew their descendants were this gullible, they'd probably rise from their graves in sheer anger. It cleared its throat, assuming an air of someone who truly had his best interests at heart. Originally, I would still need to carefully select my master. After all, only someone of peerless talent can serve as my master. It paused, its gaze sweeping over Su Ningyu, then settling on the frog on his shoulder and the small bell floating beside him. But you, I sense both you and your beasts possess great potential. It took a step forward, its voice growing ever more intoxicating. Come, open your divine sense, and let me form a contract with you. From this moment forth we shall be of one heart, creating greatness together. Open your divine sense. Form a contract. What beautiful words. But what the Fox of Calamity truly had in mind was entirely different. Boy, controlling the divine sense is my specialty. It sneered inwardly. Contract. Don't even think about it. I am the nine-tailed Fox of Calamity, merely one step away from becoming a god. How could a mere iron-rank beast tamer like you form a contract with me? Greed flickered in its eyes. Become my slave. Once I find a suitable body and recover for a few years, the nine-tailed Fox of Calamity shall descend upon this world once more. It could hardly contain its laughter. At that time, forget about Bai Huasha, forget about Yunming, forget about any seals. Let them all die. Jiji Jaiji, as it thought, it actually laughed aloud. That eerie, sinister laugh echoed through the vast space. Paired with its bewitching fox face, it was indescribably incongruous. Su Ningyu. Hey, at least you're an old demon who has lived for who knows how many years. Can't you have a bit more subtlety? Even a fool could tell something was wrong with that laugh. Not to mention, open your divine sense. Was he a fool? Su Ningyu sneered inwardly. This Fox of Calamity should be in existence from before the star age of beast taming. In that era, the relationship between beast tamers and their beasts was far more primal. Many powerful beasts indeed could enslave beast tamers by controlling their divine sense. Presumably, this Calamity Fox has no idea how many years have passed in the outside world. In today's beast taming world, these tricks have long been written into textbooks. Every beast tamer is repeatedly warned upon initiation any contract that requires releasing the soul should be met with 100 question marks. This old fox probably doesn't realize its tricks are outdated. Su Ningyu certainly doesn't want to be controlled by a scheming creature. But he didn't refuse outright, because another voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, it was Fei Wenli. Her voice remained cold, yet carried a hint of rare excitement. Master, let me deal with him. She said, if I can absorb some of this fox's power, perhaps I can break through to gold rank without worrying about your strength limitation. Su Ningyu's heart stirred. Fei Wenli's current strength was sealed at silver rank 9. If she could absorb the Calamity Fox's power, this guy may be sealed here, but his strength is surely not weak. He asked in his mind, how sure are you? Fei Wenli was silent for a second. Then her voice sounded again with a calm, yet supremely confident tone. Since this inheritance monument imposes a restriction allowing only beast tamers below silver rank to enter this inheritance space, it means it cannot handle beasts above silver rank. She paused and added, besides, this fox isn't even mythical rank. Dealing with such a little fox, it's simple. Su Ningyu's lips curled slightly. With Fei Wenli's words, he felt reassured. He looked up at the Calamity Fox, still secretly gloating before him. The crimson eyes were now gleaming with excitement, clearly seeing him as a piece of meat already in its mouth. Su Ningyu said nothing. He merely raised his hand and summoned his Beast Tamer Codex. With a flash of light, an ancient tome floated before him. He closed his eyes, assuming a posture of releasing his soul. The Calamity Fox's eyes grew even brighter. It stepped forward, extending its claws, ready to begin its great control scheme. Yes, that's it. It murmured, its voice barely containing excitement. Relax, don't resist, let me enter your soul. It didn't notice. Su Ningyu's closed eyes, the faint trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Or did it notice? Behind him in the void, a mirror was quietly emerging. The Calamity Fox did not intend to contract with Su Ningyu as it had claimed. From the very beginning, it had no intention of signing any equal contract. What it wanted was control, soul possession, to forcibly implant its own soul into this young man's body, occupy his consciousness, and replace his existence. Then, using this body, it would walk out of this damned seal, out of the cage jointly set by Yunming and Bai Huasha. It laughed wildly in its heart, but outwardly maintained a noble and elegant posture, as if genuinely preparing a solemn contract ceremony. Foolish human youth. Did you think I would truly contract with you? Once my soul enters your consciousness and plants a slave mark deep in your soul, you will become my most obedient puppet. Your body will be my best vessel. Once I leave this damned seal and find a place to recover for a few years, then I, the nine-tailed Calamity Fox, will descend upon this world again. The more it thought, the more pleased it became, its 9 tails nearly reaching the sky. Then it would be free. Its spiritual energy touched Su Ningyu. The next second, crack. The sound of glass shattering rang out abruptly in the silent space. The Calamity Fox's smile froze on its face. The youth before it, the one it thought would soon become its new body, shattered. Like a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror, he turned into countless fragments and dissipated in the air. What a... The Calamity Fox's pupils contracted sharply. It quickly looked around only to discover the entire world had changed. No longer that gray-white trial space. No longer the interior of the Inheritance Monument. Instead, mirrors. Countless mirrors. Above, below, left, right, all directions. Everything was mirrors. Each mirror reflected its astonished face, some twisted, some ferocious, some with eerie smiles. What is this place? Its voice began to tremble. The next second, a figure materialized out of thin air. It was a young girl. An impossibly beautiful young girl. She stood barefoot, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a misty gown seemingly condensed from starlight and moonlight, her amethyst-like eyes reflecting endless mirror fragments. She floated in midair, surrounded by a faint halo so beautiful she seemed not of this world. But in her eyes an icy, killing intent was blazing. Mirror Goddess, Faye Winley descends. Little fox. Her voice was cold as ice, yet carried a suffocating, killing intent. Dare to spy on my master's body. You deserve death. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure descended like Mount Tai crushing down. It was the suppression of a higher dimensional being, the absolute domination of a mythical rank over a demigod rank. The Calamity Fox's soul body instantly froze in place, unable to move even a bit. What? It stared wide-eyed, glaring at the girl, disbelief filling its eyes. Mythical. You are mythical rank. Its voice completely changed pitch, sharp like a cat with its tail stepped on. You, a mere black iron rank beast tamer, how could you possess a mythical rank beast? It suddenly turned around, trying to find the youth's figure. Speak. Which old monster has transformed into you? Are you a backup plan left by that bitch Yunming? Or the sole possession of that bastard by Huasha? Su Ningyu stood in a corner of the mirror world watching this hysterical nine-tailed fox, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it scared stupid? Was it babbling nonsense? He ignored it. He simply said, finish it quickly. Understood, master. Become my nourishment. Faye Winley's voice was indifferent, as if stating a trivial matter. She reached out her hand and gently clenched it. In the mirror world, countless mirrors lit up simultaneously and countless beams of light shot out from all directions, weaving into an impenetrable net that enveloped the Calamity Fox. Those beams were not attacking. They were siphoning. The Calamity Fox's soul body began to tremble, began to twist. It felt its power being drained, sucked away, devoured bit by that terrifying woman. Oh. The Calamity Fox let out a piercing shriek. No, I can't absorb anymore. My power is being drained away. It struggled desperately, trying to resist. Yet every attack it launched upon touching those mirror surfaces was rebounded intact. The harder it struck, the more intense the pain rebounded. The more violently it struggled, the faster it was consumed. It was futile. Like a fish thrown onto the shore, it could only flop helplessly, watching itself be devoured bit by that terrifying entity. Ah! The scream echoed through the mirror world. In a corner of the mirror world, the claw cat and the slime were nestled together, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Since arriving in this accursed place, they had spent every day in terrifying trials. The blazing sunflower, the white-skinned frog that played with filth, and that terrifying existence that was always cracking its whip. Each one was an entity they dared not provoke. So they had learned to huddle together for warmth. They learned to shrink into corners and play dead. They learned to minimize their presence. At that moment, they leaned against each other, drowsy. Suddenly, a piercing scream exploded through the mirror world like a thunderclap. The claw cat's fur bristled instantly, the cat itself leaping 3 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The slime's gelatinous body trembled violently, nearly falling apart. The two beasts then tightly embraced each other, shivering. The claw cat curled into a ball, its fur standing on end, ears flattened against its head, eyes wide as saucers. Meow, meow, meow. What's happening? What's happening? The slime compressed itself into the smallest possible clump, its jelly-like body quivering, emitting tiny sounds. Gulp, gulp. Is the world ending? Whose scream is that? It's too terrifying. From afar, the agonized cries came wave after wave, filling the two little ones with dread. The claw cat tremblingly extended a paw, pointing in the direction of the screams. Meow. Is that screaming from the enemy? The slime nodded with difficulty. Gulp, it seems so. The claw cat paused for a second. Then it curled itself even tighter. Meow. I knew it. I knew this place was no good. That mirror monster is too terrifying. The slime silently nodded. Gulp, same here. The two little ones huddled together, listening to the gradually fading screams, with only one thought in their minds. That terrifying old monster is up to its dreadful deeds again. The Calamity Fox had now completely lost its earlier arrogance. It lay limp in the void of the mirror world. Of its 9 once fluffy and magnificent tails, only one remained drooping lifelessly like a frostbitten weed. Its soul body was so transparent, it was nearly dissipating, its crimson eyes filled with